The protagonist traverses the realm of Douluo Continent, unexpectedly awakening the Terra mask system, and through its capabilities, unifies the land. Chapter 1. On the brink of death. The outsider in the wolf pack's grasp. Severe agony tore through Lin Chen's nerves, and the acrid scent of blood filled his mouth and nose. He abruptly opened his eyes, his vision obscured by a thick, crimson haze. Each breath he took ignited a searing pain in his ribs. Fragments of chaotic memories swirled in his mind. Towering skyscrapers, blaring sirens, ultimately crystallizing into an endless expanse of swaying, ethereal green lights. This was not the scene of an accident. It was the gaze of wolves. Countless avaricious emerald eyes flickered within the impenetrable darkness of the night, their heavy breaths exuding a foul warmth as they encircled him. The cold, damp earth pressed against his back, and the sharp branches pierced his skin, reminding him that this was no mere dream. He moved his fingers in a feeble attempt to prop himself up, but a piercing pain radiated from his left arm, accompanied by a strange weakness. His bone was likely fractured. A prolonged wolf howl, laced with cruel exhilaration, shattered the stillness of the forest. The wolf pack stirred, their encircling formation tightening. The lead wolf, particularly robust, stood nearly waist-high. Its fangs glimmered with a ghastly pallor under the dim moonlight, drool dripping from its maw. It anxiously clawed at the ground, sending dirt flying, its green pupils fixated on Lin Chen's vulnerable throatus signal to attack. Fear coiled around Lin Chen's heart like a venomous serpent. His pupils dilated in despair, his vision narrowing to the grotesque maw rushing toward him, the slickness on its fangs distinctly visible, a fetid breeze assaulting his senses. He could almost envision the sickening crunch of his throat being shattered in the next instant. Am I to perish here, shrouded in mystery in this dreadful place? Just as those fangs were about to graze his skin, an excruciating pain erupted from the depths of his soul, striking his forehead without warning. It felt as though a searing iron had been brutally pressed into his skull, blinding him momentarily with agony. Accompanying this inhuman pain was a cold, viscous surge of willpower, imbued with an insatiable hunger, ruthlessly shattering all his thoughts. Life signs of the host detected as critical energy levels severely depleted. Binding program forcibly initiated. A chilling mechanical voice intertwined with an ancient, greedy whisper resonated deep within his consciousness. Binding successful. Energy source locked. Release. Terra Legion, basic ninja core. The agony peaked, and Lin Chen felt as if his head might split apart. Suddenly, a metallic coldness and weight settled upon his forehead, as if a hard, foreign object had materialized. He could not see it, but a grotesquely shaped, dark red metal mask, adorned with arcane patterns, had firmly adhered to his face, leaving only his wide, terrified eyes visible. Hiss! The lead wolf let out a sound of uncertainty, its tremendous momentum abruptly halting. Its emerald gaze reflected the bizarre mask that had suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's face, along with the mask's eyes, which ignited with an otherworldly, crimson glow. That light was frigid, hollow, devoid of any emotion belonging to a living being, only the pure directive of slaughter. In that moment, as the crimson light flared to life, time itself seemed to freeze. The fangs of the alpha wolf were less than half an inch from Lin Chen's throat, with the foul, viscous saliva dripping onto the skin of his neck, cold and clammy. The bloodthirsty growls of the wolf pack and their heavy panting resonated in the eerie silence, amplifying every sound as if separated by an invisible barrier. In the next instant, frozen time shattered abruptly. Suddenly, without warning, 10 elongated human forms, composed purely of flowing shadows, emerged silently from the earth beneath Lin Chen, the reflections of surrounding trees, and even the darkness coalescing from the very air itself. Their figures flickered uncertainly, existing in a realm between the tangible and the ethereal, each adorned with a dark crimson mask identical to Lin Chen's, their only feature being their blood-red eyes, cold, silent, imbued with the aura of death. The 10 shadow ninjas encircled Lin Chen like 10 unsheathed blades of shadow, instantly protecting him at the core. The alpha wolf's beastly eyes shrank to the size of pinpricks in sheer terror. Its primal instinct screamed for it to retreat at all costs. Yet it was too late. The 2 closest ninjas sprang into action. Without running or leaping, their bodies seemed to meld into the night, flowing away from their positions. In that same instant, 2 blades of condensed light burst forth from the shadows on either side of the alpha wolf, like blood-red lightning tearing through the night. Thud! Thud! The chilling sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the forest point. Two massive gashes appeared instantaneously on either side of the alpha wolf's thick neck, exposing bone, as warm wolf blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering Lin Chen's head and face with a pungent metallic scent. The alpha wolf's massive body stiffened abruptly. A brief and desperate gurgle escaped its throat, its fierce glare extinguished, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, sending a flurry of dead leaves and dust into the air. The wolf pack erupted into chaos. Fear overwhelmed all bloodlust. The remaining gray wolves whined in abject terror, tucking their tails and desperately attempting to flee in all directions. Yet, the hunt of the shadows had only just begun. Outside the encirclement, 3 ninjas appeared like phantoms before the fleeing gray wolves. Their shadowy blades carved silent and lethal arcs through the air. In a flash, a wolf's head rolled away, its decapitated body propelled forward by inertia before it collapsed lifelessly down on the other side. A more agile gray wolf had just leaped over the underbrush when a shadow, like a relentless parasite, rose from the ground, adhering closely to its form. The shadow blade pierced upward through its soft abdomen, twisting cruelly as it went. A whoa! The anguished howl was abruptly silenced. Lin Chen lay helplessly on the cold ground, his face shrouded by a heavy mask, his vision stained red by the vivid hue of blood and the splattered wolf gore. He could only passively witness the unfolding carnage, sharing a peculiar sensory connection with an injacent through his eyes, but more akin to a chilling, all-encompassing awareness. He could see every silent trajectory of the ninja's slaughter, feel the subtle resistance of the blades as they sliced through flesh and severed bones, and even smell the thickening scent of blood rapidly permeating the air. The atmosphere felt eerie and terrifying, as if he had become an integral part of a slaughtering machine. In less than 10 breaths, the final gasp of a dying creature faded into the depths of the forest. A nauseating stench of blood permeated the air, overwhelming the senses. Surrounding Lin Chen, the lifeless bodies of a dozen gray wolves lay sprawled in grotesque positions upon the withered leaves and pools of blood. 10 shadowy ninjas, akin to machines that had accomplished their task, abruptly ceased their movements. They silently sheathed their blades, as if melting into the very ground, vanishing into the shadows cast by trees and rocks, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Only the crimson glow upon their faces flickered momentarily before disappearing entirely, seemingly conveying a frigid confirmation of some kind. Silence enveloped the woodland once more, leaving only Lin Chen's labored and agonized breaths, accompanied by the relentless chill and weight imposed by the mask upon his forehead. He struggled to raise his still-functioning right hand to touch the enigmatic object on his face, however. The moment his fingertips brushed against the cold, hard metallic edge, a wave of intense dizziness crashed over him, accompanied by a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. Ugh, ugh. He turned his head violently, retching without producing anything. Cold sweat drenched his tattered clothing, clinging to his icy skin. The relief of having survived the ordeal had yet to rise within him, only to be drowned by the chilling presence of the mask, the haunting memories of slaughter, and the incessant whispers deep within his consciousness, like maggots burrowing into his very being. Energy, drain, flesh, and blood. The ancient and insatiable voice reverberated through the abyss of his mind once more. Lin Chen abruptly lifted his gaze, the scarlet eyes beneath the mask fixating intently on the nearest wolf carcass, shrouded in the sanguine night. Chapter 2. The 10 shadows emerge. The blood moon appears. Cold and heavy, the mask on his forehead clung to his skin like a living entity. Every faint pulse imbued with a deep-seated greed, relentlessly siphoning away his remaining strength and spirit. Lin Chen lay sprawled upon the frigid earth, saturated with wolf's blood, each breath eliciting sharp pain in his ribs and a numbing ache in his left arm. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the earthy odor, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He strained to lift his still-functioning right hand, trembling, as he reached once more for the eerie dark red mask upon his face. The moment his fingertips brushed against the cold metallic edge, a voice akin to the whispers of an abyss erupted within the depths of his mind, resonating with a spine-chilling hunger. Flesh, blood, energy, absorb. This voice did not emanate from the outside world, but was indelibly etched into his consciousness, cold and viscous. Like countless venomous serpents writhing and hissing within his brain, Lin Chen shuddered, instinctively retracting his hand as if electrocuted, a violent churn surging in his stomach. "Get out of my head," he rasped, his voice hoarse. Fear and revulsion washed over him like a frigid tide, nearly engulfing him. What manner of monster was this mask? This harbinger of slaughtering shadows? Yet the excruciating pain and weakness in his body were all too real. The cold brought on by blood loss was gradually gnawing away at his consciousness. The instinct to survive pierced through the numbness of his fear like a burning needle. Energy. Absorb, the voice persisted, imbued with a beguiling urgency. Lin Chen's vision uncontrollably fixated on the wolf carcass closest to him. The very head wolf whose throat had been slit by the shadow ninja he had summoned. The massive corpse lay on its side. 2 gaping wounds in its neck no longer spouting blood, dark crimson liquid pooling beneath it, forming a viscous mire. An inexplicable impulse, as if manipulated by the strings of that mask, compelled his wounded body forward. Gritting his teeth against the agony in his left arm, Lin Chen summoned the last vestiges of his strength in his right hand and slowly inched toward the wolf's corpse. Each minute movement tugged at his fractured bones, causing his vision to blur, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The mere distance of a few meters felt like traversing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. At last, when he finally pressed his trembling right hand against the neck wound of the head wolf, still warm and drenched in blood, an indescribable wave of nausea surged up his throat. Ugh, he retched. The instant his palm made contact with the wolf's blood, the cold mask on his forehead suddenly blazed with heat. The dark red metallic surface, its intricate patterns seemingly animated, pulsed with a faint, disquieting crimson glow. A strange force emanated from the mask, akin to invisible tendrils, instantaneously piercing into the wolf carcass beneath his palm. Lin Chen, in terror, witnessed the blood surrounding his hand, still uncoagulated, rapidly desiccate as if absorbed by a sponge, visibly darkening. Meanwhile, the wolf's body, once robust with muscle and fur, began to lose its luster at an uncanny speed, becoming shriveled and pallid. What horrified him further was the indescribable essence that was forcibly drawn from his arm into the mask, surging into his own body. It was neither warm blood nor pure energy, but rather a cold torrent infused with the ferocity, fear, and unwillingness of a beast in its dying moments. Intertwined with the most primal essence of life, this torrent violently surged through his limbs, bringing an unbearable sensation of being forcibly filled with a foreign entity. The shards of negative emotions within it piercing his nerves like countless fine needles. Lin Chen could not suppress a muffled groan of agony, feeling as if his very soul were on the brink of being torn apart and tainted by this chilling filth. Yet, concurrently, an intensely paradoxical sensation emerged. The searing pain between his ribs began to diminish at an astonishing pace under the onslaught of this icy deluge. His severed left arm, though still immobile, experienced a retreat of its excruciating torment, replaced by a peculiar numbness and an extraordinary sense of connection. More evidently, his physical weakness, the insidious chill that had clung to him, was being dispelled by a savage force not inherently his own. The dizziness from blood loss receded, and his breaths became markedly more fluid. Was this the price of power earned through life itself? Lin Chen gazed at the rapidly withering wolf carcasses beneath him. A tumultuous churn in his gut, yet a twisted sense of relief washed over him as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. The pull of the mask finally ceased. The icy, tainted torrent within him gradually calmed, settling into a murky yet tangible strength that sustained his existence. The heat emanating from the mask on his forehead also subsided, reverting to a cold metallic texture. He gasped, attempting to move his left arm. Although the pain had lessened significantly, it was clear that the bones had yet to mend. Even slight movement brought a sharp, piercing ache. His left arm needed to be immobilized. Lin Chen panted as his gaze swept across the multitude of wolf corpses. Struggling to sit up, he tore the hem of his tattered clothing and, suppressing his nausea, exerted effort to pry 2 relatively straight leg bones from another, still fresh wolf carcass. With strips of cloth and bone, he clumsily yet resolutely secured his fractured left arm. Each movement sent waves of pain through him, causing him to grimace, sweat mingling with the blood on his face. Upon completing this task, he felt nearly drained. Yet within his body, a nascent, sanguine strength held him upright. Leaning against the cold trunk of a tree, he cast a complex glance at the 9 wolf corpses scattered around him. Energy, reserve. The whispers of the mask resonated once more. Lin Chen closed his eyes, inhaling the frigid, blood-saturated air deeply. When he opened them again, the struggle and fear that had once resided in his eyes were replaced by a chilling resolve. "Come forth," he commanded the air in a low voice. His tone was hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable will. Without a sound, as if summoned by a specter, 10 shadows silently emerged from the depths of the earth. The tree trunks and the stones, their crimson eyes glimmering ominously in the dim forest, coldly regarding their master. These were the very 10 shadowy ninjas who had just completed their slaughter. Lin Chen raised his movable right hand, pointing towards the scattered wolf corpses. "Gather them." The ninjas remained utterly silent. Their silhouettes flitted through the shadows, flowing with a speed that left only blurred afterimages on the retina. In less than 10 breaths, 9 distinct wolf carcasses, along with the emaciated body of the alpha wolf, were dragged and transported, meticulously stacked before Lin Chun, forming a small mound that exuded a potent aura of death. The suffocating stench of blood assaulted his senses. Lin Chun fought back the urge to vomit, pressing his right hand once more against the cold pile of corpses. This time, the mask responded with even greater swiftness, an insatiable hunger. A low hum resonated as dark red patterns abruptly illuminated the surface of the mask. A force far more formidable and terrifying erupted, drawing upon him. Lin Chun's palm became akin to an insatiable vortex, voraciously consuming the essence of flesh and blood it came into contact with. A gasp involuntarily escaped his throat. He distinctly felt the life force, the vitality, and even the faint energy contained within the bones of the 9 wolf carcasses being ruthlessly siphoned, transformed, and coalesced into a vast, chilling torrent of spiritual energy, mixed with fragments of feral savagery, surging violently into his body. His physique swelled as if inflated like a balloon. The broken bones of his left arm tingled with a maddening sensation as the torrent rushed through him, while the wounds between his ribs throbbed with a severe tearing pain, accompanied by an unsettling itch of rapid healing. Even more terrifying were the swirling fragments of bestiality in his mind, the bloodthirsty impulses, and the desires to rend and tear, battering against the dam of his human reason like a tempest. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, his nails digging deep into the earth beneath him, summoning every ounce of will to resist the frenzied impulse to succumb to the beast within. When the mask's pull finally ceased and the radiance dimmed, Lin Chun felt as though he had emerged from the depths of water, drenched in cold sweat and blood, collapsing onto the frigid ground, gasping for breath. His vision blurred. His mental faculties stretched to their limits. Yet the results were undeniable. The agonizing pain in his ribs had nearly vanished, replaced by the itch of newly forming flesh. His left arm appeared to have begun to rejoin. More importantly, a cold yet remarkably abundant strength coursed through his limbs. He even sensed a heightened acuity in his senses. The price paid, however, was that the 9 wolf carcasses stacked before him had been reduced to desiccated skeletons, cloaked in a layer of ashen fur. Lin Chun propped himself up, wiping the blood and sweat from his face. He raised his gaze through the sparse treetops to the night sky. At some point, a colossal, ominously dark red moon had risen high above, casting a faint blood light over the entire forest. The blood moon loomed overhead. Nottingham, he murmured. The name etched deep within his soul, transmitted to him by the mask. He must go there. Regardless of the nature of this mask or what the future held, he had to survive first. Lin Chun's gaze swept over the pile of skeletal remains, ultimately resting beside one of the wolf corpses, where a few inconspicuous, blood-stained copper coins and a worn silver coin lay scattered. Take these, he commanded the 10 shadowy figures of ninjas, standing as still as statues. A ninja, like a wisp of smoke, seamlessly melted into the shadows, only to reappear beside a pile of coins, silently collecting them into his embrace. Lin Chun inhaled deeply, suppressing the lingering chill and pain within his body, as well as the fatigue weighing on his mind. He steadied himself against a tree trunk, struggling to rise. Though his left arm was bound, a newfound strength supported him. He cast one last glance at the bloody battleground and the immense crimson moon suspended in the blood-red night sky. With resolve, 10 shadowy figures silently merged into the darkness beneath his feet and the concealed woods behind him. Lin Chun took a step forward, clad in bloodstains and a cold mask, venturing toward the unknown path illuminated by the sanguine moonlight. Chapter 3. The Golden Soul Coin Trap at the Gates of Notting City. The glow of the blood moon was mercilessly obstructed by the imposing city walls. Lin Chun stood in the vast shadow cast by the towering gates, gazing up at the colossal beast that lay coiled in the hazy twilight. The dark, slate stones of the walls loomed high and unyielding, and the enormous braziers atop the battlements crackled with flames, their flickering light reflecting off the cold armor of the guards and revealing the profound darkness within the city gate's passage. The air was thick with the scents of burning wood, the sour stench of livestock droppings, and the mingled aromas of densely populated human habitation and food. This was Notting City, the terminus of the coordinates imprinted in his mind by the mask. 10 shadowy ninjas, like the most faithful of phantoms, quietly concealed themselves in the shadows beneath him and in the dark corners of the alley behind, their crimson eyes glinting in the gloom as they coldly surveyed the activities at the city gates. Lin Chun could distinctly share in their sensory experience. 2 guards, clad in worn leather armor and wielding long spears, bore the weariness and impatience of long shifts, while a sparse trickle of merchants and farmers passed through the gates, most hurrying with blank expressions. The sense of sweat, dust, and even the faint sourness of low-quality ale from the guard's pouches were vividly relayed back to him. This sensation was both novel and eerie, as if he had acquired 10 additional pairs of invisible eyes and ears. The guards at the gate had evidently taken notice of him. A scruffy, stout guard banged the butt of his spear heavily against the ground, producing a dull sound, and barked in an unfriendly tone, "Hey, you there, kid? What are you doing lurking around? If you want to enter the city, hurry up and don't block the way. Or just get lost." Lin Chun was jolted awake by the guard's shout, instinctively tensing his body. He forced himself to withdraw from that peculiar shared perception. Focusing his gaze on the guard, the cold mask obscured his expression, revealing only a pair of eyes that appeared particularly profound due to weariness and bloodstains. Entering the city required money. He recalled the meager coins collected by the masked ninja, several bloodied copper coins, and a worn silver piece. Was this amount sufficient? He remained silent, refraining from immediately responding to the guard's inquiry, and instead attempted to issue a command to the concealed ninjas in his mind. This resembles a transmission of intent, imbued with a tentative and indistinct will. "Hand me the coin." The moment the thought emerged, he sensed the shadow beneath his feet subtly twitch. Almost without delay, a cold, metallic object silently slipped into his right hand, which hung idly at his side. The motion was so discreet that even those in close proximity struggled to perceive it. It was the worn silver coin, its touch frigid, carrying a coarse sensation reminiscent of earth and desiccated blood. "Hey, are you mute? Or deaf?" Another lanky guard approached, a mocking and scrutinizing expression on his face, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen's tattered clothes and bandaged arms. "Look at you. Did you just escape from a spirit beast? Covered in blood, are you a fugitive?" The stout guard stepped closer, his heavy boots echoing on the cobblestone path, his spear pointed deliberately towards Lin Chun. "Understand the rules? The city entry tax is 1 gold soul coin. No money? Then scram." He deliberately raised his voice, dripping with disdain and extortion. Passers-by cast sympathetic or apathetic glances, yet none dared to speak. 1 gold soul coin? Lin Chen's brow furrowed beneath his mask. The silver coin in his hand held far less value than the gold soul coin, let alone the few coppers he possessed. This was clearly an attempt to vex him. "I only have this." Lin Chun raised his right hand, opening his palm to reveal the worn silver coin. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the mask, dry from prolonged thirst. "A silver coin?" The lanky guard scoffed, extending a finger to disdainfully flick the silver coin in Lin Chen's hand, producing a sharp clink as it nearly slipped from his grasp. "Is this what you beg with? This paltry sum isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Get lost." He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. The stout guard's eyes glinted with malice as he stepped closer, his breath reeking of alcohol, nearly invading Lin Chen's personal space. "Kid, you don't strike me as a good person. Where did all this blood come from? Spill it. Have you been up to something unsavory? If you don't clarify, you won't be leaving today." His hand rested ominously on the hilt of his knife, the threat unmistakable. The atmosphere around them grew tense. Lin Chen's heart sank. Though his body had regained some strength, his left arm remained incapacitated. Confronting 2 robust guards, armed and ready, would be tantamount to courting death. Just as he was on the brink of contemplating whether to risk ordering the ninjas to create chaos, a chilling wave of thought, imbued with absolute obedience and murderous intent, pierced through his mind like a tangible ice spike. This notion did not stem from within him, but emanated from the cold mask upon his face, from the ninjas lurking within his shadow. They sensed the threat and hostility directed at their master. "Eliminate the threat." Command confirmed. "Danger." Lin Chun could almost see the heavy shadows beneath the 2 guards beginning to writhe unnaturally, distorting. This was a harbinger of the ninjas preparing to strike. Should they engage, killing at the city gate would yield dire consequences. He would be hunted throughout the city. Forget entering. He would likely face relentless pursuit immediately. "Wait," Lin Chun nearly growled, striving to suppress the chilling murderous intent emanating from the mask and the guards. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes beneath the mask fixating intensely on the face of the corpulent guard mere inches away. The guard, taken aback by the sudden growl and the penetrating gaze, halted his hand that rested on the hilt of his weapon. In this moment of precarious standoff, a voice, as crisp as silver bells yet tinged with evident dissatisfaction and haughtiness, unexpectedly rang out from within the city gate's passage, shattering the suffocating tension. "You're making such a racket. What are you 2 fools blocking the entrance for? Move aside, move aside. You're in the way of this young lady." This voice was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. Lin Chun distinctly felt the imminent eruption of cold killing intent recede, as if pulled back by a receding tide. The 2 guards, resembling cats whose tails had been stepped on, instantly lost their fierce demeanor, replaced by a mixture of astonishment and a barely perceptible hint of fear, as they abruptly turned to look towards the city gate. Following the sound, Lin Chen's gaze traversed over the guard's shoulders into the depths of the passage. Before him emerged a diminutive figure, bouncing out from the shadows of the gate. It was a little girl, appearing no older than 6 or 7. Clad in a somewhat faded pink garment, her long braids swaying energetically with each of her lively hops. Her face was exquisitely crafted, with large eyes resembling the purest rubies. Currently widened in displeasure, her small lips pursed in a natural display of petulance. Most striking were the fluffy rabbit ear decorations atop her head, quivering slightly with her movements, imparting an extra layer of playful charm. However, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply, not due to her cuteness, nor the whimsical rabbit ears, but because, through the heightened perception granted by the ninja bond, he sensed an almost ethereal, yet profoundly potent life force radiating from this seemingly innocuous little girl. The essence was akin to the warmth and vigor of a newborn dawn, creating a peculiar contrast with her petite frame. What alarmed him further was the subtle, yet unmistakable stirring within the cold mask adorning his face, as it detected this pure life force, akin to a famished beast catching the scent of a delectable feast. The little girl, Xiao Wu, paid no heed to the two guards, bouncing directly between them, scrunching her nose in disdain as if displeased by the odor of alcohol wafting from the rotund guard. Upon reaching the outside of the city gate, her ruby-like eyes curiously swept over Lin Chen, who was smeared with blood and donned an enigmatic mask. A flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. Yet she did not exhibit the overt fear or revulsion displayed by others. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, as if assessing some novel curiosity. "Hey, strange person." Xiao Wu's clear voice rang out, imbued with the characteristic bluntness of childhood. "Are you here to report to Nodding Academy too?" Chapter 4. The Rabbit and Shadow of the 7th Dormitory. Report? Lin Chen's brow furrowed subtly beneath the mask. The girl's crisp inquiry was like a stone dropped into stagnant waters, momentarily easing his taut nerves, but simultaneously deepening his sense of unease. Nodding Academy? The information regarding the mask's imprint does not mention this location. He remained silent, refraining from an immediate response, merely observing the peculiar little girl before him through the cold gaps of his mask. Noticing his silence, the girl, with her ruby-like eyes blinking, displayed a child-esque characteristic directness and impatience, pouting as she exclaimed, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you mute?" She seemed entirely indifferent to Lin Chen's blood-stained attire and bizarre appearance, focusing instead on his lack of response. The two guards, caught off guard by her interruption and her calling them fools, flushed with embarrassment, yet they appeared to regard the seemingly young girl with a degree of trepidation. Unwilling to retaliate, the stout guard sheepishly withdrew his hand from the hilt of his weapon, clearing his throat, and asked, "Sister Xiao Wu, do you know him?" "Not at all," Xiao Wu replied succinctly, placing her hands on her hips and rolling her eyes at the guards. "But you're blocking the way. And what about his wounds? Instead of asking how he got hurt, you're thinking of extorting him? Aren't you ashamed?" Her clear voice resonated with unabashed disdain. The tall, thin guard's face twitched, and he attempted to defend. "Sister Xiao Wu, this fellow's behavior is suspicious." "Suspicious?" Xiao Wu scoffed, pointing at Lin Chen's bandaged arm. "He's injured. Can't you see? He's lost so much blood. He must have faced danger. If you won't help, at least don't demand money. You're embarrassing the city of Nodding." Her agitation grew, her cheeks puffing up in frustration. Lin Chen silently observed the unfolding scene. Despite her tender age and childlike speech, Xiao Wu held a commanding presence that seemed to overshadow the two adult guards. The pure vitality emanating from her now carried a subtle, instinctive pressure, making the guards increasingly uneasy. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu is right." The stout guard wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile, and shot Lin Chen a fierce glare. Yet, his tone softened. "You're lucky today, with Sister Xiao Wu speaking for you. Hurry and get inside. Just don't let me see you again." He stepped aside, clearing the path into the city, though the warning in his gaze remained unyielding. The tall guard begrudgingly stepped back, falling silent. Lin Chen did not spare another glance at the guards, nor did he express his gratitude to Xiao Wu. He merely nodded slightly, his movements stiff and silent, and then stepped forward, dragging his blood-soaked, weary form into the deep, shadowy corridor of the city gate. 10 ninjas, concealed in the shadows, silently followed in his wake, merging into the darkness of the passage. A cold, damp atmosphere enveloped him, infused with the musty scent of aged stone and the odor of livestock waste. The corridor was not extensive, and soon, a hazy light and the cacophony of voices emerged ahead. "What a strange person," Xiao Wu murmured as she watched Lin Chen's silhouette vanish into the darkness of the passage. Then, she bounced back to her lively demeanor, seemingly dismissing the incident from her mind. "Never mind. I'm heading to the work-study dormitory 7. As she exited the gate corridor, the clamorous voices and mixed aromas surged forth like a tide. The streets of Nodding City were narrow, flanked by uneven stone and wooden buildings adorned with various signs and banners. The cobblestone path bore deep ruts from the passage of wheels, while pedestrians, clad predominantly in coarse linen garments, hurried along with purpose. The air was thick with an intricate inlaying of aromas, food, livestock, sweat, and a certain inferior spice, all mingling in a potent and tangible essence. Lin Shan disregarded the curious, disdainful, or apathetic gazes of those around him. The mask obscured his expression, shielding him from the majority of external emotional disturbances. His objective was clear: to locate a place capable of tending to his wounds and cleansing his body. Yet, paramount to this was the matter of finances. The meager copper and silver coins he possessed were utterly insufficient to support any expenditure. He stood at a street corner, his gaze scanning the bulging pouches of passers-by and the money boxes of street vendors. The shared vision of a ninja enabled him to distinctly capture the crisp sound of each copper coin falling into a pouch, along with the gleaming friction of metal during every currency exchange. A chilling desire, instinctual and rooted deep within the mask, began to stir. Acquisition, resources. That greedy whisper lingered in the recesses of his mind. Lin Shan inhaled deeply, suppressing the burgeoning malevolence. To commit theft in the open? That would only invite far greater trouble. He required a more discreet and secure method. He attempted to issue a mental command, focusing his thoughts on the trajectories of the moving coins. Follow, mark. The instant the command was dispatched, shadows, almost imperceptible, emerged from the depths of the alley behind him, flowing like ink and water. They clung to the walls, merging seamlessly with the silhouettes of the pedestrians, silently attaching themselves to a few seemingly affluent targets with a lower sense of vigilance. The locations of their coin pouches and their walking routes were vividly relayed back to Lin Shan's consciousness. It felt akin to weaving an invisible web. Suppressing the peculiar sensation within, Lin Shan trudged forward along the street, his steps heavy. He needed to find a suitable refuge. Qixia, a name he had heard from Xiao Wu, seemed to be a potential choice. Following the street and turning a few corners, he distanced himself from the clamor of the main thoroughfare, where the surrounding buildings grew lower and more dilapidated. The air was imbued with a faint scent of sweat and inferior wood. Soon, a noticeably more ramshackle two-story wooden building, its exterior flaking and worn, came into view. A crooked wooden sign hung in front, with the words Qixia scrawled in charcoal. This was likely the abode of the labor students. Lin Shan approached the entrance of Qixia. The door was ajar, and within, a cacophony of noise, shouting, insults, and the muffled sounds of furniture clashing emanated. He reached out and gently pushed open the heavy wooden door. It creaked, the hinges protesting with a shrill sound. The tumult within fell silent for a brief moment. A fetid mixture of sweat, foot odor, food remnants, and dust assaulted Lin Shan's senses, momentarily halting his breath. Inside lay a spacious yet chaotic common area, the ground uneven and muddy, with a dozen rudimentary wooden bunk beds scattered about, most of which were in a deplorable state of disrepair. Dozens of boys, around 10 years of age, dressed in similarly tattered clothing, congregated in small groups. Some were engaged in playful scuffles, others in heated arguments, while a few sat indifferently on their beds. The moment Lin Shan pushed the door open, nearly every gaze in the room converged upon him, clad in a disheveled outfit stained with congealed, dark blood. His bandaged arm and the eerie dark red mask that revealed only his cold eyes rendered him an incongruous presence, akin to an anomaly intruding upon a wolf pack. After a brief, stifling silence, a cacophony of louder chatter and unabashed gossip erupted. Who is that? Terrifying. Where did this beggar come from? So much blood, what bad luck. What on earth is that on his face? A mask? A work-study student? A newcomer? Doesn't he seem like it? Curiosity, disdain, wariness, and schadenfreude pierced Lin Shan like needles. Emotionless, his mask obscured all feelings. He surveyed the chaotic dormitory, searching for an empty bed, while 10 shadowy ninjas had already seamlessly blended into the deeper shadows of the dormitory, their crimson eyes silently scrutinizing every corner. At that moment, a voice, laden with unmistakable malice and roughness, rang out from the crowd. Hey, you masked freak. Who let you in? This is the work-study dormitory 7. Do you understand the rules? Following the voice, Lin Shan's gaze fell upon a youth, notably taller and more robust than the others, standing in the center of the common area with his arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Although his attire was similarly coarse, it was evidently cleaner and better fitted. His face bore an expression of unwarranted bravado and menace that belied his age, surrounded by a few lackeys with equally unfriendly countenances. This youth was none other than Xiao Qinyu, the current leader of Dormitory 7. Xiao Qinyu appraised Lin Shan with a disdainful glance, his eyes lingering on the bloodied garments and the peculiar mask, brimming with contempt and a thrill akin to discovering a new toy. Look at you. A pitiful stray chased out by a soul beast, right? Get lost. There's no room for you here. Want to stay? He flashed a malicious grin, extending a thick finger to indicate the ground beneath him. Fine. First, kneel and bow 3 times. Then strip off that filthy skin so my brothers can see if what's beneath the mask is just as repugnant. His cohorts erupted into raucous laughter, vulgar taunts echoing through the tainted air. Yes. Bow down. Take off the mask. Let us see the ugly creature. Strip him. Let us see if he has anything of value. The cacophony of jeers and insults reverberated in the foul atmosphere. Most of the other work-study students fell silent, either indifferent or merely observing, none daring to speak up. A palpable aura of malice and the thrill of bullying permeated the air. Beneath the mask, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with an icy coldness. He could distinctly sense the ninjas concealed in the shadows, their crimson eyes locking onto Xiao Qinyu and his lackeys. An icy, murderous intent poised like a blade ready to be drawn at his command. However, just as the tension reached its zenith, a sharp, almost piercing voice of a girl rang out, infused with unrestrained fury. Enough with the noise. The sudden outburst echoed like thunder at the entrance of Dormitory 7, instantly redirecting every gaze towards her. At the city gate, the once cheerful Xiao Wu now stood with her hands on her hips, resembling an irate little lion. Her fury palpable as she confronted the entrance. Her delicate face flushed with anger, and her long braided hair stood on end, reflecting her indignation. Her ruby-like eyes blazed with an intense fire, piercing through the air like a sword aimed at the self-satisfied Xiao Qinyu in the center of the arena. Her voice, clear and youthful yet elevated by rage, carried an undeniable authority. Xiao Qinyu, you foolish imbecile. Are you bullying others again? The atmosphere in the 7th dormitory, already taut, erupted with her outburst, akin to ice plunged into boiling oil. All gazes, including those of spectators relishing the spectacle, shifted from Lin Chun to the petite but formidable figure at the doorway. The smugness on Xiao Qinyu's face froze, morphing into a twisted expression of humiliation at being publicly rebuked. He whirled around, glaring at Xiao Wu with a thunderous voice. You little brat. What business is it of yours? These are the rules of the 7th dormitory. Newcomers must learn the rules. Rules? Xiao Wu's face reddened further with indignation, her fiery eyes seemingly ready to unleash flames. Are your so-called rules merely a guise for bullying? Are they meant to force others to kneel and bow? I dare say you are the biggest fool in the 7th dormitory. As she berated him, she strode boldly inside, her small stature emanating an astonishing presence that compelled several work-study students to instinctively step back. You. Xiao Qinyu's face turned a shade of green, particularly mortified at being called a fool by a little girl in front of so many. Enraged and embarrassed, he disregarded any semblance of decorum, though he never had much to begin with, and pointed at Xiao Wu, exclaiming, You little wretch, you're asking for a beating. With that, he took a menacing step toward her, his large hand raised, as if to strike her face. A murmur of low gasps rippled through the surrounding work-study students, many displaying expressions ranging from pity to schadenfreude. Xiao Qinyu's imposing figure dwarfed Xiao Wu in stature. Yet, as he charged at her with ferocity, Xiao Wu displayed no hint of fear. Instead, she curled her lip in a scornful smirk, just as Xiao Qinyu's hand was about to descend. The force of his motion causing a gust that ruffled Xiao Wu's bangs, she sprang into action. Her movement was so swift it took everyone by surprise. Her petite frame, seemingly boneless, slipped through the arc of his swinging arm at an oddly agile angle, akin to a slippery eel. In an instant, her right foot shot up with lightning speed, landing a precise and forceful kick on Xiao Qinyu's unprotected rear. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a tone-deaf yelp of pain, Xiao Qinyu's robust body was unexpectedly toppled by what appeared to be a feather-light kick, causing him to lose all semblance of balance. He soared into the air like a discarded sack flung with great force, tumbling forward in an utterly disheveled manner, using both hands and feet to propel himself ahead. Crash! Bang! Xiao Qinyu landed heavily in the middle of the communal space, stirring up a cloud of dust and toppling a rickety wooden stool, the sound of its splintering resonating sharply in the otherwise silent 7th dormitory. A suppressed chuckle escaped someone's lips, quickly stifled. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. All eyes were fixated on Xiao Qinyu, sprawled on the ground, clutching his backside and emitting pained groans, while they glanced at the petite figure of Xiao Wu, who stood nonchalantly, dusting off her hands as if she had merely brushed away a speck of dirt. The stark contrast left everyone momentarily paralyzed. Even Lin Chun's expression concealed behind his mask flickered with surprise. Sharing the perspective of a ninja, he distinctly observed the unexpected speed and strength Xiao Wu unleashed, which was entirely incongruous with her diminutive stature. What sent a shiver through him was the sudden surge of pure life force emanating from her at the moment she delivered that kick. akin to the turbulent currents lurking beneath a placid lake. Humph, useless. Xiaowu wrinkled her tiny nose at the groaning Xiao Qinyu, delivering a merciless remark. Then, her fiery ruby eyes darted, locking onto Lin Chen, who lingered in the shadows of the corner. Lin Chen's heart sank. He could acutely sense the sharpness of her gaze, as if it pierced through the mask on his face and delved deep into his very soul. The insatiable greed emanating from the depths of his mask for Xiaowu's pure vitality became strikingly apparent under her scrutiny, akin to a ravenous beast restlessly growling within its cage. And you? Xiaowu's crisp voice rang out with an undeniable challenge, pointing at Lin Chen. Are you also a new work-study student? Why are you wearing such a frightening mask? Sneaky. As she spoke, she boldly advanced towards him, her small frame radiating an unyielding momentum, seemingly disregarding Lin Chen's blood-stained attire and bizarre mask entirely. The air around them thickened once more. Everyone held their breath, their gazes shifting between the girl who had just sent Xiao Qinyu flying and the enigmatic masked figure of Lin Chen, creating an atmosphere even more tense and peculiar than when Xiao Qinyu had provoked them. Lin Chen's body tensed instantaneously. He sensed the 10 ninjas lurking in the shadows, their crimson eyes igniting with Xiaowu's approach, the cold intent to kill manifesting like tangible ice needles, threatening to rupture the veil of shadows. The chilling command from the depths of his mask surged once again. Threat, high energy, eliminate. No, I cannot act here. This girl is too strange. Lin Chen forcibly suppressed the instinctive urges of the mask and his battalion, his gaze coldly fixed on the approaching Xiaowu, his right hand instinctively clenching into a fist. Just as Xiaowu was mere 3 steps away, her curious and scrutinizing bright eyes nearly touching the mask, a voice rang out, "Stop. Everyone, cease your actions." A deep and authoritative voice, tinged with unmistakable weariness and anger, boomed like thunder at the entrance of the 7th dormitory. This voice seemed to possess an unusual enchantment, instantly shattering the almost palpable tension within the room. Every gaze, including those of Xiao Wu and Lin Chen, abruptly shifted toward the doorway. There stood a middle-aged man, slightly stooped, clad in a faded gray robe patched in several places. His gaunt face bore the marks of chronic sleeplessness and an indelible melancholic aura. Most striking were his disheveled black hair, reminiscent of a bird's nest, and his eyes, deeply set yet sharp enough to penetrate the very depths of one's soul. At that moment, those eyes blazed with suppressed fury. He was Yu Xiaojing, the theoretical master of Nodding Academy and the nominal overseer of the work-study students at the 7th dormitory. Yu Xiaojing's gaze, as cold as a probing needle, swiftly surveyed the disarray of the dormitory. Xiao Qinyu, groaning on the floor, shattered wooden stools, dust scattered everywhere, and Lin Chen, bloodied and wearing a bizarre mask, standing in the corner, with Xiao Wu glaring fiercely at him, his brow furrowed into a deep furrow, the fatigue etched on his face replaced by a strong displeasure. "Xiao Qinyu." Yu Xiaojing's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. "It's you again. How many times must I remind you that the 7th dormitory is not your battle arena? If this happens again, you shall spend a month cleaning the toilets." Xiao Qinyu stiffened on the floor, his face contorted with resentment and bitterness. However, under the sharp scrutiny of Yu Xiaojing's gaze, he could only grit his teeth and mumble, "Yes, master." Yu Xiaojing then turned his attention to Xiao Wu, his tone softening slightly, yet remaining stern. "Xiao Wu, you've just arrived, and already you're causing trouble? The academy is not a place for brawling. If this occurs again, you will be confined to the isolation chamber for reflection." Xiao Wu pouted, seemingly on the verge of retorting, but under Yu Xiaojing's all-seeing eyes, she ultimately huffed and turned her face away in silent acquiescence. Finally, Yu Xiaojing's penetrating gaze fell upon Lin Chen. His eyes swept over Lin Chen's blood-stained tattered clothing and the bandaged left arm, finally resting on the dark red mask that obscured all but his icy eyes. The scrutiny was rife with examination, inquiry, and a barely perceptible weight of gravity and caution. Lin Chen felt as though he were laid bare under a microscope. He sensed that Yu Xiaojing's gaze seemed to pierce through the cold metal of the mask, attempting to capture the subtle fluctuations of emotion within his eyes. What sent a chill down his spine was that, although Yu Xiaojing lacked the vibrant life force of Xiao Wu and did not exude powerful soul energy, he emanated a profound mental pressure, as deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of discerning the essence of all things. Yu Xiaojing's voice was low and possessed a peculiar penetrating quality. "Are the new work-study student?" Lin Chen. Lin Chen silently nodded. The mask shielded all expressions from view. "Where is your registration information?" And Yu Xiaojing's gaze fixed like a nail on Lin Chen's mask. "Why are you wearing a mask? Remove it." His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable command that brooked no refusal. Chapter 6. The Shadow Dragged into the Dark Alley. Part 2. Remove it. Yu Xiaojing's deep, Commanding words fell like cold stones into still waters, stirring silent ripples within the quiet confines of Dormitory 7. All eyes were firmly fixed upon Lin Chen's face, obscured by a dark red mask that revealed only his icy gaze. The air seemed to solidify around them. The acrid scent, the labored breaths, and the muffled groans of Xiao Qinyu in the corner all became distant and surreal. Only Yu Xiaojiang's deeply set, hawk-like eyes remained sharp and penetrating, akin to invisible chisels striving to pierce through the cold metal and unearth the secrets concealed beneath the mask. In an instant, Lin Chen's body tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. He could distinctly sense the presence of 10 hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows of the dormitory, their crimson eyes suddenly ablaze with an intense light, as a chilling aura of murderous intent spread like an invisible frost, nearly freezing the earth beneath his feet. Exposure, threat, elimination. The frigid will emanating from the depths of the mask, akin to an enraged serpent, hissed with clarity. Remove the mask? Absolutely impossible. This mask was as much a part of him as his own skin. It was the source of his power, as well as his greatest secret and vulnerability. Should it be revealed, facing this enigmatic master and the predatory gazes surrounding him, the consequences would be dire. In a flash of inspiration, a cold and reckless thought detonated in Lin Chen's mind. He abruptly lifted his head, and the eyes concealed beneath the mask, which had remained cold and silent, erupted with a nearly frenzied light, mingled with profound anguish and terror. His remaining hand shot upward, but instead of reaching for the mask, it fiercely gripped his left arm. Bound tightly in cloth, a piercing shriek, hauntingly discordant, erupted unexpectedly from beneath the mask. The sound was filled with heart-wrenching agony, as if enduring the most brutal of tortures. His body trembled violently, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, staggering backward and crashing heavily against the cold wall, producing a dull thud. The veins in his hand bulged, and his nails nearly dug into the flesh beneath the cloth. The sudden transformation left everyone momentarily stunned. Yu Xiaojiang's scrutinizing gaze sharpened, revealing a flicker of astonishment. Xiao Wu took a half-step back, her ruby-like eyes wide with shock and a hint of concern. How could the previously icy figure suddenly be engulfed in such torment? Xiao Qinyu, sprawled on the ground, also ceased his groans, staring in astonishment. Just as all attention was captivated by Lin Chen's unexpected suffering, a resounding crash echoed from the corner of Dormitory 7, near the only dilapidated wooden window. The sound was abrupt and forceful, instantaneously shattering the brief stillness within the dormitory. The onlookers turned in shock toward the source. They beheld the already precarious wooden window frame, along with the tattered oil paper affixed to it, being violently smashed inward by an unseen force. Splintered wood and paper shards scattered like petals from a celestial maiden, filling the air with chaos. A powerful, frigid wind, imbued with the chill of the night, surged in abruptly, causing the garments of the onlookers to flutter ominously. What is that? Someone screamed in terror. A soul beast attack? Many others turned pale with fear, instinctively recoiling. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted at once. He disregarded Lin Chen, pivoting sharply, his keen gaze piercing through the shattered window like a searchlight, his mental energy unfurling like an invisible web, striving to ensnare the source of the chaos. Yet, outside the window lay only the oppressive darkness and the frenzied dance of trees in the wind, devoid of any trace of a soul beast. In that fleeting moment of confusion, when all attention was ensnared by the broken window, Lin Chen, trembling with pain, stealthily maneuvered behind the wall, slipping like a shadowed stream toward the nearest vacant bed, which happened to be the darkest and most inconspicuous lower bunk in the corner. He nearly glided along the floor, his entire form vanishing into the thick shadow cast by the bed, curling up like a frightened creature retreating to its lair. The entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of a specter, unnoticed by anyone. The minds of the crowd remained fixated on the eerie sound of shattering glass and Yu Xiaojiang's vigilant demeanor. "Master, there's something outside," a nearby work-study student exclaimed, his face ashen as he pointed at the shattered window, his voice trembling. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, hastening to the window's edge, peering out into the encompassing darkness with a gaze as sharp as lightning. His mental energy extended like intangible tendrils, meticulously probing every inch of ground and shadow. However, apart from the howling night wind and the rustling of leaves, he gleaned nothing. No fluctuations of soul power. No scent of beasts. It was as if the earlier destruction had materialized from thin air. "Strange," Yu Xiaojiang murmured, confusion etched in his piercing eyes. He withdrew his gaze, scanning the disheveled interior of the dormitory once more. The students remained in a state of shock. Xiao Qinyu was still sprawled on the ground, while Xiao Wu frowned, her face a canvas of bewilderment. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the spot where Lin Chen had stood. It was now utterly vacant. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils constricted slightly, His gaze swiftly shifted, finally resting on the empty bed in the corner, where the dense shadow concealed a vague, curled figure, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness. With only the faintest whisper of pained breaths emanating from the shadows. He and Xiao Wu followed Yu Xiaojing's gaze, catching sight of the indistinct figure in the shadow. A glimmer of complexity flashing in her ruby-like eyes. Yu Xiaojing fell silent for a moment. The stern scrutiny on his face gradually giving way to deep fatigue and an indescribable melancholy. He glanced at the broken window, then back at the curled figure shrouded in shadow, and finally let out a deep sigh, a sound heavy with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Temporarily seal the window, Yu Xiaojing commanded, his voice returning to a low tone, tinged with a weary rasp as he instructed several nearby work-study students. He cast one last look at Xiao Qinyu before rising to his feet, preparing to tidy the chaos. The tone was unassuming yet undeniably resolute. Having spoken, he refrained from further inquiries regarding the mask, nor did he delve into the eerie sound of the shattered window. Instead, he cast one last profound glance at the heavy shadow in the corner before turning away, his footsteps laden as he departed from the chaotic 7th dormitory. His hunched figure, enveloped in the dim light, appeared particularly forlorn and weary. It was only when Yu Xiaojing's footsteps faded entirely at the corridor's end that the stagnant atmosphere of the dormitory began to ease. A few work-study students scrambled to gather broken wooden boards and miscellaneous items to seal the drafty window. Xiao Qinyu, aided by his companions, groaned as he clumsily rose to his feet, clutching his still agonized posterior, casting a venomous glare at the shadowy corner, though ultimately refraining from uttering further threats. Yet, Xiao Wu remained motionless. She stood rooted in place, her ruby-like eyes fixated unwaveringly on the shadow beneath the bed in the corner. The previous piercing scream and the fleeting figure left her with an unsettling sense of disquiet. Tilting her head slightly, she seemed tempted to approach for a closer look, but ultimately merely pouted and muttered, "Strange person," before turning away to head towards her own bunk, one atop the window. The 7th dormitory gradually regained its former clamor, now interspersed with hushed discussions and a sense of relief from the recent ordeal. Within the shadow beneath the bed in the corner, Lin Shun curled his body, utterly motionless. The cold mask clung tightly to his skin, and the agonized expression that had erupted moments ago had vanished, leaving only a chilling silence. A tingling sensation emanated from the site of his fractured left arm, where new flesh was forming and bones were beginning to knit together, resonating sharply in the stillness. Slowly, he raised his right hand, concealed by the bed's shadow, palm facing upward. Silently, as if the darkness itself was coalescing, several copper coins, caked in dirt and bearing traces of dried blood, along with a worn silver coin, materialized in his frigid palm. These were the spoils quietly retrieved by a ninja he had commanded to stealthily follow a passerby just prior to the chaos. The cold metallic sensation coursed through his hand. The gaze hidden beneath Lin Chen's mask was profound and piercing in the dark. He gradually clenched his fist, feeling the hard edges of the coins dig into his palm. The night had only just begun. He could distinctly sense the presence of 10 shadowy ninjas, like the most loyal phantoms, merging back into the denser shadows scattered throughout the 7th dormitory. Their scarlet eyes silently surveyed the darkness, coldly observing the work-study students who had just settled down, some snoring or murmuring quietly. Especially towards the direction of Xiao Qinyu's bed, the malevolent gaze bore a palpable malice, easily discernible to the ninja's perception. Marked, targeted, Xiao Qinyu. A chilling command was issued silently from the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 7, Shadows Dragged into the Dark Alley, Part 2. The frigid moonlight was sliced into several pale beams by the makeshift wooden boards hastily placed over the shattered window, casting slanted shafts of light onto the muddy floor of the 7th dormitory. The daytime clamor and chaos had settled, transforming into a chorus of heavy and intermittent snores, intermingled with murmurs and the groans of a bed under the weight of restless tossing. The air, thick with a murky scent, seemed to grow more viscous and sluggish as the night deepened. Lin Shen curled up in the shadowy depths of the lower bunk, resembling a cold stone statue. The metallic texture of the Terra mask was his only connection to reality, isolating him from the tainted air of the outside world and the warmth of humanity. The itch of new flesh growing at the side of his broken left arm felt like countless tiny ants gnawing away, amplified in the silence, serving as a reminder of the transformation occurring within his body. Yet, his consciousness was unusually alert, akin to a cold spark suspended in the dark void. 10 shadowy ninjas, like the most loyal of phantoms, seamlessly blended into the deeper shadows of the 7th dormitory, behind the door, beneath the bed, at the intersections of shadow on the beams, and even behind the pile of old clutter in the corner. Their scarlet eyes glimmered in the absolute darkness like miniature rubies, silently scanning the entire space. precisely relaying the breathing rhythms of each slumbering occupant, every subtle movement, and even the scurrying path of a mouse in the corner back to Lin Shun's mind. It was a peculiar sense of control. He was no longer the frail victim, struggling on the brink of death, vulnerable to bullying. He was the sovereign of this darkness, the hunter lurking in the shadows. His gaze swept over the sleeping students, like a cold probe, eventually locking firmly onto the largest bed in the center of the room. Xiao Qinyu, the so-called leader of the 7th dormitory, lay sprawled on a somewhat thick mattress, emitting thunderous snores. Even in slumber, his coarse face bore the remnants of daytime resentment and humiliation, his mouth twisted, drool seeping down his jaw, dampening a small patch of the pillow. The humiliation of being kicked across the room by Xiao earlier that day and his hatred for Lin Shun, the peculiar one, seemed to coalesce into a heavy burden, weighing down his labored breaths. Target confirmed, Xiao Qinyu. Eliminate. Stand by. The cold will within the mask transmitted commands with precision, and a hint of an emotionless curve formed at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth. He need not act personally. A clear thought, like a stone cast into calm waters, rippled through the depths of his consciousness. Action, punishment, stealth, fear. The moment the command was issued, in the shared vision of the ninjas, the closest shadowy corners to Xiao Qinyu's bed began to ripple silently, as if disturbed by the same stone. 3 elongated shadows emerged, as if they had sprouted directly from the floor, rising stealthily from the densest shadows beneath Xiao Qinyu's bed. They lacked substance, resembling flowing ink, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye in the dim light. Their scarlet eyes ignited in the darkness, coldly locking onto the defenseless and slumbering Xiao Qinyu. There was no sound, no warning. 2 of the ninjas, as weightless as mist, floated up to either side of Xiao Qinyu's body. Their hands, composed purely of shadow and existing in a realm between reality and illusion, one deftly covered Xiao Qinyu's gaping mouth, while the other firmly pressed down on his instinctual urge to struggle. The sensation was cold and slippery, akin to the mud of a deep pool, instantly enveloping Xiao Qinyu's mouth, nose, and chest. Xiao Qinyu's snoring abruptly ceased, replaced by a stifled groan, steeped in profound horror and suffocation, lodged deep within his throat. He jolted awake, an overwhelming dread seizing his heart in an iron grip. He yearned to struggle, to scream. Yet the shadowy hand that covered his mouth and nose exerted an irresistible force, its eerie chill extinguishing all sound and strength. The hand pressed against his chest felt as heavy as a boulder, making even the act of breathing an arduous task. His eyes widened in sheer terror, pupils bulging, veins bursting with blood. In the dim light, he could vaguely discern 2 elongated, emaciated silhouettes pressed against his body, exuding an inhuman coldness, alongside pairs of eyes gleaming with ominous red light in the darkness, a sight reminiscent of demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. He recalled the masked figure from earlier that day. It was him. It had to be his doing. The paralyzing fear coursed through him like a frigid poison, rendering him rigid, unable even to tremble. All he could emit was a desperate, dying whimper, tears and mucus uncontrollably streaming down his face, mingling with saliva, saturating the shadowy hand that covered his mouth and nose. Just then, a 3rd ninja moved, like the most agile of serpents. It silently coiled around Xiao Qinyu's powerless right arm, dangling over the edge of the bed. The shadowy arm constricted like an icy iron band. With a sudden jolt, Xiao Qinyu's body arched, a more mournful whimper escaping his blocked throat. He distinctly felt an indescribable, soul-freezing cold power surging into his right arm from that shadowy limb. This was no ordinary chill, but an insidious force that seemed intent on draining all vitality and warmth from him. Excruciating pain. The bone-chilling agony swiftly spread from his right arm to his shoulder. He felt his bones, muscles, and blood silently lamenting under the onslaught of that frigid invasion. He longed to scream, to struggle, to call out for his comrades who were so near, but with his mouth and nose firmly sealed, and his chest pinned down, he could only thrash silently on the bed, like a fish out of water, his eyes rolling back, pupils dilating with pain and fear. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 breaths. Just as the bone-chilling agony reached its zenith, making him believe his entire arm would shatter and be wrenched away, the 3 nightmare-like shadows melted away as silently as they had appeared. The cold pressure that suffocated his mouth and chest vanished abruptly, and the icy sensation constricting his arm dissipated instantly. Gasping for breath, Xiao Qinyu arched his body like a drowning man, greedily and violently inhaling, his throat producing a hoarse wheezing sound akin to a wind instrument. The immense fear and residual pain left him trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through his thin nightclothes, the chill clinging to his skin, amplifying his distress. In terror, he raised his right arm, and by the pale moonlight, he beheld unmistakable, vivid bruises on his exposed skin. resembling the grip of colossal, icy fingers that had relentlessly constricted him. The edges of the bruise exhibited an eerie, frost-bitten grayish-white hue, as if the capillaries beneath the skin had ruptured, slightly raised, and emanating a numbing sting intertwined with a bone-chilling coldness. Ghosts, there are ghosts indeed. The pinnacle of terror finally breached the dam of reason, and Zyakinyu could no longer restrain himself, unleashing a piercing scream that shattered the air with an uncanny pitch. He sprang upright from the bed, tumbling and rolling to the ground, frantically crawling away from the bed with hands and feet, his face smeared with tears and mucus, his gaze vacant and filled with indescribable dread. This harrowing scream resonated like thunder, instantly shattering the tranquility of Building 7. What happened? Who was calling out? What is going on? The slumbering students were abruptly awakened, sitting up in alarm, bewildered looks on their faces, their sleep-laden eyes reflecting sheer panic. Someone ignited a dim oil lamp, its flickering light illuminating faces fraught with terror. Xiaolada, what is the matter with you? A nearby follower, witnessing Zyakinyu rolling on the ground in a frenzy, pointing at his own arm while continuously shrieking about ghosts, was rendered speechless with fear. As the crowd gathered around, they beheld the grotesque, purplish-blue imprints on Zyakinyu's arm, bathed in the dim light, coupled with his frantic, incoherent cries. A chilling sensation surged through everyone, ascending from their feet to the crown of their heads. Heavens, what kind of injury is that? It looks as if it were inflicted by a ghost's hand. Building 7 is truly haunted. It must be that masked figure. He summoned it. Someone pointed in terror toward Lin Chen's corner of the room. Fear spread like a plague beneath the yellowish light, and all gazes turned towards the dense shadows in the corner, filled with suspicion and dread. There, Lin Chen remained curled up, seemingly oblivious to the recent commotion, resembling a cold statue slumbering in darkness. Only at the entrance, Shouwu, sleeping on the upper bunk, immediately snapped awake, her ruby-like eyes sharply scanning in Zyakinyu's direction, then darting towards the shadows surrounding Lin Chen's bed. Her gaze did not mirror the other's terror. Instead, it bore a sharp scrutiny laced with uncertainty. The moment Zyakinyu emitted his first muffled groan, she had been stirred awake by a finely tuned instinctual alertness. Though she could not discern the specifics of the unfolding situation, in that fleeting moment, she seemed to catch a whisper of an otherworldly chill, seeping from the depths of an abyss, fleetingly emanating from that very shadow. Showu's eyes were fixed intently on the darkness in the corner, her brow furrowed tightly. Her small hand instinctively reached towards her pillow, where, unbeknownst to her, lay a shard of a scale, the size of a fingernail, thin as gossamer, yet with an exceptionally sharp edge. This scale, cold and slippery to the touch, bore an unearthly chill she had never encountered before, seemingly arising from the depths of an abyss. She had discovered this scale when she had inadvertently found it amidst the splintered wood of the window frame while sealing it. Chapter 8. The Baptism of Terror Over 7 Consecutive Nights. Part 1. Xiaoqinyu's piercing wail echoed through the stillness of the 7th dormitory, akin to droplets of water sizzling in a cauldron of boiling oil, shattering the silence of the night. The flickering oil lamp cast a ghastly glow upon faces twisted in terror, revealing expressions reminiscent of phantoms. The air was thick with a noxious miasma, overlaid by the acrid scent of cold sweat and palpable fear. Ghost! It is a ghost! He summoned it. A voice shrieked, pointing towards Lin Chen's bed in the corner, the sound fracturing under the weight of dread. The bruises appeared as if they were grasped by the frigid fingers of a specter. We must leave. We cannot stay in the 7th dormitory. Panic spread like an invisible plague, surging wildly in the cramped space. Several timid students had already clutched their bedding, scuttling towards the door in a frenzied crawl, trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoqinyu, barely supported by 2 companions, collapsed to the ground, shivering like a leaf caught in a tempest. His eyes were vacant, desperately clutching the grotesque bruises on his right arm, which appeared even more sinister under the lamp's glow, while he muttered nervously, "Ghost, cold. It grabs me." Chaos surged like boiling porridge. Yet, in the corner, a dense shadow remained undisturbed, shrouded in silence. Lin Chen's curled form faded into the flickering light, resembling a forgotten, frigid statue. He seemed entirely isolated from the screams, cries, accusations, and fearful gazes that surrounded him. Only the cold eyes beneath his mask quietly opened in the depths of the shadow, reflecting the terror he had ignited with his own hands. Xiaowu stood at the edge of the upper bunk by the door, her petite figure starkly defined in the dim light. Unlike the others, she was not ensnared by panic. Her ruby-like eyes shone with piercing clarity, unwaveringly fixated on the shadow beneath Lin Chen's bed. Her brow furrowed tightly, and her delicate face bore an unprecedented seriousness. The chilling aura that had swept through when Xiaoqinyu encountered his misfortune was no mere figment of imagination. At this moment, The deathly stillness emanating from the shadow instilled within her an instinctive, inhuman chill. Her right hand tightly gripped the black scales discovered on the windowsill. The icy, slick texture transmitted a sensation through her palm. The faint yet pure aura of cold lingering upon it resonated with both the fleeting glimpse she had sensed earlier and the frigid atmosphere now enveloping the shadow. This was no coincidence. Silence. A deep, authoritative voice thundered at the entrance of the 7th dormitory, instantly drowning out all cries and shrieks. Yu Xiaojing had returned. He stood at the doorway, his faded gray robe fluttering slightly in the night breeze, his face, etched with profound fatigue, now hardened like iron. The sharp gaze from his deep-set eyes swept over the chaotic scene, terrified students, the incapacitated Xiao Qinyu, and the glaring bruises on his arm. Finally, his eyes, like icy pincers, firmly latched onto the silent shadow in the corner. What is happening? Yu Xiaojing's voice was not loud, yet it carried an oppressive force that pierced through the soul. Master, there is a ghost. The 7th dormitory is haunted. It was that masked figure. Boss Xiao was attacked by the ghost he summoned. The students clamored, pointing in a unified direction. Yu Xiaojing's gaze lingered on the peculiar, frostbite-like, grayish-white bruises that marred Xiao Qinyu's arm for several seconds, a flicker of surprise and suspicion passing through his eyes. Those marks were not the result of a mere brawl or accident. They seemed to have been directly corroded by something infused with a chilling energy. His gaze shifted once more towards the shadows in the corner, growing increasingly profound and solemn. The blood-stained attire from earlier, the eerie broken window, the deliberate silence avoiding the removal of masks, and the inhumanly inflicted wounds at this moment. All fragments of clues pointed towards that enigmatic newcomer. Yu Xiaojing remained silent, advancing step by step towards the corner. The sound of his footsteps resonated distinctly in the deathly quiet of the 7th dormitory, each step seemingly striking a chord in the hearts of those present. The dim light of the oil lamp gradually dispelled the darkness beneath the bed with each of his movements, while the shadows appeared to shrink like a living entity. When Yu Xiaojing's towering figure completely enveloped the lower bunk in that corner, Lin Chun, curled up in the deepest recess of the shadows, was finally exposed to the muted glow. He maintained his coiled position, his face buried deeply in the crook of his arm, revealing only the back of his head. Shrouded in the cold mask, and his tattered garments stained with dried blood, his body trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain or fearfully trying to evade it. The cloth wrapped around his left arm shone starkly in the dim light. Lin Chun, Yu Xiaojing's voice emerged, low and calm, devoid of discernible emotion. The figure in the shadows seemed to tremble even more violently, but did not raise its head. Only a muffled groan, laden with anguish, escaped from the crook of his arm, as if he lacked the strength to even look up. Yu Xiaojing's brow furrowed more tightly. He refrained from forcibly moving Lin Chen's body, his piercing gaze acting like a scalpel, meticulously examining. Was there an unusual swelling beneath the cloth wrapping his left arm? Did the skin color visible beneath the tattered fabric appear excessively pale? As he drew closer to the mask, Yu Xiaojing's extraordinary spiritual sensitivity seemed to faintly perceive an almost imperceptible, chilling energy wave, akin to ripples in a cold pond, emanating ever so slowly from the dark red metal mask. This energy was cold, silent, and bore an eerie quality that straddled the line between life and death. A sudden weight settled in Yu Xiaojing's heart. This was far from soul power. It starkly contrasted with every known characteristic of martial souls. It resembled a pure, shadowy force bound by some will. Are you injured? Yu Xiaojing's voice softened, tinged with inquiry. Your left arm? The curled figure trembled violently once more, the head buried in the arms seeming to shake slightly, producing a more painful and indistinct whimper, as if he had exhausted all strength to speak. Yu Xiaojing fell silent for a moment. He glanced at Xiao Qinyu, still shaken, and then back at the corner where this tortured and curled figure, another newcomer seemingly enduring torment, lingered. How could a severely injured individual, hindered in movement, employ such an inexplicable method to assault Xiao Qinyu under the gaze of so many? It defied logic. Could it be that Xiao Qinyu had merely encountered a ghost? Or was it some form of backlash related to the mask that he had yet to comprehend? Tonight's events would conclude here. Yu Xiaojing finally spoke, his voice returning to its customary deep and hoarse timbre, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Xiao Qinyu, attend to your injury at the infirmary after dawn. The rest of you, return to your slumber. Any further disturbances will be dealt with according to the Academy's regulations. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, carrying a warning. There are no ghosts in 7 dormitory, only your own fears. After delivering his admonition, he cast a lingering, inscrutable glance at the trembling figure in the corner before turning on his heel and departing from the dormitory. Yu Xiaojing's departure did not entirely dispel the dread lingering within 7 dormitory. However, The master's authority and his unequivocal assertion regarding the absence of phantoms somewhat curbed the rising tide of panic. As the oil lamp was extinguished, darkness enveloped the dormitory once more. This time, however, the darkness felt particularly oppressive, filled with the sounds of labored breaths and restless movements. No one dared to speak loudly, nor approach the bed in the corner. Xiao Qinyu, assisted by his companion, nearly crawled back to his own bed. He cocooned himself in the covers, exposing only his bloodshot eyes, wide with terror, as they fixated on the shadowy corner, his teeth chattering. The icy sting in his arm served as a constant reminder of the inhuman horror he had just endured. On the upper bunk, Xiao Wu lay awake, her eyes wide open, devoid of sleep. Her right hand still clutched the cold black scale tightly. Yu Xiaojing's words had failed to convince her. While the master's attention seemed drawn to Lin Chen's grievous injury, Xiao Wu's instincts suggested that the curled, trembling posture might be somewhat contrived, particularly when the master approached. A barely perceptible wave of chilling energy emanated from the depths of that shadow, reminiscent of the scale's aura. Quietly, she turned over to face the corner, her ruby-like eyes glimmering with an unusual light, akin to a cat locking onto its prey. She held her breath, heightening her senses to their utmost. As if casting an invisible web towards the still shadow, time trickled slowly amidst the silence and tension. In the corner, Lin Shun remained curled up, yet beneath the mask. His cold eyes were remarkably alert in the dark. He could distinctly perceive the sounds from every corner of the dormitory, Xiao Qinyu's heavy, fearful breaths, the deliberately suppressed yet intensely focused waves of perception emanating from Xiao Wu's bed, and the accelerated heartbeats of the other students, driven by fear. Yu Xiaojing's two appearances and his ultimate handling of the situation temporarily allowed him to evade the threat of exposure. The master's attention seemed successfully diverted towards the grievous injury he had feigned and the potential backlash of the mask. Yet the girl named Xiao Wu, her gaze felt like a prickling thorn in his back. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred slightly. Surveillance. Target. Xiao Wu. A chilling command silently transmitted. A shadowy ninja, lurking in the intersection of the rafter's shadows, subtly adjusted its crimson gaze, like a finely tuned instrument, silently locking onto the small figure on the upper bunk. The night was still long. In the pitch blackness, Lin Chen slowly and silently unfurled his right hand, his thoughts subtly shifting. The air above the palm, merely the size of a coin, rippled ever so slightly as if disturbed by a stone cast into still water. A copper coin, stained with dried mud and dark red blood, seemed to materialize from the void, its icy touch gently resting in his palm. Following it, a second, a third, 7 copper coins and 1 worn silver coin appeared in silent succession, as if conjured by magic. These were the spoils collected by the ninja amidst the chaos of the previous night from various targets. The cold metal pressed against his palm, imparting an unusual sense of fulfillment, money, resources, power. He craved more. Lin Shun's gaze slowly traversed the darkness, penetrating the barrier of the floorboards, like a chilling ray sweeping over the beds of students who slumbered in fear. Their meager savings lay by their pillows, beneath their beds. Even concealed within tattered shoes and socks, insignificant yet marked, new targets. A chilling thought, akin to a stone cast into a frigid pool, quietly rippled through the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 9. The Baptism of Fear Over 7 Consecutive Nights, Part 2. The icy dread solidified like the thickest tar in every corner of Dormitory 7, spreading relentlessly. The daytime clamor was replaced by a morbid silence. The air was heavy with the stench of sweat, the odor of low-quality food, and an inescapable scent of rust-like fear. Xiao Qinyu had become a living totem of terror within Dormitory 7. He huddled on his oversized bed, enveloped in thick blankets, resembling an airtight cocoon, leaving only his bloodshot, nervously darting eyes exposed. His once robust visage now bore the fragility and pallor of a startled creature. The eerie bruises on his right arm, tinged with grayish-purple, had not faded. Instead, they deepened beneath the skin, resembling frostbite, gnawing incessantly at his nerves with a numbing, stinging chill akin to maggots burrowing into flesh. He dared not sleep. The slightest rustle of wind, the scraping of a chair, the accidental knocking over of a cup, or even a sudden bird call outside would startle him into a frightened leap, emitting a suppressed, altered cry. Ghosts. They were ghosts. They lingered. He curled in the corner, nervously murmuring to the empty wall, his gaze vacant. His companions had long been too terrified to approach him, avoiding even the daily flattery and errands. Fear is contagious. The work-study students in Dormitory 7 had also grown taciturn during the day, their eyes filled with apprehension and dread for the bed in the corner. They deliberately circumvented that area while speaking in hushed tones, as if afraid to disturb something. No one dared point fingers at the masked figure anymore. Even eye contact was avoided whenever possible. The shadow in the corner had become an invisible taboo in Dormitory 7. Lin Chen remained curled within the deep shadows of the lower bunk, like a forgotten specter. He remained largely indifferent to the external fears, maintaining a posture of silence and near stillness for most of the time. Only occasionally, when unnoticed, would he slowly move his left arm, feeling the fractured bone knitting together under the swift rush of cold energy, the healing bringing with it a subtle, tingling sensation. The mask obscured all of his expressions, only occasionally emitting subdued, pained groans from the depths of his arm's crook during Yu Xiaojiang's routine inspections, accompanied by slight tremors of his body. The frequency of Yu Xiaojiang's visits had increased. Each time he stepped into the 7th dormitory, his keen, hawk-like gaze would immediately scan Xiao Qinyu's condition and the increasingly bizarre and unsightly scar on his arm, his brow furrowed tightly. Then, his gaze would linger like a searchlight upon the shadow in the corner. He had attempted to inquire about the details of that night from Xiao Qinyu, but the latter could only incoherently repeat words of terror. Ghost hand, cold, it grabbed me, unable to provide any valuable clues. He had also tried to approach Lin Chen, meticulously probing with his spiritual power. However, each time, he could only vaguely sense the chilling energy waves emanating from the mask, akin to the deep stillness of a cold pool, alongside faint groans seemingly born of physical suffering from the shadows. Lin Chen's deliberate display of severe injury and weakness served as a perfect guise, successfully muddling Yu Xiaojiang's judgment. In retaliation, Yu Xiaojiang stood at the entrance of the 7th dormitory, gazing at the curled figure in the corner, his weary face etched with gravity and confusion. He murmured to himself, as if trying to convince his own mind, that some unknown, potent, yet exceedingly unstable summoning-type martial soul had caused a backlash due to uncontrollable power, even eroding the host itself. This explanation, though tenuous, seemed to tenuously connect all the seemingly contradictory clues, the strange scars, the chaos of the shattered window, and Lin Chen's own agony. Yet, deep within his eyes, a thread of doubt remained, tenacious as a stubborn vine, refusing to be completely uprooted. The mask, the cold and silent essence of its energy, instilled in him an ineffable unease rooted in theoretical foundations. He required more direct evidence, or, perhaps, a clearer point of eruption. Xiao Wu was the only person in the 7th dormitory not entirely engulfed by fear. She remained as lively as a spirited rabbit, bouncing about in the oppressive atmosphere, unabashedly mocking Xiao Qinyu's plight with cruel laughter. However, whenever her ruby-like eyes swept over the shadow in the corner, the glimmer within them transformed from mere curiosity to a keen, feline-like sharpness, imbued with intense inquisitiveness. She scarcely slept soundly each night. In the darkness, she heightened all her senses to their utmost, like an invisible radar silently enveloping the entire 7th dormitory, particularly the direction of the corner. Her right hand remained tightly clenched around the cold black scales. The chilling aura of the scales served as a silent coordinate, continually reinforcing her perception of some presence lurking in the depths of that shadow. Several nights passed in the 7th dormitory, steeped in silence. Aside from Xiao Qinyu's occasional screams from nightmares, there were no unusual occurrences. Yet, Xiao Wu's patience and intuition told her that this was merely the calm before the storm. On the 5th night, the dim light of the waning moon was wholly swallowed by heavy clouds. Within the 7th dormitory, one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, with only the oppressive sound of breathing rising and falling in the darkness. Xiao Wu curled up in the upper bunk, eyes closed, her breathing steady, as if she had fallen into a deep slumber. Yet her spirit was taut like a drawn bowstring, every perception coalescing into an invisible thread, firmly tethered to the impenetrable shadows in the corner. Time flowed in absolute silence. At the stroke of midnight, suddenly it arrived. Beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her pupils quivered violently. Her senses were pricked as if by a cold needle. A faint yet pure chill, reminiscent of an Arctic current, unexpectedly emanated from the depths of the shadowy corner. This aura was not a fluctuation of soul power. Rather, it resembled the essence of pure, highly concentrated darkness itself. It shared a source with the breath of the scales in her hand, yet it was even more refined, even colder. Then, within her heightened awareness, the still shadow subtly writhed, like a massive dark shape gliding beneath a calm surface. An elongated outline, straddling the line between reality and illusion, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly and silently slipped from the shadows beneath the bed, skimming along the cold, muddy floor, leaving not a trace of dust in its wake, flowing like a specter towards the door. Its target was unmistakably a frail apprentice sleeping on the cot near the entrance. Earlier that day, the apprentice had secretly stashed away a small piece of rye bread he was reluctant to eat, now concealed beneath his pillow. In an instant, Xiao Wu's heart raced. She abruptly opened her eyes. Her ruby-like irises ignited with astonishing brilliance in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, like a coiled spirit cat, she descended from the upper bunk with minimal movement, her toes touching the ground as lightly as a feather, making not a sound. Her gaze was fixed intently on the shadow silently advancing towards its target. The shadow moved with incredible speed, gliding swiftly halfway across the distance. It was almost upon the apprentice's pillow. At that critical moment, a faint yet chillingly disdainful snort, akin to the sound of cracking ice, unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the corner's shadows. This sound was not a mere noise. It felt more like a cold thought wave directly impacting the realm of the mind. With this icy snort, the shadow that was about to reach its target suddenly halted, as if arrested by an unseen force. Its outline, straddling the line between reality and illusion, twisted violently, and its crimson eyes extinguished in the darkness. Then, like a burst bubble, the shadow silently disintegrated into wisps of thin black smoke, vanishing into the air as if it had never existed. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. From the shadow's emergence, its gliding motion, to the dispersing impact of the cold snort, and its complete disappearance. All occurred in the span of a single breath. Xiao Wu's movements froze in place, mere steps away from the target's bed. She suddenly turned her head, her ruby-like eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief, fixated on that corner shadow. That cold snort had issued from the masked figure. He not only detected the ninja's actions, but had also, in an instant, obliterated it. Deep within the shadows, Lin Chen's curled posture seemed unchanged. However, the remarkably acute perception of Xiao Wu distinctly captured a subtle fluctuation in the density of the shadow at the very moment a cold snort escaped. An even deeper, more frigid will rippled through the abyss, flickering momentarily. Her gaze gradually descended, landing near the spot where she had just stood. Illuminated by the faintest glimmer of daylight filtering through the window, she beheld several black scales, each the size of a fingernail, thin as gossamer, and with razor-sharp edges, lying quietly upon the damp, muddy ground, exuding an identical, chilling aura to that of the piece she held in her hand. Were these scales remnants left behind by the dissipating shadow? Gently, Xiao Wu crouched down, extending her slightly trembling fingers to cautiously pick up a fresh scale. The cold, slick sensation coursed through her fingertips, perfectly aligning with the essence of the one in her possession. She lifted her gaze once more towards the corner, where the heavy shadow quivered as if alive. In her ruby-like eyes, all astonishment faded, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and an indescribable thrill. At last, she had grasped a fleeting clue. Chapter 10, The Master's Notebook, a New Subject. The morning light, akin to a timid visitor, timidly squeezed through the gaps of the broken window of the 7th dormitory, casting feeble shafts of light into the air thick with dust and the remnants of fear. Xiao Qinyu's bed lay empty. Following the silent punishment of the previous night, before dawn had fully broken, he was dragged away by 2 pallid-faced stewards, reeking of disinfectant. As if he were a piece of plague-ridden refuse. He felt as though his spine had been wrenched away, his gaze vacant and hollow, repeatedly murmuring fragmented whispers. Cold. Catch me. Don't come closer. As saliva uncontrollably dribbled from the corner of his crooked mouth. The peculiar deep purple, almost black, bruises resembling bizarre fingerprints on his right arm, tinged with a deathly gray, became the most glaring mark of his fear, and a haunting totem in the minds of the work-study students of the 7th dormitory. His departure took away the most immediate source of screams, yet plunged the dormitory into an even deeper, more viscous silence. The air, tainted with the stench of sweat, mildew, and the sour rot of inferior food, was enveloped by an indescribable aura of fear reminiscent of rust. The work-study students rose in silence, washed up, and gnawed on cold rations, their movements mechanical and stiff. No one spoke. Their gazes, like startled deer, flitted quickly across each other's faces before hastily averting, ultimately tacitly agreeing to steer clear of the shadowy corner deep within the room. The lower bunk in that corner resembled a cursed throne, shrouded in a heavier shadow than the rest. Lin Chun, curled into a fetal position, resembled a frozen sculpture, indifferent to all that transpired outside. Only the cold eyes beneath the mask, shielded by the shadow, remained keenly observant of the struggle marks left on the ground as Xiao Qinyu was dragged away, emotionless, as if watching the demise of an ant. When the door of the 7th dormitory closed heavily, isolating him from the muffled clamor beyond, Lin Chen's thoughts sank like a stone cast into a frigid pond. Maintain surveillance. Target, Xiao Wu. A ninja lurking at the intersection of shadows on the beams subtly adjusted the focus of its crimson pupils. Xiao Wu stood at the threshold where light and shadow converged, grasping a piece of cold, coarse rye bread in her hand. Her ruby-like eyes followed the direction in which Xiao Chunyu had vanished, until the wooden door completely severed her line of sight. Her delicate face bore no trace of sympathy, only a near-indifferent scrutiny. However, as her gaze shifted to the trembling work-study students within the 7th dormitory, akin to quails in fright, it ultimately alighted upon a silent, shadowy corner. Where the corners of her petite lips subtly curved upwards, a delicate arc infused with insight, excitement, and a silent challenge. She lowered her head, spreading her small left hand. Nestled within her palm lay 2 objects, each the size of a fingernail. One was discovered days prior on a splintered window frame, its edges lined with distinct wood shavings. The other, a cold prize she had keenly captured from the icy, silent earth where a shadow had dissipated the previous night. They were as thin as gossamer, nearly transparent, yet exhibited a pure, dark hue that seemed to absorb the very light around them. The touch was chillingly smooth, reminiscent of cold jade from the depths of a deep pool, exuding an aura of bone-chilling coldness. In her right hand, she held the piece of rye bread that served as experimental material. Xiao Wu's gaze flitted between the 2 scales and the hard bread, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Carefully, she pinched the scale edged with wood shavings and, using its impossibly thin and sharp edge, gently pressed it against the rough surface of the bread. Then, with remarkable steadiness, akin to the most precise of instruments, she applied downward pressure. A faint sound emerged, as delicate as silk tearing. The coarse rye bread, capable of shattering an ordinary person's front teeth, was sliced through as if by an invisible laser, effortlessly and silently dividing into 2 halves along the scale's edge. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the minute patterns of her fingertips. Xiao Wu's eyes gleamed with astonishing brightness. She picked up the other scale found in the mud, laying it flat in her palm. Extending her right index finger, she cautiously pressed down, attempting to bend this nearly non-existent piece of paper. An eerie phenomenon occurred. No matter how carefully she applied force, her strength control far exceeding that of her peers, the seemingly fragile scale remained utterly unmoved. Her fingertips distinctly sensed an indescribable resilience emanating from within the scale. It was not the hardness of steel, but rather an extraordinary stability reminiscent of deep-sea ice, exhibiting no sign of even the slightest deformation. Its hardness and toughness utterly overturned her understanding of material forms. This was no scale possessed by any known serpent or lizard in the natural world. Xiao Wu's heartbeat quickened slightly, an instinctual thrill ignited within her veins. What was this thing, summoned by that masked figure, possessing such intensity, sharpness, and an eerily pure, chilling quality? Were these scales its skin, or a crystalline manifestation of its power? She lifted her head once more, her gaze akin to an invisible probe, piercing through the murky light of the 7th dormitory. Firmly fixating on a shadow in the corner, thick and inextricable, as if it possessed a life of its own. This time, the curiosity in her eyes had nearly transformed into a tangible flame, burning with a pure excitement and a sense of challenge. Akin to a match of wits against a worthy opponent, she swiftly and discreetly concealed 2 invaluable scales, akin to safeguarding the first key to unveiling a momentous secret. Deep within the confines of Nodding Academy, in a room nearly suffocated by the weight of time and the multitude of volumes, there lingered a unique scent of decaying paper, mingled with ink and mineral dust. Yu Xiaojing sat behind a massive desk, encircled by an array of books, scrolls, peculiar mineral specimens, and animal bones. The dim glow of an oil lamp cast his stooped silhouette against the towering wall of books behind him, rendering him particularly solitary and weary. Before him lay not ancient tomes capable of overturning the foundational theories of martial spirits on the continent, but rather a pristine leather-bound notebook, its pages already filled with meticulous handwriting. On the title page, in his distinctive and exacting script, was inscribed a striking header: Special Observation Record, Lin Shun, Work-Study Student, 7th Dormitory, ID 001. A well-worn quill, dipped in deep blue ink, hovered above the coarse paper, a droplet of ink poised precariously, yet failing to descend. Yu Xiaojing's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a chiseled character. Within his sunken eye sockets, those hawk-like, piercing eyes were now clouded with confusion. Locked onto the segments already recorded in the notebook: initial state record, date of enrollment, subject, Lin Shun, exhibits severe injury, suspected fracture of the left arm, accompanied by an open wound and extensive bloodstains. Wearing an unknown metallic mask, dark red in hue, obscuring the entire face, refusal to remove request, strong reaction. Behavioral pattern: highly reclusive, silent, sluggish response to external stimuli, possibly due to trauma and psychological shock. Hypothesis: survived a high-intensity attack from a soul beast. The mask may serve as some form of spiritually protective soul tool under scrutiny. Anomalous event record: first night, around the hour of the rat. The sole external window of the 7th dormitory experienced a non-contact explosion from the outside in. The wooden frame displayed irregularly torn fibers, with no traces of flames or impact-based soul power. Lin Chen's reaction: acute and intense pain, curled posture, emitted moans, position near the event point. Correlative hypothesis: extreme emotional fluctuations, fear, triggered an unknown backlash, or perhaps related to the onset of post-traumatic stress disorder. Anomalous event record: 5th night. Subject, Xiao Qingyu, was attacked at midnight by an unidentified assailant. Wound characteristics: right arm exhibited 3 to 4 deep purple, fingerprint-like contusions, and tissue damage. Edges accompanied by significant grayish-white keratinization, suspected pathological features of deep frostbite, with a cold touch and numb sensation. The victim's psyche utterly collapsed. Descriptive lexicon: ghostly hand, cold, gripping sensation. Lin Chen's reaction: according to multiple witnesses, he remained in a state of slumber throughout, exhibiting no unusual behavior. The central conflict lies in the physical distance, the capacity for action, severe injury, and the method of attack, which fundamentally contradict each other. The possibility of Lin Chen committing the act of violence directly has been preliminarily dismissed. The primary observation target, the mask, continuously emanates a faint, non-soul energy field, tentatively named shadow field. Its characteristics include low temperature, silence, and a subtle mental disturbance. Proximity tends to induce unease and a sense of oppression. The material remains unknown, not of any recognized metal, and its structure is complex. The surface patterns may contain unknown information. There is a strong suspicion that the mask serves as both the source of all anomalous energy and a vessel for backlash. The nature of its power aligns closely with the energy characteristics of the victim's wounds, cold and corrosive. The core hypothesis posits that the target individual may be bound to an unknown, powerful, and highly unstable summoning type martial soul, or a similar martial soul creation. This power is mediated through the mask, and its loss of control or backlash not only affects the external environment, as seen in the Xiao Qingyu incident, but also continues to erode the host itself, manifesting as severe, unhealable injuries and mental anguish. Finally, the ink drop from the quill pen fell, spreading a small patch of deep blue on the page. Yu Xiaojing inhaled deeply. Even the scent of the oil lamp's smoke could not dispel the heaviness in his heart. He picked up the pen and forcefully inscribed new words beneath the core hypothesis. Key observations for the 6th night and beyond. 1. Host condition monitoring. Meticulously observe the recovery speed of Lin Chen's left arm injury. Does it conform to the normal healing cycle for fractures? Is there any anomalous energy accelerating or distorting the healing process? Record his daily behaviors and emotional fluctuations, especially at night, in correlation with the intensity changes of the masked shadow field. 2. Analysis of environmental residues. Focus on searching for any special material residues within the 7th dormitory, particularly in the areas where Lin Chen was active and where unusual events occurred, such as unknown metal fragments, low-temperature crystalline substances, and special energy imprints. If possible, samples of Xiao Qinyu's wound tissue should undergo in-depth testing for low temperature and energy corrosiveness. 3. In-depth research on shadow field characteristics. Attempt to use different light wavelengths, especially strong light, and basic elements, water, fire, earth, metal, in proximity to the mask. Observing the reaction patterns of the shadow field, rejection, absorption, assimilation. Warning: operations must be conducted with extreme caution, maintaining a safe distance to avoid directly stimulating the host or triggering energy backlash. 4. Follow-up tracking of the victim. Obtain a psychological assessment report and detailed medical examination results for Xiao Qingyu. The described details of the ghostly hand shape must be repeatedly verified: shape, number, method of attack. At this point, Yu Xiaojing paused his writing. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the wall cluttered with books, returning to the dim corner of the 7th dormitory. The shadowed figure of Lin Chen curled within. The eerie frostbite bruise on Xiao Qinyu's arm, the fleeting shadowy outline from last night that was dispersed by a cold snort, which he had not witnessed. But the subtle hints from Xiao Wu that morning and the newly discovered similar scales on the ground pieced together a blurred image in his mind. All fragments of clues pointed towards a disquieting direction. He closed the notebook, the heavy leather cover producing a dull sound, akin to shutting a door to an unknown abyss. The dim glow of the oil lamp danced upon his weary and grave face. This new subject poses a challenge far more intricate and perilous than any esteemed martial spirit he has previously encountered. It not only contests the theoretical framework he has painstakingly established throughout his life, but also seems to whisper silently of a chilling possibility. Beneath the mask, in the shadows, lies not merely a force spiraling out of control, but rather a cold, ravenous will awakening from slumber. Chapter 11. The ingenious utility of the Shadow Porter. A tingling sensation emanates from the depths of his fractured left arm, akin to countless tiny ants tirelessly gnawing at his marrow, weaving an intricate tapestry of discomfort. This is no longer mere pain. It is a savage growth, defying reason, driven by a frigid force. Lin Chen huddles in the thickest shadows of the corner of Dormitory 7, resembling an injured beast lurking deep within its lair. The mask isolates him from the tainted air of the outside world and prying gazes, leaving only the chilling metallic sensation pressed against his skin and the absolute dominion that radiates from the 10 pairs of crimson eyes within his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Dormitory 7. The disappearance of Xiao Qinyu has not bestowed true tranquility upon this space. Fear lingers like aged mold, silently proliferating in the stillness. The work-study students move in and out with increasing stealth, their conversations reduced to hushed whispers, and their furtive glances towards the corner betray an inescapable wariness. As if peering at a potential source of plague ready to erupt, Lin Chun relishes this atmosphere. Fear serves as the finest shield in an invisible prison. His consciousness flows like a cold stream, silently traversing the shared vision of the 10 shadow ninjas. The meager copper coins hidden beneath each bed, the worn garments cradling a few polished iron pieces, perhaps their only possessions, and even the forgotten, desiccated nuts nestled in the corner's mouse holes. These insignificant resources illuminate like fireflies in the dark to the ninja's crimson vision, their locations, quantities, and conditions vividly apparent. However, Lin Chen's gaze does not linger long. Dormitory 7 is too impoverished. These scattered coins and iron, imbued with sweat and warmth, are but a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient to sate the abyssal cold thirst emanating from within the mask. The energy expended in forcibly removing the ninja who attempted to gather bread last night has made him acutely aware of the scarcity of resources. He requires more. Something far denser. A subtle thought flickers, akin to a stone cast upon the tranquil lake of consciousness. Retrieval, metal, high-density, energy residue. The command is transmitted silently. The 10 ninjas, concealed in the shadows, adjust their scanning modes instantly, their crimson eyes transforming into precise sensors. Their perception of physical forms is temporarily suppressed as they enhance their sensitivity to capture the faint, cold essence of metal present in the space, along with any anomalous residual fluctuations of unnatural energy that might exist. Feedback flows into Lin Chen's consciousness like a frigid stream. Most signals are weak and chaotic, rusty nails, broken copper buckles, remnants of shattered pots, akin to sporadic fragments of or scattered throughout a barren vein. Suddenly, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear and stable signal point ignites in the shared perceptual field of the ninjas, like a solitary star emerging in the night. Location: outside the 7th dormitory, in the vicinity of the western boundary wall of the academy, approximately 300 meters away. The essence of that signal, though not grandiose, emanated an innate and pure hardness that far surpassed that of ordinary metals. What invigorated Lin Chen's spirit even more was the presence of an extremely thin, nearly dissipated yet exceptionally pure residue of energy, entwined at the fringes of that pristine metallic texture. This energy did not belong to soul power nor to natural elements. It resembled the remnants of a highly compressed and structured will, ancient, cold, imbued with a unique rhythm reminiscent of handcrafted artifacts. The word blacksmith shop resonated within him like an activated password, instantly leaping forth from the fragmented information imprinted on the mask. To the west of Notting City, near the base of the city wall, lay Old Jack's blacksmith shop, a place dedicated to providing fundamental repairs for both the academy and the city guard. Target locked. Lin Chen's gaze beneath the mask remained unwavering. Action required timing. During the day, the 7th dormitory bustled with activity, and Yu Xiaojiang's patrol frequency had notably increased. That girl, Xiao Wu, was akin to an indefatigable sentinel. Her perception wove through the shadows like an invisible web, brushing across the area several times with a keen awareness that even Lin Chen found somewhat challenging. He needed to bide his time. Moments passed in oppressive silence, accompanied by the persistent tingling deep within the fracture of his left arm. After the midday clamor subsided, the afternoon enveloped the 7th dormitory in a languorous stupor. Most work-study students had been assigned to clean the academy square or organize the storerooms, leaving only a few on their breaks, curled up in their beds, dozing. Opportunity. Lin Chen's consciousness, like a frigid probe, once more swept through the entire 7th dormitory, confirming that no one was awake, particularly noting Xiao Wu's absence as she seemed to have headed toward the cafeteria. The ninjas lurking in the shadows signaled absolute safety. Action. Target: blacksmith shop, metal, energy source. Path: maximize shadows, evade. The directives were issued with clarity. Hidden in the shadows beneath the doorframe, the depths of broken window frames, and even in the damp corners covered with moss, three ninjas seemed to receive a silent command. Their bodies, existing in a realm between reality and illusion, instantly melded into the surroundings, akin to 3 drops of ink dissolving into an ink pool, silently slipping out of the shadows of the 7th dormitory and into the dimmer light of the corridor outside. Lin Chen shared their vision. The scene before him transformed as if a filter had been switched. Normal light was filtered away, leaving the world composed solely of varying shades of gray and flowing shadows. The shadows cast by the corridor's pillars became expansive passages, while the accumulated clutter in the corners morphed into perfect cover. Even the dappled light cast by distant leaves swaying in the wind became a springboard for their swift movements. The 3 shadows glided through the liquid darkness like fish, moving with incredible speed, yet stirring not a speck of dust nor disturbing a wisp of air. They adhered to the walls, skimmed across the ground, and traversed unnoticed narrow gaps, skillfully avoiding the fleeting shadows cast by the occasional passing academy servants. The distance of 300 meters was infinitely shortened within the realm of shadows. Soon, the shared vision shifted. A low, sturdy structure of stone and wood emerged at the edge of perception. The walls, stained by years of smoke, bore a charred blackness, while the roof was adorned with heavy, dark green stones, their edges sprouting with withered grass. A potent aroma, a blend of burning coal, searing metal, sweat, and rust, wafted through the air, perceptible even from a distance, shrouded in shadows. The rhythmic clanging of a hammer resonated like a muffled heartbeat from within the structure. This was Old Jack's blacksmith shop. 3 ninjas, akin to the most patient of hunters, refrained from rushing forward. They dispersed, melding into the towering heaps of discarded or broken farming tools, and the dense shadows cast by the rampant weeds in the corners. A vivid crimson light permeated through the walls, its barrier nearly ineffective against their ethereal presence, scanning the interior of the forge like an invisible beam. The scene unfolded within their shared vision. The furnace blazed, casting an orange glow across the dim workshop, with heat waves distorting the air. A robust elder, bare-chested and with skin glistening like cast iron, sweat cascading like a stream through the contours of his muscles, wielded a heavy hammer, striking a blazing iron bar on the anvil. Each blow sent sparks flying, accompanied by a deafening roar. An apprentice labored at the bellows, the huffing sounds reminiscent of a great beast's breath. In one corner lay an array of crude farming implements and tools, such as hoes, sickles, and horseshoes. There, amidst the clutter, was the metal signal source. Lin Chen's gaze swiftly fixed upon a small pile of scrap awaiting reprocessing in the far corner of the blacksmith shop. Broken plowshares, chipped machetes, twisted iron bars. And atop this heap rested an irregularly shaped metal fragment, roughly the size of a palm. This was it. In the ninja's heightened perception, the fragment emanated a subdued yet dense metallic sheen, far surpassing the surrounding scrap, akin to a star obscured by dust. What stirred Lin Chen's heart further was the presence of exceedingly faint, seemingly natural arcane patterns etched upon the surface of the fragment. These markings, nearly obscured by rust and grime, subtly radiated the remnants of an ancient and pure energy previously sensed, fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, yet tenaciously embedded within the metal, refusing to dissipate entirely. This was no ordinary piece of farming tool debris. It likely constituted remnants of some soul-conducting device. Target confirmed, fragment identified, initiate recovery. The ninja nearest to the shadow of the fragment stirred into motion. It flowed like ink emerging from the ground's shadows, silently gliding beneath the heap of scrap. An ethereal hand, composed purely of shifting shadows, emerged with the grace of the most agile serpent, deftly enveloping the rusted metal fragment with pinpoint accuracy. No sound, no light. The fragment appeared to be ensconced by an invisible force, assimilating and, in an instant, began to dissolve from the point of contact, transforming into thin strands of black mist, drawn into the shadowy hand. The entire process transpired in a blink, faster than a breath. The fragment, imbued with secrets, vanished silently from its place as if it had never existed. Old Jack continued to hammer the iron bars on the anvil with fervor, while the apprentice labored to pump the bellows, panting with effort. Fiery sparks danced within the workshop, unnoticed by anyone. As a trivial change occurred atop the pile of scrap in the corner, cold confirmation resonated within Lin Chen's consciousness. The 3 ninjas, akin to phantoms completing their task, silently retreated along the shadowy path from whence they came. They melded seamlessly into the darkness, slipping through the corridor's shadows and the dark crevice of the door, ultimately reintegrating into the profound shadows beneath the bed in room 7. The entire process, from departure to return, transpired in mere minutes. Lin Chen remained curled within the shadows, his posture unchanged. However, in the palm of his right hand, which hung at his side, lay a cold, heavy metallic fragment, rough with rust and grime. As if it had materialized from the void, he slowly clenched his fist. The chilling edges of the metal pressed against his palm, imparting a peculiar, weighty sense of fulfillment. Beneath the mask, a barely discernible, icy curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Resources had been acquired. Chapter 12. The First Soul Ring, Shadow Wolf. The frigid metal fragment pressed against his palm, its rough rust and dirt scraping against his skin, bringing forth a weighty, iron-scented tang of reality. Lin Chun coiled within the abyss of shadows in the corner of room 7, akin to a venomous serpent ensconced in its lair, all his senses retracting inward, concentrating on the enigmatic remnant from the blacksmith's forge. The mask isolated him from the stifling air within the room and the muffled conversations of the students in the distance. His consciousness, like a cold probe, pierced through the rusted surface via the tactile connection in his palm, touching the fragment's interior, which possessed a density surpassing that of ordinary metal. More importantly, he discerned the ancient and arcane patterns, nearly obliterated by time and grime. A flicker of thought stirred, akin to an invisible key inserting into a lock. Analysis, structure, energy. The instant the command was issued, a faint yet extraordinarily pure frigid energy, akin to the most delicate tendrils, quietly emerged from Lin Chen's palm, or more precisely, from deep within the mask intimately connected to his palm, cautiously entwining around the cold metallic fragment with a near-greedy caution. A faint hum echoed in the depths of Lin Chen's consciousness, almost existing solely on a spiritual plane, like a dormant string being stirred by the gentlest breeze. Suddenly, the fragment in his palm became searing hot. No, not in the physical sense of high temperature, but rather a scorching sensation originating from an internal energy forcibly awakened, a fervor on a spiritual level. The dim, arcane patterns, stimulated by the power emanating from the mask, flared to life like a parched riverbed infused with ink, glowing with a feeble, dark red light that seemed on the verge of extinguishment. The light swirled, forming an incomplete yet intricate pattern. Simultaneously, a torrent of cold energy, far more immense and pure than previously sensed, erupted from the patterns, like an underground spring that had been suppressed for eons. This torrent of energy is not merely soul force. It is far more pure and ancient. Bearing an imprint of a cold, inhuman will, it surged violently into Lin Chen's palm, coursing through the meridians of his arm, like countless icy needles stabbing brutally into his brain. Within it lay not just raw power, but a chaotic amalgamation of shattered and tumultuous fragments of thought. The resounding clang of metal, the fiery eruption of the furnace, the muffled sound of splintering bones, the desperate howls of anguish, the thunderous collapse of some colossal creation, and a low, rumbling roar reminiscent of an ancient beast, filled with resentment and bitterness. Suddenly, Lin Chen's body bent sharply. A muffled groan, suppressed deep within his throat, escaped from behind the mask. This sudden influx of information hit his mind like a hammer. Countless chaotic and violent images and sounds collided and exploded within his consciousness. The persistent itch deep within his fractured left arm was instantly magnified into a searing agony under the onslaught of this ferocious energy. The newly formed bone membrane felt as if it were being forcibly stretched and twisted. This power is too ferocious. It yearns to be consumed, yet instinctively resists absorption. It had lain dormant among the fragments for too long, now forcibly awakened, like a wild beast unleashed. Suppress. Devour. Lin Chen's will erupted in a chilling roar amidst the pain and chaos. The heavy Terra mask on his face suddenly became searing hot. The dark red mysterious patterns glowed like ignited veins upon the metallic surface. An even greater, more domineering torrent of cold energy, imbued with absolute hunger and sovereign will, erupted from the depths of the mask like the gaping maw of an awakened abyss, surging upward in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Two streams of cold energy clashed within Lin Chen's body, engaging in a silent, yet brutal battle at the level of his psyche. The power of the mask, akin to a gluttonous beast, ravenously tore apart and consumed the ancient energy and chaotic thoughts that surged forth from the fragments. The latter, like a trapped beast, unleashed its final frenzy, incessantly assaulting Lin Chen's nerves and still healing bones, striving to break free from this imposed consumption. Excruciating pain, a soul-rending agony, more profound than the claws of a wolf tearing flesh, more penetrating than the pain of broken bones. Lin Chen's body trembled violently in the shadows, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Sweat instantly soaked through his tattered garments, mingling with the dried blood, emanating a strong, briny scent tinged with rust. He gritted his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from his gums, barely managing to suppress the anguished scream that threatened to erupt from his throat. His nails dug deep into the cold, muddy ground beneath him, leaving behind deep scratches. This battle, occurring on a microscopic level, endured for an indeterminate duration. Each second felt as protracted as a century. Finally, the ferocious and ancient energy within the fragments began to dissolve like snow before the mask's more primal and domineering will to consume, shattering under the pressure. The last vestiges of resistance were utterly crushed, transforming into a vast yet subdued torrent of cold energy, eagerly devoured by the mask. Those chaotic fragments of thought were forcefully stripped away and obliterated by the mask's power, as if swept away like refuse. As the final vestige of energy was consumed, the metallic fragments in his palm emitted a faint, sigh-like sound. They had lost all their inherent luster and vitality, transforming into a piece of truly desolate and frigid scrap metal. The enigmatic patterns on the surface had entirely faded, as if they had never existed. The searing sensation ebbed away like a receding tide. The luminous lines on the mask gradually dimmed, reverting to their cold metallic essence. The agonizing pain dissipated, replaced by an indescribable, chilling ache that seemed to fill his entire being. This newly awakened power was vast and pure, akin to icy lava flowing slowly through his limbs and bones. The excruciating pain at the sight of his fractured left arm was instantly soothed, the tingling sensation becoming exceedingly faint. He could even distinctly feel his bones fusing together at an astonishing speed, growing stronger, with the new bone membranes remarkably resilient. More importantly, his mental acuity. It was as if this icy torrent of energy had thoroughly cleansed and tempered him, rendering his perceptions unprecedentedly clear and sharp. The slightest fall of dust within the dormitory, the faintest scratching of a mouse in the corner, even the rustling of fabric as a student in the adjacent bed shifted in sleep, echoed in his ears. The presence of the 10 ninjas lurking in the shadows became increasingly apparent, as if they were extensions of his own being. Energy surged, his limits expanded, and the number of summons increased. A frigid stream of confirmation resonated from the depths of the mask, imbued with a hint of satisfaction. Lin Chun gradually relaxed his clenched fist. The utterly worthless scrap of metal silently slipped into the dirt beneath him, stained with sweat and grime. He opened his palm, revealing the faint red marks left by the jagged fragments, along with a lingering sense of cold power. At that moment, a profound and primal surge of soul energy, imbued with a ferocious aura, erupted like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, emanating from the direction of Nodding City. It instantaneously penetrated the walls of the dormitory, striking Lin Chen's heightened senses with clarity. This oscillation was rife with bloodlust, brutality, and a ravenous hunger. It was a soul beast. Moreover, it was a formidable soul beast engaged in hunting or combat. The intensity of its soul power far surpassed that of the ordinary gray wolves that had previously assailed him. Lin Chen's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, ignited with a chilling brilliance. This wave of energy seemed to possess a peculiar allure. From the depths of the mask, the cold will that had recently consumed pure energy and was in an active state surged with an intense craving for this incoming, wild soul energy. Like a hungry shark sensing blood. Target locked, direction northwest, 3 kilometers. Energy compatible and absorbable. A frigid stream of directives materialized within his consciousness, confirmed, almost simultaneously with the detection of the soul beast's wave. Lin Chun distinctly sensed a similarly sharp and powerful life force stirring in the upper bunk near the door of the dormitory. Xiao Wu, she had sensed it too. The opportunity was fleeting. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chun sprang forth from his curled position, with a swiftness akin to that of a leopard. He moved with an agility that belied his recent injuries. Although his left arm remained bound by cloth, the solid sensation emanating from the fractured bone instilled a newfound confidence within him, ignoring the lingering chill and pain within his body. He melded into the shadows like a specter, swiftly traversing the narrow passages of the 7th dormitory. In the astonished gazes of several startled students, he abruptly flung open the heavy wooden door and dashed into the dimly lit corridor outside. Who? He has escaped. That direction leads outside the city. A few suppressed gasps echoed within the dormitory. Xiao Wu's movements were barely a heartbeat behind Lin Chen's. The moment the fluctuation of soul beasts reached her, she sprang from her bed like a startled rabbit. Her ruby-like eyes instantly locked onto Lin Chen's retreating figure. She even distinctly perceived that as he bolted through the door, disappearing into the corridor's darkness, the shadow beneath him seemed to ripple unnaturally, elongating as if animated, as though several invisible shadows surged forth alongside him. Indeed, it is you. A glimmer of sharp resolve flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, her petite form launched off the bed like an arrow, racing after him with astonishing speed. Northwest of Nodding Academy, just beyond the city walls, lay the edge of a sparse birch forest. The heavy scent of blood hung in the air like a viscous shroud, enveloping the area. The moonlight filtered through the fragmented canopy, casting eerie and mottled shadows upon the ground. A colossal wolf, larger than the average buffalo, crouched low, emitting a menacing growl. Its fur displayed an uncanny dark hue that seemed to absorb light, rendering it almost invisible in the night. Most striking were its eyes. Not the typical green of ordinary wolves, but a ghastly white, akin to cold phosphorescence burning with an icy fire. Its right forepaw appeared injured, dark red blood staining the dry leaves at its feet. Opposite it, some 10 meters away, a slightly smaller but exceptionally fierce saber-toothed boar panted heavily. Its fangs stained with blood, and its body marred by deep claw marks that exposed bone. Clearly, this was a clash between soul beasts, both wounded and locked in a deadly stalemate. The Shadow Wolf, a soul beast renowned for its speed and stealth, capable of manipulating the faintest shadows, and a centenarian creature. Lin Chen's figure emerged like a phantom from beneath the shadow of a sturdy birch tree. He breathed lightly. The 3 kilometers of rapid running had not fatigued him significantly. As the cold power coursing through him sustained his vigor, his icy gaze immediately fixed upon the Shadow Wolf, radiating a potent wave of soul energy. Especially those hauntingly white eyes, burning with phosphorescent fire. It is it. The yearning emanating from the depths of his mask felt almost tangible. The soul energy attribute of this wolf resonated with the power of the mask, almost simultaneously with Lin Chen's emergence. The wolf's ghastly white eyes abruptly turned towards the shadow where he concealed himself. The beast's instincts alerted it to the presence of this unexpected guest. Sensing a far greater danger than the saber-toothed boar before it, a chilling essence that made its very soul tremble with hunger, the Shadow Wolf relinquished its opponent, letting out a chilling and foreboding howl that echoed with ominous warnings. Its pale eyes fixated intently on Lin Chen. Its injured forepaw was slightly raised, and its body crouched low, ready to launch a full-force attack. A more frigid aura, imbued with the essence of shadows, surged from its form. The saber-toothed boar, sensing the new threat, uneasily scraped its hooves against the ground. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, curled into a cold smirk. Faced with this century-old soul beast radiating a malevolent aura, he felt no fear, only a frigid exhilaration akin to a hunter locking onto its prey. Summon, surround, hunt. The silent commands fell like stones cast into a frigid pond. The dense shadows beneath Lin Chen's feet surged violently, resembling boiling ink. Chapter 13, Devour. The Shadow Wolf's final moments. The Shadow Wolf's anguished howl rang out like a death knell, tearing through the night sky and reverberating in the sparse birch forest. Its pale, phosphorescent eyes were locked onto Lin Chen, cloaked in shadows, where a primal fear rooted in its very bloodline was overwhelmed by an even stronger ferocity. The chilling aura emanating from this human felt like the abyss itself, presenting an unprecedented sense of deathly threat. Abandoning the saber-toothed boar was an instinctual choice. This newly emerged prey was the true source of danger. Its massive body tensed with explosive energy, akin to a spring compressed to its utmost limit. The Shadow Wolf's injured forepaw thrust fiercely against the ground, sending leaves and soil scattering in all directions from its tremendous force. Its colossal form morphed into a blurred shadow, ripping through the air, imbued with a potent scent of blood and an icy, chilling soul force, charging directly at the tree where Lin Chen concealed himself. Speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary gray wolf. In the instant it lunged, a faint black mist swirled around its body, rendering its already swift form even more elusive beneath the dappled moonlight. Yet, just as the Shadow Wolf's fangs were about to make contact with the rough bark, the seething shadows beneath Lin Chen exploded. Not an explosion, but akin to a stone cast into a deep pond. 10 elongated figures, composed purely of flowing shadows, erupted forth as if released from the depths of hell, exuding a bone-chilling cold and a silent murderous intent, surging from the roiling shadows. Their timing and angles were impeccably precise, effectively sealing off all escape routes for the Shadow Wolf's assault. 10 pairs of crimson eyes illuminated the darkness, akin to 10 guiding lanterns from the netherworld, coldly locking onto the massive wolf suspended in the air, unable to change direction. No roar, no growl. Only the purest and most efficient command to kill. Swish, 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 swish. The gleam of blades, 10 shadowy blades, sharpened as if capable of slicing through light, burst forth like a sudden bloom of death's lotus from 10 unimaginable angles. Some ascended from below, aimed at the wolf's vulnerable belly. Others slashed downwards, targeting its thick neck. Some pierced directly towards vital points, aiming for its pale eyes. And others, like venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, accurately struck at the joints of its injured forepaw. The glint of blades intertwined to form a fatal net, ensnaring the shadowy wolf in an instant. A chilling howl, rife with terror, agony, and defiance, erupted from the wolf's throat. Its once proud speed and stealth seemed utterly powerless against this web of overwhelming numbers and frigid resolve. The sounds of flesh being sliced, sinews severed, and organs pierced echoed like a relentless drumbeat in the sanguine air. Warm wolf's blood gushed forth like a fountain, reeking of iron, splattering against the cold tree trunks, withered leaves, and the ground beneath. The massive form of the shadow wolf stiffened midair before crashing into the sturdy birch tree where Lin Chun was concealed, akin to a sack emptied of its bones. The dull thud was accompanied by the tree's mournful creaks under the burden. The thick birch trembled violently, shedding dry leaves. The wolf's body slid down the trunk, leaving a glaring, viscous trail of blood on the rough bark. It fell heavily into a heap of dead leaves, stirring up a cloud of dust. The grisly scene was heart-wrenching. The shadow wolf was riddled with gaping, bone-exposing lacerations. The most lethal cut nearly severed its neck, exposing the trachea and blood vessels, from which blood bubbled forth. Its abdomen was split open, spilling intestines and shattered innards mixed with blood. The joints of its limbs were precisely severed, particularly the injured forepaw, which had been reduced to a pulp by multiple strikes. Its once bright, phosphorescent eyes now reflected only a hollow, ashen emptiness, marred by disbelief and despair. Its colossal body twitched faintly, emitting a dying wheeze reminiscent of a deflated bellows, as its vitality ebbed away like a receding tide. The entire sequence from ambush to demise transpired in a heartbeat, so swift that even the saber-toothed boar, which had been on high alert, failed to react. Upon witnessing the once menacing shadow wolf transformed into a mass of flesh, overwhelming terror engulfed it. The boar released a short, terrified grunt and, disregarding any threats, bolted into the depths of the thicket, its heavy hooves fading into the darkness. Only then did Lin Chun emerge slowly from the shadows of the trees, indifferent to the warm wolf's blood splattered across his mask and tattered garments. His cold gaze, akin to that of one surveying a lifeless object, settled upon the still-twitching corpse of the shadow wolf. 10 shadowy ninjas, like statues having completed their task, silently sheathed their blades, merging back into the shadows beneath Lin Chen's feet, their crimson eyes gradually dimming. The thick, inescapable stench of blood and the remnants of carnage lay testament to the brief but brutal slaughter. Just then, above the wolf's body, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A bright yellow halo emerged without warning from its mangled form. The light was gentle, yet exuded an undeniable force of law, instantly dispersing the surrounding blood and darkness. Radiance swiftly coalesced and spiraled, ultimately forming a solid, slowly rotating yellow halo a foot above the corpse. The halo, approximately half a meter in diameter, radiated pure and potent energy waves. Amidst the flowing brilliance, one could faintly discern a shrunken, spectral wolf within the halo, silently roaring with the ferocity and resentment it bore in life. This was the manifestation of a century's worth of soul energy, a 100-year soul ring, its yellow hue signifying a century of cultivation. The energy it encapsulated was far beyond that of a 10-year soul ring. Lin Chen's gaze, hidden beneath his mask, ignited with an intense fervor. He distinctly felt the coldness of the Terra mask on his face transform into an overwhelming heat at the moment the soul ring appeared. The once icy and ravenous will within the depths of the mask ignited like dry tinder, unleashing an unprecedented greed for high-quality energy. The target was set, soul ring. The energy compatibility was extraordinarily high. The command to devour was confirmed. The chilling directive surged through Lin Chen's consciousness like a tidal wave, bearing an irresistible compulsion. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward, his remaining right hand darting out in a lightning-quick motion, fingers splayed in an almost brutish manner, reaching directly for the yellow soul ring suspended above the corpse. Just as his palm was about to make contact with the halo of the soul ring, a sharp and urgent voice cried out, "Stop! Don't touch it!" The voice, clear and laden with disbelief, erupted like thunder from the thicket not far behind Lin Chun. It was Xiao Wu. She had followed Lin Chun's aura, and upon bursting from the underbrush, her eyes widened in horror at the blood-soaked scene before her, as well as Lin Chen's reckless attempt to grasp the soul ring. Her ruby-like eyes bulged in shock. What had she witnessed? A severely injured student, alone, instantly slaying a 100-year spectral wolf with unknown means? And now, he intended to absorb the soul ring with his bare hands? It was sheer madness. Without a soul master to guide him and devoid of the protection of the spirit hall, forcibly absorbing a soul ring, especially one of a century's worth, could unleash a torrent of violent energy capable of obliterating both his body and soul in an instant. However, her warning came too late. Lin Chen's hand had already landed firmly upon the slowly rotating yellow soul ring. A deep, resounding hum erupted, reminiscent of an ancient bell, radiating outward from the center of his palm. The yellow halo's brilliance intensified, becoming blinding, akin to a miniature sun rising amidst the trees. The furious and malevolent energy, infused with all the resentment and unwillingness of the spectral wolf in its final moments, surged like a torrent through Lin Chen's arm, violently flooding into his being. Unable to suppress the agony any longer, Lin Chen let out a scream filled with excruciating pain, erupting from the depths of his throat. His body convulsed violently as if struck by high voltage, his tattered clothing tearing apart under the onslaught of the surging soul energy. Beneath his exposed skin, dark blue-black veins bulged grotesquely, resembling twisted worms as they surged forth. It was as if he were on the verge of an explosive rupture. The ferocious energy of the century-old soul ring surged through his fragile meridians like countless searing steel blades, wreaking havoc within him. The lingering malevolent will of the shadow wolf assaulted his mental realm like a most insidious curse. Agonizing pain, a soul-rending torment instantaneously overwhelmed all of his senses. Xiao Wu gasped in horror, her face drained of color. It was over. This madman was doomed. She could even envision the harrowing spectacle of Lin Chen's body exploding, his soul scattering into oblivion in the next moment. However, just as it seemed Lin Chen was about to be entirely torn apart by the frenzied soul power, the dark red Terra mask upon his face suddenly erupted with an unparalleled crimson radiance. The intricate patterns on the mask's surface glimmered like a river of molten lava, instantly becoming blindingly brilliant. A colossal, domineering, and chilling torrent of energy, imbued with an undeniable will to dominate and consume, roared forth from the depths of the mask. Akin to a slumbering abyssal beast awakening, this frigid current surged violently up Lin Chen's arm, meeting the onslaught of the chaotic yellow soul power without fusion or guidance, only the raw, primal act of devouring. With a sound akin to a searing iron plunged into icy waters, the two fundamentally distinct forces collided and tore at each other in Lin Chen's body. At the intersection of his arm's meridians, in a brutal clash, the yellow soul power, wild and ferocious, surged forth with the primal instincts of the shadow wolf, attacking and biting with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the dark red icy torrent, like an insatiable maw, exerted a greed that transcended the laws of nature, ruthlessly tearing, crushing, and assimilating the yellow energy. With each collision, Lin Chen's body trembled violently as if struck by a colossal hammer, emitting pained groans from his overburdened bones. Lin Chen's screams grew more anguished and piercing, his body arching like a shrimp, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The skin of his right arm, caught in the fierce conflict of the yellow and red energies, alternated between swelling like a searing iron and sinking into a cold, purplish hue, an utterly horrifying sight. Xiao Wu was completely transfixed. She had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying spectacle of soul ring absorption. This was not mere absorption. It resembled a battle between two forces vying for dominion over this human body. The war raging within Lin Chen was both brutal and fleeting. Ultimately, the mask's chilling power was a more primal and domineering force. It greedily drew forth the pure energy that had emerged from the devoured fragments of the soul guide within Lin Chen, transforming it into an overwhelming will to obliterate. The yellow soul power, akin to waves crashing against rocks, was swiftly crushed and dismantled. The remnants of the shadow wolf's will within it melted away before the mask's cold and merciless dominion, like snow under the sun, vanishing without a trace. In a mere few breaths, the once dazzling yellow soul ring, suspended above Lin Chen's palm, appeared as if drained of all its essence, instantly dimming into obscurity. Its rotational speed plummeted, the brilliance flickering like a candle in the wind. Finally, it emitted a soft sound, reminiscent of glass shattering. Crack. The golden halo shattered completely, transforming into countless faint yellow specks, akin to fireflies scattered by the wind, instantly dissipating into the air. The soul ring was forcibly devoured. Not merely absorbed, but utterly consumed and obliterated. The volatile energy clashing within Lin Chen's palm vanished in an instant. He stumbled forward as if drained of strength. Kneeling on one knee upon the cold ground, his right hand pressed against the icy surface, breathing heavily. Sweat, mingled with blood seeping from his 7 orifices, trickled down his pallid chin, dripping onto the withered leaves. His tattered clothing was thoroughly soaked with perspiration, clinging to his form and outlining the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest. Pain, a torment that penetrated to the very marrow. It felt as though his entire being had been thoroughly torn apart by the recent battle. Yet amidst the agony, a novel, cold, and formidable sense of power began to surge forth, akin to a newly sprouted vine, wildly proliferating from the deepest recesses of his limbs and bones. He could distinctly feel a faint, metallic chime emanating from the site of his fractured left arm, signaling its complete healing. Moreover, it was now far more resilient than before the injury. His muscles, veins, and even blood seemed to have been reforged by that icy power, brimming with explosive strength. His mental prowess surged as well. Every rustle and movement within several meters was as clear to him as if viewed from the palm of his hand. More importantly, he beheld a vision, deep within his consciousness, within the link representative of his connection to the Shadow Legion. Where once there had been merely 10 dim specks of light, representing 10 ninjas, a new, more radiant red light, exuding a dark luster, was slowly coalescing beside those 10 specks. Within that light, a minuscule silhouette of a shadow wolf could be discerned, silently howling. Simultaneously, a fresh stream of weak ability information, belonging to the shadow wolf, imprinted itself in his awareness. Shadow escape, basic temporarily meld into shadows, significantly enhancing mobility and concealment, requires mental energy. Energy, abundant. Upper limit, elevated. New troop template, unlocking. Shadow wolf, high compatibility. The cold confirmation stream, tinged with a hint of satisfaction, emanated from within the depths of his mask. Lin Shen slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes behind the mask gazing through the sweat-blurred vision at the lifeless body of the shadow wolf, which was rapidly cooling. From the wounds on the corpse, several thin, sharp-edged black scales, as delicate as a cicada's wings, began to detach and fall under the dim moonlight. Chapter 14. The initial confrontation of scales and shadow escape. The frigid air felt like invisible sandpaper, rubbing against his exposed skin. Lin Shen knelt beside the shadow wolf's increasingly cold corpse, gasping heavily as if he were an old bellows. Each breath imbued with a thick scent of blood and the lingering echoes of deep pain. Sweat, grime, and the viscous blood of the wolf mingled, dripping down the edges of his mask and tattered clothing, staining the withered leaves beneath him. The excruciating pain gradually receded like a receding tide, replaced by an entirely new, cold, and powerful sensation coursing through his limbs and bones. The sensation emanating from the fracture in his left arm was unprecedentedly solid, as if the healing bone had transformed into newly forged steel. What was even more remarkable was the flicker of awareness deep within him, a nascent embodiment representing shadow escape. A dim glimmer of power, alongside the slowly coalescing form of a shadow wolf, exuding an aura reminiscent of a spectral predator. At that moment, a fierce gust, imbued with astonishment and scrutiny, surged from behind him, akin to a venomous serpent striking. The target was directly aimed at his vulnerable back. Lin Shen's pupils, concealed beneath his mask, abruptly constricted. He needed not turn around. His heightened senses and the shared vision of a ninja had already unveiled the scene. Xiao Wu, her petite figure akin to an enraged female leopard, darted forth from her concealed thicket. Her speed was astonishing, her small fists clenched tightly, the delicate joints whitening under pressure. Each punch enveloped in a faint pink halo of soul power visible to the naked eye. This strike was devoid of embellishment, embodying sheer velocity and strength. A resolute effort to bring down the monster that was Lin Shen. Danger. Target, Xiao Wu. Directive, evade. Shadow escape. The frigid command materialized in his consciousness almost concurrently with the perception of the impending attack. Confirmation. Lin Shen's survival instincts and the combat intuition bestowed by his mask eclipsed all else in an instant. He refrained from turning to block, aware that such a maneuver would expose his vulnerable side entirely. Just as Xiao Wu's punch was about to graze the tattered fabric of his back, Lin Shen's figure morphed, akin to ice plunging into boiling water, becoming a blur, a distortion. The dense shadow cast by the bodies of the shadow wolves and himself surged upwards, alive in its own right, enveloping Lin Shen entirely, as if it were a momentarily closing pocket of darkness. Whoosh! Xiao Wu's punch, imbued with formidable soul power, pierced through the phantom he had left in his stead. Her fist met only empty air, the force dissipating heavily upon the cold corpse of the shadow wolf. Thud! The muffled sound resonated as the resilient wolf's skin and muscle yielded slightly under the impact of her seemingly delicate fist, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. The sheer terror of such power was evident. What? Xiao Wu's ruby eyes widened in shock. The sensation traveling through her fist revealed that she had struck nothing but the frigid remains. Where was that masked figure? In the instant her punch whiffed, an icy, malevolent presence erupted from the shadow of a robust birch tree to her left rear, striking without warning. That aura was like the chilling wind emerging from an abyssal chasm, freezing half of her body in an instant. A vague silhouette, suspended between reality and illusion, emerged from the very darkness of the tree trunk. Lin Shen, utilizing shadow escape. He melded seamlessly into the shade of the birch tree at the critical moment, and as Xiao Wu's attack fell short, with her previous strength depleted and new power yet to manifest, he shifted like a specter to her side. His movements were as swift as lightning, betraying none of the earlier injuries that had left him weakened. His remaining right hand, fingers poised like a dagger, emitted no glow of soul power. Only an exquisitely refined chill of lethal intent. His fingertips sliced through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, aimed with precision toward Xiao Wu's delicate, vulnerable neck. The strike was ruthless, cunning, and aimed directly at the vital point, an embodiment of pure lethality. The shadow of death enveloped the scene in an instant. Xiao Wu's hair stood on end, as she had never before experienced such an icy, unadulterated intent to kill. This was far beyond the means of any student. Humph! A cold snort, laced with astonishment and fury, escaped her throat. In an impossible twist, her petite form suddenly contorted. Her waist erupted with astonishing flexibility and strength, akin to a boneless serpent, managing to shift her vulnerable neck back by half an inch just in the nick of time. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's fingertips, sharp as the keenest blade, grazed perilously close to the skin of Xiao Wu's neck, leaving a chilling breeze in their wake. The fierce pressure of the air sliced through her delicate skin, leaving a shallow crimson line, from which beads of blood began to emerge. A few strands of her pink hair were silently severed, drifting through the air. The chilling sensation and the fiery sting on her neck struck her simultaneously. Xiao Wu was both alarmed and enraged. She propelled herself off the ground with her toes, her body seemingly drawn by invisible threads, catapulting her backward at an incredible speed, creating nearly 10 meters of distance in an instant. Her small hand pressed against the wound on her neck, her ruby eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, who re-emerged from the shadows of the trees, filled with disbelief and lingering fear. That was perilously close. In that fleeting moment, she truly caught a whiff of death. Lin Chen's silhouette solidified at the edge of the birch's shadow. He maintained the pose of an attack gone awry, a trace of Xiao Wu's blood lingering on his fingertips. Beneath the mask, his cold eyes emotionlessly locked onto the shaken Xiao Wu from 10 meters away. The previous clash, a flash of electric brilliance, exceeded all expectations. The instantaneous melding into the shadows followed by an assault from another shadow was utterly indefensible. Had Xiao Wu not reacted with uncanny speed, Xiao Wu's voice quivered slightly, though it was predominantly ignited by unbridled fury and exhilaration. What was that? That was not a soul skill. She stared intently at Lin Chen, her gaze seemingly piercing through the cold mask, and then she abruptly opened her tightly clenched left hand. In her palm lay 3 scales, thin as gossamer, with razor-sharp edges. 2 were caked in dirt, while 1 bore a trace of fresh blood belonging to the Shadow Wolf. These were the very scales shed during Lin Chen's lethal strike against the Shadow Wolf. These cursed things, you conjured them, didn't you? Xiao Wu's voice rose, laden with accusation, her ruby eyes ablaze with fury. The injuries on Xiao Chenyu, the broken window, and the wounds on this wolf, all were inflicted by these cursed things. What manner of monster is that mask hiding? Lin Chen remained silent. The mask concealed all his expressions and sounds. His cold gaze swept over the scales in Xiao Wu's palm, then returned to the faint bloodstain on her neck. The previous ambush had failed to yield a fatal blow. Prolonging this confrontation would only invite greater peril, especially since he sensed a more formidable presence rapidly approaching from the distance, likely the Academy guards, or Yu Xiaojiang, roused by the recent fluctuations in soul rings and the skirmish. Target, Xiao Wu, threat level, high. Directive, retreat. The command was issued. Lin Chen's figure once again became indistinct, resembling a distorted image due to poor signal. The shadow beneath him writhed like boiling water, seemingly on the verge of engulfing him once more. Attempt to flee? A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. After much effort, she had finally grasped the tail of this monster. There was no way she would let it slip away easily. She let out a delicate shout, and the pure vitality within her erupted with a thunderous force. A pink aura of soul power instantly enveloped her entire being. She propelled herself off the ground with a powerful push from her toes, her petite form shooting forward like a cannonball, charged with an unstoppable momentum, once again lunging towards Lin Chen. This time, the soul power coalescing around her fist was even more solidified, producing faint explosive sounds in the air. However, just as Xiao Wu's fist was about to make contact with Lin Chen's now blurred figure, his body dissipated like a burst soap bubble, vanishing from sight in an instant. Only the violently fluctuating shadow remained in his place. Xiao Wu's fist struck nothing but air once again. The frenzied soul power collided with the void, creating a small crater in the ground, with dry leaves and soil scattering in all directions. Damn it! Xiao Wu stamped her foot in frustration, her ruby-like eyes swiftly scanning the shadows of the surrounding trees. She could sense that the chilling malice had not receded. It lay lurking in a nearby shroud of darkness, like a venomous snake waiting to pounce. Yet, she could not pinpoint its exact location. The ability to conceal within shadows was far too enigmatic. Just then, A flurry of hurried footsteps and deep shouts rapidly shattered the eerie silence of the forest. Over there, the stench of blood is overpowering. Quick, let us investigate. It was the Academy's guards. And there was the familiar and urgent voice of Yu Xiaojing. Xiao Wu's expression changed dramatically. She glanced at the gruesome corpse of the shadow wolf on the ground, then at the 3 cold scales resting in her palm, as well as the faintly painful blood mark on her neck. Gritting her teeth, a flicker of reluctance flashed in her eyes, but she ultimately made a swift decision. She quickly concealed the 3 scales close to her body. Then, like a nimble butterfly, she darted silently into the dense thicket on the other side, disappearing from sight. A few moments later, several guards clad in uniforms and wielding spears rushed into the bloody clearing of the forest. Upon seeing the horrifying corpse of the shadow wolf, they all gasped in shock. Hiss! It's the shadow wolf, a century-old soul beast. Who did this? The wounds are too terrifying. Where is everyone? Following closely behind, Yu Xiaojing, his somewhat stooped figure, arrived breathlessly. His sunken eyes were bloodshot, and his sharp gaze swept across the scene, the shadow wolf's body riddled with scars, the splattered wolf blood on the ground, the exploded earth, and the faint remnants of 2 distinctly different soul power fluctuations, along with an icy, inhuman presence lingering in the air. His gaze finally settled on the ground beside the shadow wolf's corpse. There, nestled between the dry leaves and bloodstains, lay several delicate black scales, as thin as a cicada's wings, their edges sharp and glistening with a ghostly sheen in the dim moonlight. Yu Xiaojing's pupils constricted sharply. He hurried forward, disregarding the guard's exclamations, and carefully picked up one of the scales with a clean handkerchief. It felt cold and slippery to the touch, imbued with a chilling essence that penetrated to the bone. The surface of the scales retained a faint yet chilling energy fluctuation, pure enough to send shivers down one's spine. This aura resonated with the shadowy essence he had sensed on Lin Chun in the 7th dormitory, originating from the same source. Yet it was even more refined, more primal. Yu Xiaojing's hand trembled slightly. He suddenly lifted his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the dense shadows of the trees, as if attempting to penetrate the darkness and reveal a hidden figure. His breath quickened, and for the first time, uncontainable shock and a sense of exhilarating clarity appeared on his weary face. I found it, he murmured, his voice hoarse and quivering. This was the residue. Chapter 15, The Master's Notebook. The icy night wind swept through the blood-soaked birch forest, causing the few disheveled strands of hair on Yu Xiaojing's forehead to dance wildly. His hunched figure stood rigid beside the ghastly corpse of the shadow wolf, tightly clutching a handkerchief wrapped around the black scales, as if grasping a red-hot branding iron. The chilling, slick sensation that coursed through his fingertips, combined with the hauntingly pure and cold energy emanating from the scales, struck through his stunned nerves like 2 electric currents. Master, are you all right? A guard inquired cautiously, observing Yu Xiaojing's pale complexion and trembling hand. Yu Xiaojing remained silent. In his deep-set eyes, bloodshot from exhaustion, there now erupted a terrifying brilliance, fixated intently on the scales gleaming with a ghostly sheen in the moonlight. The surrounding clamor, the guards' uncertain discussions, their horrified descriptions of the shadow wolf's wounds, and the rustling of dry leaves in the night wind seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. In his world, only the scales remained, along with the chilling aura that was the same as the shadowy essence he had sensed in the corner of the 7th dormitory for days. Yet more refined, more primal. I found it. This is the residue I have been desperately searching for. It is the key that connects all the anomalous events. The speculative writings in his notebook, filled with doubt, were now ignited like an invisible flame, swirling and reassembling in his mind. Lin Chun's bizarrely rapid recovery from a severe injury, Xiao Yu's inhuman frostbite bruises, the chaos of the broken window, the fatal knife wounds on the shadow wolf's body and the scales that had been shed, every fragment now linked together by this small scale in his hand, pointing towards a chilling truth. This was not chaos. This was not backlash. This mask, this power, it was alive. It was hunting. It was growing. Seal off the scene. Yu Xiaojing suddenly raised his head, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable authority that silenced the guards' discussions. No one is to approach, especially within a 10-meter radius of the shadow wolf's corpse. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping across the ground, meticulously searching, particularly for these black scales. Not a single one could be overlooked. Once found, bring them to me immediately. Remember, exercise utmost caution during direct contact. The guards, stunned by his sudden outburst, quickly complied, dispersing to meticulously search through the bloody wreckage. Yu Xiaojing did not linger. He tightly clutched the handkerchief wrapped in scales, as if harboring a secret potent enough to upend the world. He turned and strode away, his steps imbued with a sense of urgency that betrayed a slight stumble. He had to return immediately to his laboratory. This fragment of scale concealed the key to unlocking all enigmas. Deep within Notting Academy lay a laboratory submerged beneath a sea of books and specimens. The air, once permeated by the musty scent of decaying paper and ink, was now charged with a tense and fervent atmosphere. The sole source of illumination emanated from a powerful lamp fitted with thick crystal lenses, casting a solid beam of light that precisely enveloped the center of the workbench. There, a delicate, gossamer black scale was meticulously secured in a precise metal clamp, suspended at the heart of the light beam. Under the brilliance, its dark hue seemed to devour the light, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly, liquid metallic luster. Yu Xiaojing leaned over the workbench, his nose nearly touching the crystal lens. His bloodshot eyes widened, pupils constricting with intense concentration. The quill in his hand darted across the open leather-bound notebook, the sound of its nib scraping against the coarse pages resonating sharply in the stillness of the room. Sample 01, collected beside the corpse of the shadow wolf form. Scale-like, average thickness 0, 1 mm, edges naturally sharp, not polished. Physical strength, extremely high, diamond needle leaves no mark, strong pressure without deformation. Material, not composed of any known biological keratin, mineral, or metal. Spectral analysis reveals unique absorption peaks. Chart attached. Energy inertia is remarkably strong, with no reaction to conventional elements: fire, water, earth, basic metals. Energy characteristics, key points, continuously emits a faint shadow field, originating from host Lin Chen's mask, intensity 378. Field characteristics, low temperature, consistently below ambient by 5. Silence, suppressing sound wave transmission, mild mental interference, proximity induces unease and fear. Core discovery, field energy exhibits high aggregation and devouring properties. Experimental record, injecting trace soul power, attributeless, into the field range was instantaneously absorbed and annihilated, leaving no residue. Attempting to inject fire elemental energy, low intensity, resulted in a brief boiling reaction, which was similarly devoured. The quill abruptly halted, ink blooming into a small, deep blue pool upon the paper. Yu Xiaojing shot his head up, breath quickening. Devouring. Annihilation. Such traits were far from typical of an energy field. It resembled a living, voracious predator. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, and continued recording. His handwriting growing more forceful. Correlational inference. 1. Host condition. Lin Chen's unusually accelerated healing of a fractured left arm is likely a manifestation of the shadow field absorbing external energy, perhaps the flesh and blood of soul beasts, and subsequently nourishing the host's body. His painful reactions may represent the rejection and conflict during the energy conversion process, rather than a genuine deterioration of his injuries. 2. Attack patterns. The scars on Xiao Qinyu, frostbite-like bruises, and the fatal wound from the shadow wolf, cut accompanied by low-temperature tissue necrosis, align with the characteristics of direct erosion and life force consumption by the shadow field energy. The assailant manifests in a form reminiscent of a spectral hand, highly suspected to be a temporary conglomeration of pure shadow energy, or perhaps an energy entity. Upon its dissolution, it leaves behind a residue resembling scales, which may represent the crystallization or vessel created by the intense condensation of energy. The theory of the mask's core posits that the mask worn by Lin Shun is likely not a mere conduit, but rather the primal core or generator of the shadow realm. The intricate patterns on its surface may serve as bindings, guiding seals, or control arrays for this formidable force. Lin Shun himself currently resembles a symbiotic entity or vessel, parasitized and bound by this power. Regarding the essence of this power, there exists a profound suspicion that this shadow realm possesses a rudimentary intelligence, manifesting as a predatory instinct, evasion of detection, and proactive aggression towards perceived threats. The source of its power alludes to an unknown foundational principle related to shadows or negative energy. Its very existence has already subverted the established understanding of the soul weapon system. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His back drenched in cold sweat. He set down his quill, his fingers trembling slightly from exertion. Picking up a specially crafted crystal lens with magnifying capabilities, he leaned closer to the shimmering scales suspended in the intense light. Under high magnification, the seemingly smooth surface of the scales revealed a terrifying microcosm. It was not flat. Rather, it was covered with an intricate lattice of hexagonal structures reminiscent of a beehive. The walls of the lattice were astonishingly thin, yet emanated a metallic sheen. Each node of the lattice was embedded with even smaller, needle-like dark red crystalline particles. These particles constituted the core energy source of the chilling shadow realm, resembling miniature stars that, under the illumination, were absorbing light at an imperceptibly slow rate. Consuming light? Yu Xiaojing gasped in astonishment. He abruptly turned off the bright light. In the instant that the illumination vanished, the dark red crystalline particles flickered with an extremely faint, breathing like crimson glow, actively absorbing and converting the light energy. This revelation sent shivers down his spine. Trembling, he grasped a probe tipped with pure white crystal, designed to channel gentle light, attribute soul power, and cautiously approached the edge of the scales with utmost slowness. Just as the probe tip was half an inch away from the scales, a hum resonated. The imperceptible honeycomb structure of the scales suddenly illuminated. A weak yet remarkably distinct pulling force surged forth. The faint light of the soul power guided by the probe was ensnared, instantaneously stripped away and devoured. The radiance of the white crystal dimmed momentarily. After consuming this minuscule amount of light soul power, the inner dark red crystalline particles seemed to subtly brighten, a barely noticeable increase in luminosity. It was feeding. Yu Shaojing gasped, his voice tinged with an indescribable horror. He finally comprehended the reason behind the worsening frostbite-like bruises on Xiao Qinyu's arm and the emergence of scales from the wounds of the shadow wolf. All entities touched by this force have their life energy, soul power, and even light energy continuously and greedily devoured. The scales it leaves behind serve as both evidence of its assault and as waste or perhaps seeds left after it has drawn sustenance. He abruptly closed his notebook, the heavy leather cover emitting a dull thud, akin to sealing Pandora's box. Exhausted, he leaned against the frigid chair back, gazing up at the ceiling. Shrouded in cobwebs and dust, his deep-set eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of dread. The peril of this new subject far exceeded his imagination. Lin Chun, or rather, the mask that resided within him along with the shadow realm it embodied, represented a terrifying existence awakening, one that thrived on the consumption of energy. And the Nodding Academy was its inaugural hunting ground? Yu Shaojing's gaze gradually descended, landing once more on the scales on the laboratory table that emitted a faint dark red glow amidst the shadows. This glow, reminiscent of the single eye of an abyssal demon, silently mocked humanity's insignificance and ignorance within the stillness of the laboratory. He must hasten. He must comprehend how to suppress, or even annihilate, this force before it spirals entirely out of control. In the depths of the shadows in the corner of the 7th dormitory, Lin Chun lay motionless, akin to a coiled serpent. He was oblivious to the cacophony of the outside world, entirely absorbed in the transformation brought about by the fierce battle with the century-old soul ring that had just concluded. The restraints on his left arm had silently come undone while no one was watching. His newly formed arm was exposed to the chilling air, the skin subtly glimmering with a metallic hardness. He slowly clenched his fist, then released it. The knuckles emitted a faint yet powerful cracking sound. Strength, a sensation far surpassing that before his injury, surged through his bones and muscles. The fractured bone had not only healed completely, but its strength made him feel capable of crushing rocks with his bare hands. Deep within his consciousness, the shadowy light representing the ability of shadow evasion flickered like breath, ready to be summoned at any moment. Beside it, the red light, symbolizing the Shadow Wolf's combat template, coalesced at an accelerated pace, the phantom of the Shadow Wolf silently howling, increasingly solid. Just a final push away from complete manifestation. Yet the greatest revelation was not these. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, like an invisible key gently unlocking a vast information module deep within his consciousness. A hum resonated as a blueprint, far more intricate and complex than that of the ninja clan, unfurled instantaneously in his mind. Countless bat-like phantoms composed of flowing shadows swirled and dove within the blueprint. Their wings, forged from pure shadow energy, bore edges as sharp as blades. They seemed capable of emitting silent, yet air-rending shockwaves from their mouths. Nightbat Squad Basic Template unlocked. Sufficient energy, meeting minimum summoning requirements. Shall I summon? A cold confirmation message flowed through him, tinged with anticipation. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, curled into a frigid arc. He commanded with intent. Summon. Quantity. 1. The directive was sent forth. The cold energy that surged within him after consuming the soul rings and fragments of the soul guide, akin to a flood released from a dam, was abruptly siphoned away. In the corner of the 7th dormitory, the profound shadow beneath the bed began to ripple silently, like stones cast into a deep pond. A bat-like creature, with a wingspan exceeding half a meter, composed entirely of flowing shadows, emerged quietly from the center of the ripples. It lacked a tangible form, its shape constantly shifting between reality and illusion, with only its scarlet eyes, resembling droplets of congealed blood, radiating a cold and piercing light in the darkness. The edges of its wings shimmered with an exceedingly faint ripple, akin to the distortion of space itself. Lin Chun shared its vision, and in an instant, the scene before him transformed dramatically. No longer was it merely ordinary sight, but a 360-degree, immersive imaging that fused ultrasonic detection, thermal perception, and shadow vision. The wood grain of the bedboard, the distribution of dust on the floor, the depth of the mouse hole in the wall corner, and even the faint thermal outline of the student in the adjacent bed beneath their blanket were all presented to Lin Chun's consciousness as if rendered by the most intricate scanning technology. What thrilled him even more was the perceptual range of this night bat. It vibrated its shadowy wings silently, akin to a weightless specter, effortlessly penetrating the not-so-thick wooden walls of the 7th dormitory. The sounds of footsteps from patrolling guards in the distant academy square, the corridor outside, and the neighboring room echoed back to him like ripples on water. The scope was at least 3 times that of the shared vision among the ninja team. With a subtle thought, Lin Chun commanded the bat, and its scarlet eyes flickered momentarily. Its body, straddling the line between reality and illusion, became exceedingly thin, like ink dissolving into air, silently passing through the wooden ceiling above and merging into the shadows of the dormitory roof, vanishing from sight. Lin Chun's conscious perspective shifted instantaneously, as if aboard an invisible craft surveying the slumbering contours of Nodding Academy. The sound of the night wind sweeping across the roof tiles, the rustling of distant trees, and even the muffled cough from within a room were all distinctly discernible. A new realm of vision, a newfound power. Lin Chun slowly unfolded his right hand. In his palm lay several black scales, quietly collected during the recent battle, stained with the blood of the shadow wolf and his own, glimmering with a ghostly sheen in the darkness. He clenched his fist gently, feeling the sharp edges of the scales graze his skin, a subtle sting that invigorated him. The hunt had only just begun. Chapter 16, Under the Veil of Light. The cold moonlight was sliced into several pale beams by the broken wooden planks of the 7th dormitory window, casting slanted shafts onto the uneven, muddy ground. The air was thick with the stench of fear and the murky scent of sweat, while snores and murmurs intertwined, unable to quell the silent boiling in the depths of the corner shadows. Lin Chun's consciousness floated like a lighthouse in an endless dark sea, cold and focused. He shared the vision of the night bat, a panoramic view that transcended the ordinary, melding ultrasonic, thermal, and shadow perception. The night bat flitted like an invisible ghost among the slumbering tiles of Nodding Academy. The wings woven from shadows sliced through the frigid night breeze, yet stirred not a single ripple. Below, the world, as perceived by it, or rather, by Lin Chun, was laid bare in exquisite detail. The dull echo of patrolling guards' boots upon the cobblestone path, the restless scraping of night steeds in the stable, and the forlorn wails of wildcats beyond the walls. Each sound was amplified, a decipherable code transmitted with clarity. More significantly, there existed the omnipresent shadows. The dark corners beneath eaves, the towering silhouettes cast by spires, the interwoven gaps in the treetops, within the night bat's vision. These were no longer obstacles, but rather swift corridors and natural cover, perfect for its rapid traversal and concealment. Its speed eclipsed that of any ninja traversing the ground, and its range of perception encompassed nearly half the academy. A new vision, a new power. The corners of Lin Chun's mouth curled beneath his mask into a chilling arc. With a mere flicker of thought, a new command was silently conveyed. Reconnaissance, specific target, Yu Shaojiang, laboratory. The night bat's crimson eyes flickered in the void, as though receiving precise coordinates. Its body, a spectral entity, instantaneously adjusted its course, akin to a weightless bolt of black lightning, gliding silently along the vast shadow cast by the academy's main building, deep into the heart of the academy, towards the solitary stone house. Inundated with books and specimens, Yu Shaojiang's laboratory. The outline of the laboratory rapidly magnified within the night bat's sight. The stone house's windows were tightly shut, thick curtains blocking all light. Yet, this did not impede the night bat's perception. Like the most sophisticated of spy satellites, it hovered silently at the intersection of shadows atop the laboratory's roof. Ultrasound functioned as an invisible probe, penetrating stone walls and curtains, delineating a three-dimensional schematic of the interior. While thermal perception captured the sole active heat source within, hunched over the workbench, exuding an aura of exhaustion and intense focus. Target locked, Yu Shaojiang. The night bat gradually descended, akin to dripping ink, merging into the exceedingly narrow shadow cast by the laboratory's lone small vent. Its form became increasingly insubstantial, more ethereal, as if it had melded with the very shadows themselves. Its crimson vision pierced through the gap of the vent and the heavy curtains, resembling the most clandestine of cameras, vividly projecting the interior scene into Lin Chun's consciousness. The sight within the laboratory caused Lin Chun's gaze, shared through the vision, to suddenly sharpen beneath his mask. Under the blinding beam of the spotlight, Yu Shaojiang appeared gaunt, his sunken eye sockets marred by alarming red veins, as if he had not slept for days. He was bent over a workbench cluttered with bizarre instruments, his body trembling slightly from intense concentration and exhilaration. In his hands was not a quill, but rather an exquisitely crafted pair of tweezers, the tips adorned with delicate crystals. The tweezers delicately grasped a fragment, one Lin Shen knew all too well, a black scale. As thin as a cicada's wing, its edges sharp. Under the direct glare of the light, the dark surface of the scale shimmered with an unnatural luster. Yu Xiaojing's movements were painstakingly meticulous, akin to performing a life-and-death surgery. His gaze was firmly fixed on the edge of the scale, where several filaments, thinner than a hair and glimmering with faint silver light, were affixed. At the other end of the wire, it is connected to the base of a complex apparatus composed of several pure crystals and a mithril circuit. What sent a chill down Lin Shen's spine was the energy light curtain, suspended above the experimental platform, formed from the condensation of pure light elements, radiating a gentle white glow. The source of this luminescence was a circular base, activated and engraved with intricate soul-guiding patterns, located at one corner of the experimental table. At the center of this base was embedded a soul-guiding stone, the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a warm halo of light. This light curtain enveloped the metallic fixture area where Yu Xiaojing was meticulously placing the scales, creating an invisible cage around him. Nightbat's vision distinctly captured that when the scales connected by the wire were exposed beneath the light curtain, the shimmering surface seemed to be suppressed by some force. Dimming slightly, a thread of exceedingly faint soul power, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, guided by the tip of Yu Xiaojing's tweezers, detected by Nightbat's dark vision, was cautiously attempting to penetrate the scales through the wire. Was he attempting an analysis? Or perhaps activation? Lin Shen's mind instantly tightened. He could distinctly sense that as Nightbat approached the light curtain, it relayed an exceedingly uncomfortable feeling akin to being near a searing iron, accompanied by a subtle burning sensation. The pure light element energy emitted by the curtain naturally suppressed and harmed shadow creatures. Danger, light energy, suppression. Nightbat communicated back with a chilling warning. Lin Shen forcefully suppressed the urge to command Nightbat to break through or interfere. The risk of exposure outweighed the potential gains. He needed intelligence. At that moment, it seemed Yu Xiaojing had completed a critical step. He abruptly set down his tweezers. His bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the crystal apparatus connected by the wire. Suddenly, the several pure crystals atop the base illuminated brilliantly. A bright glow coursed through the intricate mithril circuit. A gentle yet extremely pure light attribute soul power was guided and amplified by the apparatus, surging through the slender silver wires, akin to life-giving water, and violently injected into the black scales shrouded beneath the light curtain. Under the intense illumination, the imperceptible honeycomb lattice structure of the scales shimmered vividly. Yet this time, the anticipated boiling or devouring did not occur. A faint hissing sound, reminiscent of cold water splashing into hot oil, echoed in the silent laboratory. The black scales, under the pressure of the light curtain, seemed to be plunged into a strong acid. The edges that came into contact with the light element's soul power instantaneously emitted wisps of extremely thin, charred-smelling black smoke. The scales visibly dulled and faded as if forcibly bleached. The minute dark red crystalline particles within, under the dual impact of the bright light and the light soul power, dimmed sharply, even showing tiny fissures. Effective. The combination of light energy with a specific soul-guiding apparatus could suppress or even destroy this shadow power. Yu Xiaojing's weary face suddenly erupted with uncontrollable ecstasy. He clenched his fists in excitement, his body trembling violently with exhilaration. He had found it. He had discovered a method to combat this terrifying force. However, just in that moment of ecstasy, an unforeseen twist occurred. Within the scales, rendered dull under the pressure of the luminous barrier, a few near-fractured dark red crystalline particles, akin to a cornered beast driven to desperation, suddenly erupted with a flicker of weak yet profoundly pure defiance. A hum resonated as a wave of shadowy energy, though feeble, exuded an absolute chill and predatory instinct. Akin to the venomous strike of a dying serpent, explosively surged forth from within the scales. This wave did not target the luminous barrier or the soul-guiding apparatus, but instead precisely, like an invisible spear, struck fiercely at the unguarded brow of Yu Xiaojing, who stood mere inches away. In that instant, the joy on Yu Xiaojing's face froze. He felt a bone-deep cold piercing into his mind, as if countless icy needles had violently stabbed into his spiritual core. The intense sensation of dizziness and the pricking pain caused his vision to darken, and with a muffled groan, he staggered back 2 steps, nearly toppling the instrument rack behind him. The tweezers in his hand clattered to the cold stone floor. Success. Yet it came at a price. Yu Xiaojing braced himself against the edge of the experimental table, gasping for breath as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. With trepidation, he gazed at the scales on the table, now utterly devoid of luster, resembling ordinary ashes, alongside the screen still emanating a gentle white light. Though that mental shock had been feeble, it allowed him to genuinely perceive the insidious nature of that power and the terror of its backlash. Regaining his composure, a more determined and fervent light flickered in his eyes. He swiftly seized a quill and fervently etched down the crucial experimental phenomena and his personal experiences in the opened leather notebook. Experiment record: photonic suppression and backlash. Method: high-intensity focused luminous barrier, activated by light element soul guide base, combined with the infusion of light soul power at a specific frequency, guided through an arcane resonance array. Phenomena: the sample exhibited significant suppression of activity under the luminous barrier, following the infusion of light soul power. Energy annihilation decomposition occurred at the edges of the sample, producing charred smoke, and signs of disintegration emerged within the core structure, dark red crystals. Breakthrough discovery: luminous energy, specific frequency, high intensity, can effectively disrupt the structure of shadow field carriers. Significant risk: before complete annihilation of the sample's core, it will unleash a feeble, yet exceedingly pure shadow field mental shock. The target of the attack directly aims at the operator's spiritual core. Protective measures: mental barrier soul guide devices, must be prioritized for development. Hypothesis: this power possesses basic defensive intelligence and a backlash instinct. Luminous energy is its prominent weakness. Yet the operational process requires utmost caution. Having pinned these thoughts, Yu Xiaozhang's fatigued yet exhilarated gaze returned to the experimental table, fixed upon the screen radiating soft white light. This light is the beacon of hope. Though the process is perilous, the direction is right. In the shadows of the corner of the 7th dormitory, Lin Chen's shared vision abruptly terminated. At the moment the scales unleashed their final mental shock, and Yu Xiaozhang suffered the backlash. The imagery transmitted back by the night bat distorted violently, fluctuated, and subsequently plunged into complete darkness. Target: mental shock, interference, link, unstable. Detection: high-intensity luminous energy radiation. Threat level: high. Command: disengage, standby. The cold feedback from the night bat's information stream was tinged with disorder. Lin Chen's gaze beneath the mask was as frosty as the winter frost. He had seen it. He had witnessed the suppression of the light screen, the obliteration of scales, and most importantly, the pain etched in Yu Xiaozhang's eyes during the backlash, along with that determined gaze that followed the ecstasy. Was light a weakness? A chilling sense of crisis coiled around Lin Chen's heart like a venomous serpent. This master was far more perilous and resolute than he had anticipated. Not only had he discovered the remnants, but he was also attempting to analyze and even find a means of restraint. A flicker of thought stirred. The night bat, lurking in the shadowy crevice of the laboratory roof, silently withdrew from the searing light screen like melting ink, re-entering the profound darkness, transforming into an invisible shadow. Gliding back to the 7th dormitory along the path it had come, Lin Chen slowly opened his right hand. In the palm lay several black scales, quietly collected during last night's battle, stained with the blood of the shadow wolf and himself, glimmering with a chilling sheen in the dark. He tightened his fist, feeling the sharp edges of the scales prick his skin with a subtle ache. The boundary between hunter and prey was becoming increasingly blurred. The undercurrents beneath the light screen were already surging. Chapter 17, Shadow Stronghold, the cornerstone of the graveyard. The night bat glided silently, merging with the night like ink, passing through the cracks of the shattered window of the 7th dormitory, rejoining the thickest shadows beneath Lin Chen's feet. The cold sense of connection solidified once more. The images brought back from the laboratory, and Yu Xiaozhang's ecstatic gaze upon discovering the weakness pierced Lin Chen's consciousness like an icicle. Light was a threat. This realization coiled around him like a poisonous vine, ushering in a chilling sense of crisis. The 7th dormitory, exposed beneath Yu Xiaozhang's vigilant gaze and susceptible to sudden illumination, was no longer a safe haven. He required a more concealed, darker, and more personal refuge, a stronghold where he could freely absorb, summon, and expand. His thoughts acted like a cold probe, instantly connecting to the night bat's expansive shared vision. The topographical map of Nodding City and its surroundings unfolded in his mind like the most intricate of sand tables. Sounds, heat sources, shadow distribution, every piece of information was efficiently filtered and analyzed. Retrieval, target area, seldom trodden, dense shadows, energy inertia. Avoid, water sources, areas of strong light, academy sightlines. The cold stream of commands was silently dispatched. The night bat's crimson vision, akin to the most precise radar, scanned the filthy slums at the base of the city walls. The desolate poverty-stricken areas after the cacophony had faded, and the edges of the soul beast forest, strictly designated as forbidden grounds behind the academy. Ultimately, The vision fixated upon a desolate expanse in the northwest corner of Notting City, adjacent to the towering, frigid city walls. The graveyard, a name heavy with the essence of death. This had once been a remnant of an ancient battlefield, now serving as the burial ground for the nameless dead, stillborn infants, and other unclean remnants. The low-lying terrain was perpetually shrouded in a damp, cold mist. Jagged rocks loomed like the skeletal remains of colossal beasts, half hidden among the wildly overgrown, fetid thickets of wormwood and thorns. Scattered throughout the landscape are shallow pits, excavated by wild dogs, revealing ghastly white bones and shattered fragments of coffins. The air is permeated with the metallic scent of damp earth, the acrid odor of decaying vegetation, and an elusive, penetrating stench of death that seems to seep into one's very marrow. Absent are the signs of habitation, the flicker of any lights. Even in daylight, an oppressive silence pervades, suffocating and stifling. The moonlight appears particularly dim here, distorted by the grotesque shadows of twisted trees and jagged rocks, casting vast areas of darkness that seem solidified. Impenetrable, a perfect realm of shadows. The thick, pervasive essence of death and negative energy envelopes the air, serving as the most delectable sustenance, stirring a subtle tremor beneath the icy mask adorning Lin Chun's face. More importantly, this place is situated adjacent to the city wall, far removed from the academy and primary residential areas, with the immense shadow of the wall acting as a natural barrier. The target is locked. The gaze beneath Lin Chen's mask remains unfazed. Concealment is essential for the operation. He slowly closes his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the dark luminescence that signifies his shadow-walking ability. Shadow-walking activated. The command is issued. A portion of the chilling energy within him is instantly siphoned off. His form, curled within the shadows, becomes akin to a distorted image marred by poor reception, swiftly blurring and twisting. The shadows beneath his feet, like a living entity, begin to curl upwards, enveloping and consuming him entirely. In the next moment, he vanishes as if evaporated into thin air, disappearing into the depths of the shadows beneath the lower bunk in the 7th dormitory. There is not a ripple of energy, nor a tremor in the fabric of space. Only the shadows in that spot seem to grow denser, heavier for a fleeting instant, almost simultaneously with Lin Chen's disappearance. Atop the upper bunk near the door of the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu's tightly shut eyelashes tremble slightly. Though her eyes remain closed, her petite nostrils quiver imperceptibly. In the air, that faint, cold breath, reminiscent of a chilling current from a deep pool, seems to, no, not diminish, but rather, shift. The source has departed. Suddenly, she opens her eyes wide. Her ruby-like irises blaze with sharp intensity in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, she moves with the grace of a nimble cat, silently descending from her bed, her toes landing as lightly as a feather. Her gaze, akin to a searchlight, swiftly sweeps towards the shadowy corner. It is empty. The corner that had perpetually exuded a non-human chill now harbors only pure darkness. The masked figure has vanished. Xiao Wu's heart skips a beat. She quickly surveys her surroundings. The dormitory is still filled with the sounds of slumber, undetected by anyone. Instinctively, her small hand reaches for the scales she keeps close, the cool touch instantly grounding her. To run? Could she manage it? Or rather, where has he gone? A thought strikes like lightning across her mind. Outside the city, the site of the spectral wolf's demise. Or even farther, a resolute glimmer flashes in her eyes. She must follow. This creature is far too dangerous. She cannot allow him to fester in the shadows any longer. Holding her breath, she suppresses her pure life essence to the bare minimum, merging with the night as she silently slips out of the 7th dormitory, racing towards the academy's walls. Her speed is remarkable. Her diminutive figure darts through the shadows of the academy buildings like a phantom. Outside the northwestern city wall of Notting City lies a graveyard of the forgotten. The impenetrable darkness, suffused with an eerie aura of death, enveloped every inch of space like a viscous liquid. Lin Chen's silhouette emerged silently, as if extricated from the thickest ink, beside a half-collapsed gravestone entwined with withered vines. The frigid mask clung to his skin, greedily absorbing the dense negative energy that permeated the air, yielding a faint sense of satisfaction. He surveyed his surroundings. Jagged rocks loomed like malevolent sentinels, while gnarled trees clawed at the sky, and beneath his feet lay soft earth, reeking of decay. In the distance, the haunting cries of night owls echoed, adding to the foreboding atmosphere. This place would serve as his inception. His thoughts unfurled like an invisible blueprint. The stronghold required concealment, fortifications, and most importantly, ample space to accommodate a greater number of soldiers. A burrow delving deep into the earth. Commands were issued, the core of the stronghold constructed, objectives defined. Coordinates established at the nexus of maximum shadow. Troop type, Troll Brigade, activate. The orders were dispatched. Within Lin Chen surged a colossal, frigid energy. Having consumed fragments of soul rings and soul-guiding devices, akin to a deluge unleashed from a dam, suddenly siphoning away a portion of its might. A hum resonated. Centered around Lin Chen's feet, the densest shadow roiled violently, akin to boiling tar. Three immense, indistinct figures, straddling the boundary between reality and illusion, slowly arose from the seething shadows, as if summoned from the deepest abyss of hell. They towered near 3 meters, their forms rugged and rough, seemingly forged from coarse stones and contorted shadows. Lacking distinct features, only 2 enormous eye sockets glowed like embers of dark red coal in the nebulous heads. Their arms were extraordinarily robust, ending not in hands, but in colossal, hammer-like fists draped in rough, shadowy contours. They were the recently unveiled Troll Brigade. Though still in a spectral state, and far from corporeal, the oppressive presence of their vast forms, along with the pure force of will emanating from the glowing dark red in their eye sockets, rendered the surrounding air thick and stagnant. Energy, insufficient. State, spectral. Power projection, 30. Duration, limited. A chilling stream of feedback coursed through him. The spectral state, limited in power projection, necessitated continuous energy consumption to sustain itself. Sufficient. Lin Chen's thoughts crystallized like a supreme commander, instantaneously pinpointing the area of densest shadow beneath him. A three-dimensional blueprint of an underground cavern structure was vividly projected to the 3 troll phantoms. Digging depth, 10 meters. Main passage width, 3 meters. Side chambers, storage, barracks. The blueprint was dispatched. Roar. The eye sockets of the 3 troll phantoms flared with a brilliant dark red light. They emitted a silent, yet resonant roar that reverberated on a mental plane. The massive phantoms took heavy strides, though silent. Lin Chen could feel the faint tremors beneath his feet, their colossal shadowy fists raised high. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds erupted without any physical contact. The immense shadowy fist descended like an invisible hammer, striking fiercely upon the soft, decaying soil beneath Lin Chen's feet. An uncanny spectacle unfolded. The earth impacted by the phantom fist did not merely scatter under physical force. Instead, it withered away as though it had been plunged into a caustic acid, instantly turning to ash, losing all moisture and cohesion, silently vanishing into the finest powder. A deep pit, nearly 2 meters in diameter, materialized out of thin air upon the ground. The walls of the pit were as smooth as glass, seemingly erased by an unseen power. Following this, 3 shadowy trolls, akin to tireless excavators, began to alternately wield their colossal shadowy fists. With each strike, vast amounts of soil and decaying plant roots were obliterated into dust. The speed of excavation was astonishing. A vertical shaft plunged downward at an observable pace. The annihilated soil did not simply disappear. Rather, it was absorbed and assimilated by the trolls' massive forms. Their previously ethereal outlines appeared to solidify further with the consumption of the death-laden earth. The dark red glow of their eye sockets seemed to brighten slightly. The ominous energy inherent in the graveyard soil became their sustenance. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the pit, his cold gaze fixed upon the abyssal darkness below. He could distinctly sense the continuous depletion of his energy, alongside the gradual augmentation of the troll's power. The stronghold was taking shape at an extraordinary pace. Just then, a warning pierced Lin Chen's consciousness. Alert! High-energy life form detected. Location, southeast. Distance, 500 meters. Speed, rapid. The chilling warning from the night bat abruptly infiltrated Lin Chen's awareness. The shared vision shifted instantaneously. From the vantage point of the night bat soaring above, a heat signature radiating pure and potent life energy, resembling a miniature sun, was moving swiftly through the shadowed area beneath the city walls, heading directly for the graveyard. It was Xiao Wu. She had tracked him down to this very location. Lin Chen's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, turned icy. He abruptly looked up, as if his gaze could pierce through the heavy darkness and jagged stones, seeking the direction from which Xiao Wu approached. Command, Troll Brigade, cease excavation. Conceal yourselves. Nightbat, maintain surveillance. Ninja Squad, stand by. The cold orders were issued without delay. The 3 trolls, caught in their fervent digging, abruptly halted. Their massive forms swiftly sank into the shadows of the freshly dug pit, their glowing red eye sockets extinguishing in an instant, their formidable presence vanishing as if consumed by the darkness. Only the vast, unfathomable pit, exuding the scent of earth and an eerie chill, bore silent witness to the events that had just transpired. Lin Chen's figure once again became indistinct. Activating Shadow Escape to silently blend into the thick shadows cast by a nearby massive rock, as if he had never existed at all. The graveyard fell back into an eerie silence. punctuated only by the hooting of an owl and the rustling of the night breeze through the grass. Moments later, a petite silhouette darted into the edge of the graveyard like a nimble leopard. Little Wu came to a halt, her ruby-like eyes vigilantly scanning the ominous wasteland before her. She sniffed the air intently. The pungent scent of decay caused her to furrow her brow. Yet, what truly unsettled her was the familiar, abyssal chill that pervaded this place, intensifying and becoming alarmingly more vibrant. Just as I suspected, she murmured softly, her gaze sharp as a blade. Her eyes swiftly traversed the ground, keenly detecting the recently disturbed patches of fresh soil, alongside a gaping, unfathomable pit that had abruptly appeared in the desolate expanse. Her heart raced. The edges of the pit were unnaturally smooth, clearly not excavated by human hands or ordinary spirit beasts. Moreover, she could distinctly sense a more potent, abhorrent chill emanating from the depths of the pit, evoking her instinctive revulsion and wariness. At that moment, her foot seemed to press against something hard and cold. Little Wu bent down, brushing aside several clumps of fetid weeds. Beneath the moonlight, she discovered a few delicate, razor-thin black scales lying quietly on the damp earth, exuding a pure, chilling aura reminiscent of the treasures she kept close. One of the scales bore a trace of fresh, dark red soil that had yet to dry. Chapter 18. The Struggle in the Shadows. The cold moonlight was fractured by jagged stones, casting broken patches of light upon the damp, odorous earth of the graveyard. Little Wu's petite figure stood rigid at the edge of the enormous pit, as if ensnared by an invisible line of ice. Her ruby-hued pupils fixated on the ground, where the delicate black scales shimmered under the bleak moonlight like an invitation from the abyss. One of the scales was sticky with a small clump of noticeably darker, fresh soil. Her heart sank suddenly. It was no illusion. The masked figure had been here moments ago, and he had excavated such a vast hole amidst this graveyard. What could he possibly want? To nest? A conflagration of anger, fear, and intense curiosity ignited within her chest. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Having tracked him to this point, the chilling aura that had felt like a parasite was now dissipating like smoke in the wind, becoming increasingly elusive. Yet, these scales and this deep pit represented the most direct evidence. He must still be hiding nearby, concealed within this impenetrable darkness. Little Wu abruptly lifted her head, her ruby eyes shining like the sharpest searchlight, scanning the surrounding twisted dead trees, the half-collapsed gravestones, and the heavy shadows cast by the jagged stones that loomed like crouching beasts. Her senses heightened to their utmost. The pure essence of life radiated from her like invisible radar waves, silently expanding in search of any anomalous chill. However, the only responses she received were the haunting cries of night owls, the rustling of weeds in the wind, and the increasingly potent scent of earthy decay emanating from the pit below, mingled with a deeper, more profound chill reminiscent of centuries-old stagnant death. Had the target vanished? No. Impossible. He must be watching, lurking like a venomous serpent. Xiao Wu bit down on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. She felt a fierce unwillingness. The tail she had so painstakingly captured must not be severed. Her gaze returned to the scales smeared with fresh soil, and a bold thought flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. Slowly, she crouched down, opting not to touch the scales directly with her hands. Instead, she picked up a relatively clean, dry twig from the ground and, with utmost caution, gently prodded the muddy scale with its tip. The scale was exceedingly thin, and under the twig's gentle touch, it flipped slightly. Its edge was alarmingly sharp. As the twig brushed against it, a small sliver was silently shaved off. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a keen edge, sharper than the finest dagger in the Academy's armory. Carefully, she lifted the scale with the twig and brought it closer for a meticulous inspection. Under the moonlight, the scale appeared nearly transparent, with extremely fine, dark red veins flowing within, exuding a chilling aura. What on earth is this? A fragment of the masked figure's power? Suddenly, a faint yet icy malevolence pricked at the skin of her nape, like an invisible needle piercing her flesh without warning. The sensation was fleeting, almost as if it were a mere illusion. Xiao Wu's body was instantly enveloped in goosebumps. She spun around abruptly, the twig poised like a spear, targeting a massive, tombstone-like boulder casting a heavy shadow behind her. Her ruby-like eyes locked onto the darkness with fierce intensity. Come out. Her crisp voice, laced with uncontainable fury, echoed in the desolate cemetery. I know you are hiding there, masked monster. The only response was the wind's mournful whimper as it passed through the cracks of the stones. The shadow remained as silent as a deep abyss, devoid of any movement. Yet, Xiao Wu's instincts warned her that the fleeting sensation of being watched was no mere figment of her imagination. That chilling, inhuman gaze originated from there. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her racing heart and made a bolder decision. No longer hesitating, She swiftly retrieved a small, makeshift slingshot crafted from some resilient beast's hide from her pocket. This trinket had been salvaged from an old hunter in Notting City, kept on her person for protection. She quickly wedged the muddy black scale into the slingshot's pouch and, summoning all her strength, pulled back the elastic. Her target was the very heart of the shadow cast by the enormous boulder. "Whatever you are, take this," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her fingers releasing the tension with a sudden snap. Whoosh! The gossamer thin black scale, propelled by the slingshot's formidable force, transformed into a dark streak barely perceptible to the eye, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards the impenetrable darkness. The scale moved with astonishing speed, almost as soon as the sound emerged. It had reached its target. However, just as the scale was about to plunge into the depths of that shadow, an unexpected change occurred. The thick shadow, akin to congealed ink, rippled ever so slightly, like a disturbance on water. The scales, shrouded in shadow, slipped silently into the abyss, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea, without a sound of collision or any indication of emergence. They vanished without a trace, seemingly devoured by the darkness itself. Xiao Wu's pupils constricted sharply. In that fleeting moment before the scales disappeared into the shadows, the surface of that darkness momentarily revealed a vague outline of a face obscured by a dark red mask. Those crimson eyes coldly fixed upon her, tinged with a hint of mockery. "How infuriating!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, a chill creeping up her spine. What bizarre power was this? Even physical attacks could be consumed? Just as she was reeling from the shock of her failed strike, an even greater, colder malice descended upon her like a slumbering iceberg, enveloping her without warning from above. Xiao Wu jerked her head upward, only to see a shadow resembling a demon's horn protruding from the apex of a massive boulder. There, a dark figure, existing between reality and illusion, emerged as if born from the rock itself. Lin Shun. Unbeknownst to her, he had silently relocated above her, utilizing that enigmatic shadow evasion ability. Under the moonlight, Lin Shen's form appeared somewhat blurred, yet the icy intent to kill was palpable, as solid as reality itself. His remaining right hand, fingers poised like a blade, radiated no soul power, merely an unparalleled will to cut. His body, akin to a predatory owl, descended with lethal momentum, fingertips slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed with deadly precision at the unguarded Bai Hui point atop Xiao Wu's head. This strike was ruthless, swift, imbued with the resolve to kill. The shadow of death enveloped Xiao Wu instantaneously. That chilling intent sent shivers down her spine. There was no escape. A scream of anger and determination erupted from her lips. At the brink of life and death, the pure essence of life within her erupted like a volcano. A pink aura of soul power enveloped her entirely in an instant. She barely had time to execute a complete evasive maneuver, relying solely on her astonishing core strength and instincts to tilt her head desperately to the side. Swoosh! Lin Shen's fingertip, charged with the power of shadow evasion and ambush, grazed perilously past her forehead like the sharpest of razors, imbued with an icy chill. A few strands of pink hair were silently severed, drifting through the air. The icy breeze from his fingertip sliced through her fair skin, leaving a thin, fiery line of blood. A warm droplet of blood trickled down her smooth forehead. The dual sensations of excruciating pain and coldness surged through her. Xiao Wu, startled and enraged, pushed off the ground with her toes. Her body seemingly pulled back by an unseen force, propelling her backward at an incredible speed. In midair, her hands flashed to her waist in a blur. Two beams of cold light materialized before her, two small, lethal steel daggers gleaming with a sharp edge. The daggers seemed to come alive in her hands, carving two intricate arcs as they sliced through the air, akin to venomous serpents striking, aimed at Lin Shen's throat and heart, following his trajectory as he descended. The transition from defense to offense occurred in the blink of an eye. Yet, Lin Shen's eyes, concealed beneath the mask, remained utterly unfazed. Though Xiao Wu's counterattack was swift, it had long been anticipated within the all-seeing awareness of the night bat. Her descending figure executed an eerie twist mid-air, akin to a weightless feather, narrowly evading two lethal beams of cold light. The gust generated by the dagger swept past her tattered garments. Having missed her strike, Xiao Wu gracefully landed several meters away. One hand pressed against her bleeding brow while the other clutched her dagger. Her ruby-like eyes blazed with fierce anger as they fixated on Lin Shen, who had returned to the shadow of the strange stone, his form once again becoming somewhat indistinct. That moment had been a close brush with death. This creature's methods were even more bizarre and deadly than she had imagined. Who are you really? Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly, yet it was predominantly fueled by an ignited spirit of battle. Hiding behind a mask and these phantoms was hardly commendable. Have the courage to remove the mask and confront me openly. Lin Shen remained silent, resembling a frigid statue. The mask muffled all sound. His icy gaze swept over the bloodstain on Xiao Wu's brow and returned to the two daggers shimmering with cold light in her grip. The prior ambush had failed to be fatal. This girl's reaction speed and combat instincts far surpassed his expectations. Continuing this entanglement would only invite greater trouble, especially as the shared vision of the night bat revealed several heat signatures representing the Academy guards, drawn by the commotion, hastening toward the graveyard. Threat. Guards approaching. Directive. Evacuate. The thought was instantaneously conveyed. Lin Chen's figure flickered violently at the shadow's edge, akin to a poor signal, distorting. The shadows beneath him surged upward like boiling water. Trying to escape again. Xiao Wu's eyes flared with determination. She could not allow this perilous creature to slip away. With a fierce shout, her soul power erupted once more, and her petite body launched forward like an arrow released from a bow, aiming once again at Lin Chen. The dagger in her hand traced a deadly arc, sealing off all possible escape routes. However, just as her dagger was about to make contact with Lin Chen's now indistinct form, he vanished as if punctured like a soap bubble, leaving behind only a violently undulating shadow. Xiao Wu's dagger once again struck nothingness. The furious force of her soul power exploded against the ground, creating a small crater. Damn it! Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration, splattering mud. Her ruby-like eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding dense darkness, the cold malice receding like a receding tide. Dissipating into the distance, she realized that he had fled once more, and in such an unfathomable manner. Biting her lip in discontent, the sting from her brow wound surged anew. Just then, hurried footsteps and shouts approached rapidly from the direction of the city wall. There! Sounds of fighting. Quick, let us go see. The Academy guards were coming. Xiao Wu glanced at the unfathomable, eerie pit on the ground, touched her brow wound, and a complex expression flickered in her eyes. She swiftly sheathed the two dirt-stained daggers at her waist, then turned without hesitation, her petite form blending seamlessly into the night like a spectral feline. With a few agile leaps, she vanished into the dense thicket on the opposite side of the graveyard, leaving behind only a few trampled and malodorous wormwood stalks. Moments later, several guards clad in Academy uniforms and wielding spears rushed breathlessly to the edge of the pit. Upon witnessing the enormous, unnaturally smooth-edged chasm, they all gasped in shock. My heavens! What is this? Who dug it? The markings are too bizarre. What happened to the sounds of the fight? Where are the people? The guards, brandishing torches, cautiously scanned the ominous expanse, the flickering flames illuminating only a limited area, while deeper shadows loomed like a monstrous maw waiting to devour. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadow atop a massive stone in the distance, a bat-like creature with a wingspan of half a meter, composed entirely of shifting darkness, hovered silently. Its crimson eyes, akin to the gaze of an abyss, coldly surveyed the chaotic guards below, as well as the unfathomable entrance of the pit. The night breeze caressed its shadowy membranes, producing not a sound. Chapter 19. The shadow of the wolf emerges, dawn of the master. The frigid moonlight, akin to a miserly benefactor, barely illuminated the freshly turned earth at the edge of the vast pit, reeking of dampness and decay. Xiao Wu pressed her palm against the fiery wound on her forehead, the warm, slippery sensation from her fingertips igniting a mix of shock and anger within her. The masked figure's fingertips had not only been swift as a specter, but also imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, as if seeking to freeze her very blood. With a final reluctant glance at the abyss-like pit and the lingering, chilling aura clinging to the cave walls, her petite form ultimately resembled a startled rabbit, darting away into the dense thicket. After a few breaths, the Academy guards, holding torches, arrived panting. The dancing flames dispelled some darkness, but rendered the pit's unnaturally smooth edges even more eerie. The guards gathered around the chasm, murmuring amongst themselves, their faces etched with suspicion and fear, yet none dared to approach for a closer examination. This is certainly not the work of a human. Could it be a powerful Earth-type soul beast? What happened to the sounds of the fight? Where is Sister Xiao Wu? This is too sinister. Quickly, report to the master. Ultimately, the guards only dared to establish a rudimentary perimeter around the pit, leaving two to stand watch while the others hurried back to the academy, their minds swirling with unease. 10 meters below the deep chasm, an absolute darkness enveloped everything like viscous ink. The air was thick with the pungent scent of earth, the acrid odor of decaying plant roots, and a chilling, stagnant atmosphere that had accumulated over countless years. Here, sunlight could never penetrate. Lin Chen stood like a statue, an embodiment of darkness itself, quietly positioned in the center of the freshly excavated underground cavern, which was as large as half a basketball court. The frigid mask of Terra clung to his skin, greedily absorbing the intense negative energy permeating the air. giving rise to a subtle tremor akin to the satisfaction of a feast. He could distinctly sense the cold and ravenous while residing deep within the mask, growing increasingly animated and insatiable in this realm that belonged to it. His thoughts submerged into the depths of consciousness, where the red luminescence representing the shadow wolf, a breed of soldiers, flickered intensely. The ethereal silhouette of the shadow wolf, having devoured the soul ring energy, had solidified immensely, as if the final switch had been pressed, pulsating with a fervent desire to be summoned. Energy, abundant. Shadow wolf template, stable. Summoning command, confirmed. The directive was issued. Instantly, a portion of the chilling energy within Lin Chen was drawn out. With a hum, the thickest shadows beneath Lin Chen's feet surged violently, akin to boiling asphalt. A silhouette far larger and more imposing than a mere ninja began to rise slowly from the roiling shadows. It was not a complete entity, but existed in a liminal state between reality and illusion, like flowing ink forcibly molded into shape. Its form surpassed that of an ordinary wolf, with sleek lines radiating strength, enveloped in swirling, profound shadows that seemed capable of devouring light. Most striking were its eyes. No longer the pure crimson of the ninja clan, but ablaze with two icy, ghostly blue flames. In the absolute darkness, these eyes emanated a chilling ferocity and an ominous coldness. Its limbs were composed of more refined shadows, with claws glimmering with a dark metallic sheen, though devoid of fur. The flowing muscular lines of shadow conveyed explosive strength. A tail composed entirely of pure shadow energy swayed gently behind it, like a serpent poised to strike. It was the fully formed shadow wolf. Shadow wolf summoning complete. Status, ethereal, 60 materialized. Abilities, shadow stealth, ethereal rend, with faint dark erosion. The icy confirmation flowed with a hint of anticipation. Lin Chen's gaze beneath the mask remained impassive. A thought flickered, directive, alert, entrance. The shadow wolf's burning, ghostly blue eyes instantaneously locked onto the entrance of the deep, well-like passage above. It emitted no sound, its massive form merging silently into the shadows of the cavern wall, becoming one with the darkness. Only those ghostly blue eyes remained visible, like two undying flames, flickering in the depths of the cavern's shadows, coldly observing the soul entrance above. Having completed the summoning of the shadow wolf, Lin Chen's attention shifted to a corner of the cave. There, three troll phantoms lay like silent giants, quietly lurking in the shadows of the cavern wall. Their massive outlines had solidified further, with the dark red glow in their eye sockets burning brighter. The soil of the mass grave, thick with negative energy, was clearly a potent source of nourishment. Directive, Troll Brigade, continue excavating. Target depth, 15 meters. Planning, main hall, barracks, storage area. The blueprint was projected once more. Roar. The three shadowy trolls, their eyes ablaze with a dark crimson glow, suddenly illuminated with startling intensity. They emitted a silent roar, their colossal forms taking heavy steps once more, silent, yet Lin Chen could feel the faint tremors reverberating through the ground. The immense shadowy fists were raised high, crashing down upon the cave wall like powerful pile drivers. Boom, boom, boom. The earth and rock struck by the shadowy fists disintegrated as if subjected to a caustic acid, instantly turning gray and losing all structure, silently vanishing into the finest powder. The efficiency of the excavation was astonishing. The cavern expanded at a visible rate, delving deeper and broader. The obliterated matter transformed into pure shadow energy, continuously absorbed and assimilated by the trolls' phantasmal forms, propelling their ethereal state toward materialization. The stronghold was taking root and spreading in this forsaken land of death at an unfathomable pace. At the Nodding Academy, in the laboratory of Xiaojiang, the acrid scent of charred remnants lingered in the air, mingling with the unique ozone aroma resulting from the fierce clash of light and shadow energies. Xiaojiang's complexion was as pale as a sheet, his forehead beaded with fine, cold sweat, his temples pounding with the residual sting and dizziness from the impact of shadowy mental forces. Yet, beneath the fatigue and bloodshot eyes lay an unprecedented, almost fervent excitement. It was a success. Although the cost was substantial, the direction was undoubtedly correct. He stifled the discomfort in his mind, trembling hands carefully grasping the utterly dull, ash-like remnants of scales from the experimental platform, delicately placing them into a lead box inscribed with soul-guiding isolation patterns. Then, cradling that leather-bound notebook as if it were a rare treasure, he staggered yet resolutely rushed out of the laboratory, heading toward the heart of the academy, the director's office. The director's office was brightly lit. Flander, frowning, perused a report detailing the severe budget overruns for the upcoming quarter. His customary shrewd smile vanished, replaced by a cloud of concern. A cup of long cold, inferior ale lay beside him. Bang! The office door was abruptly flung open. Flander leaped in surprise. Nearly toppling his cup, he looked up to see Yu Xiaojing, gaunt and breathless, yet with an alarming fire burning in his eyes, his brow furrowing deeper. Xiaojing, what brings you here? Flander's question was left unfinished. Flander, listen, there is no time to explain. Yu Xiaojing's voice was hoarse and urgent, carrying an undeniable sense of immediacy. He rushed to Flander's desk, slamming the thick notebook down with a resounding thud that made the cold ale tremble. Look at this. Yu Xiaojing abruptly opened the notebook, his fingers shaking with excitement as they pointed to the freshly inked experimental records, particularly the pages concerning light energy suppression and backlash, along with his hastily sketched soul-guiding array diagram. I found it. A way to combat that creature. Light. Intense light. Infused with the essence of light at a specific frequency. Flinder was momentarily taken aback by the unprecedented disarray and fervor exhibited by Yu Xiaojing. With a hint of skepticism, he picked up his notebook, his gaze sweeping over the hasty yet profoundly impactful notes and sketches. Shadow field? Energy annihilation? Mental rebound? Xiaojing, have you been overexerting yourself these past few days? What new theory are you delving into? Flinder had always maintained a 7-part respect and 3-part resignation towards Yu Xiaojing's theories, especially when they appeared excessively extraordinary. Not a theory, a fact. Yu Xiaojing raised his voice sharply, his eyes bloodshot. The wounds of Xiao Qinyu. The shattered window of room 7. Last night's report of the century-old shadow wolf being ruthlessly dismembered outside the city. And this. He abruptly produced a lead box from his pocket, opening it to reveal the decayed remnants of a scale. This is all evidence. An entity possessing an unfathomable and terrifying power. It resides within Lin Chun, the new work-study student from room 7. That mask. The mask is the core. It is evolving. Flinder. It is evolving within Nodding City. Yu Xiaojing's words flowed like a barrage of cannon fire, each syllable laden with gravity. The skepticism on Flinder's face gradually gave way to seriousness. He was aware of Xiao Qinyu's mental breakdown and subsequent removal, and the report regarding the century-old shadow wolf's mysterious dismemberment had just landed on his desk. Coupled with the ominous remnants in Yu Xiaojing's hand, everything seemed to point toward an existence beyond the realm of reason. Are you certain? Flinder's voice grew somber, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, a habitual gesture during weighty deliberations. 100% certain, Yu Xiaojing asserted emphatically, and I have discovered its weakness. Light. However, it requires a powerful light element soul-guiding device as the core, necessitating a specific frequency of light essence, alongside a soul-guiding device capable of shielding against mental shocks. Flinder. I need the Academy's full support. Resources from the soul-guiding department. Personnel. We must swiftly create a device capable of stabilizing, or even annihilating, that power. Otherwise, Yu Xiaojing's voice trembled imperceptibly. Once it fully matures, the entirety of Nodding City may become its hunting ground. Flinder fell silent. He glanced at the report on the severe budget overruns laid on the table, then at the decayed scale in Yu Xiaojing's hand and the astonishing records in his notebook. In his astute eyes, various calculations flashed rapidly. The Academy's financial crisis, an unknown colossal threat, Yu Xiaojing's credibility, and the potential significant risks. Ultimately, Flinder slammed his hand on the table, causing a wine glass to topple, spilling cold ale across the surface. Done. A gambler's glint ignited in Flinder's keen eyes. A familiar expression of shrewdness and tenacity resurfacing on his face, recalling the precious light stones in the soul-guiding department's reserves. And that antiquated yet functional soul frequency resonator. It's all yours. Personnel? That Zhao Wuji has been rather idle lately. Let him bring a few senior students from the soul-guiding department to assist you. Make sure to achieve something noteworthy. He fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaojing, enunciating each word. Xiaojing, this is a gamble with the Academy's very foundation. You had better not disappoint me. In Yu Xiaojing's eyes, a fervent light erupted, as if the weariness had been swept away in an instant. Rest assured, Flinder, this time, what we capture is not merely a shadow, but the dawn. He seized his notebook and pencil case, as though clutching the very spark of salvation for the world, and dashed out of the dean's office, his figure vanishing into the dim corridor. Thus commenced a luminous counteroffensive against the shadows, quietly unfolding within the halls of Nodding Academy. Meanwhile, deep beneath the death-shrouded graveyard, new shadow minions were silently gestating, accompanied by the rumbling of trolls digging, an unvoiced cacophony. Chapter 20. Shadows beneath the abyss and the laboratory's blinding light. Absolute darkness reigned as the sole sovereign of the 10-meter-deep pit beneath the graveyard. The air was as thick as congealed ink, mingling the pungent scent of earth with the acrid odor of decaying plant roots, and an ancient, bone-deep chill of death that had settled over countless years, creating a unique atmosphere. This was a realm eternally devoid of sunlight, a favored breeding ground for the Mask of Terra. Lin Chen's figure stood like a statue of darkness itself, poised at the center of the cavern. The cold metal mask clung to his skin, greedily absorbing the intensely negative energy that permeated the air. The cold, ravenous will within the depths of the mask pulsed silently, with satisfaction in this domain that belonged to it, akin to the deep, rumbling breath of an abyssal beast in its lair. His consciousness probed like a frigid needle, sharply perceiving the expansion of the cavern. 3 troll phantoms tirelessly swung their shadowy fists like hammers from a hellish forge. Boom, boom, boom. With each colossal fist crash, the earthen walls, the soil intermingled with shattered bones and rotting wood, were not simply crushed by brute force but dissolved as if plunged into an invisible acid, instantly turning to dust. Losing all structure, silently dissipating into the finest, cold, powdery remnants. The speed of excavation was astonishing. The cavern expanded wildly, deepening and widening at a visible rate. The obliterated matter did not vanish but transformed into pure, death-laden energy, continuously drawn into the massive forms of the troll phantoms, like iron filings irresistibly attracted to a magnet. As the energy continued to be absorbed, the outlines of the troll phantoms visibly grew more solid. The dark red glow burning in their eye sockets intensified, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. With each punch, the sensation of vibration grew stronger, and the phantoms steadily advanced towards materialization. Entity formation process, 15. Energy conversion efficiency, increasing. A chilling confirmation flowed through. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the vertical shaft at the cave's entrance, shadow wolves lay in silent ambush. Like the most loyal sentinels, their wolfish eyes, ablaze with ghostly blue phosphorescence, resembled 2 unquenchable will-o'-the-wisps, coldly observing the sole entrance above in the utter darkness. Any living creature daring to intrude upon this domain would swiftly endure a lethal assault, a deadly fusion of shadowy stealth and phantasmal bite. The stronghold was taking root in this forsaken land of death, spreading with an astonishing swiftness, silently amassing power. In the depths of the Soul Guidance Department at Nottingham Academy, a spacious experimental workshop, temporarily vacated and reinforced, buzzes with activity. The air is saturated with the metallic scent of soul-guiding lubricants and a distinctive, sun-baked stone aroma emanating from the luminous stones. A cacophony of noise has replaced the usual tranquility as the heavy metallic components are hoisted and moved with a deafening roar. The soul-guiding chisels screech across the mithril bases, and the urgent shouts of apprentice soul engineers intertwine. At the center of the workshop, a vast and intricate apparatus is being assembled under the commanding presence of Zhao Wujia, surrounded by a group of perspiring senior students from the Soul Guidance Department. The core of the device consists of 5 fist-sized, pure white crystals, affixed to specialized metallic brackets. They are not stationary. A vibrant halo, akin to liquid sunlight, flows within them, radiating warm and powerful waves of light elemental energy that illuminate the entire workshop, dispelling shadows from every corner. Merely approaching them induces a slight sensation of warmth upon the skin. Surrounding the luminous stones is a complex web of soul-guiding circuits crafted from mithril and refined gold. These circuits connect various amplifiers and stabilizers, all pulsating with soul power, culminating in the most crucial component, a half-human tall cylindrical base, inscribed with countless intricate soul-guiding patterns. Known as the Soul Frequency Resonator. At this moment, this antiquated instrument emits a deep hum, its core crystal flickering rhythmically with the infusion of soul energy. Yu Xiaojing, resembling the most exacting overseer, stoops slightly, his bloodshot eyes scrutinizing every connection point of the apparatus. In his hand, he clutches a leather-bound notebook, densely filled with annotations and hastily scribbled equations. His voice, strained from intense concentration, pierces the air. Output conduit for luminous stone number 3. The soul-guiding circuit has deviated by 0.3 millimeters. Corrected immediately. An energy leak could incinerate the entire circuit. Secondary stabilizing crystal for the resonator. Reduce the soul power infusion frequency by another 5. It must synchronize with the primary crystal. The protective shield. The soul-guiding base for the shield must be perfectly level. Zhao Wujia, have your team use the level. Not a fraction can be off. Called out. Zhao Wujia wipes the sweat from his bald head, his copper bell-like eyes widening. As he barks at the flustered students, "Did you hear that? The master has spoken. Get it level. If you don't expect dinner tonight." His booming voice reverberates through the workshop, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. A distinguished student of the Soul Guidance Department, bespectacled and pale, points to a core crystal on the resonator that is flickering with unstable red light. His voice trembles. The soul power threshold of the primary crystal is fluctuating too greatly. According to your designed frequency of infusion, it may not withstand 10 minutes. Yu Xiaojing strides over, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the wildly flickering crystal. Rapidly flipping through his notebook, his fingers trace the complex formulas, veins throbbing on his forehead. Lower the foundational soul power output by 7. Temporarily bypass the third group S diversion circuit. Prioritize stabilizing the resonance frequency. We can sacrifice a bit of the protective shield strength. Quickly, he abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes scanning every weary individual in the workshop. We no longer have time to pursue perfection. Dean Flander has wagered the Academy's very foundation. What we seek is the ability to unleash the first beam of light. A light that can tear through the darkness. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Wuji was the first to roar, though he was not entirely clear about the complex principles of soul-guided technology. However, he comprehended the determination reflected in Yu Xiaojing's eyes. The other students were similarly inspired, their fatigued expressions revitalized, their hands moving with increased urgency. Time slipped away amidst the tense atmosphere filled with sweat and the clatter of metal. Finally, when the last mithril conduit was carefully welded into place, and the deep hum of the soul frequency resonator grew steady and powerful, when the light emitted by the 5 luminous stones coalesced stably at the resonator's apex, forming an energy sphere the size of a fist, radiating terrifying heat and blinding brilliance, the entire workshop fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their gazes locked onto the blazing sphere resembling a miniature sun. Even Zhao Wuji instinctively swallowed, the radiance inducing a twinge of trepidation within him. Final checks on all units. Yu Xiaojing's voice quivered with excitement. Luminous stone energy output stable. No leaks in the soul-guided circuit. Resonance frequency locked. Fluctuation range at 0. 5. Force field. Protective shield soul power field generated. Intensity at 75. Mental barrier soul guide device. Preheating complete. Ready for activation at any moment. A series of tense reports echoed. Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, his bloodshot eyes shining with the fervor of a gambler. He seized a soul-guided control handle connected to intricate circuitry at the side of the experiment table. Target. Testing target. Maximum power. Soul frequency resonance. Activate. He forcefully pressed the largest red button on the handle. Buzz. The soul frequency resonator emitted a roar akin to a colossal beast awakening. The engraved soul-guiding patterns blazed with blinding brightness. The blazing white energy sphere, as if infused with a ferocious spirit, instantly expanded and elongated, transforming into an intensely concentrated beam of white light, 1/2 meter in diameter, exuding destructive heat and an absolute will to purify, like the spear of judgment. It tore through the air with a piercing shriek and terrifying energy fluctuations, striking the heavily fortified target composed of several layers of specialized alloys and energy-absorbing soul-guided materials at the far end of the workshop. Boom! A deafening explosion accompanied by an intensely blinding white light erupted within the workshop. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes or shielded themselves with their arms. The radiant beam penetrated the thick target like a heated iron rod thrust into butter, immediately melting a vast pit with edges flowing with molten red iron. The terrifying shockwave instantly blew away the sandbag array intended for cushioning behind the target. The sturdy walls of the workshop trembled violently, dust cascading down. The protective shield soul power light flickered wildly, emitting pained groans under the tremendous strain. The air filled with the acrid scent of melting metal and ozone. Had they succeeded? Everyone was left in awe at the sheer power of the explosion. However, just as a fleeting moment of ecstatic joy emerged on Yu Xiaojing's face, an unexpected anomaly occurred. Warning: the mental barrier is overloaded. The core crystal of the resonator is exceeding its capacity for soul power. Core temperature is spiraling out of control. A piercing alarm suddenly erupted within the workshop. The searing white beam did not dissipate upon striking its target. Instead, it behaved like a rampaging dragon. After piercing through the target, the end of the beam twisted violently and expanded. A visible shockwave, infused with chaotic energy ripples, struck the mental barrier soul guide apparatus protecting the operation zone like an invisible hammer. Buzz. The mental barrier apparatus emitted a mournful cry, the soul guide patterns inscribed upon it instantly dimming. Several soul guide students, stationed nearby to monitor, were struck as if by an unseen giant hammer, letting out short, pained cries as they clutched their heads and collapsed, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. Mental impact. Almost simultaneously. Crack. Crack. The massive core crystal within the soul frequency resonator was covered in spiderweb-like fissures under the onslaught of violent energy and uncontrollable frequencies. Blinding red light flickered furiously. This is bad. It's going to explode. Zhao Wujia's complexion changed dramatically as he bellowed, his body erupting with a robust, earthy glow of soul power. He dashed in front of Yu Xiaojing, crossing his arms to form a thick soul power shield in an instant. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion, accompanied by chaotic energy currents, swept through the workshop. Shattered crystal fragments flew like bullets in all directions. The searing white beam swept upward like an uncontrolled searchlight before vanishing entirely. Sizzle! The reinforced concrete ceiling, half a meter thick, was sliced open as if by a heated knife through cream, creating a terrifying gash several meters long, with crimson lava flowing at its edges. The blinding beam, akin to a furious dragon escaping its cage, shot skyward through the opening, instantly tearing apart the tranquil night sky of Nodding City. Even from dozens of miles away, this towering column of white light, exuding a sense of destruction, was clearly visible. The column lasted a full 3 seconds before reluctantly dimming as if it had exhausted all its energy. The workshop lay in utter disarray. Smoke and dust filled the air, the alarm ringing sharply. Students affected by the mental shock writhed on the ground in pain, while others, still in shock, bore expressions marked by ashes and fear. Zhao Wujie stood protectively in front of Yu Xiaojiang, the soul power shield rippling under the impact of the energy turbulence, his face slightly pale. Yu Xiaojiang, hunched over amidst the chaos, stared intently at the enormous gash in the ceiling, its edges flowing with molten crimson. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to the shattered red button on the control handle in his hand. Had he succeeded? The power was terrifyingly immense. Even the specially made target and reinforced ceiling were as fragile as paper. Or had he failed? The core crystal shattered, the mental barrier collapsed, and the cost was catastrophic. On his weary face, joy intertwined with despair, ultimately transforming into a deeper gravity and a barely perceptible tremor of fear. The errant beam of light, in its final sweep, seemed to have aimed towards the northwest, the underground cavern of the mass grave. As Lin Chen closed his eyes to embrace the expansion of his stronghold and the influx of energy, his body suddenly stiffened. A resounding hum reverberated through the air, as an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy, imbued with an absolute will to purify and annihilate, surged forth like thunder tearing through the firmament, instantly penetrating 10 meters of solid earth and striking his senses with ferocious intensity, even through the thick layers of soil. The wave's inherent repulsion and searing sensation against shadowy forces caused his Terra mask to heat up abruptly. Deep within the mask, a cold and ravenous will conveyed. For the first time, a distinct sense of apprehension and aversion. Warning. Detection activated. Ultra-high intensity light energy explosion. Location, Academy. Intensity, destructive level. Threat level, lethal. The frigid warning stream from Night Bat, filled with unprecedented chaos and urgency, pierced Lin Chen's consciousness in an instant. The shared vision switched instantaneously. From Night Bat's aerial perspective, a brilliantly concentrated column of blinding light, exuding an aura of destruction, soared skyward from the depths of Nodding Academy like a divine sword of retribution. Where the light pierced through, even the night was forcibly dispersed. That pure energy of illumination, despite the vast distance, filled Night Bat's returned vision with a sense of searing pain and intense interference. A light column. Yu Xiaojiang. Has he succeeded? Lin Chen's pupils, hidden beneath the mask, abruptly contracted to the size of pinpoints. A chill swept through his spine, radiating throughout his entire being. The incandescent light column bore down upon his newly established sanctuary of darkness as if it were a searing iron brand. Chapter 21. The Spear of Dawn and the Surge of Beasts from the Abyss. The blinding white column cleaved through the tranquil night sky of Nodding City, momentarily tearing a ghastly gash in the northwest horizon. After the column dissipated, the residual, retina-burning spots of light and the pervasive scent of ozone, tinged with a sense of destruction, silently proclaimed the enormity of what had just transpired. Deep within Nodding Academy, the Soul Guidance Workshop lay in ruins. Smoke filled the air, and the shrill sound of alarms echoed like the dying wails of a beast. Shattered crystals and twisted metal components were scattered across the ground, while at the center of a specially designed alloy target, a colossal melting pit brimmed with crimson molten iron. A horrifying breach, several meters long, had been forcibly melted into the ceiling, wafting wisps of smoke like a grotesque scar. Several Soul Guidance students, affected by the mental shockwave, lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads in agony, with blood seeping from their mouths and noses, a stark contrast against their ash-covered faces. Zhao Wujie removed his earthy-hued soul power shield, wiping the dust and sweat from his bald head, his copper bell-like eyes fixed on the ceiling's breach, muttering in dismay. Damn it, this power is far too immense. Even through the shield, the mental shock had left his head ringing. Flander had also arrived at the scene, standing at the workshop's entrance. His usually shrewd and smiling face now bore a grim expression, dark enough to drip with water. He surveyed the chaotic scene, the damaged equipment, and the injured students. Finally resting his gaze upon the breach in the ceiling, his eyes twitching violently. Repair costs. Astronomical sums. His heart bled profusely. Yuxiagang hunched over, standing before the control console. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the shattered control button in his hand. Then he slowly raised his gaze towards the gaping hole in the ceiling, tracing the direction where the beam of light had ultimately vanished, northwest. The initial ecstasy on his weary face had long since been supplanted by the weighty cost and a flicker of trepidation, yet deep within his sunken eye sockets, a gambler's glimmer remained undimmed. The power was beyond imagination. Yuxiagang's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Even the layered special alloys and energy-absorbing soul guide layers felt as flimsy as paper. That uncontrollable beam of light had even melted through the reinforced concrete ceiling. Flander, did you see? Such power is utterly invincible in its presence. He was referring to the shadow power. Flander approached with a grim expression, picking up the utterly charred remnants of the scales from the experimental table, sensing the lingering, ominous aura upon them. He cast another glance at the hole in the ceiling, and various calculating glimmers flashed rapidly in his shrewd eyes. The immense investment had resulted in heavy losses. Yet the absolute restraint and destructive power displayed by that beam against the shadows were undeniably tangible. What of the cost? Flander's voice was low, tinged with pain. The core crystal was shattered. The mental barrier soul guide was burnt out. The workshop's ceiling was breached, and the medical expenses for these few students. He gestured toward the groaning students on the ground. The core crystal can be replaced. The mental barrier soul guide can be repaired and enhanced. The workshop ceiling can be fitted with a new reinforced layer. Yuxiagang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling fiercely, his words spilling forth rapidly like a barrage. As for the power going out of control, it's merely an issue of matching the soul power output frequency with the core crystal's bearing threshold. Give me time. Provide me with better crystals. I can resolve this. Flander, think about it. Once we completely master this power, the ability to combat those shadow monsters. What does that mean? Flander fell silent. He certainly understood the implications. Behind the enormous risk lay unimaginable rewards. Reputation, status, even wealth. He could almost envision countless gold soul coins dancing before his eyes. Ahem. Flander cleared his throat, forcing a shrewd smile back onto his face, albeit somewhat strained. Xiaojing, you are indeed correct. Money can be spent and earned back, but life, once lost, is truly gone. This thing, he gestured towards the hole in the ceiling. Let us call it the Spear of Dawn. It has a certain ring to it. The Soul Guide repository still has a hidden gem of a core crystal, reputed to withstand the impact of soul master-level soul power. It's yours. Short on manpower? I'll have Xiao Xian come over too. He has a knack for stabilizing circuits. Make sure to create something capable of stable launch. He patted Yuxiagang on the shoulder, lowering his voice, his eyes shimmering with the glint unique to a businessman. However, Xiaojing, for the next experiment, choose a deserted location outside the city. The commotion is too great, and it would be difficult to explain to the city lord's mansion. He had already begun to contemplate how to package and sell this formidable weapon. Yuxiagang nodded earnestly, a renewed fighting spirit igniting on his weary face. Rest assured, next time, it will surely be aimed at the true darkness. He wasted no time, immediately directing the remaining students to clean up the site, while shouting toward Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, bring the heart of the rock crystal and all spare parts immediately. Xiao Xian, I require you to recalculate all the parameters of the stabilization circuits. The rest of you, clear the site and prepare for reassembly. We cannot afford to waste time. Once again, the workshop resonated with the clang of metal and the piercing sound of soul-guided carving tools. Though the atmosphere remained tense, it was imbued with a sense of resolute determination. As if they were fighting against all odds, a spear of dawn, capable of rending the darkness, was accelerating its rebirth amidst the ruins and hope. 15 meters beneath the burial grounds, absolute darkness loomed like a solid entity. This space was now more expansive, with the main hall having grown to the size of half a basketball court, flanked by nascent passages leading into the unknown void. The air was thick with a chilling aura of death and the scent of damp earth, almost palpable. This was a place of death's accumulation, a breeding ground for shadows. Lin Shin stood like a statue, a manifestation of darkness itself, silently erect. The cold Terra mask clung to his skin, greedily absorbing the suffocating negative energy in the air. Yet, deep within the mask, a chilling and insatiable will exuded an unprecedented sense of restlessness and apprehension. The blinding beam of light that had just pierced the night sky, akin to divine retribution, carried an innate repulsion towards the forces of shadow and a will for destruction, searing his perception even through the 15 meters of earth that separated them. This was a primal warning, a threat born from the instinct of life. Threat, locked on. Spear of Dawn, energy attribute, absolute light energy, counteracting, threat level, lethal. The cold stream of warning from the night bat bore a subtle disarray, echoing repeatedly in his consciousness. Yu Xiaojing, he has succeeded. Moreover, the weapon's power far exceeded expectations. A chilling sense of crisis coiled around Lin Shen's heart like a venomous serpent. The exposure of the base was merely a matter of time. Passive waiting would only lead to destruction. A counterattack. He must possess greater power. More subordinates. His thoughts plunged into the depths of his consciousness. The red light representing the shadow wolf breed, having already solidified after absorbing the phantom wolf soul ring, was now pulsating with a fierce desire to be summoned, nourished by the dense energy of the base and stimulated by the looming threat. Energy, sufficient, base amplification. Shadow wolf template, stable, summoning, quantity, 3, command confirmed. Command issued. The frigid energy swelling within Lin Shen, coupled with the pure energy continuously provided by the base, surged forth like an unleashed torrent. Buzz. In the corner of the main hall, where shadows were thickest, the darkness boiled and churned violently, as if a massive stone had been cast into a deep pool. 3 figures, far larger and more imposing than mere ninjas, gradually emerged from the roiling shadows. Their forms existed between reality and illusion, like flowing ink taking shape. They were larger than ordinary wolves, and beneath their fluid, shadowy musculature lay explosive power. Their bodies were enveloped in a constantly shifting, profound darkness, as if they could devour light itself. The 3 pairs of wolf eyes, burning with cold, eerie blue phosphorescence, resembled the guiding lanterns of hell, abruptly illuminating the absolute darkness, exuding an unsettling aura of ferocity and chill. The shadows of their limbs coalesced like iron, with claws glinting in a dim metallic sheen. 3 tails, composed purely of shadow energy, swayed silently behind them, akin to venomous serpents poised to strike. The summoning of the 3 shadow wolves was complete. In a state of phantasm, their materialization reached 65. The command was given: patrol the outer passage, stay vigilant. The chilling directive was instantly dispatched. The 3 shadow wolves silently lowered their bodies, their phosphorescent blue eyes scanning the newly opened passageway. They melted into the shadows of the cave walls, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind an even more profound chill in the air. They were the lethal sentinels lurking in darkness. Any entity that dared to tread upon this realm without permission would endure the deadly bite of the shadows. The summoning of the shadow wolves was merely the prologue. Lin Shen's gaze shifted to the center of the main hall. 3 giant troll phantoms loomed like silent furnaces, tirelessly swinging their shadowy fists, akin to siege hammers, relentlessly expanding the cavernous space. With each punch, vast amounts of earth and rock silently disintegrated, transforming into pure shadow energy that they greedily absorbed. Their outlines grew more solid than before, the dark red glow within their eye sockets burning like magma poised to erupt, and the tremors from their colossal forms intensified. The troll group's materialization process stood at 25, with energy conversion efficiency continuously rising. A frigid confirmation stream of information followed. However, Lin Shen sought more than mere excavators. With a flicker of thought, a brand new blueprint was projected to one of the troll phantoms. Command: target Troll 01, transformation of form. Construct a defensive barrier at the entrance passage. Materials: annihilation rock layer. Height: 5 meters. Thickness: 3 meters. The troll phantom, upon receiving the command, suddenly halted, its eye sockets, ablaze with dark red light, turned towards the vertical shaft leading to the ground below. Its massive form took heavy, yet silent steps, conveying a palpable sense of vibration as it reached the bottom of the passage. Instead of digging with its fists, it forcefully pressed its enormous shadowy palms against the bottom and surrounding rock walls. A low hum resonated as an invisible force, imbued with annihilation properties, instantaneously radiated from the troll's palms. The rock layers beneath its hands crumbled like ice thrown into strong acid, quickly becoming gray and losing all structural integrity, silently vanishing and compressing. Rather than dispersing into dust, they were forcibly squeezed and reshaped under the tremendous power. The hard rock morphed like soft clay beneath the troll's palms, being molded and compressed. A heavy, coarse barrier, bearing the original textures of rock and an icy aura, appeared to grow from the very earth itself, ascending visibly at the bottom of the passage. The surface of the barrier was adorned with the imprints of the troll's fists, radiating an unnatural solidity and residual waves of annihilation energy. This barrier would serve as the first line of defense at the entrance of the stronghold. Any entity attempting to forcefully breach it would be met with the backlash of annihilation energy. Meanwhile, 2 other troll phantoms continued their relentless excavation. One was carving out a more spacious area on the side of the main hall, a nascent barracks for the future. The other delved deeper into the dark abyss, its digging direction subtly pointing towards the core region of the graveyard, where the ominous energy was most concentrated. Lin Chen's consciousness resembled that of a frigid commander, surveying this shadowy kingdom that thrived in a realm of death. 3 shadow wolves glided like phantoms through the shadows of the passage. One troll was shaping a rocky barrier, while the other 2 expanded the space, advancing further into the depths below. A chilling energy pervaded the air, continuously flowing into the mask, transforming into the very force that sustained all of this. The stronghold was arming itself at an astonishing speed, preparing for the lethal threat that emanated from the light. However, as Lin Chen's mind swept over the troll phantom that was digging the deepest, a faint yet exceptionally pure energy fluctuation was suddenly captured within the shared vision of the night bat. This fluctuation was neither soul power nor the pervasive deathly energy of the stronghold. It was older, colder, and eerily silent, as if emanating from the very depths of the earth, subtly resonating with the power of the Terra mask, perhaps even sharing the same origin. Lin Chen's pupils beneath the mask suddenly constricted. Chapter 22. The Countdown of the Ice Coffin and the Light Spear. 15 meters beneath the deep cavern, absolute darkness enveloped everything like solidified jade, with only the dark red glow burning in the eye sockets of the 3 troll phantoms, resembling 3 silent furnaces casting flickering, heart-pounding light amidst the boundless stillness. The air was thick as if it were gelatinous, saturated with the pungent scent of earth, the acrid odor of decaying plant roots, and a chilling, deathly aura that had settled for countless years, as if capable of freezing the soul, forming the unique breath of this underground realm. Lin Chen's figure stood as a statue, a manifestation of darkness itself, at the center of the main hall. The cold Terra mask pressed against his skin, greedily absorbing the suffocating negative energy in the air. Yet, deep within the mask, the cold and ravenous will conveyed an unprecedented sense of vigilance and an indescribable thrill. This thrill did not arise from the dawn spear that rent the night sky above, whose pure and destructive light energy threat had been clearly marked as deadly, necessitating a buildup of power to confront it, but rather from the depths below, darker and deeper still. His consciousness acted like a cold probe, firmly locking onto the troll phantom that was delving into the deepest abyss. Through the shared vision, he could distinctly observe that as the excavation progressed, the texture of the rock layers in front of the troll began to undergo bizarre changes. The originally soft or hard layers of earth and stone were gradually replaced by a deep, nearly black, bone-chilling rock formation. This rock was extraordinarily hard. Even the troll phantom's fists, imbued with annihilation power, struck with diminished effectiveness, leaving only shallow dents on the surface and stirring up cold stone fragments that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The chilling, deathly energy in the air became more refined and dense here. Each breath felt as though tiny shards of ice were scraping against the lung lobes. What struck Lin Chen with a profound sense of foreboding was the night bat's heightened sensitivity to energy, which detected a faint yet exceptionally pure wave of chilling energy emanating from the depths of the rocky layers ahead, in the direction of the troll's excavation. This fluctuation was neither soul force nor the pervasive aura of death that lingered in the stronghold. It was more ancient, more tranquil, imbued with an eternal chill that was neither alive nor dead, subtly resonating with the power of the Terra mask, even exuding a hint of a shared essence. This revelation rendered Lin Chen's gaze beneath the mask as sharp as a blade. Beneath this forsaken burial ground lay not merely corpses and ghostly energy, but something more, an entity of the same origin as his own power. Command, Troll 0102, suspend current task. Support, Troll 03, concentrate forces to breach the rocky layers ahead. Target, lock onto energy source. The icy commands swiftly adjusted. The 2 troll phantoms operating at the side hall and entrance abruptly ceased their movements, their massive forms silently merging into the shadows, akin to the most loyal soldiers receiving a supreme command, swiftly flowing toward the profound tunnel excavated by Troll 03. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 troll phantoms converged upon the deepest point of excavation. 6 fists, ablaze with a dark crimson glow, pounded relentlessly against the deep greenish black, bone-chilling rock layers like a pile driver. With each strike, a more thunderous roar erupted than the last. The hard black rock trembled violently, and large chunks of cold stone debris, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, cascaded down like ice crystals. The annihilation force clashed fiercely with the extreme coldness contained within the rock, forming visible ripples of distorted force fields at the excavation face. Although the digging progressed slowly, under the combined strength of the 3 trolls, the hard rock wall was visibly caving in and shattering. With each heavy blow, the ancient and pure cold energy emanating from the depths of the rock grew increasingly clear and animated, as if disturbed from a deep slumber. It acted like an invisible magnet, drawing forth the cold and ravenous while residing deep within the Terra mask, transmitting a complex quiver interwoven with desire and instinctual vigilance. At the bottom of the stronghold's entrance passage, the gray-black rock barrier, sculpted by Troll 01, had taken initial shape, towering 5 meters high and 3 meters thick. Its surface was adorned with uneven patterns resembling troll fist imprints, emanating an unnatural solidity and residual waves of annihilation energy. Standing like a silent sentinel guarding the portal to the abyss, 3 shadow wolves, like the most devoted phantoms, silently lurked at the intersections of shadows leading from the main hall to various passages. Their eyes, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, served as beacons in the dark, coldly scanning for any potential disturbances. One shadow wolf occasionally cast its ghostly blue gaze toward a corner of the main hall, where the cold stone debris, illuminated with a ghostly blue shimmer from the troll's excavation of the annihilation rock, lay piled. This debris radiated an aura of coldness akin to that of the deeper rock layers. Beneath the depths, an excavation aimed at uncovering unknown treasures, or threats, was accelerating towards its conclusion, driven by the tireless strikes of the 3 trolls. In the temporary workshop of the fortified experiment, aptly named the Barrier of Light at Nottingham Academy, the atmosphere had grown more intense, infused with a fervor akin to a last stand. The acrid scent of molten metal and ozone still lingered. Yet the chaos strewn across the floor had been largely cleared away. A gaping void had been hastily sealed with heavy lead plates and soul conductor isolation layers. At the heart of the workshop, the formidable apparatus known as the Spear of Dawn underwent a transformative overhaul, conducted under the anxious, almost spasmodic supervision of a group of soul mentors. The shattered crystal pedestal that once occupied its core had been removed, making way for a grander base intricately inscribed with countless arcane reinforcement soul conductor patterns. In the center of this new foundation, a colossal crystal, resembling a basin in size and exuding a gentle earthy hue, appeared to harbor molten lava flowing within. The heart of the rock was being meticulously suspended, installed, and secured. The energy emanating from this crystal pulsated with a steadiness reminiscent of a mountain, evoking a profound sense of security simply by proximity. 5 luminous stones had been reoriented alongside their output conduits, while the soul conductor circuits of mithril and refined gold were rewoven like a spider's web, connecting various enhanced amplifiers and stabilizers. The core soul frequency resonator had been largely dismantled, with Xiao Xin and several upperclassmen delicately etching new stabilizing runes onto several critical nodes with soul conductor chisels. Sweat trickled down their chins onto the scorching metal components, producing a soft sizzling sound. Zhao Wujie stood sentinel at the sole entrance of the workshop, his bald head gleaming under the newly brightened lights. With arms crossed, his bell-like eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, ready to bark at any unauthorized personnel who dared approach. Yu Xiaojiang, resembling the most stringent overseer, hunched over, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on every aspect of the modification process, clutching a nearly worn-out leather notebook. His hoarse voice cut through the workshop's clamor with clarity and sharpness. Xiao Xian, deepen the rune engraving at the 3rd coupling node of the resonator by an additional 0.1 millimeters. The energy dissipation must be minimized. The output conduits for the luminous stones, polish the inner walls. They must achieve a mirror finish. Any burrs will cause turbulent energy flow. The buffer layer for the heart of the rock's soul power input, thicken it by 5 more. This treasure must not fail. The protective shield base, use star-patterned steel rivets. Ordinary bolts cannot withstand the shockwave during launch. His gaze swept over the heart of the rock, which radiated a gentle yellow light, and a flicker of anticipation crossed his weary face. This was the Academy's most prized possession, reportedly extracted from the core veins of an ancient soul beast mountain range, known for its nearly perfect capacity to bear and stabilize soul power. Master. Xiao Xian raised his head, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes behind thick lenses betraying a hint of concern. According to the parameters you adjusted, the Spear of Dawn's power will increase by at least 50 compared to the last experiment. However, correspondingly, the mental fortitude required from the operator will rise exponentially. If we experience another mental shock akin to the last, its intensity might. The mental barrier soul conductor? Yu Xiaojiang interrupted, his gaze sharp as a blade. The enhanced version is currently being assembled. A nearby student promptly replied. The core utilizes 3 pieces of tranquility jade, inscribed with the highest specification of a mental protection array. In theory, it can withstand spiritual assaults at the level of a soul emperor. Theory is insufficient. Yu Xiaojiang's voice was resolute. What I require is absolute assurance. What about the fragment of the soul bone for the mental barrier that Dean Flander approved? I want it embedded into the control handle of the main console. It must serve as the core for the mental link. The operator's mental strength must receive the utmost priority and fortification. His eyes sparkled with a frenzied determination, wagering everything. Who is the operator? Naturally, it is himself. To wield this power that tears through darkness, he was willing to risk his own safety. At that moment, the heavy lead door of the workshop creaked open, revealing Flanders' shrewd and worried face. He glanced at the frenzied transformation scene within the workshop and at the large, hastily repaired hole in the ceiling, his eye twitching slightly. Xiaojing. Flander beckoned, lowering his voice, his face etched with the anxiety characteristic of a businessman. Someone from the city lord's office came to inquire. Last night's beam of light caused quite a stir. It was visible within 100 miles. They suspect we are experimenting with some prohibited soul-guided weapons. That old fox, Count Soul, is insinuating about safety inspections and profit-sharing. Xiaojing's brow furrowed into a tight knot. He detested these political constraints. He strode toward the door, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Flander. Tell him, we are developing a Dawn-class soul guide capable of purifying evil soul pollution and ensuring the safety of Nodding City. It is for the citizens of the entire city. He should refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Want to share profits? Let us first resolve the major troubles outside the city and silence everyone with tangible results. Major troubles outside the city? Flander was taken aback. The graveyard of the dead. Xiaojing lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with cold, unwavering determination. Last night's aerial reconnaissance by the night bats, a small fib, detected an extraordinarily intense energy response in the direction of the graveyard. It is at least 10 times stronger than that of the 7th dormitory. I suspect it is its lair. The first strike after the modification of the Spear of Dawn will be aimed there. With absolute light, we shall thoroughly cleanse the filth hidden underground. By then, the merits and fame will be enough to silence Count Soul. Perhaps he will even willingly fund our subsequent research. Flanders' shrewd eyes lit up instantly. He envisioned Count Soul rendered speechless in astonishment, then obediently offering up gold soul coins. Crisis management combined with fame and profit. Splendid. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Flander clapped his thigh vigorously, a merchant's smile returning to his face. I will deal with that old fox. How soon can you be ready? Xiaojing turned to glance at the last crystal of the rock of stability being installed, along with the dangerously emitting cannon muzzle, his hoarse voice imbued with undeniable resolve. Tomorrow. Before sunset tomorrow, the Spear of Dawn will surely point towards the graveyard of the dead. Let darkness be utterly obliterated under the light of dawn. He abruptly turned, shouting at everyone in the workshop. Did you all hear that? Time. We have less than a day. For Nodding City. For our future. Give me your utmost effort. Within the workshop, an eruption of fervent responses ensued. The clashing of metal, the shrill cries of the soul-guided engraving tools, and the resonant hum of infused soul power intertwined. Resembling a stirring prelude to battle, a Spear of Dawn, its potency magnified and direction unmistakable, entered its final countdown. Simultaneously, in the opulently adorned study of the Lord of Nodding City, a petite figure, akin to a gecko, silently clung to the dense foliage of a towering sycamore outside the window. The thick leaves and the cloak of night perfectly concealed her form. She held her breath, suppressing her vital essence to near invisibility, her ruby-like eyes peering through the gaps in the window frame, fixating intently on the two individuals conversing within the study. One of them was none other than the true ruler of Nodding City, Count Soul. Draped in a luxurious velvet robe, his well-groomed visage bore the authority of a superior, coupled with a barely perceptible glimmer of greed. The other was the captain of the Lord's Guards, who had inquired about Flander at the academy during the day. That old fox Flander claims to be developing the Dawn Purifier? Utter nonsense. Count Soul scoffed, taking a sip of his red wine, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That beam of light from last night was blinding even from miles away. Its power is undoubtedly strategic-grade, soul-guided weaponry. Does he think he can hoard it all for himself? Not a chance. The captain bowed, acknowledging, Your Excellency, you are indeed wise. Although Flander feigns innocence, my subordinates have learned that the theoretical madman Yu Xiaojing from their academy has recently become obsessed, leading Zhao Wujia and the entire soul-guiding department on a grand project dubbed the Spear of Dawn, reportedly depleting the academy's reserve resources. Their target appears to be the mass grave outside the city. The mention of the mass grave furrowed Count Soul's brow, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Regardless of their aim, such a weapon must be under the control of the Lord's Manor. You must arrange this immediately, before sunset tomorrow. Dispatch a team of Shadow Blades to keep a close watch on Nodding Academy and the mass grave, should they show any signs of launching their weapon. Or if there are significant discoveries at the graveyard. He made a subtle gesture, his gaze icy and resolute. Whatever belongs to us, not a single shard shall be lost. Understood, the captain replied, bowing in compliance. Outside, Amidst the shadows of the trees, Xiao Wu's pupils constricted suddenly. The mass grave? Weapons? The target is that masked fiend's lair? Her small hand instinctively reached for the place where she kept her scales. A cold, sharp sensation brushed against her fingers. In her other hand, unbeknownst to her, she tightly clutched a small fragment of icy stone, glimmering with a ghostly blue light, which she had found on the edge of the pit at the mass grave. A storm is about to descend upon the land of the dead at sunset tomorrow. Chapter 23. The Ice Coffin, the Light Spear, and the Shadows of the Dark Blades. 15 meters beneath the earth, an absolute darkness akin to solidified jade enveloped the space, illuminated only by the dark red glow emanating from the eye sockets of 3 colossal troll phantoms, resembling silent furnaces casting flickering, disquieting beams of light in the boundless stillness. The air was thick and viscous, reeking of earthy decay, the sour scent of rotting plant roots, and an ancient, chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls. Forming the unique respiration of this subterranean kingdom, Lin Shen's figure stood resolutely in the center of the main hall, like a statue forged from the very essence of darkness. The cold Terra mask clung tightly to his skin, greedily absorbing the suffocating negative energy that permeated the air. However, deep within the mask, an icy and ravenous will conveyed an unprecedented sense of vigilance, accompanied by an indescribable tremor. This tremor did not stem from the spear of dawn that rent the night sky. A pure and destructive light energy clearly marked as lethal and requiring a buildup of strength to confront. Rather, it emanated from the depths below, a more profound and obscured source. His consciousness, akin to a frigid probe, firmly locked onto the giant troll's shadow, burrowing deep into the earth. Through their shared vision, he could distinctly perceive the bizarre transformation of the rock layers ahead as the excavation progressed. The originally soft or hard soil and rock layers were gradually supplanted by an intensely dark, chillingly cold stratum. This rock was extraordinarily resilient. Even when struck by the troll's shadow, imbued with the power of oblivion, the rate of annihilation visibly slowed. Each blow merely left a shallow indentation on the surface, sending forth a flurry of cold stone debris that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The air, thick with an oppressive chill, became even more concentrated and heavy, each breath feeling as though delicate shards of ice were scraping against his lungs. What sent a shiver down Lin Shen's spine was the acute energy perception of the night bat. Capturing a faint feedback, an exceedingly subtle yet exceptionally pure wave of cold energy was seeping from the depths of the rock layers in the direction of the troll's excavation. This wave was neither soul power nor the pervasive aura of death that filled the stronghold. It was more ancient, more silent, imbued with an eternal chill that straddled the line between life and death, resonating faintly with the power of the Terra mask, even carrying a hint of a shared origin. This revelation sharpened Lin Shen's gaze beneath the mask to a razor's edge. Beneath this graveyard, there lay not merely corpses and spectral energies. Something else was buried, something that shared a source with his own power. Command, Troll 0102, suspend current task. Support, Troll 03. Concentrate your strength to breach the rock layers ahead. Target, lock onto the energy source. The icy commands adjusted in an instant. The 2 troll shadows operating at the sides and entrance of the main hall immediately ceased their motions, their massive forms silently merging into the shadows. Akin to the most loyal soldiers receiving a supreme directive, swiftly flowing toward the profound passageway being excavated by Troll 03. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 troll shadows converged upon the deepest excavation site. 6 colossal fists, ablaze with a dark crimson glow, relentlessly hammered against the chillingly hard rock layer. Akin to a pile driver, each strike unleashed a more thunderous roar than the last. The resilient black rock layer trembled violently, while vast quantities of cold stone debris, shimmering with ghostly blue light, cascaded down like crystalline ice. The power of oblivion collided fiercely with the extreme chill contained within the rock, creating visible ripples of distorted force fields on the excavation surface. Though the pace of excavation remains sluggish, the collaboration of the 3 trolls has caused the once impenetrable rock wall to visibly cave in and shatter. With each powerful strike, an ancient and pure cold energy resonates from deep within the earth, awakening like a disturbed slumberer, becoming increasingly vivid and animated. This energy acts as an invisible magnet, drawing forth the frigid and ravenous while lying dormant within the depths of the Terra mask, transmitting a complex tremor infused with both desire and instinctual vigilance. At the base of the outpost's entrance, a formidable gray-black rock barrier, sculpted by Troll 01, has begun to take shape. Towering at 5 meters and measuring 3 meters in thickness, its surface is adorned with the rugged impressions of troll fists, exuding an unnatural solidity and residual waves of annihilation energy, standing sentinel before the dark depths beyond. The three shadow wolves, akin to the most loyal phantoms, silently lurk at the intersections of shadows leading from the main hall to various passageways. Their wolfish eyes blaze with an eerie blue phosphorescence, serving as beacons of light in the darkness, coldly scanning for any signs of disturbance. One shadow wolf occasionally casts its azure gaze toward a corner of the main hall, where glimmering shards of cold stone, remnants of the annihilated rock unearthed during the troll's excavation, lie piled high, emanating a chill akin to that from the depths of the earth. Beneath the depths, an excavation aimed at an unknown treasure or threat accelerates under the relentless onslaught of the three trolls. Within the makeshift workshop of the Nodding Academy, temporarily dubbed the Bastion of Light, the atmosphere is heavier than before, infused with a fervor akin to a last stand. The acrid scents of molten metal and ozone linger. Yet the chaos has been largely tidied. A gaping breach has been temporarily sealed with heavy lead plates and soul-guided barriers. At the center of the workshop, a fearsome device called the Spear of Dawn undergoes a transformative overhaul under the tense supervision of a group of soul mentors, nearly reaching a state of frenzy. The previously shattered crystal pedestal has been removed, replaced by a more colossal base intricately engraved with countless esoteric soul-guided patterns. At the heart of this pedestal, a massive crystal the size of a basin, radiating a gentle earthy hue with the appearance of slow-moving lava within, the heart of rock, is being cautiously suspended, installed, and secured. The energy emanating from this crystal is as steady as a mountain, instilling a profound sense of security merely by proximity. 5 luminous stones have been realigned in their angles and output conduits, while the mithril and fine gold soul-guided circuitry has been intricately rewoven, connecting to various reinforced amplifiers and stabilizers. The core soul frequency resonator has been partially dismantled, with Xiao Xin and several upperclassmen meticulously etching new stabilization runes onto critical nodes using soul-guided carving tools, beads of sweat dripping from their chins onto the scorching metal components. Hissing softly as they make contact, Zhao Wujin stands sentinel at the sole entrance of the workshop, his bald head gleaming under the newly illuminated lights. With arms crossed and copper-ringed eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, he barks at any unauthorized individuals who dare to approach. Yu Xiaojiang, resembling the most exacting overseer, hunched over with bloodshot eyes fixated on every aspect of the transformation process, clutching a nearly worn-out leather notebook. His hoarse voice pierced through the cacophony of the workshop. Xiao Xin, increase the etching depth of the resonator's third coupling node by an additional 0.1 mm. Energy dissipation must be minimized. The output conduit for the luminous stone. The interior must be polished to a mirror finish. Any burrs could lead to turbulent energy flows. The buffer layer for the heart of the rock's soul power input. Increase its thickness by 5. This treasure must not falter. The base of the protective shield. Use star-patterned steel rivets. Ordinary bolts cannot withstand the shockwaves during launch. His gaze swept over the heart of the rock, radiating a warm yellow light, and a flicker of anticipation crossed his weary face. This was the Academy's prized possession, reportedly mined from the core veins of an ancient soul beast mountain, possessing an almost perfect capacity for bearing and stabilizing soul power. Master, Xiao Xin lifted his head, wiping away sweat, his thick glasses obscuring eyes tinged with worry. According to the parameters you adjusted, the power of the Dawn Spear will increase by at least 50% compared to the last experiment, but correspondingly, the mental fortitude required from the operator will rise exponentially. If the intensity of that mental shock were to occur again, I fear. Where is the mental barrier soul guide? Yu Xiaojiang interjected, his gaze sharp as a blade. The enhanced version is currently being assembled. A nearby student promptly replied. It utilizes 3 pieces of tranquil jade and inscribes the highest specification of mental protection array. Theoretically, it can withstand mental shocks of the Soul Emperor level. Theory is insufficient. Yu Xiaojiang's voice was resolute. What I require is absolute assurance. What about the heart barrier soul bone fragment approved by Dean Flander? Embed it into the main control handle. Create a core for mental linkage. The operator's mental power must receive the utmost, most robust protection. A glint of reckless determination sparkled in his eyes. Who is the operator? Naturally, it is himself. To harness this power that rends through darkness, he would dare to risk everything. At that moment, the heavy lead door of the workshop was cracked open, and Flander's astute, yet anxious face peeked inside. He surveyed the frenzied atmosphere of modification within the workshop, then glanced at the enormous patched hole in the ceiling, his eye twitching sharply. Xiaojiang, Flander beckoned, lowering his voice, a merchant's characteristic anxiety etched on his face. Someone from the city lord's office came to inquire. The commotion from last night's light pillar was too great. It was visible within 100 miles. They suspect we are experimenting with some prohibited soul-guided weaponry. That old fox, Count Soul, is insinuating the need for a safety inspection and a profit share. You see. Yu Xiaojing's brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot. He despised these political constraints. He strode to the doorway, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Flander. Tell him. We are developing a dawn-level soul guide capable of purifying evil soul pollution, ensuring the safety of Notting City. It is for the citizens of the entire city. He should cease his ulterior motives. Want a share of the profits? Let us resolve the major troubles outside the city first and silence everyone with tangible results. Major troubles outside the city? Flander was taken aback. The graveyard of the dead. Yuxiagang lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with a cold and unwavering light. Last night, the aerial reconnaissance conducted by the Night Bat, he told a small lie, detected an unusually intense energy response emanating from the direction of the mass grave. It was at least 10 times stronger than that of the 7th Division. I suspect that this is indeed its lair. The first strike of the Dawn Spear, once transformed, will be aimed precisely there. With absolute brilliance, we shall thoroughly cleanse the filth hidden beneath the ground. At that moment, the accolades and reputation will be sufficient to silence Count Solberg. It might even compel him to willingly provide financial support for subsequent research. Flander's astute eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He envisioned Count Solberg, rendered speechless by shock, obediently offering gold soul coins. A perfect blend of crisis management and dual benefits. Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly. Flander slapped his thigh with vigor, a shrewd smile resurfacing on his face. I will handle that old fox. How soon can you be ready on your end? Yuxiagang glanced back at the last installation of the Crystal of the Rock of Ages and the cannon's muzzle. Exuding a dangerous aura, his hoarse voice conveyed an undeniable resolution. Tomorrow, by sunset, the Dawn Spear will surely be pointed at the mass grave. Let darkness be utterly obliterated by the light of dawn. He abruptly turned, shouting at everyone in the workshop. Did you hear that? Time. We have less than a day. For the sake of Notting City. For our future. Channel your utmost efforts. Instantly, the workshop erupted with fervent responses. The clang of metal, the shrill singing of soul-guided chisels, and the humming of infused soul power intertwined, resembling a stirring prelude as they charged into battle. The formidable and purposefully aimed Dawn Spear was entering its final countdown. Meanwhile, at the Lord's mansion in Notting City, within an opulently decorated study, a petite figure resembling a gecko silently clung to the dense branches and leaves of a tall phoenix tree outside the window. The lush foliage and the night perfectly concealed her presence. She held her breath, suppressing her pure life force to the brink of invisibility, her ruby-like eyes peering through the window's crevice, fixating intently on the two individuals conversing within the study. One of them was none other than the actual ruler of Notting City, Count Solberg. Adorned in an exquisite velvet robe, his well-maintained visage bore the authority of a superior, accompanied by a hint of barely perceptible greed. The other was the captain of the Lord's Guards, who had visited the academy earlier that day to inquire about Flander. That old fox Flander, claiming to be developing a purification device for Dawn? Nonsense. Count Solberg took a sip of the red wine in his glass. His tone laced with sarcasm. That beam of light last night could blind someone from miles away. Its power was undeniably strategic-level, soul-guided weaponry. Does he wish to monopolize it? No way. The captain of the guards bowed slightly, stating, Your Excellency, you are wise. Although Flander attempts to argue, my subordinates have learned that theoretical madman Yuxiagang from their academy has recently become obsessed, leading Zhao Wujing and the entire soul-guiding department in a grand project called the Dawn Spear, reportedly depleting the academy's reserve resources. Its target seemingly points toward the mass grave outside the city. The mass grave? Count Solberg's brow furrowed, followed by a flicker of keen insight in his eyes. Regardless of the target, such weapons of this caliber must be firmly grasped within the hands of the Lord's Manor. You are to make arrangements immediately. By sunset tomorrow, dispatch a team of shadows to monitor Notting Academy and the Graveyard of Chaos. Should there be any signs of weapon discharge, or if the graveyard indeed yields significant spoils, he made a subtle gesture, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Whatever belongs to us must be reclaimed. Not a single scrap of iron shall be spared. Understood, replied the captain of the guards, bowing in acknowledgement. Outside the window, amidst the shadows of the trees, Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly constricted. The Graveyard of Chaos? Weapons. The target is that masked monster's lair. Her small hand instinctively moved to where she kept the scales close to her body. A cold, sharp sensation met her touch. In her other hand, unbeknownst to her, she tightly clutched a small fragment of icy stone, glimmering with a ghostly blue light, which she had found at the edge of the graveyard's pit. A storm is about to descend upon the realm of death at sunset tomorrow. Chapter 24, The Shadow Dancer in Combat Class. in the makeshift training ground behind Nodding Academy. Dust mingled with the scent of sweat and the faint metallic tang of trampled grass. The scorching afternoon sun filtered through the sparse canopy of trees, casting dancing patches of light upon the earthen floor. Dozens of work-study students, clad in faded course training attire, dispersed according to their class groups, their breaths rife with tension, excitement, and a hint of confusion. The air was thick with the youth's characteristic restlessness, a blend of hormones and unease. Instructor Wang Hu, a robust man resembling an iron tower, with dark skin and a buzz cut, stood with his arms crossed upon a protruding rock at the center of the field. His rugged face bore little expression, save for his keen, hawk-like eyes, which swept over the predominantly inexperienced and awkwardly coordinated youths with a gaze of scrutiny and a barely perceptible disappointment. "Stop!" Wang Hu's voice, though not loud, reverberated like thunder, instantly quelling the noise in the field. His stout finger pointed toward the edge of the area. "Class 4. Li Ergu, step forward. How many times must I remind you? Coordination. Coordination. This is not a chaotic brawl. When faced with danger, do you shrink back and push your teammates forward? Do you think this is merely child's play?" The singled-out Li Ergu and his classmates turned crimson, sheepishly retreating to the sidelines, eliciting a stifled laughter and gleeful glances from other classes. Wang Hu's stern gaze swept across the field, ultimately settling on a small group that appeared somewhat out of place. It was the work-study students from Dormitory 7, numbering only 7 or 8. Unlike other classes that clustered in tight-knit groups, they formed a loose circle with 2 figures at its center. Lin Shen stood quietly toward the back of the circle. The cold Terra mask on his face reflected a muted sheen under the sunlight, completely obscuring his expressions. Dressed in the same tattered training uniform, the splint on his left arm had been removed, leaving behind faint pink scars that wound around his arm. He stood tall, devoid of any pre-battle tension or excitement, embodying a near indifference enveloped in silence. His gaze did not fixate on the opponent before him, a 10-year-old Iron Mane hound, tethered by a chain to a wooden post, irritably scraping the ground and growling with bared fangs. Instead, it slightly lowered, as if he were contemplating the sharply delineated shadow beneath his feet, carved by the sunlight. Standing a few paces ahead, with her back turned towards him and facing the agitated hound, was a petite and nimble figure, Xiao Wu, her long scorpion braid swaying. She bent slightly at the waist, her delicate visage devoid of fear, radiating an eagerness for the challenge, her ruby-like eyes intently locked onto the Iron Mane hound, akin to a feline predator poised for the hunt. Her slender fingers gently spread, her center of gravity lowered, brimming with explosive tension. "Chisha, Lin Shen, Xiao Wu." Wang Hu's voice rang out again, tinged with an inquisitive undertone. "It's your turn. The rules remain the same. Within 5 minutes, subdue it, or be chased around the arena." With Wang Hu's command, the assistant in charge of guarding the hound abruptly unfastened the chain from the post. With a ferocious roar, the unleashed Iron Mane hound surged forward, propelled by its hind legs. A gust of bloody wind trailing behind, aiming directly for the closest, most tantalizing target, Xiao Wu. Its intent was clear and merciless, to shred this audacious little creature. "Be careful, Xiao Wu." Several work-study students from Chisha could not help but exclaim. Yet the sparkle of excitement in Xiao Wu's eyes intensified. In the face of the oncoming gust of blood and the menacing fangs, she did not retreat. Instead, her nimble form glided sideways with the grace of a feather, narrowly avoiding the hound's onslaught. The hound's sharp claws grazed her flowing braid, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Just as the hound lost its balance from the missed attack, Lin Shen sprang into action. He made no extraneous movements, even keeping his head lowered. Yet, behind the mask, his cold eyes concealed a fleeting glimmer of crimson light. A clear and frigid thought rippled through his consciousness like a stone cast into a frigid pond. Interfere, target, vision, restrict, movement. The moment the command was issued, the shadow beneath him, intensified by his presence, stirred ever so slightly, as if disturbed by the stone he had cast. 2 elongated forms composed purely of flowing shadows emerged silently from the depths of the shadow at Lin Shen's feet, like phantoms sprouting from the ground. Their figures appeared somewhat insubstantial in the sunlight, distorted like a wavering mirage, their faces obscured by dark red masks bearing only crimson eyes, cold and silent. They were none other than 2 shadow ninjas. Their sudden appearance was astonishing, defying all logic. A collective gasp echoed from the onlookers. Even Wang Hu, arms crossed, saw his pupils constrict in shock. This was no known summoning type martial soul. The moment the 2 ninjas materialized, their movements were as swift as lightning. One of the ninjas, like an ephemeral wisp of smoke, instantaneously glided to the right front of the iron-maned hyena, mere inches from its path of attack. Its arm, straddling the line between reality and illusion, shot upward not in aggression, but rather to unleash a torrent of filth, a mixture of sand, decayed leaves, and damp earth, directly into the hyena's menacing visage. The hyena, caught unawares, was besmirched by this sordid projectile. The grime obscured its vision, while the corrupt foliage invaded its nostrils. It emitted a pained, furious whine, its forward momentum abruptly stalling, as its massive head thrashed wildly, attempting to rid itself of this sensory assault. Its sight became a haze. In that critical moment of obscured vision and faltering movement, another ninja, like a persistent shadow, glided close to the ground to the rear left leg of the hyena. Its arm, composed of shadows, coiled around the hyena's robust ankle with the precision of a cold, venomous serpent. There was no physical grip, yet an eerie, chilling force seeped in, as if it could freeze the very flow of blood within. The hyena felt its left hind leg suddenly go numb, as though pierced by an invisible ice spike. This chilling sensation spread swiftly, throwing its supporting leg's strength and coordination into chaos. Its massive form stumbled uncontrollably to the left front. Now was the moment. Xiao Wu's voice rang out, laced with an exhilarating tremor. The opportunity she had awaited manifested instantaneously. Aided by Lin Chen's cold and precise support, with its vision impaired and left hind leg numbed by the chilling grip, the hyena's center of balance faltered, exposing its relatively soft flank to Xiao Wu in a vulnerable moment. Xiao Wu sprang into action. Her movement was so swift that it left merely a pink afterimage on the retina. Her petite frame, akin to a spring coiled with power, shot upward from the ground. In midair, she executed an astonishing twist that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Her slender yet explosively powerful right leg, like a pink steel whip, sliced through the air with a sharp crack, striking fiercely against the hyena's unguarded left ribcage. With a soft technique, her waist arched. The sound of a thundering impact resonated, leaving the heart racing. Xiao Wu's seemingly delicate leg unleashed a terrifying force far beyond her size. The iron-maned hyena, weighing several hundred pounds, was sent soaring as if struck by a powerful blow, emitting a shrill, distorted howl as its massive body arched through the air and crashed heavily onto the muddy ground several meters away. Boom! Dust billowed into the air. The ground trembled slightly. The once ferocious iron-maned hyena now lay prostrate like a puddle of mire, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, its body convulsing violently, releasing intermittent cries of agony. Devoid of the strength to rise, its left ribcage was conspicuously caved in. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Only the rustle of leaves in the wind and the dying whimpers of the iron-maned hyena punctuated the stillness. All gazes were fixed upon the two figures at the center of the scene. One was a girl, gracefully descending like a pink sprite, her small face adorned with a triumphant smile. The other, a few steps behind her, was a boy standing silently like a rock, his face concealed by a cold mask. The two shadowy ninjas, having completed their interference and restriction tasks, vanished into the shadows beneath Lin Chen's feet, like ghosts fulfilling their mission, disappearing without a trace as if they had never existed. The sun blazed fiercely, dust swirling in the shafts of light. Lin Chen remained steadfast, his mask unyielding. Xiao Wu clapped her hands, turned around, and with her ruby-like eyes gleaming with an unprecedented, peculiar light, gazed intently at Lin Chen, bypassing the fallen soul beast in the arena. "Hey, masked one." Xiao Wu's melodious voice shattered the silence, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement and curiosity. "Your shadow is quite useful." She emphasized the word shadow, her eyes brimming with the eager thrill of discovering a new toy. On the sidelines, Wang Hu crossed his arms. A serious and profound contemplation etched on his dark face for the first time. His keen gaze flitted between Lin Chen's mask and Xiao Wu. Further away, beneath the shadow of a sprawling tree at the edge of the training ground, a figure clad in a faded gray robe, Yu Xiaojiang, stood silently. He held an open leather notebook, a quill poised above the pages, deep blue ink droplets ready to fall. His gaze was intensely fixed on the shadows at Lin Chen's feet, his brow furrowed into a deep furrow, as if grappling with a puzzle that defied understanding. Chapter 25. The Night Bat Team surveys Nodding City. The setting sun melted like gold, casting a shimmering warm orange hue over the jagged rooftops of Nodding City. The clamor of the day settled into curling wisps of smoke and the hurried footsteps of homeward-bound souls. Yet, near the back alley of the Lord's Manor, where towering walls and haphazard shanties created an almost eternal shadowed zone, the air felt as if it were thickened ink, stagnant and cold. Lin Chen leaned against a cold stone wall, slick with moss, almost merging with the darkness of the corner. The icy Terra mask on his face severed the last remnants of daylight, leaving behind an absolute silence. He slightly closed his eyes, not to rest, but to immerse himself in a peculiar sensory sharing. Through the mask, his consciousness spread like an invisible web, enveloping all hidden shadows within a radius of several hundred meters, precisely locking onto several special gazes that hovered above the Lord's manor, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The intent pulsed like a cold command. In an instant, Lin Chun's vision was forcibly switched. No longer confined to the narrow darkness of the corner, it soared upwards. The rooftops of Nodding City unfolded beneath him like dark waves. The evening breeze, sharp from the heights, brushed against the membranous wings of the Night Bat team members, formed of flowing shadows, suspended between reality and illusion. 5 Night Bat ninjas soared silently above the apex of the main building of the Lord's Manor. With remarkable cunning, it deftly evaded the occasional gaze of the ground guards, its form becoming as ephemeral as wisps of dissipating gray smoke beneath the last glimmers of twilight. Seamlessly blending into the deepening dusk, they did not rely on the flapping of wings, but floated like gliding phantoms, gracefully adjusting their positions on the currents of air. The crimson compound eyes resembled the most intricate of scanners, coldly surveying the vast architectural expanse below, now illuminated by the first flickers of light. In their shared vision, the Lord's Manor transformed from a mere flat outline into a deconstructed, three-dimensional model. Towering spires, winding corridors, heavily guarded inner courtyards, and bustling outer grounds where servants scurried. All aspects of the architectural layout, height, structural details, and even the guards' patrol routes and shift changes, along with the positions of shadowy watchmen, were meticulously captured by the Night Bat ninjas' extraordinary vision and perception, transmuting into a chilling stream of data that continuously flowed into Lin Chen's consciousness. Region, west side of the main building, 3rd floor, near the northern window, guard rotation every 3 minutes, window without bars, candlelight within, suspected study. Pathway, inner courtyard leading to the stable along a stone path, flanked by tall holly bushes, with an 85 shadow coverage, available for use. Guard density, highest at the main entrance, second highest at the eastern corner gate, lowest at the kitchen passage, with a shift change time variance of 15 seconds. The frigid stream of information constructed within Lin Chen's awareness, refining an increasingly intricate shadow map. This served as a far more detailed infiltration guide than any cursory observation by day. He required knowledge of every blind corner, every crevice. At that moment, however, a faint yet exceptionally clear energy signal suddenly illuminated the edge of their shared vision. Location, deep within the Lord's Manor, near the northwest corner. The signal was not derived from soul power, but rather a highly concentrated, heavy metallic energy fluctuation, strikingly stable and in substantial quantity. High density, metallic, energy source, pinpointed. The command was dispatched instantaneously. A Night Bat ninja hovering above the signal point promptly descended, merging into the night like a droplet of water, silently approaching an inconspicuous stone-carved beast head used for ventilation at the northwest corner of the main building. Its shadowy form seemed devoid of thickness, pressed against the rugged stone wall, and its crimson eyes peered through the beast's open, cobweb-covered mouth. The shared vision pierced through the darkness and stone barrier. For the Night Bat's unique sight, ordinary stone walls appeared as translucent frosted glass. The scene unfolded within consciousness. A narrow, steep, dust-covered stone staircase descended, culminating in a heavy iron door that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The iron door was no ordinary wrought iron. Its surface pulsed subtly with energy patterns, exuding a formidable aura of protection. The immense metallic energy source, sensed by the Night Bat, lay just beyond this door. What sent a shiver through Lin Chen was the sight of 2 guards standing immobile like stone statues, their bodies encased in heavy metallic armor, lurking in the shadows on either side of the iron door. Their breaths were faint and prolonged, indicating they were soul masters and of no low rank. Like slumbering steel behemoths, they guarded the secrets behind the door. A treasury? Or perhaps a vault? Lin Chen's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, was icy and resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, this point must be marked as the highest priority. Objective: confirmation of the underground chamber, guarded by heavily armored soul masters. Upon the instant of directive confirmation, a glaring scarlet marker illuminated the shadow map shared by Lin Chen, indicating an underground location in the northwestern corner of the Lord's Mansion. Almost simultaneously, within a room engulfed by towering stacks of books deep inside Nodding Academy, the glow of the oil lamp was deliberately dimmed, casting a feeble halo that barely illuminated a small area at the center of the desk. The air was infused with a unique aroma, a lang of aged paper, mineral dust, and some form of condensed reagent. Yu Xiaojiang, hunched over, with bloodshot eyes, fixated intently on a peculiar apparatus resting on the table. It was a complex framework composed of brass and crystal. At the center of the apparatus, a delicate black scale, sharp-edged and as thin as a cicada's wing, floated, precisely the type discovered by Xiao Wu in the 7th dormitory. Beneath the scale lay several neatly cut samples of varying mineral properties, the crimson fire pattern stone, the glistening white ice crystal, the deep brown magnetite, and a small piece of dull gray granite. Yu Xiaojiang held a slender crystal rod in his hand, its tip emanating a minute yet exceptionally pure, milky white aura of soul power. His movements were meticulous, akin to performing the most delicate of surgical procedures. Gradually, he brought the tip of the crystal rod closer to the floating black scale, inch by inch. When the milky white aura was less than an inch from the surface of the scale, a sudden hum resonated. The suspended scale trembled violently without warning, its dark sheen rippling like water. An icy, silent force, imbued with a strong sense of repulsion, erupted instantaneously. Hiss! The mineral samples on the tray reacted violently. A wisp of almost invisible white smoke rose from the surface of the crimson fire-patterned stone, as if an invisible cold current had instantaneously suppressed its elemental fire activity. Dimming its glow, the glistening white ice crystal briefly flared, as if an ice-blue luminescence surged within, but then quickly fell silent. The surface even crystallizing a layer of finer frost flowers. On the deep brown magnetite, a few tiny iron filings seemed to be stirred by an unseen hand, jumping slightly yet chaotically, failing to form an orderly magnetic field. The ordinary granite, however, remained unresponsive. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately withdrew the crystal rod. The trembling of the scale and the icy repulsive force vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Repelling soul power, suppressing fire elements, briefly intensifying ice elements, creating slight disturbances in the basic magnetic field, and showing no response to inert substances devoid of elements. Yu Xiaojiang murmured to himself, his words rapid, infused with an almost fervent concentration. He seized a feather quill, dipped it in deep blue ink, and swiftly recorded in his opened leather notebook. Shadow Field, Elemental Interaction Experiment. Record 3. Experimental Subject. Unknown black scale. Source. Site of the 7th dormitory anomaly. Stimulus source. Pure. Attribute-less soul power. Low intensity. Observed reactions. 1. The target generates a strong repulsive force field. Non-soul power nature. Intensity positively correlated with the stimulus source. The fire element, represented by the firestone, experiences significant suppression, resulting in a nullification effect with an 87 decrease in activity. The ice element, embodied by the ice crystal, undergoes a brief intensification of 35 activity, followed by a profound dormancy at 60 activity and a physical phenomenon of low-temperature condensation, manifesting as surface frost. The foundational magnetic field, represented by magnetite, experiences a slight disordered disturbance, failing to form a stable magnetic pole deflection. There is no discernible effect on inert non-elemental substances such as granite. The preliminary conclusion indicates that this shadow field exhibits a strong repulsion and annihilation tendency towards conventional energy, particularly soul energy, and selectively suppresses elemental properties, showcasing a distortion effect that notably restrains fire elements while exhibiting a complex biphasic reaction towards ice elements. Its energetic essence is more akin to negative energy or an ordered vacuum, tending to devour, freeze, and disintegrate ordered energy structures. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojiang's pen came to a halt. His weary yet sharp gaze returned to the floating, dimly luminous scales. A more audacious and perilous experimental plan began to take shape in his mind. He needed to discern the reaction of this shadow field to pure light, as it could potentially unveil its deeper essence. Slowly, he rose and approached an object in the corner of the room, shrouded tightly in black cloth. In the brightly lit study of the Lord's manor, the glow of the oil lamp cast a warm light upon the walls adorned with dark wooden panels. The air was suffused with the rich aroma of fine cigars and the scent of ink. Lord Nottingham, a middle-aged man with a portly figure, donned in a silk robe embroidered with golden threads and meticulously groomed hair, reclined comfortably in an expansive velvet armchair. His well-maintained fingers held a lit cigar, while the other hand casually leafed through a sheepskin document sprawled across his lap. The document bore the prominent golden lion emblem, the official insignia of the Tiando Empire. The sheepskin scroll was densely inscribed with monthly inventory figures for a certain mineral, possibly iron ore, along with signatures of those handling it, and several amounts circled in red, clearly below market value. A satisfied smile graced the corners of the Lord's mouth, his plump face gleaming with contentment. He lifted a crystal glass to his lips, savoring a sip of amber-hued, expensive liquor. This month's losses have increased by 0.5%, quite satisfactory, he mumbled indistinctly, evidently in high spirits. He remained oblivious to the faint crimson glow, akin to congealed blood, silently observing everything below from a shadowed corner of the intricately carved ceiling adorned with grapevine motifs. A nocturnal bat ninja, resembling a ghostly apparition, clung to the ornate plaster relief, seamlessly camouflaging itself into the building's shadows. Its crimson compound eyes, akin to the most sophisticated cameras, meticulously captured and recorded the Lord's actions as he perused the document, the critical numbers and red circles on the sheepskin scroll, and even the greedy, satisfied smile upon his face. Visual records were transmitted through an invisible link, traversing the space and merging into the consciousness of Lin Chun. Concealed in the shadows of an alley outside the city, Lin Chun gazed at the crucial information inscribed on the parchment within the shared vision. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath the mask, curled into a cold, emotionless arc. The evidence was finally in his grasp. At that moment, through the perspective of another night bat ninja he controlled, he observed a secluded alley outside the imposing walls of the Lord's mansion. There, a petite figure, adorned with long, scorpion-like braids, stealthily ascended an ancient locust tree, akin to a nimble feline. Concealed within the dense foliage, her ruby-like eyes glimmered with a mix of excitement and intense curiosity, unwaveringly fixed on the main building of the Lord's estate, as if searching for something elusive. Xiao Wu. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, directing the night bat ninja stationed on the perimeter to quietly cast its crimson gaze upon the small figure nestled among the treetop. Chapter 26. The Lord kneels to offer treasures. The gnarled branches of the locust tree groaned softly in the night breeze, its thick canopy casting a patchy, shifting shadow under the dim twilight. Xiao Wu, resembling a spirit of the tree, crouched on a horizontal branch near the treetop, her delicate form pressed against the coarse bark, nearly merging with the shadows. She held her breath, her ruby eyes wide and alert, akin to the most vigilant nocturnal creature, fixated on the brightly lit spire of the Lord's mansion. Moments ago, a fleeting shadow, reminiscent of a colossal bat, had darted past. Its speed was astounding, its outline indistinct, as if woven into the dusk like a phantom. Yet she could not be mistaken. That was no mere nightbird. The trajectory of its flight bore an uncanny, unnatural smoothness and silence. More importantly, in that instant, Xiao Wu's instinctive perception, honed by her bond with the soul beast, distinctly captured a faint yet familiar essence that sent a shiver down her spine. Cold, silent, neither alive nor dead. It resonated with the shadowy aura that lingered in the depths of the corner of 7 dormitory, akin to the scales she kept close to her heart. It was him. The masked stranger was at work. He was surveilling the Lord's mansion. Xiao Wu's heart raced, not out of fear, but from an exhilarating thrill of uncovering a monumental secret. She strained her eyes, attempting to recapture that ghostly figure amidst the swaying shadows and distant outlines of buildings. But the night enveloped everything like a heavy curtain, and the entity seemed to vanish into the darkness without a trace. Where had it gone? Xiao Wu bit her lip in frustration, the delicate flares of her nostrils fluttering with rapid breaths. Her small hand instinctively reached towards the scales she cherished, feeling their cold, slick texture as if drawing strength from them. She had to uncover the truth. What was that being? What were the intentions of the masked man? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to an explosion from the depths of the earth, shattering the relative tranquility of Notting City's night. The source of the sound was not the Lord's mansion, but rather from the direction of the western part of the city, Notting Academy. Xiao Wu trembled at the sudden cacophony, instinctively turning her gaze toward the source of the noise. Deep within the academy, near the familiar cluster of buildings in the theoretical district, a blinding flash of white light erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning, momentarily illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The brilliance lasted less than half a second, swiftly consumed by an overwhelming darkness that surged forth like thick ink, utterly engulfing the area. This darkness was no ordinary night. It possessed a profound corrosive quality and a chilling, lifeless void. It churned like a living entity, instantly enveloping the source of the white light's explosion. Following this, the sharp and jarring sound of glass shattering echoed, accompanied by the thunderous crash of a heavy metallic framework twisting and collapsing. A faint yet profoundly chilling wave of energy swept through the entirety of Notting City, causing Xiao Wu to feel an immediate pang of dread. This wave resonated with the breath of scales, the essence of the bat's fleeting shadow, and the aura from the corner of the 7th dormitory, all originating from the same source. Yet it was more frenzied, more chaotic. Master, Xiao Wu's face turned pale instantly. That direction was the laboratory of Yu Xiaojiang. Could it be? In the study of the city lord's mansion. The sudden explosion and the bizarre interplay of white light and darkness outside sent the city lord, who had been reveling in his wine while perusing accounts of embezzlement, into a state of sheer panic. He spluttered, spraying the expensive liquor onto a priceless sheepskin scroll resting on his lap. The golden liquid quickly spread, blurring the meticulously forged numbers and red circles. Cough, cough, what sound is that? An enemy attack. Guards! Guards! Like a startled, plump guinea pig, he tumbled from his velvet chair, clumsily scrambling towards the desk, desperately trying to press the alarm button hidden beneath it. Just as his chubby fingers were about to touch the concealed switch, a cold, raspy voice, reminiscent of rusty metal scraping, unexpectedly resonated behind him. "My lord, there is no need to panic. It is merely a minor mishap." The voice, though soft, bore an uncanny penetrating quality that instantly froze all of the city lord's movements. His corpulent body stiffened, a wave of icy dread slithered up his spine like a venomous serpent. He turned his head with agonizing slowness, as if he were a rusted automaton. The heavy curtains of the study fluttered without wind, as if an invisible hand had lifted a corner. The last light of day outlined a tall, slender figure. He stood silently in the shadow of the curtains, his face obscured by a dark red mask that appeared particularly grotesque in the dim light, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes, like a harbinger emerging from the depths of hell. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The city lord's voice, laced with sheer terror, became sharp and piercing. He longed to scream, to call for the guards outside, but his throat felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, allowing only gasps to escape. He noticed the remnants of bandages still clinging to the stranger's left arm, yet this did nothing to alleviate his fear. This figure had materialized within his heavily fortified study. "Who I am is of little importance." Lin Chen's voice emerged from behind the mask, carrying a metallic chill as he stepped forth from the shadows. His footsteps were silent, as if treading upon the void. More importantly, it seemed that the lord of the city had encountered some difficulties. His gaze, akin to a frigid probe, swept across the soiled parchment, drenched in wine and marred by stains. The corpulent figure of the lord trembled violently, cold sweat instantly soaking through his silk robe. "What do you want? Money? I have it. A great deal," he nearly cried, his flabby finger nervously pointing toward a lavishly adorned golden cabinet in the corner of the study. "The key. The key is in my drawer. I'll give it to you. Please, don't kill me." Lin Chun halted before the desk, his icy gaze fixated on the lord's grotesquely contorted face, twisted by fear. "Money? Indeed, it was necessary." He slowly raised his right hand, not indicating the golden cabinet, but rather directing his attention to the soiled parchment on the floor. "However, my lord, it seems you have overlooked a far greater predicament, right here." He bent slightly, his cold gaze penetrating through the mask, landing on the blurred, yet still discernible numbers and red circles upon the parchment. Monthly write-off records from the mineral department of the Tiando Empire, losses exceeding 30% below market value, and the signatures of the intermediaries. "My lord, can you imagine the repercussions if this document were to surface on the desk of the Tiando City Inspection Institute? How many cuts would your corpulent flesh endure? How many generations of your family would be condemned to the northern mines?" Every word struck the lord's heart like a chilling hammer. His plump face instantly drained of color, turning as pale as parchment, his lips quivering yet unable to utter a single word. The intruder had not only stealthily infiltrated his study, but was also intimately familiar with his most guarded secrets. This was no ordinary thief. You. The lord collapsed to the ground, as if all his bones had been extracted, the overwhelming dread completely shattering him. He realized that the masked demon before him held knowledge potent enough to obliterate him utterly. Lin Chin straightened, casting a condescending gaze upon the lord, now akin to a puddle of mud, his voice icy and imbued with undeniable authority. "Before sunset tomorrow, I demand to see sincerity at the vault. Otherwise." He left the sentence unfinished, his cold gaze sweeping over the parchment once more, then back to the lord's wide, terror-stricken eyes. The threat was unmistakable. With that, Lin Chin did not spare another glance at the crumpled lord. His figure melded into the darkness like ink dissolving in water, silently retreating into the shadows behind the drawn curtains. With a slight rustle of the curtains, the nightmarish silhouette vanished as if it had never existed. In the study, only the lord remained, sprawled on the floor like a fish out of water, gasping violently, his body drenched in cold sweat. The acrid scent of wine, cigar smoke, and the stench of his own incontinence mingled together. He fixated on the soiled parchment, akin to a death warrant, and after the immense fear subsided, a profound sense of despair took hold. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he finally emitted a hoarse and desperate wail, reminiscent of a dying beast. "Someone, anyone, go to the vault, prepare the items." Deep within the nodding academy, in Yu Xiaojiang's laboratory, chaos reigned. The epicenter of the explosion, a delicate framework crafted from brass and crystal, lay utterly contorted and shattered. The brass components twisted grotesquely, resembling a pretzel, while the expensive crystal prisms were reduced to mere powder, strewn across the ground. The air was thick with the acrid scent of chemical agents mingled with the burnt odor of metal. On the floors and walls, large swathes of charred black marks, reminiscent of acid corrosion, remained, alongside countless tiny pockmarks, as if perforated by high-velocity shrapnel. The oil lamp had long extinguished. The sole source of illumination came from a gaping hole in the ceiling, torn open by the shockwave of the explosion, through which the pallid moonlight streamed, casting a dim glow over the lingering wisps of smoke that had yet to dissipate. Yuxiagang slumped against the wall, mere meters from the site of the detonation. His gray robe was tattered in several places, his face smeared with dust and tiny wounds, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. He coughed violently, each spasm sending a jolt of agony through his chest and abdomen. Yet, his deeply sunken eyes remained fixated on the chaotic remnants of the explosion, devoid of fear, brimming instead with a near-manic exhilaration and a profound realization. Just moments ago, he had employed the high-intensity soul-guiding spotlight he had painstakingly assembled, directing a beam of pure, concentrated light, capable of igniting steel in an instant, onto a mass of suspended black scales. He had anticipated rejection, annihilation, even the possibility of an explosion. However, he could never have foreseen that the moment the intensity of the light surpassed a critical threshold, those scales would behave like a miniature black hole, devouring all light that struck them in an instant. After a fleeting moment of utter darkness, an indescribable force, seemingly drawn from the primordial essence of the universe, erupted violently from the scales. It was neither flame nor shockwave, but instead a pure, absolute negation of light and heat, a shadow annihilation. This phenomenon instantaneously distorted and disassembled the structure of the intense light, converting its energy into a chaotic maelstrom of negative energy, culminating in this catastrophic explosion. The residual energy left in the wake of the blast was a direct manifestation of this shadow annihilation characteristic. Light is the key, he coughed up blood, his voice hoarse, yet laced with a fervor akin to that of an enlightened sage. In the acrid darkness, he murmured to himself, shadows repel light, they fear light. Yet a more potent light can ignite their deepest essence of annihilation, much like igniting gunpowder with flame. He struggled against the pain coursing through his body, groping through the debris to retrieve a dusty leather notebook and a half-broken quill from his pocket. With trembling hands, illuminated by the feeble moonlight filtering through the breach, he inscribed several jagged yet striking words onto the charred pages: core breakthrough, shadow annihilation, light attraction, fatal weakness, high-intensity pure light energy. Chapter 27. Shadow stronghold and light attraction weakness. The pungent aroma of blood mingled with the scent of decaying earth, hanging heavily in the air of the forgotten graveyard. The moonlight, fractured by gnarled branches, fell in broken pale shards upon the raised and sunken graves, shattered tombstones, and the scattered remains of bleached bones. The hooting of the owl pierced the profound silence, resonating like a lament for the departed souls. Lin Chen's figure melded into the shadows of the night, silently traversing this realm forbidden to the living. The decaying twigs and withered leaves beneath his feet made not a sound under his precise steps. He did not approach a specific grave, but instead advanced toward the innermost depths of the mass grave, an area shrouded by the gnarled branches of towering dead locust trees. Here, the light dimmed further, the shadows thick as if congealed ink. The stench of decay seemed to reach its zenith, enveloped in a suffocating sweetness. Scattered across the ground were remnants of shattered coffins and rotting shrouds, with hints of a viscous, dark red liquid seeping from the soil below. Lin Chen came to a halt at the center of this hollow, where the ground beneath was soft and imbued with an intense, damp chill. He slowly lifted his right hand, palm down, fingers slightly splayed. No sound, no light. Yet an invisible, cold, and silent will emanated from his palm, more accurately, from the depths of the mask that was intimately connected to it, permeating silently into the lands saturated with death and resentment beneath him. A deep, resonant hum arose in Lin Chen's consciousness, as if echoing from the bowels of the earth. The muddy ground beneath him seemed to stir with life, quivering ever so slightly. The dense shadows gathered and flowed as if animated. A circular area of pure darkness, approximately 2 meters in diameter, emerged at his feet, as if excavated from the tainted earth by an unseen force. This dark region was not hollow. It appeared to contain a viscous, black liquid swirling and roiling within, exuding an aura far colder and more silent than its surroundings, imbued with an overwhelming sense of devouring. Base point, confirm, energy, absorb, the command was issued. The swirling dark area responded to the directive, its rotation accelerating suddenly. A powerful, invisible pull erupted from within. The air around him, thick with the nauseating scent of death, accumulated resentment from countless years, and the faint soul energy lingering deep within the soil, perhaps remnants of the departed or the vestiges of deceased soul beasts, was drawn toward this darkness as if caught in an invisible whirlpool. The visible surface of the white bones scattered around the hollow began to dull, and fade at a slow, yet determined pace, the accumulated grayish sheen of death weakening. The thick, putrid odor in the air seemed to thin slightly. This dark region, like a nascent, greedy stomach, voraciously consumed the negative energy that had settled in this land for eons. Lin Chen stood quietly upon this swirling dark base, akin to standing at the threshold of an abyss. He felt the pulsing sensation of cold energy gathering beneath his feet. These disparate negative energies were filtered and purified by the dark base, transforming into torrents that, while cold and tainted, contained immense power. Continuously drawn into the depths of the mask, replenishing previous consumption and nurturing the foundation of this newly birthed shadow stronghold. The stronghold was taking its initial form. Yet, this was only the beginning. He required additional resources, a more robust defense, and greater power. Just as Lin Chen's consciousness was enveloped in the cold pulsations of the base's energy absorption, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably familiar essence of pure life pierced through a shared consciousness network of ninja perception. Warning: intruder. Target: high-energy life form. Location: southeast. 150 meters, rapidly approaching. A ninja lurking in the shadows surrounding the base instantly locked onto a petite figure traversing the sparse underbrush of the graveyard with astonishing speed. That figure darted like pink lightning in the night, nimbly evading obstacles with each leap, directing its course straight towards the depression that housed the base. Xiaowu. Lin Chen's gaze beneath his mask turned suddenly frigid. How could she have found this place? Was it the Nightbat core tracking her? Or had she detected the scent of those scales? Deep within the nodding academy, in a laboratory that had recently endured a catastrophic explosion, a suffocating amalgamation of acrid burnt odor, the sharp scent of leaking chemicals, and a faint trace of blood permeated the air. The enormous gash in the ceiling allowed a pale moonlight to filter through, illuminating the scene within as if ravaged by a monstrous beast. Yu Xiaojiang sat slumped in a corner, his tattered gray robe in disarray, his face smeared with dust and congealed blood. Each breath elicited agonizing pain in his chest and abdomen, yet his sunken eyes sparkled with a frenzied excitement. Clutched tightly in his hands was a leather notebook, torn at the edges and charred from the explosion, along with a broken feather quill. By the moonlight, he fervently scribbled on the singed pages, desperate to document. Shadow annihilation. Experimental record, emergency addendum. Stimulus source, ultra-high intensity pure light energy, soul-guided spotlight, peak intensity, level 7. Target response, 1. Precritical point, continuous absorption of irradiated light energy, conversion rate 999, linear increase in shadow field intensity, observational limit. 2. Critical point breakthrough, intensity level 68. The target instantaneously enters in absolute darkness state, light absorption rate 100, duration 0.00003 seconds. 3. Conclusion of absolute darkness state, explosive shadow annihilation reaction, manifested as instantaneous disintegration, conversion of light energy structure, release of high-energy negative energy turbulence, non-soul power nature, highly destructive. A strong spatial distortion effect ensued. Support metal instantly underwent plastic deformation, accompanied by intense mental shock, directly affecting the observer's consciousness. Residual energy exhibited potent corrosive properties, charred corrosive marks. Core conclusion: high-intensity pure light energy is the absolute trigger for igniting shadow annihilation. The annihilation's potency is exponentially correlated with light energy intensity. This reaction possesses a devastatingly uncontrollable chain characteristic. Confirmed fatal weakness, light, especially high-intensity, pure, focused light. Upon reaching this point, Yu Xiaojiang's hand trembled violently from pain and exhilaration, nearly losing grip on the broken quill. He coughed violently, expelling blood-tinged saliva. Yet, the fervor in his eyes remained unabated. He struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot gaze sweeping across the scattered remnants of experimental apparatus amidst the ruins of the laboratory. His eyes ultimately fixated on a crystal monitoring plate embedded in the charred wall, its surface marred by spiderweb-like cracks. While most of the plate lay dull and lifeless, a faint indication near its edge flickered with an exceptionally weak, yet distinctly vivid dark red glow. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly constricted. This monitoring device, of his own design, was intended to capture abnormal energy fluctuations in the vicinity of the laboratory. At this moment, the dark red glow pointed towards the direction outside the city. The burial ground? A surge of intense, chilling apprehension seized Yu Xiaojiang's heart. This energy response, though feeble, possessed the pure, shadowy obliteration characteristics akin to the explosion's source and the scales. And it was moving? It was gathering. What entity was delving deep into the burial ground to absorb and consolidate such power? Could it be that masked figure? Not only had he evaded the backlash, but he was actively harnessing this power. A profound shock and deeper chill instantly overshadowed his bodily pain. Yu Xiaojiang struggled to rise, but the excruciating agony forced him back down. He fixated on the flickering dark red light on the monitoring plate, as if witnessing a nascent abyss capable of devouring all. Deep within the burial ground, above the shadow stronghold, the icy pull continued to greedily extract the surrounding negative energy. Yet, Lin Shen's entire focus was locked onto the pure life force, approaching with the speed of a released arrow. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Xiao Wu's figure became increasingly distinct within the crimson vision of the ninja. Like the most agile hunter of the jungle, she darted swiftly between tombs and dead trees, each landing as light as a feather, her scorpion tail whipping behind her. Her face bore no trace of fear, only a potent mix of excitement, curiosity, and vigilance. Her ruby-like eyes scanned the heavily shadowed depression ahead, clearly having locked onto the anomalous energy fluctuations emanating from the stronghold. 30 meters. Xiao Wu abruptly halted behind a partially collapsed grave mound, her body pressed against the cold stone tablet, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. Her delicate nostrils flared rapidly, seemingly discerning the complex scents in the air, intense decay, chilling silence, and a pure sense of shadow obliteration that triggered a strong instinctual repulsion within her soul beast. The source lay ahead in the hollow, her small hand instinctively pressed against the scales she kept close to her heart. At that moment, two icy scales felt like burning hot irons, radiating intense heat and a peculiar resonant wave, as if responding to the dark core forming deep within the hollow. She had found it. A sharp glimmer flickered in her eyes, and her pink lips curled into an excited arc, no longer concealing her presence. Her petite form suddenly burst forth from behind the stone tablet, like a pink lightning bolt, darting straight toward the center of the hollow. Target acquired, entering alert range. Threat level high. Amidst the shadows lurking at the edge of the hollow, three ninjas, akin to lethal machines receiving their final command, silently emerged from their concealed positions behind withered trees, beneath shattered coffins, and from the earth itself. These slender, elongated figures, existing in a realm between reality and illusion, materialized like guardians from the depths of hell, instantly obstructing the path of Xiao Wu as she charged into the hollow. They bore no weapons, merely extending their arms in silence, their crimson eyes igniting with the cold, emotionless light of death in the darkness. A palpable aura of murderous intent, intertwined with an eerie chill, rapidly expanded like an invisible wall, endeavoring to halt Xiao Wu's advance. Humph, these specters again. Xiao Wu scoffed softly, faced with the abrupt interception. She not only maintained her speed, but executed an astonishing twist mid-air with her petite frame. Her slender waist unleashed a terrifying blend of flexibility and strength, and her elongated right leg lashed out like a pink steel whip, tearing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed mercilessly at the head of the foremost ninja. Get out of my way. Chapter 28. Allies of the Secret Base, get out of my way. Xiao Wu's crisp command resonated through the eerie silence of the graveyard, exuding an undeniable ferocity. Her long right leg sliced through the air, ensnared in a fierce gale, aimed directly at the head of the obstructing ninja. The power behind this kick far surpassed her earlier confrontation with the iron-maned hyena. The air even crackled with the sound of piercing wind. Confronted with this devastating blow capable of shattering stone tablets, the ninja's crimson gaze remained unflinching. It neither blocked nor evaded. Its body, existing in that ethereal space, seemed to evaporate like weightless smoke at the instant Xiao Wu's leg approached, flowing away as if melting into nothingness. Xiao Wu's leg swept through a void of air. The tremendous force found no outlet, causing her body to momentarily stall in midair, just as her old momentum faded and new strength had yet to arise. The other two ninjas, as if programmed killing machines, seized upon this fleeting opportunity. Their figures darted in like two bolts of black lightning, one to the left and one to the right, silently appearing at Xiao Wu's sides. The shadowy arms, resembling cold venomous snakes, reached out with chilling intent towards her delicate ankles and the elbow joint supporting her weight. The angles were cunning, the timing impeccable, perfectly targeting her vulnerable joints. Humph, I knew you would attempt this. Xiao Wu's eyes reflected no hint of panic, but rather a glimmer of cunning foresight. Her petite form exhibited astonishing flexibility and coordination midair. Her waist twisted abruptly, as if boneless. Her supporting left leg lifted off the ground, and she spun like a top, narrowly evading the grasping shadowy hand aimed at her ankle. Simultaneously, her right arm, targeted for capture, recoiled, and then snapped back like a serpent. With a fluid motion, she executed a technique akin to bending willow branches in an instant. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of a willow branch cracking through the air, as her right elbow bent at an almost impossible angle, only to spring back instantaneously. The exquisite mastery of muscle control and joint technique allowed her to narrowly evade the shadowy hand that reached for her elbow. The chilling aura that accompanied that shadowy hand merely grazed the outer sleeve of her arm. With a sharp rip, the resilient coarse fabric was as though sliced by an invisible blade, instantly tearing a neat gash. A bone-chilling cold surged through her skin in an instant. Xiao Wu stifled a groan as goosebumps erupted across her arm, causing her movements to unavoidably falter for a brief moment. It was this fleeting hesitation that provided the two ninjas, whose strikes had missed, an opportunity to press on without a moment's pause. Their bodies, devoid of rigidity, morphed like soft clay, re-engaging her once more. The shadowy arms, akin to relentless parasites, lunged towards the exposed vulnerabilities of her waist and neck with increased speed, ferocity, and lethality. The icy intent to kill pricked at her nerves like tangible ice needles. Meanwhile, the previously vanished ninja materialized above her head, as if coalescing from the void. The fingers of the shadowy hand converged like blades, accompanied by a shrill slicing through the air, resembling black lightning as it lunged towards her unguarded crown. Surrounded on three sides, the deadly trap was set. Xiao Wu's ruby-like pupils constricted suddenly. A profound sense of crisis gripped her heart like a chilling hand. The seamless coordination of the three shadows was insidious, cunning, and ruthless, leaving her no respite. She could even feel the sharp wind pressure generated by the descending strike above, potent enough to pierce steel. There was no escaping. Just as she was on the brink of unleashing her soul power in a desperate counter, a voice, cold, hoarse, imbued with undeniable authority, suddenly resonated from the center of the swirling darkness. Stop. The voice, though not loud, carried an invisible command that pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. The three shadowy arms, on the verge of reaching her vital points, froze mid-air as if a pause button had been pressed, mere inches from her skin. The cold intent to kill and the frigid aura were abruptly halted by an unseen barrier. The ninja's movements came to a standstill, transformed into three chilling shadowy sculptures. Their crimson eyes still fixated on Xiao Wu, yet all aggressive intent was forcibly suspended. Xiao Wu's petite form executed a reluctant backflip in midair, staggering as she landed just half a step away from the icy shadowy arms. She gasped heavily, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Her ruby eyes wide with disbelief and lingering terror, darting towards the center of the hollow where a masked figure stood atop the swirling darkness. The momentary threat of death had felt profoundly real. Had it not been for him, Lin Chen stood at the focal point, an arbiter of shadows. His icy gaze swept over the three forcibly frozen ninjas, and the voice that emerged from beneath the mask bore no trace of emotion. Withdraw. The solidified shadows, as if liberated from their restraints, instantaneously melted away, silently sinking into the surrounding gloom of the depression, vanishing without a trace as though they had never existed. Within the hollow, only Lin Chun and Xiao Wu remained. The swirling core of darkness emanated a chilling, silent pull, devouring the negative energy around it and resonating with a low, rumbling hum. The air was thick with a pungent stench and an icy stillness of death. Xiao Wu took a moment to catch her breath, wiping the sweat from her brow. She glanced down at the tattered sleeve on her arm, goosebumps prickling her skin, before raising her gaze to Lin Chun, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. There was lingering fear, anger, but more prominently, a sense of being toyed with and an intense curiosity. Hey, masked one. Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly, though it was primarily laced with defiance. What do you mean by that? You nearly let your ghostly shadow finish me off. Now you pretend to be the good guy. Lin Chen remained silent, his cold gaze piercing through the mask, fixating on Xiao Wu. He could distinctly sense the surging vitality within her, alongside the unquiet waves of her soul energy. The exquisite finesse of her earlier soft techniques and her momentary burst of power were not attributes of an ordinary student. This girl was an enigma in herself. To kill her? The cost was unknown and might invite even greater trouble. To let her leave? This stronghold had already been compromised. You should not have come here. Lin Chen's voice emerged from the mask, frigid and hoarse. Huh, what a joke. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, her petite face adorned with a stubborn expression. Is this graveyard owned by your family? I can come and go as I please. Her ruby-like eyes twinkled with mischief as she pointed at the swirling darkness beneath Lin Chen's feet. This murky pit has stirred up such a commotion that I could feel its eerie presence from afar. It would be hard not to notice. She deliberately sidestepped the details regarding the resonance of scales. Lin Chun ignored her retort, his icy gaze sweeping over the tattered sleeve on her arm. Just now, you could have used your soul energy. Xiao Wu paused briefly, then pouted defiantly. Do I need soul energy to deal with your few ghostly shadows? My soft techniques are not yet perfected. Though her words were bold, a shiver ran through her. He had indeed seen through her. He was probing her depths. This is my domain. Lin Shen stepped forward, the swirling darkness beneath him undulating like a living entity. A deeper, more ominous aura, laden with warning, began to permeate the air. Those who understood its existence were destined for one of two fates, either become a part of it. His voice scraped like ice against stone. Or, his gaze, as sharp as ice shards, pierced through Xiao Wu. You shall remain forever silent. A blatant threat. The chilling intent to kill surged forth like a tidal wave, even more profound and suffocating than the previous onslaught of ninjas. It was a pure will of annihilation emanating from the depths of the mask, from the core of darkness beneath his feet. Xiao Wu's petite form tensed instantly. A flicker of seriousness flashed in the depths of her ruby eyes. She had no doubt about the authenticity of his words. This masked figure would undoubtedly act on them. Her soul energy instinctively began to accelerate, the pressure of a 10,000-year soul beast threatening to burst forth uncontrollably. Yet, in that moment of palpable tension, when confrontation seemed imminent, the weight of seriousness and vigilance in Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly melted away like snow under the sun, replaced by an exuberant curiosity that bordered on innocence. The traces of frustration and anger vanished from her face in an instant, and with a clap of her hands that echoed with a bright sound. She beamed as if she had just discovered a new world. Wow, how cool is this? Like a jubilant little rabbit, she hopped forward 2 steps, utterly oblivious to the icy, murderous intent radiating from Lin Shen. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled with anticipation as she pointed at the swirling dark core beneath Lin Shen's feet. Is this your secret base? It's so dark and it even spins. Incredible. It's far better than our shabby place in Dormitory 7. Without awaiting Lin Shen's response, Xiao Wu continued to chatter excitedly, as if a floodgate of words had been opened. Hey, you with the mask. Can we discuss something? She clasped her hands in a gesture of supplication, her large eyes blinking earnestly. Look, your place is so spacious and, unique. Surely, you need some help tidying it up? For instance, clearing away these broken bones and rotten wood, or finding some sturdy stones to build a shelter against the wind. Her petite hands pointed mysteriously towards the scattered remnants of bones and decaying coffins around the base, emanating faint energy fluctuations. I know some of those bones might hide useful little treasures. Some of the old fellows can't rest even in death. There could be fragments of soul beast crystal cores hidden in their bones. As she spoke, she cautiously observed the cold eyes beneath Lin Shen's mask, her tone imbued with a sense of self-satisfaction, as if to say, how about it? Let me join you. I promise I won't tell anyone. Let us consider it our secret base. I'll help you find good stuff, and you let me play here, all right? She deliberately emphasized our in secret base, her eyes glimmering with the excitement of a treasure hunter and a childlike eagerness for pure collaboration. The swirling darkness at the center of the basin emitted a low hum, and the chilling aura of murder lingered in the air for a moment. Lin Shen's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, scrutinized the little girl before him, whose mood shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page, her intentions inscrutable. Should he allow her to become a part of the base, keep her silence forever, or accept her as the first ally of this secret haven? Chapter 29, Shadow Crossbow and Shadow Devouring Hatchling. At the heart of the basin, the swirling dark core resembled an insatiable stomach, continuously emitting a low and rhythmic hum, greedily absorbing the death and resentment accumulated in the graveyard. The chaotic negative energies were filtered and refined, transforming into a cold torrent of shadows that nourished this nascent stronghold. The intense stench of decay seemed to have been partially digested by the base, becoming less suffocating, yet the profound silence, imbued with a sense of obliteration, grew even more pronounced. Standing at the edge of the core, Lin Shen, with his cold Terra mask obscuring all expressions, slightly bowed his head. His gaze appeared to rest upon the undulating darkness beneath his feet, while in reality, through shared consciousness, he absorbed the visions of all concealed ninjas lurking around the perimeter of the base. It was as if he had woven an invisible web of perception in the murky ink pool. No movement would escape his vigilant eyes. In the southeastern corner of the stronghold, a relatively flat area cleared by the ninjas lay before her. Xiao Wu was crouching, her little dairy re-raised, amidst a heap of assorted debris recently gathered by the ninjas from around the stronghold. The items varied widely: broken, rusted metal spearheads, several relatively intact gravestones etched with indistinct patterns, and even a few substantial bone fragments from unknown spirit beasts, exuding faint energy fluctuations. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled with delight, as if she were surveying a trove of shimmering treasures, her small face radiating pure excitement akin to that of discovering a new toy. Oh, this stone is remarkably hard, she exclaimed, picking up a grayish gravestone and tapping it with her finger, producing a dull thud that resonated more solidly than the blue stone slabs of the training ground. It would certainly make for excellent flooring. She then grasped a piece of beast bone, covered in fine cracks, yet still emanating a faint, earthy yellow glow. It seems there might be something inside this bone. She leaned in closer, inhaling deeply, her delicate nostrils flaring. The earthy scent was overpowering. Could it be the leg bone of an underground rock lizard? Perhaps remnants of crystal cores still lingered within. As she muttered to herself, she adeptly sorted the treasures she had gathered, a pile of hard stones, a collection of bones suspected to contain energy, and a separate grouping of metal fragments. Her movements were swift and her eye remarkably discerning, entirely unlike that of a girl just over 10 years old. She resembled a seasoned scavenger instead. Lin Shen's consciousness swept over the items Xiao Wu had selected, cold and probing. Her judgment was astonishingly accurate. The metal fragments, especially those with unique curves and latch structures, emitted a purer and more stable metallic energy fluctuation than other scrap iron, marking them as ideal materials for crafting the core components of a shadow crossbow. Target confirmed, metal components. Transmitting to the manufacturing point. The command was issued. A ninja, concealed in the shadows near Xiao Wu, silently glided forward like flowing ink, swiftly collecting the metal fragments she had chosen before melting back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The entire process was as swift as lightning, leaving not a trace of dust in its wake. Hey! Just as Xiao Wu moved a heavy gravestone to the pile of building materials, she turned to find that several crucial pieces from her metal collection had mysteriously vanished. Pouting, she stamped her foot in displeasure. Hey, masked one! Did your ghostly shadow steal my stuff again? She shouted towards Lin Shen, her ruby eyes widening in indignation. Lin Shen remained unresponsive, not even turning his head. Yet, beneath the mask, the corners of his mouth subtly twitched. Seeing her words ignored, Xiao Wu huffed, but was not genuinely angry. Her attention was quickly diverted to other items. She hopped over to a cleaner area located slightly to the north of the stronghold center. There, the ninjas had cleared a more pristine spot, where several relatively straight beast bones were deeply embedded in the ground, serving as support pillars. Above these pillars, an extraordinary creation, just completed in its main structure, gleamed with a cold metallic luster. It was a uniquely shaped crossbow, infused with a shadowy style. The arms of the crossbow are not crafted from conventional wood or metal, but rather constructed from several beast bones, forcibly twisted, shaped, and seamlessly melded together by shadowy powers. The bony arms exhibit an eerie, deep black hue, reminiscent of ink, with a surface adorned by dark red energy patterns that protrude like veins, subtly pulsating with a chilling luminescence within. The body of the crossbow is formed from metallic fragments contributed by Xiao Wu, which have undergone repeated refining, forging, and etching through the dark energies of the stronghold, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity. The metal manifests a matte, deep gray color that seems to absorb light, its surface etched with dark red patterns that resonate with those of the bony arms. The bowstring is not made of sinew or metallic wire, but is instead a tightly stretched bundle of pure shadow energy, jet black, silent, and radiating a disquieting sharpness. This is the initial prototype of the shadow crossbow. Crafted by Lin Shen utilizing the stronghold's energies and collected materials, combined with fragments of knowledge inherited from the Mask of Terra, Xiao Wu curiously approached this weapon. Exuding an otherworldly aura, she cautiously extended her delicate fingers to touch the bowstring composed of pure shadow energy. Do not touch. Lin Shen's cold voice sliced through the air like invisible ice needles, reaching Xiao Wu's ears with precision. Her fingers froze in midair, mere inches from the pitch-black string. She could feel the sharp, chilling aura emanating from it, slicing through the air and pricking her fingertips. Withdrawing her hand abruptly, she patted her chest in a flurry. Though her face bore no trace of fear, instead, it was alight with intensified curiosity. Wow, how impressive, she exclaimed, circling the shadow crossbow twice. Her ruby-like eyes acting as the most meticulous of scanners, scrutinizing the bony structure of the arms, the etched metallic patterns of the body, and especially the inky energy string. Is this string made of shadow? How is it taut like this? Won't it snap? What does it shoot? Shadow arrows. She chattered incessantly, questions tumbling forth one after another, her small hands itching to touch the cold, etched patterns on the crossbow, as if seeking to unveil some secret from them. Lin Shen remained silent. Yet through the shared vision of a ninja lurking in a shadowy corner of the stronghold, he observed Xiao Wu's focused and inquisitive gaze, as well as the delicate movements of her fingers tracing the etched patterns, seemingly committing them to memory. This girl's sensitivity to energy and understanding of structure surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Observing, targeting, Xiao Wu's reaction to the shadow crossbow, recording behavioral patterns, cold instructions silently noted. At that moment, a subtle change in the humming of the rotating dark core at the center of the stronghold stirred Lin Shen's attention. It resembled a deep sigh of satisfaction from a filled stomach. The stronghold had absorbed sufficient negative energy. The core shadow energy had reached a critical threshold. The stronghold itself began to undergo its first faint evolution. The rotation of the core slowed significantly, the viscous darkness at its center becoming even deeper and more substantial. As if on the verge of solidifying into some core essence. A powerful suction emanated from the depths of the base, but this time, its target was no longer merely the negative energies from the outside world. It began to actively draw in the shadowy energies that permeated the interior of the stronghold. At the edge of the depression, the areas transformed by the base became saturated with shadows, the ground turning unnaturally hard and frigid. Several supporting pillars, adorned with shadowy patterns and constructed from beast bones, along with the newly assembled shadow crossbow, began to emit faint waves of shadow energy. As if responding to a maternal call, tendrils of black energy were gently stripped away, flowing like streams returning home. Converging slowly towards the deeper darkness at the center of the base. The shadowy energy, diffusing throughout the stronghold like a thin mist, was being forcibly gathered and compressed by the core of the base. Its very existence felt increasingly solid and restrained, akin to a nascent embryo nurturing its true heart. Lin Shun could distinctly sense that at the core of the base, a purer and more refined form of shadow energy was taking shape, pulsating with a subtle rhythm. As if the heart of the stronghold had begun its first beat. From the depths of the Terra mask, a satisfying tremor resonated, as the enhancement of the core energy directly reflected back into the mask itself. The core of the base was condensing energy. The intensity of the shadow field was increasing while its range solidified. The energy channels of the Terra mask broadened, sending a cold stream of confirmation laced with a hint of joy. The energy mist enveloping the stronghold quickly thinned, and the air felt somewhat fresher. Yet, the profound sense of annihilation emanating from the core lay dormant, like a slumbering giant, deeper than before. Has it brightened just a tad? Xiao Wu perceptively noticed the subtle changes in the light and energy ambience within the stronghold, temporarily lifting her head from her study of the shadow crossbow. She curiously gazed towards the base. Although it remained dim, the pervasive, viscous darkness had indeed weakened, rendering her vision somewhat clearer. She blinked her large eyes and glanced down at her feet. In her earlier fervor to study the shadow crossbow, she had failed to notice that she was standing upon a patch of land at the edge of the base, thoroughly saturated with shadow power. The soil here exhibited an eerie, deep black hue, cold and hard like frozen ground. Instinctively, Xiao Wu stomped her foot to gauge the hardness of the dark earth. At the moment her foot made contact, the surface of the pitch-black, cold, and hard soil ever so slightly quivered. The sensation was so faint it felt like an illusion, as if she had stepped on a resilient, icy rubber surface. Xiao Wu's movements abruptly halted. Her ruby-like eyes widened in astonishment, and her little heart skipped a beat inexplicably. What was that just now? Holding her breath, she cautiously squatted down, leaning closer to the spot where she had just stepped. With the dim, almost negligible crimson glow emanating from the core deep within the base, she carefully scrutinized the deep black soil. It felt cold and firm, its surface smooth, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. Could it be an illusion? Xiao Wu tilted her head in confusion. Just then, her gaze suddenly froze. At the edge of the profoundly dark soil, adjacent to a small patch of ordinary earth, slightly lighter and untouched by the stronghold's energy, a minuscule black stain, scarcely the size of a grain of rice, moved with excruciating slowness. This stain was so diminutive, its hue nearly blending with the surrounding black earth, that it would have gone unnoticed were it not for Xiao Wu's extraordinary perceptive vision and the innate intuition of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Its movement was as sluggish as a snail's crawl, following an erratic trajectory, reminiscent of a newly birthed, naive creature instinctively exploring a cold and dark world. Xiao Wu instinctively held her breath, her heartbeat slowing to a whisper. With utmost care, she inched closer to the tiny black, her fingertips barely grazing the ground. Closer. Ever closer. Finally, beneath the faint crimson glow emanating from the stronghold's core, she discerned the truth. It was not a stain at all, but a living entity. A creature no larger than a grain of rice, wholly black, as if it were a pure shadow congealed into form. It lacked distinct facial features and limbs, its shape nebulous, resembling a droplet of thick, liquid darkness that subtly wriggled. Only during its painstakingly slow crawl could one barely perceive the exceedingly minute edges of its body, which seemed to fleetingly coalesce into several exceedingly fine, black legs that touched the ground for an instant before dissolving back into its form. Where it traversed, no trace remained, as though it were a part of the very shadows themselves. What stirred a profound sensation within Xiao Wu's soul was the faint yet extraordinarily pure sense of hunger emanating from this minuscule black point. A primal yearning for darkness, energy, and shadow itself, akin to an infant's craving for nourishment. Xiao Wu's fingertips hovered less than an inch from the tiny black dot, frozen in place. Her ruby-like eyes brimmed with astonishment, confusion, and an indescribable sense of novelty. Instinctively, she raised her gaze toward the figure at the center of the stronghold. Standing atop the swirling darkness, masked and enigmatic, Lin Shen appeared oblivious to this insignificant discovery in the corner, still immersed in the feedback from the power coalescing at the stronghold's core. Yet Xiao Wu understood that nothing within this realm could escape his keen observation. What was this minuscule animated shadow? Was it something he had conjured? Chapter 30. The black dot beneath the bed of room 7. Deep within the stronghold, the swirling darkness emitted a deep, rhythmic hum, reminiscent of the heartbeat of some colossal creature in slumber. The energy tide brought forth by the stronghold's core had subsided, and the shadowy energy mist that permeated the stronghold had been thoroughly drawn in, rendering the surroundings considerably clearer. The viscous sensation of darkness faded, replaced by a more subdued, profound aura of annihilation, as if a slumbering behemoth lay in wait within the depths of the foundation. Lin Shen stood at the edge of the foundation, his cold Terra mask directed toward the cleared space in the northern corner of the stronghold. His consciousness was not immersed in the power feedback emanating from the core of the outpost, but rather functioned like an invisible radar, firmly locking onto a small area at the northwestern edge of the outpost, near the sloping depression. There, Xiao Wu crouched on the ground, motionless as if turned to stone. Her petite frame was taut, and her ruby-like eyes were wide open, fixated intently on the ground just inches before her fingertips. Under her concentrated gaze, a minuscule creature, the size of a grain of rice, moved with excruciating slowness and erratic motions. It traversed the cold, hard black earth and the slightly lighter ordinary soil, leaving no trace, as though it were an extension of the shadows themselves. Target confirmed. Biological form, unknown. Energy characteristics, highly purified shadow. Behavioral pattern, nascent, exploratory, instinctual. Threat level, extremely low, observable. A stream of cold analytical information flowed silently through his consciousness. Lin Shen observed the tiny black dot. The pure hunger it emanated for darkness and energy resonated faintly with the core of the outpost, yet it was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. Was this a natural derivative of the energy concentration within the outpost, a subordinate life form born from the heightened intensity of shadows? Or perhaps it was a manifestation of the power of the outpost itself. Designation, Shadow Devourer, Nascent Entity. A chilling definition took shape deep within his awareness. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been holding her breath in focus, finally made a move. Cautiously, she retracted her fingers, which had been suspended in the air, with utmost slowness. Then, she lifted her head, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with unabashed astonishment and curiosity, gazing directly at Lin Shen at the center of the outpost across the depression. Hey, you with the mask. Xiao Wu's clear voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor of excitement, shattered the stillness of the outpost. What is this little thing? Is it your new pet? It moves. And it gets hungry? She pointed at the nearly invisible black dot on the ground, her tone brimming with the wonder of discovering an extraordinary creature. Lin Shen remained silent. The cold gaze beneath the mask pierced through the distance, landing on Xiao Wu's slightly flushed face, flushed with excitement. Her reaction was overly perceptive. The hunger radiating from that tiny black dot was so faint it could almost be disregarded. Even the ninjas within the outpost would require intense focus to detect it. Yet she could sense it so clearly. Target, Xiao Wu. Perception, abnormal. Threat, potential. A cold stream of evaluative information quietly passed through. Not going to speak? Seeing Lin Shen's indifference, Xiao Wu pouted, yet her curiosity remained undiminished. She leaned down once more, as if studying some rare treasure. Inching closer to the slowly writhing black dot, she even extended her delicate finger, cautiously waving it in the air, just inches away from the little black dot. Hey, little one. She lowered her voice, as if afraid of startling it. Where do you come from? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Shadows? Or this? As she murmured softly, she retrieved from her pocket a piece of the black scale she had discovered on the window frame of the 7th dormitory. She carefully laid the glimmering scales flat on the ground, half a foot away from the path of the small dark point's undulating movements. The smooth, cold scales shimmered with a dim luster under the murky light of the stronghold. Xiao Wu held her breath, her ruby-like eyes fixed intently on them. The minuscule, grain-sized entity of the Shadow Devourer seemed oblivious to the scale, which loomed like a mountain before it. It continued to crawl along its slow, bewildered trajectory, heading directly towards the scales. Closer and closer it came, and just as that tiny dark point was about to touch the edge of the scales, a faint yet unmistakably clear repulsive force erupted from the surface of the scales. The sluggishly crawling Shadow Devourer collided with an invisible wall, its tiny body trembling violently for an instant. Its indistinct edges suddenly coalesced into several slender, hair-like black legs, which recoiled in alarm. Then, as if gripped by an instinctual dread, it abandoned its exploratory course, pivoted, and scrambled away at double its previous speed, though still as slow as a snail. Frantically retreating into the deeper shadows of the stronghold, away from the scales. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Repulsion. This little creature fears the scales. Why? Instinctively. She glanced up towards Lin Chen. At the heart of the stronghold, the masked figure remained as silent as a mountain, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Yet, Xiao Wu keenly sensed that the profound aura of obliteration within the stronghold appeared to waver momentarily. The night enveloped the 7th dormitory like thick ink, swallowing it whole. The clamor of the day and the oppressive fears settled into a chorus of alternating snores, both light and heavy. The air was saturated with the foul stench of sweat, foot odor, and the acrid scent of spoiled food, all fermenting in the darkness. Xiao Wu lay in her upper bunk, her eyes wide open in the dark. Devoid of sleep, her ruby-like gaze flickered like 2 faint sparks in the night. Her right hand, through the thin fabric of her coarse garment, unconsciously caressed the 2 cold scales she kept close. Her mind replayed the image of the tiny dark point retreating in terror upon encountering the scales, along with the heart-stopping sense of obliteration emanating from the swirling darkness in the depths of the stronghold. The masked man, his power did not seem absolute. Did the fear of the scales by that tiny dark point imply that the scales could counter that shadowy force? What if there were similar dark points within the 7th dormitory? A bold and reckless thought sprouted wildly in her mind like untamed weeds. She silently turned over, facing downward. Her gaze, like an invisible probe, penetrated the gaps in the bed slats, directed towards the corner of the 7th dormitory, Lin Chen's lower bunk. There lay a still, silent darkness. Lin Chen appeared to have fallen asleep, curled up in a motionless posture. Xiao Wu held her breath, heightening all her senses to the utmost. Like an invisible web silently cast into the thick shadows, she strained to capture any faint energy fluctuations that resembled those of the tiny dark point within the stronghold. Time flowed slowly in the stillness. Sweat dampened the wisps of hair at Xiao Wu's forehead. The immense toll of prolonged, heightened perception weighed heavily upon her. Just as fatigue began to envelop her mind, nearly pushing her to surrender, a faint yet eerily familiar sensation of cold hunger pierced through her consciousness like a tiny stone cast into stagnant water, shattering the barriers of her perception. The source was not Lin Chen's bed, but rather beneath her own bed. Xiao Wu's heart seized suddenly. She nearly sprang up from her bed, her movements as silent as a cat. Leaning over the edge, she peered into the shadows beneath her bed, her ruby-like eyes vigilant as a watchful owl. Fixated on the dim corner below, there lay a collection of items she had no immediate use for: a weathered wicker box, a few coarse cloth garments, and a pair of worn-out shoes. The icy pang of hunger emanated from the shadow beneath that wicker box, faint, yet unmistakably clear. It was strikingly similar to the small dark spot in the stronghold. Xiao Wu's heartbeat thundered in her chest. Cautiously, she hooked her fingertips over the edge of the upper bunk, her body descending silently to the cold floor as if weightless. Like the most agile of cats, she held her breath. Tiptoeing forward inch by inch to the space beneath her bed, she crouched low, straining her eyes to adjust to the deeper darkness below. Her gaze swept meticulously over every inch of ground beneath the wicker box. Nothing. Only the cold earth and the outlines of discarded items. Could it be yet another illusion? Xiao Wu bit her lip in frustration. The soul energy within her began to circulate quietly, gathering a minuscule yet remarkably pure essence of life at her fingertips. With utmost care, she extended her fingertip, infused with the sensation of soul energy, toward the densest shadow beneath the wicker box. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact with the shadow, a minuscule hole near the base of the wicker box revealed a tiny, almost indistinguishable black stain, which shifted slightly, nearly merging with the darkness. Xiao Wu's breath caught in her throat. The soul energy she had concentrated at her fingertip acted like the most delicate probe, capturing the presence of that small black spot with clarity. Cold, hungry, weak, identical to the one in the stronghold. It seemed drawn to the pure life energy radiating from her fingertip, or perhaps startled by it, as it slowly crawled deeper into the darker recesses of the wicker box. Found it. A surge of uncontrollable excitement ignited in Xiao Wu's eyes. She suppressed the impulse to reach out and grab it. The small dark spot's reaction to the scale was still fresh in her memory. With great caution, she withdrew her finger and retrieved the scale, marked with splinters, from her bosom. Holding her breath, as if partaking in some sacred ritual, she placed the cold scale with utmost slowness and care on the ground just ahead of the path that the fleeing black spot was taking beneath the wicker box. Then, she held her breath once more, her eyes wide, embodying the most patient of hunters, waiting. Time trickled by second. Every second felt as protracted as a century. The minuscule entity, resembling a grain of rice, seemed oblivious to the formidable foe that lay ahead. It continued to writhe slowly towards what it deemed a safe, shadowy corner. Closer and closer it came, now less than an inch from the scales that lay quietly on the ground. Just as it was about to touch the edge of the scales, a familiar, faint yet distinct repulsive force emerged once more. The tiny black dot beneath the vines quivered as if electrified. The blurred edges of its body instantly sprouted a few delicate legs, retreating in panic. Then, without hesitation, like its kind in the stronghold, it abandoned its escape route, pivoted, and scurried away at a relatively swifter pace, hastily crawling into the deeper shadows beneath the bed. Further from the scales, its frantic movement resembled that of a creature confronted by its natural enemy. Success! The corners of Xiao Wu's mouth involuntarily lifted in a radiant smile. A blend of pride, excitement, and the thrill of discovery. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled in the darkness, akin to a cunning fox that had stolen a chicken. She carefully retrieved the scales and tucked them away securely. Then, she rose to her feet, casting her gaze over the sleeping students in the dormitory, once more directing her attention to the still shadows in the corner. There, Lin Chen appeared to be in slumber still. Yet, Xiao Wu knew he must have seen everything. Silently, she grinned, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and made a silent gesture towards the dark corner. Got you. Chapter 31. The Fall of the Serpent Gang and the Initial Cry of the Devouring Shadow. Deep within the stronghold, the swirling darkness emanated a low, rhythmic hum, reminiscent of the snoring of a slumbering abyssal beast. As the core of the stronghold coalesced, the omnipresent sense of viscous darkness became contained and subdued, rendering the interior space even more expansive and frigid. The land at the edge of the depression, steeped in shadowy power, exhibited a profound inky hue, as cold and unyielding as frozen ice. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in a position slightly to the north of the core, only a few steps away from the swirling nexus. He was not in meditation. Rather, he had immersed his entire consciousness into a peculiar state of connection. Through the mask, his awareness, akin to invisible roots, delved deep into the land beneath the stronghold, saturated with death, more precisely guiding the core's greedy pull to extract the specific remnants of pure resentment and soul energy that had settled in certain areas. Target: the gathering point of resentment. Southwest, the pile of skeletal remains. Energy: guidance. The frigid intent functioned like a conductor's baton. The hum of the core seemed to resonate with a specific frequency. An invisible force akin to a precise probe instantaneously pinpointed an area in the southwest corner of the stronghold strewn with numerous fragmented skeletons. This was the chaotic heart of a mass grave, concealing countless nameless corpses, with accumulated resentment akin to aged poison, potent and viscous. To the naked eye, the air in that area appeared to shimmer slightly. The surface of the desolate bones is perpetually shrouded in a pallid, cold aura of death, as if an invisible force has stripped it bare, transforming it into wisps of thin yet pure black smoke, forcibly extracted and coalescing into a frigid stream that surges toward the heart of the stronghold. This directed, siphoned energy of resentment does not converge upon the core of the foundation. Rather, under the precise guidance of Lin Chen's will, it flows like a tamed stream, circumventing the core and silently infiltrating the densest shadows in the northeastern corner of the stronghold. There lies the very area where Xiao Wu discovered the first nascent shadow devourer the previous night. In the depths of the shadows, upon a surface no larger than a palm, rendered as smooth and hard as obsidian through repeated immersion in the stronghold's energy, several black specks, akin to grains of rice, are sluggishly writhing. Their forms are indistinct, resembling concentrated drops of ink that are continuously morphing. These are the nascent shadow devourers that naturally emerged from the condensation of the stronghold's energy. As the directed and refined energy of resentment cascades down like a chilling drizzle, a miracle occurs. Those originally slow-moving, Na-ve black dots appear to be infused with vitality in an instant. The blurred edges of their bodies begin to undulate violently. Delicate, jet-black legs, thinner than a strand of hair, coalesce with frenzied vigor, reaching out, no longer aimlessly crawling. They now dart towards the pure energy of resentment that falls like black raindrops, akin to piranhas drawn by the scent of blood, moving with a speed far exceeding their previous sluggishness, albeit still relatively slow. There is neither sound nor light. The pure energy of resentment, akin to water absorbed by a sponge, is voraciously drawn into the bodies of the nascent shadow devourers the moment they make contact. Each grain-sized black dot transforms into a miniature abyss. As they absorb the energy, their indistinct forms seem to grow more solid, more profound. The pure essence of hunger becoming increasingly vivid and insatiable. Beneath Lin Chen's mask, His gaze is cold and focused. He can distinctly perceive the subtle process of each nascent shadow devourer absorbing energy, akin to observing microorganisms in a petri dish. Their growth is exceedingly slow, and the energy they absorb is meager, yet this validates his hypothesis. These nascent beings, derived from the Stronghold's power, can accelerate their growth through the targeted feeding of specific negative energies. They are extensions of the Stronghold's power, the very seeds of a future true Shadow Devourer Legion. Feeding successful. Nascent life form activity elevated. Growth rate 0.0001. Continuous monitoring. A chilling stream of recorded information flows through his consciousness. Although slow, it is progressing in the right direction. He requires more, higher quality sustenance. At that moment, from the periphery of the stronghold, in the southeast direction, a ninja lurking in the shadows of a withered tree at the edge of a mass grave suddenly perceives an anomaly through his crimson vision. Several furtive figures, marked by evident malice and fluctuations of soul energy, stealthily infiltrate the outskirts of the mass grave under the cover of night, akin to hyenas on the hunt. Their objective is clear, their direction unerringly aimed at the depression where the stronghold resides. Warning: intruders. Number 7. The fluctuations of soul power range from the highest soul master to the lowest soul warrior, armed with weapons such as knives and poison daggers. An identification signal from the Poison Snake Gang marked the target, a scar-faced soul master. The chilling alert surged into Lin Chen's consciousness. Within the shared vision, the 7 figures became distinctly visible. Leading them was a gaunt man with a menacing scar on his face and piercing, malevolent eyes, wielding a poison dagger that emanated a greenish glow, indicating the strongest fluctuation of soul power. The other 6 members bore brutish faces, their movements imbued with a ruthless ferocity. The Poison Snake Gang? Notorious in Nodding City, they were infamous for their cunning and cruelty, engaging in extortion and murder. How had they discovered this location? Was it mere coincidence, or had someone betrayed him? Lin Chen's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, turned as frigid as steel. This stronghold was the foundation of his power, and he would not permit any threats to encroach upon it, especially not these malevolent scum, whose very souls and lives served as exquisite nourishment. The command altered. The target was now the Poison Snake Gang, with a directive to annihilate them and capture their leader alive, maximizing energy absorption. The icy intent to kill surged forth like a tangible wave, swiftly replacing his previous focus. The resonating hum of the stronghold's core seemed to thrum with a bloodthirsty anticipation. 5 shadowy figures, concealed within the outer shadows of the stronghold, sprang into action like phantoms responding to a hunt order, instantly departing their hiding spots. Their silhouettes flowed silently through the night, akin to 5 deathly shadows skimming the ground, stealthily encircling the direction of the intruder's approach. On the outskirts of the mass grave, amidst scattered, withered trees, the scar-faced man, Wang Shi, gestured, prompting the 6 members of the Poison Snake Gang to crouch low like serpents, hiding behind weathered rocks. He licked his cracked lips, his sinister gaze fixed intently on the dark hollow overshadowed by a massive dead locust tree. The air bore a faint yet pungent stench, more intense than elsewhere, sending a shiver through him, a man accustomed to the fringes of darkness. "Boss, is the information reliable? Is that kid really hiding in this cursed place?" One gang member, marked with a snake tattoo, whispered, a trace of fear lacing his voice. The sinister reputation of this graveyard was known to all in Nodding City. Of course, Wang Shi snapped, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. The informant saw him running this way, injured. That kid must be carrying something valuable. That mask is clearly no ordinary item. And he lowered his voice, his tone growing even darker. "I heard he flaunted wealth in the city a few days ago. Finishing this job would provide enough for the brothers to revel for half a year." Greed eclipsed fear, and the eyes of several gang members gleamed with avarice. "Action. As per usual, capture him alive. I want that mask for myself," Wang Shi commanded with a wave of his hand, as the poisoned dagger glimmered ominously from his sleeve. 7 shadows shot forth like arrows released from a bow, lunging towards the hollow. At the moment, they burst forth from their hiding place. Stepping into the deeper shadows at the edge of the hollow, an unexpected transformation erupted. The shadows beneath the feet of the 2 henchmen suddenly exploded like boiling ink. 2 elongated dark figures emerged without warning from the ground, resembling ghostly claws reaching from the depths of hell, rather than attacking their upper bodies. The arms formed of shadow coiled around the ankles of the 2 henchmen with the precision of a venomous serpent. A chilling scream instantly shattered the night sky. The 2 henchmen felt an indescribable cold force seep into their ankles, as if it could freeze their very marrow. Agonizing pain. Numbness. It felt as though the blood and sensation in their legs had been instantly drained and frozen. Their momentum came to an abrupt halt, like wooden stakes with severed limbs. crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Their ankles, now enveloped in a bizarre, grayish frost, thrashed wildly. What is this? An ambush? The king snake and the other henchmen were filled with terror. They could scarcely discern the nature of their assailants. Yet, the assault had only just begun. On the left, the pile of dead leaves beneath one henchman suddenly erupted. A shadow darted across the ground like a bolt of black lightning, ensnaring his calf in an instant. The same chilling agony, the same shriek as he fell. On the right, from behind a half-rotten log where another henchman was concealed, shadows slithered upward like living entities. A cold hand clamped over his gaping mouth, while another arm constricted around his neck like an iron band. The sensation of suffocation and icy encroachment overwhelmed him instantly. Damn it, this is sorcery. The king snake, being a soul master, reacted swiftly. After the initial shock came fury. He roared, and 3 soul rings of yellow and purple erupted around him. The third soul ring radiated a brilliant purple light. Third soul skill, venomous fang projection. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a concentrated, pungent green venom that shot forth like an arrow, targeting the shadow that had just ensnared his subordinate. The venom struck the shadow's form with precision. However, the anticipated scene of corrosive, smoking decay did not unfold. The ethereal green venom was absorbed by the shadow's body as if it had plunged into a viscous pool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The shadow did not even pause in its movements. The henchman being choked had bulging eyes, his face rapidly turning a hue of bluish purple, his struggles weakening. What? The king snake's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. His venomous fang projection could corrode steel. How could it be ineffective against this creature? Just as his mind reeled in shock, behind him, from the dense shadows cast by the rock he had just concealed himself behind, a slender shadow quietly rose like a reflection in water. A cold, slippery hand, straddling the line between reality and illusion, silently rested upon the nape of his neck. The chill, an icy chill, surged down his spine. It felt as if all the blood in the king snake's body froze at that moment. His soul master-level soul power seemed shackled by an invisible force, rendering him utterly powerless. He wished to scream, to resist, but his body was like a frozen statue, unable to move even a single finger. Only those eyes, wide open in sheer terror, reflected the horrific scene of slaughter before him and the hellish darkness of this abyss. Despair, boundless despair instantly engulfed him. Deep within the pit, Lin Shen remained seated in a meditative posture, sharing the murderous vision of the ninja. The anguished wails of the serpent gang, the despair of the king snake, served as a chilling backdrop. Yet, his gaze pierced through the distance, settling upon the shadow in the northeastern corner of the stronghold. Dozens of grain-sized nascent shadow devourers seemed drawn to the overwhelming aura of death and the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the edge of the pit. They ceased their consumption of the rain of grievances, their indistinct forms slightly turning towards the source of the screams, exuding an even clearer, pure hunger. As if newborn beasts had caught the scent of blood, the coldness in Lin Shen's eyes beneath his mask was palpable. Slowly, he raised his right hand, pointing towards the slaughtering ground at the edge of the pit, issuing commands. Nascent entities, feed, targets, death, soul power, remnants of souls. The hum from the core of the stronghold seemed to take on a note of satisfaction. An invisible force, like a gentle tide, enveloped the bewildered nascent shadow devourers, cradling them tenderly like delicate seedlings, transforming into fine black threads, thinner than a hair, almost imperceptible, silently flowing towards the edge of the pit. That land recently saturated with death and fear. They would partake in the inaugural blood feast offered by the stronghold. Chapter 32, The Roar of the Troll's Illusion. Within the depths of the stronghold, the swirling dark nexus emitted a low, rhythmic hum, akin to a deep abyssal beast's sigh of contentment. At the edge of the pit, the land, now steeped in death and terror, had fallen into an eerie silence. 7 grotesquely contorted bodies lay scattered, their faces frozen in extreme terror and agony. Their skin bore an unnatural pallor, as though all blood and warmth had been instantaneously drained, their limbs stiff like livestock frozen to death in the harsh winter. The potent stench of blood lingered in the air, mingling with a colder, deeper aura of death, creating a nauseating, viscous atmosphere. In the northeastern corner of the stronghold, the shadowy area specifically cultivated for nascent shadow devourers, dozens of grain-sized black spots had returned. They remained the size of grains, their forms indistinct like writhing ink droplets. Yet the aura they exuded was strikingly different from before. The coldness persisted, the hunger endured, but the naive sense of exploration had vanished, replaced by a more refined, greedy stillness. They moved slowly, like miniature predators that had just feasted, leaving nearly imperceptible black traces on the cold obsidian ground. With each movement, The small legs that formed at their edges became clearer and stronger. They absorbed not only the chaotic soul power released upon the death of the serpent gang, but also devoured fragments of souls filled with resentment, fear, and unyielding bitterness. This negative spiritual energy, like the most potent poison, became the catalyst for their growth. Lin Shen sat cross-legged at the heart of the stronghold. The cold Terra mask directed towards the shadowy area. His consciousness functioned like an invisible probe, meticulously scanning the subtle changes in each nascent devourer. The growth was gradual, yet the trajectory was unmistakable. He could sense the faint but increasingly refined shadow energy at their core. The nascent entities, energy cores, were preliminarily stable. The devouring efficiency had risen by 15, while the threat level remained low. A cold stream of recorded information flowed past, tinged with a faint sense of elation. The humming of the stronghold's core seemed to resonate with a note of satisfaction. The contributions of the serpent gang were indeed worthwhile. At that moment, within the shadows near the entrance of the mass grave, a lurking ninja, with crimson vision, suddenly detected an anomaly. A diminutive figure clad in tattered work-study attire. Her long scorpion braid, trailing behind, darted through the desolate graves with astonishing speed, heading directly towards the depression where the stronghold lay. It was Xiao Wu. She had returned. Lin Chen's brow, hidden beneath the mask, tightened imperceptibly. The girl's determination and acuity far surpassed his expectations. She could precisely locate the stronghold, sense the nascent devourers, and now appeared at this moment. Was it mere coincidence, or had she sensed the recent energy fluctuations? Target, Xiao Wu, approaching. Speed, Soul Master level. Intent, unknown, proceed with caution. The silent command was issued. Within the shadows surrounding the stronghold, two ninjas, as if merging with the darkness, stealthily repositioned themselves to lock onto Xiao Wu's inevitable path. The cold intent to kill had not yet erupted, but the posture of warning was unmistakably established. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Wu's form flashed like a pink lightning bolt, abruptly darting into the edge of the depression. She appeared wholly oblivious to the warning crimson gazes of the two lurking ninjas, her ruby-like eyes immediately fixating on Lin Shen, who sat cross-legged deep within the depression, as well as the swirling darkness behind him. Hey, Masked One, Xiao Wu's melodious voice, laced with a barely perceptible breathlessness and excitement, rang out in the stillness of the depression. I'm back. Look, I found something wonderful. As she shouted, she raised her hands in a gesture of offering. In her left hand, she tightly clutched a handful of an unknown herb, its roots gnarled and leaves displaying an eerie dark purple hue, freshly coated in soil. A faint, sweet yet pungent aroma, imbued with a paralyzing and hallucinogenic essence, wafted through the air. Clearly, this was the result of her recent excavation near the mass grave's periphery. In her right hand, she cautiously cradled a fist-sized piece of pitch-black stone, its surface pocked and honeycombed. The mineral glinted with a matte sheen under the dim light of the stronghold, subtly exuding a restrained yet weighty metallic quality. This is ghost face vine, highly toxic. But when the roots are ground and mixed in smoke, it can befuddle even a soul master for some time. Xiao Wu triumphantly waved the dark purple herb in her left hand, then raised the black mineral in her right. And this, black iron. I unearthed it from a collapsed grave. Though it has many impurities, it's exceptionally hard. It's twice as dense as ordinary iron. Old Jack the blacksmith would surely drool over it. She resembled a small creature yearning for praise, her ruby-like eyes sparkling as they gazed at Lin Shen, her little face brimming with an eager anticipation for compliments. It seemed she was entirely oblivious to the lifeless bodies of the poisonous serpent gang, recently drained of life. Lying at the edge of the depression, Lin Shen remained silent. His cold gaze, piercing through the mask, swept over the spoils in Xiao Wu's hands. The ghost face vine, highly toxic and hallucinogenic, might prove effective against ordinary guards. The dark iron, dense and hard yet brittle, was not an ideal material for weapon crafting. However, it could serve as a triggering component for traps at the perimeter of the stronghold or a counterweight for shadow crossbows. Materials assessed, potential for utilization acknowledged. A subtle thought stirred. A ninja, concealed in the shadows near Xiao Wu, silently emerged like flowing ink, swiftly snatching the ghost face vine and the dark iron ore from her grasp, then melting back into the darkness without a sound. Hey, say something, Xiao Wu exclaimed, staring at her empty hands, pouting with dissatisfaction as she stamped her foot. I risked being bitten by poisonous insects and caught by graveyard spirits to find these. Not even a word of thanks. Lin Shen remained mute. Yet, the hum emanating from the core of the stronghold seemed to carry a barely perceptible fluctuation, as if some unseen will was expressing a hint of impatience towards Xiao Wu's boisterous behavior. Xiao Wu appeared to sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere of the stronghold. Yet she paid it no mind. Her eyes darted around excitedly, and like a joyous little bird discovering new lands, she suddenly pointed towards the northeastern corner of the stronghold, a shadowy area dedicated to cultivating the nascent phantoms. Wow, those little ones, she exclaimed, bouncing eagerly towards that direction, her ruby eyes sparkling with delight. Have they grown a little? Their colors are deeper. Did you feed them something delicious? Her movements were too swift, too abrupt. Moreover, her target was directly within the sensitive area housing the nascent phantoms. Warning, target approaching the restricted zone. Command, intercept, escalate deterrence. In an instant, the two lurking ninjas sprang into action. They shot forth like bolts of black lightning, positioning themselves between Xiao Wu and the shadowy area. This time, they did not merely extend their arms in a warning gesture. The tips of their ethereal limbs twisted violently, coalescing into two shadowy daggers that glimmered with a chilling gleam, their serrated edges menacingly directed at Xiao Wu. A wave of cold, lethal intent, sharper and more tangible than before, surged forth like an icy tempest. Their crimson eyes locked onto Xiao Wu's throat. Here we go again. Xiao Wu's momentum abruptly halted. Faced with the sudden escalation of murderous intent and the two shadow blades exuding a deadly aura, her smile vanished instantly, replaced by indignation and defiance. Deep within her ruby eyes, a hint of the icy authority belonging to a 10,000-year-old soul beast threatened to surface. At that critical moment, when tension hung thick in the air, a peculiar low hum erupted from the depths of the stronghold's swirling darkness. It echoed like a disgruntled roar from some disturbed will. Immediately afterward, an indescribable, terrifying pressure, akin to the awakening of an ancient behemoth, exploded forth from the heart of the stronghold. This formidable pressure is not derived from soul power, but rather from an essence, an exquisitely refined will of shadow annihilation. It is heavy, frigid, and imbued with a tyrannical force capable of crushing all. In an instant, it enveloped the entire stronghold. The two ninjas standing before Xiao Wu were struck as if by an invisible hammer, their movements abruptly frozen. The shadow blades they wielded trembled violently, on the verge of disintegration. Their crimson eyes flickered erratically, seemingly overwhelmed by an immense suppression. Xiao Wu bore the brunt of this force. Her petite frame felt as though it had been suddenly burdened with a 1,000-pound boulder. The innate sensitivity derived from her soul beast instincts allowed her to perceive the terror of this will with clarity beyond that of ordinary beings. Cold, silent. It felt as if it sought to freeze her very soul, to shatter it into nothingness. Her breath halted, her heart gripped as if by an icy hand. For the first time, her ruby-like eyes betrayed an unmistakable horror. The soul power within her surged instinctively. The pressure of a 10,000-year soul beast threatening to break free and unleash its fury. Just as Xiao Wu seemed on the verge of succumbing to this terrifying pressure, her internal power on the brink of chaotic eruption, an anomaly occurred at the center of the stronghold. Behind Lin Xun, who sat cross-legged, the swirling dark focal point suddenly convulsed violently, expanding like a boiling ink pool. A colossal, indistinct silhouette, composed purely of roiling darkness, emerged from the depths as if a titanic creature were clawing its way out of an abyss. This was merely a highly unstable phantom, standing nearly 3 meters tall. It lacked a distinct head or limbs, only a constantly rolling, twisting, and coalescing outline of darkness. One could barely discern the rudimentary forms of shoulders, arms, and a gigantic fist. The entire apparition resembled boiling black tar, perpetually dripping thick, dark droplets that vanished upon hitting the ground, exuding a suffocating, primal aura of annihilation. It appeared devoid of reason, fueled solely by instinctive rage and a desire for destruction against any intruder. With a thunderous roar, the massive shadowy figure abruptly raised a blurred fist, coalesced from swirling darkness and roughly the size of a grinding wheel. It did not aim to strike Xiao Wu, but instead unleashed its wrath upon a weathered boulder, half buried in the ground and towering as high as 2 men. There was no sound, no resounding crash. The moment the colossal rock made contact with the dark fist, it dissolved silently, as if immersed in concentrated sulfuric acid. It did not shatter. It did not collapse. Instead, like melting snow, the very structure of the rock disintegrated instantaneously at the point of contact, transforming into the most primal dust and void. The entire process unfolded with the swiftness of an illusion. In the blink of an eye, that massive boulder, along with a significant expanse of earth beneath it, seemed to be erased by an invisible eraser, leaving behind only a smooth-edged, unfathomable pit that emanated wisps of black smoke. The soil at the edge of the pit displayed a bizarre crystalline form, reminiscent of glass, as if abruptly melted by intense heat and then rapidly cooled. The might of a single punch, annihilating all. After delivering that devastating punch, the colossal shadow of darkness seemed to have exhausted its strength, akin to boiling ink losing its warmth. The violently rolling contours swiftly became thin and dissipated, ultimately melting silently back into the depths of the swirling darkness, vanishing without a trace. Within the stronghold, the terrifying pressure receded like a tide. A profound silence enveloped the area, an absolute stillness. Only the deep, rhythmic hum from the core of the stronghold remained, alongside the terrifying abyss, smooth-edged and unfathomable, exuding tendrils of black smoke, silently narrating the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded. Xiao Wu stood frozen in place, her face as pale as a ghost, her delicate lips quivering slightly, and her ruby-like eyes filled with unprecedented horror and dread. At that moment, she felt as though she were a mere half-step away from death. That shadow's fist, had it been directed at her, she had no doubt she would have dissolved into nothingness, just like the rocket struck. The two ninjas who had stood before her had long since retracted their shadowy blades, merging back into the shadows as if they had never existed. In the center of the stronghold, Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet. His icy gaze swept over the abyss before returning to Xiao Wu's bloodless face. The voice that emanated from beneath his mask was as cold as ancient ice, devoid of any emotion. There is nothing of amusement here. Approach the forbidden zone again. And next time, it will not merely be stones that vanish. Chapter 33, The Light Cone and the Black Egg. Deep within the stronghold, the swirling darkness emitted a deep, rhythmic hum, reminiscent of a slumbering abyssal beast's heartbeat. At the edge of the depression, the terrifying abyss, smooth as glass and unfathomable, wafted tendrils of black smoke, resembling a ghastly scar upon the earth, silently proclaiming the destructive power of the monstrous shadow. The remnants of annihilation lingered in the air like a chilling blade, slicing through every inch of space. Xiao Wu stood motionless, merely a few paces from the abyss. Her delicate face had drained of all color, stark white like fresh snow. The prior excitement, curiosity, and cunning in her ruby-like eyes had vanished, leaving only a frozen terror and dread. Her petite nostrils quivered slightly, each breath imbued with barely perceptible tremors. In that fleeting moment, the pure will of annihilation felt like a cold, colossal hand, nearly freezing her very soul, threatening to shatter it. The instinct of 100,000-year-soul beast allowed her to keenly perceive the absolute boundary of death. She dared not gaze at the edge of the abyss, where the smooth, crystalline surface silently narrated the horrifying process of matter being instantaneously decomposed into nothingness. If that punch had been aimed at her, Xiao Wu shuddered violently, instinctively taking a step back, her pink cloth shoes softly crunching against the cold black earth. In the center of the stronghold, Lin Chen slowly turned around. The cold Terra mask concealed all expressions, leaving only a pair of eyes devoid of emotion, reflecting Xiao Wu's current panic like a frozen pool. He remained silent, without words, yet the profound, icy pressure emanating from the core of the stronghold had not entirely dissipated, enveloping the entire depression like an invisible cage. Threats momentarily diminished. A chilling stream of judgment passed through the consciousness. The intimidating presence of the troll's phantom exceeded all expectations. This troublesome girl would likely remain subdued for the time being. Lin Chen paid no further attention to the motionless Xiao Wu. His gaze shifted towards the northern corner of the stronghold, the shadowy area designated for nurturing the nascent shadow eaters. A dozen tiny black specks, no larger than grains of rice, continued their slow writhing. Yet their movements appeared to have changed somewhat. In the instant the troll's phantom erupted, unleashing a terrifying will of annihilation that swept across the stronghold. These naive nascent beings seemed to have experienced a potent stimulus. The blurred edges of their forms trembled violently, coalescing. Delicate, hair-thin black legs frantically reached out and retracted. They no longer seemed content to crawl slowly within a fixed area, but instead, like a startled colony of ants, began to scurry away from the heart of the stronghold, fleeing the terrifying abyss, moving towards the edges where the shadows were denser and safety more assured, at a significantly accelerated pace relative to before. It was as if they were evading some form of natural disaster. Among them, the fastest nascent entity had even crossed the boundary Lin Chen had delineated for their nurturing zone, darting towards the northeastern corner of the stronghold, where a pile of unprocessed skeletal remains and decayed coffin fragments, cleared by the ninjas, lay in disarray. Lin Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly beneath his mask. Fear? A stress response? These nascent beings, derived from the stronghold's power, exhibited an instinctive dread towards the high-level will of annihilation unleashed from the core of the stronghold. Objective: nascent shadow eaters, anomalous behavior, fleeing from a high-energy source, stress. Monitoring. Orders were silently issued. The pervasive shadow energy within the stronghold acted like invisible tendrils, quietly locking onto each escaping nascent entity, recording their behavioral trajectories and fluctuations in energy. Their growth appeared to possess more individuality than anticipated. Lin Chun's thoughts swept across the periphery of the stronghold once more. The resources acquired from the extermination of the venomous serpent gang had been nearly fully absorbed. The energy reserves at the core of the stronghold were replenished, even hinting at a potential breakthrough of thresholds. The defensive and offensive capabilities of the stronghold required further enhancement. He proceeded towards the western side, where the ninjas had cleared a patch of ground. Several relatively straight, shadow-infused beast bones, resembling black iron, were deeply embedded into the earth, serving as supports. Upon these supports rested a menacing shadow crossbow, glimmering with a cold matte finish in the dim light of the stronghold. The arms of the crossbow were made of bone, as dark as ink, with pulsing crimson patterns on the surface. The body of the crossbow was a deep gray metal, etched with arcane designs. The pitch-black energy string was taut, emanating a chilling sharpness. Lin Chun extended his hand, the icy tips of his fingers brushing against the frigid metal of the crossbow. A flicker of intent stirred, charging the shadow crossbow, testing. The humming of the stronghold's core resonated with a specific frequency. A stream of pure shadow energy, like a gentle brook, flowed silently along the guidance of Lin Chun's will, seamlessly infusing the core of the shadow crossbow, where a heart-like energy node composed of special metal and bone structure resided at its center. A faint hum reverberated from the shadow crossbow, akin to the soft whisper of a bowstring. The dark red patterns on the crossbow limbs suddenly illuminated, akin to flowing lava. Simultaneously, the etched designs on the surface of the crossbow emitted a dim glow. The string, composed entirely of pure shadow energy, tightened further, its obsidian sheen seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Before the limbs, a minuscule and nearly imperceptible black vortex of twisted light slowly began to take shape. At the center of this vortex, a point of darkness, refined to perfection, was converging and compressing, exuding a chilling aura of destruction that sent shivers down the spine. Energy was accumulating. The shadow crossbow awakened like a ferocious beast, its icy intent locked onto an expanse of desolate land beyond the stronghold, devoid of life. At that crucial moment of energy charging, lurking in the shadows of a withered giant tree at the edge of a graveyard to the northwest, a nightbat ninja with crimson compound eyes, akin to the most sophisticated detectors, instantly captured a faint yet glaring energy fluctuation. Location: approximately 500 meters beyond the entrance of the graveyard, behind a sparse thicket. This energy fluctuation was neither soul power nor a natural element. It was pure, refined, and highly concentrated. It radiated an intensity that sharply contrasted with the pervasive aura of shadow annihilation within the stronghold, akin to the searing heat and penetrating brightness of the midday sun. What further unsettled the Nightbat Ninja's crimson vision was the fact that this energy was highly constrained and focused, forming an extremely slender yet brilliantly luminous beam of energy, a silent, invisible needle composed of pure light energy ignited in the darkness. Warning: anomalous energy. Location: northwest, 500 meters. Behind the thicket. Energy nature: pure light energy, highly focused. Intensity: continuously increasing. Threat level: high. Target: suspected detection. The piercing alarm information surged into Lin Chen's consciousness like a chilling steel needle, interrupting his focus on the shadow crossbow. Light energy. Highly focused pure light energy. The gaze beneath Lin Chen's mask suddenly turned cold and sharp, akin to a drawn blade. A subtle yet clear tremor of rejection resonated from the depths of the stronghold's core. The mask of Terra ignited with an instinctual aversion to light. Outside the graveyard entrance, behind the thicket, Yu Xiaojiang hunched over, his gray robe smeared with dust and charred remnants of explosions. His complexion was pale, with traces of blood that had not been fully wiped away at the corners of his mouth, and his sunken eyes were filled with weary red veins. Yet they burned with an almost obsessive, fervent light of truth. He knelt on the ground, his hands remarkably steady as he held aloft the complex Soul Guide device. A portable, simplified version of the high-brightness Soul Guide spotlight from his laboratory, crafted from brass and crystal with precision. The front of the tube was embedded with a specially polished convex lens crystal, capable of perfectly focusing light. Inside the tube, intricate Soul Guide circuits emitted a faint glow, carefully transforming the pure, milky white soul power inputted by Yu Xiaojiang into a highly condensed, pure white light energy. A slender, refined beam of radiant white light, almost tangible, shot forth from the focusing crystal, precisely aimed at the depths of the graveyard, toward the depression where the stronghold lay. The beam of light did not shine randomly. Rather, it was under the precise control of Yu Xiaojiang, akin to the most delicate probe, meticulously scanning the darkened area ahead inch by inch, with excruciating slowness. Wherever the beam traversed, the thin, chilly air dissipated rapidly as if encountering its nemesis, while the decayed, Withered leaves on the ground curled slightly, turning yellow. Beads of cold sweat emerged on Yu Xiaojing's forehead, his body trembling slightly from the immense dual consumption of soul power and spirit. Yet, he remained fixated on the minuscule energy feedback disc at the tip of the soul guide device, which was adorned with tiny crystalline prisms. Most of the feedback disc was enveloped in a faint gray light, indicative of the ambient energy. However, as his focused beam swept across the hollowed area, an exceedingly fine scratch at the edge of the feedback disc began to flicker incessantly, emitting a blinding dark red glow. The brightness of the glow intensified slowly but steadily as the beam delved deeper into the hollowed territory. "I found it. It is indeed there." Yu Xiaojing's voice was hoarse yet charged with excitement, tinged with a morbid thrill. The energy response was more than tenfold stronger than the residual samples in the laboratory and was still amplifying. There must be a core. He adjusted the angle and intensity of the focused beam with utmost caution, akin to performing the most delicate surgical procedure, aiming to capture the point of the dark red glow at its most intense, pinpointing the exact location of the core. With each sweep of the beam, the dark red glow on the feedback disc stirred faintly, akin to a disturbed serpent. Within the base, Lin Chen shared the vision of the night bat ninja. He could clearly see the focused beam piercing the darkness like a golden needle. Where the beam passed, the thin shadows surrounding the base dissipated like melting snow. What alarmed him further was that as the beam swept across the edge of the hollowed area, the core of the base emitted a faint buzz, tinged with a delicate sense of agitation and rejection. The swirling darkness deep within the base seemed to freeze for a moment. Threat confirmed. High-purity focused light energy. Target detected, locating base core. Source, Yu Xiaojing. Command, Nightbat team, interference. Shadow crossbow, target locked. Beam source, charging acceleration. Base defense field, maximum power, activate. Conceal core fluctuations. The frigid commands exploded within his consciousness like a tempest. The intent to kill instantaneously replaced all other emotions. The core of the base let out a profound roar, its rotational speed suddenly accelerating. A darkness, far thicker and more viscous than before, erupted from the depths of the base like a living entity, rapidly enveloping the hollowed area, particularly the location of the core, shrouding it entirely. The light inside and outside the base dimmed to an extreme, as if even the moonlight had been thoroughly consumed. Simultaneously, on the western side of the base, the shadow crossbow, now charging, emitted an even more piercing hum. The dark red patterns on the crossbow arms glowed as brightly as molten lava. The etched patterns on the crossbow's body radiated with brilliance. The tiny black energy vortex before the bowstring expanded instantaneously, accelerating its rotation. In the center of the vortex, the essence of darkness had been compressed to its utmost limit, emanating a wave of destruction that sent shivers through the soul. The crossbow's body slightly adjusted its angle, the frigid intent to kill firmly locking onto the northwest direction. 500 meters away, where a beam of light, as piercing as a golden needle, originated from behind the thicket. Above, 5 silent night bat ninjas soared high above the stronghold, like phantoms receiving the command to hunt. In an instant, their forms doved downwards. During their descent, their membranous wings trembled violently, unleashing invisible subsonic waves composed of highly compressed shadow energy, akin to invisible siege hammers, tearing through the air, silent yet precise, towards the thicket where Yu Xiaojing was concealed. Their objective, to disrupt the operation of soul power, disturb mental perception, and obliterate the delicate soul guiding apparatus. Yu Xiaojing was utterly focused on controlling the focused beam, attempting to penetrate the suddenly rising dark fog surrounding the stronghold and lock onto the position of the strongest core fluctuation. The dark red glow flickering on the feedback panel became exceedingly faint and unstable the moment the dark fog ascended. Suddenly, an indescribable, sharp pain erupted within the depths of his consciousness, as if countless steel needles were mercilessly piercing his brain. Yu Xiaojing's vision abruptly went black. His mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, plunging into an abyss of blankness. The soul guiding apparatus he held trembled violently. The focused beam instantly spiraled out of control, twisting and dissipating. Then came the thunderous booms, like the muffled thunder of the earth, resonating around him, erupting from the ground beneath his feet. No flames, no shockwaves, only a frenzied subsonic vibration capable of rupturing eardrums, if one could hear it. Yu Xiaojing was hurled backward as if struck by an invisible tidal wave. The soul-guiding spotlight slipped from his grasp, tracing an arc across the night sky, its intricate brass and crystal structure warping and distorting in the violent subsonic turbulence, the internal soul-guiding circuits sparking with blinding electric flashes before dimming entirely. With a thud, Yu Xiaojing crashed onto the dry grass several meters away, a metallic taste surging in his throat as he violently spat out blood, struggling to raise his head. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the direction of the stronghold, now shrouded in an absolute darkness that rolled like the mouth of an abyss. The feedback panel lay shattered, the last flicker of dark red light extinguished. Though he had failed, a nearly mad, twisted smile crept onto his lips, mingled with pain and monumental discovery. Light, indeed, was the key. He coughed blood, his voice hoarse, resembling the low growl of a dying beast. You fear it. You truly fear it. Within the stronghold, deep in the swirling dark fog, Lin Shen's cold gaze pierced through the haze, locking onto the extinguished source of light in the northwest. The point of darkness at the front of the shadow crossbow gradually dissipated, releasing a low hum as the energy was expelled. The immediate crisis had been averted. Yet, deep within his consciousness, the tremor emanating from the core of the stronghold did not subside. It was not the satisfaction of victory, but a cold, profound rage ignited by a touched reverse scale, along with a deep-seated dread of that beam of light. In the northeastern corner of the stronghold, amidst the shadows nurturing the nascent devouring shadows, the tension lingered. The several frightened black dots, akin to grains of rice, seemed to sense a profound sense of protection and safety as the defensive field of the stronghold activated and the dense darkness billowed. Their frantic escape came to an abrupt halt. The blurred edges of their forms trembled violently, as if in jubilant celebration. Subsequently, they ceased their flight, drawn instead by an inexplicable summons, converging towards the very heart of the stronghold, deep within the roiling black fog, at a pace far swifter than before. They writhed and drew closer, touching one another, even displaying faint signs of merging. It was as though they aimed to coalesce into a more formidable existence within this absolute abyss that sheltered them. Lin Shen's consciousness was instantly captivated by this sudden and extraordinary transformation. The nascent entity of the Shadow Devourer exhibited an abnormal behavior, actively gathering at the core of the stronghold, seemingly on the verge of fusion and evolution, with an escalating demand for energy. A chilling stream of alert information conveyed an unprecedented gravity. Chapter 34. The Dark Egg and the Shadow in the Sleeve. Deep within the stronghold, the thick, swirling darkness resembled a solidified ocean of ink, completely engulfing the hollow. Moonlight, starlight, and even the very essence of air were mercilessly consumed and obliterated by this absolute darkness. At the core of the stronghold, the rotating dark focal point emitted a low, rhythmic hum from within the depths of the fog, reminiscent of the breathing of a slumbering abyssal beast, each pulse imbued with a cold and heavy sense of satisfaction. Lin Shen stood at the edge of the fog, his icy Terra mask blending seamlessly into the darkness. His consciousness, akin to invisible tendrils, penetrated the fog's barrier, firmly locking onto the central position of the stronghold. There, above the focal point, a disquieting presence was beginning to take shape. No longer the previous chaotic and indistinct shadow of a troll, the viscous, roiling darkness at the center appeared to be forcibly kneaded and compressed by an unseen hand. A colossal, spherical silhouette, reminiscent of a black giant egg, slowly emerged from the depths of the focal point. The egg's diameter exceeded 2 meters, its entirety composed of an absolute darkness, not smooth but rather adorned with continuously flowing, twisting dark red energy patterns, akin to living veins. These patterns pulsated with life against the profound backdrop of darkness, exuding a chilling and destructive aura that sent shivers through the soul. The egg itself lacked any tangible essence, resembling instead a terrifying vortex comprised of pure annihilation energy, perpetually collapsing inward. Each pulsation caused the surrounding dark fog within the stronghold to ebb and flow like the tides, a pressure deeper, more reclusive, and far more terrifying than the troll's shadow loomed, akin to a slumbering harbinger of destruction, slowly gestating and accumulating within the giant egg. Core, convergence, form, egg. Energy levels continued to rise. Threat level exceedingly high, uncontrollable, requiring ongoing observation. Codename, Dark Egg. The cold designation left an indelible mark within the depths of consciousness. Lin Shen's gaze, concealed beneath the mask, was as grave as iron. This egg, birthed from the highly concentrated power of the stronghold's core, absorbed the annihilation energy from the downfall of the Serpent Gang and was stimulated into existence by the light energy of Yu Shaojiang. Contained a power that far surpassed that of the previous specter. Once it hatches, what shall emerge? The ultimate guardian of the stronghold, or a completely uncontrollable beast of destruction? The answer remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, the sheer will of annihilation instills in Lin Shen an instinctive trepidation. As he remains wholly focused on monitoring the gestation of the dark egg, a diminutive figure near the misty edge of the sloping depression, resembling a startled rabbit, scrambles to rise from the cold, dark soil. It is Xiao Wu. Her delicate face is smeared with mud, and her pink training outfit bears several rips, revealing the pale skin beneath. The ruby-like glimmer in her eyes still reflects traces of dread and trepidation, exacerbated by the rising fog and the horrifying transformation at the stronghold's core. Moments ago, when the defensive barrier was activated, the dark mist engulfed everything in an instant, akin to the gates of hell crashing shut before her very eyes. The unadulterated darkness, laden with a terrifying oppressive force, elicited a primal scream from her 10,000-year-old spirit beast instincts. Flee. Escape this place at once. In her panic, she neglects to brush off the dirt from her body, scrambling away from the stronghold's core towards the upper slope of the depression, rolling and crawling in haste. Her petite form appears especially frantic and helpless amidst the darkness. However, just as she frantically ascends the slope, one foot sinking deeply while the other barely gains traction, she is about to break free from the mist's grasp when a faint sound, akin to fabric being snagged by a tiny hook, resonates from her right sleeve. Xiao Wu's movements freeze. Instinctively, she lowers her gaze. There, near her right elbow, at the edge of her torn coarse sleeve, a minuscule black stain, reminiscent of a droplet of solidified ink, clings tightly to her skin. It is one of the nascent shadow eaters from the shadowy northeastern corner of the stronghold. In that moment of chaos, as the mist surged and she scrambled up in fright, this naive little creature had somehow trailed along her path and found its way into the rip of her sleeve, unwittingly brought into the light. Now, this minuscule shadow eater seems bewildered, having been pulled away from its familiar dark environment. Its fuzzy edges quiver slightly, and several strands of hair thin, pitch-black legs mindlessly caress the delicate skin of Xiao Wu's arm, imparting a cold and slick sensation akin to a leech's embrace. A faint yet distinctly clear hunger for life energy resonates through her skin. Xiao Wu lets out a suppressed cry, as if bitten by a venomous snake. Instinctively, she prepares to swat away this terrifying little creature. Yet, as her hand rises halfway, it abruptly stiffens. The terrifying image of the stronghold's serpent-like minions being drained of life, transforming into grayish-white corpses, strikes her mind like a bolt of icy lightning. This seemingly innocuous little black is a monster capable of devouring life and soul. Swat it away? What if it gets provoked and burrows into her skin? A wave of immense terror seizes Xiao Wu's heart. Her body trembles in fright, and cold sweat instantly soaks her back. She stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, even holding her breath. Her ruby-like eyes were fixed on the horrifying passenger, no larger than a grain of rice, clinging to her arm, filled with a sense of helplessness and despair. What should she do? Shake it off? What if it fell to the ground and crawled up her pant leg? Xiao Wu couldn't bear to think further. Just as she was on the verge of suffocating from terror, from deep within the stronghold, Lin Chen's icy gaze pierced through the thick fog, landing squarely upon the rigid figure at the edge of the slope and upon that minuscule unwelcome guest on her arm. Target: Xiao Wu, exit the stronghold. Carry: the newly born shadow devourer, number 07. Newly born entity, status: stable, no hostile intent detected. Energy link: weak, traceable. The chilling flow of analytical information swiftly reached a conclusion. The newly born entity had just detached from the stronghold, its energy link faint, currently in a state of confusion, showing no signs of aggression. However, allowing it to accompany Xiao Wu might present an unforeseen opportunity. A living tracker and observational specimen buried outside, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth, concealed beneath his mask, curled into a frigid arc. He issued no commands to recall the entity, nor did he warn Xiao Wu. His frigid gaze, like an invisible shackle, firmly locked onto the figure on the slope, paralyzed by fear. Xiao Wu stood rigidly, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She could distinctly sense that in the depths of the stronghold's fog, that chilling gaze was like a maggot, firmly affixed to her. Even more unsettling was that the cold, slippery little creature on her arm seemed to sense something as well. It wriggled slightly, its tiny legs gripping tighter, and that faint feeling of hunger became more pronounced. A profound terror and an overwhelming sense of despair, bound by invisible chains, engulfed Xiao Wu like a frigid tide. Run. She had to flee, to escape this cursed place. The further away from that masked figure, the better. This thought surfaced like a lifeline. Xiao Wu summoned all her strength, biting down hard on her tongue. The sharp pain temporarily subdued her fear. She dared not glance at the creature on her arm, nor did she have the courage to touch it. With a sudden turn, she sprinted away from the stronghold, away from the graveyard of the Forsaken, as if pursued by malevolent spirits, running for her life. Her petite figure stumbled and vanished into the dense night and the decayed graves of the Forsaken. Only the minuscule, icy darkness on her right arm remained, like an inescapable curse, tightly affixed to her, flickering in and out of sight beneath her tattered sleeve as she ran. Within the stronghold, amidst the swirling dark fog. Lin Chun withdrew his gaze, redirecting it toward the pulsating dark egg at the center of the stronghold. The dark red patterns on the surface of the egg flowed more urgently, each pulse causing the space within the stronghold to tremble slightly. He could distinctly feel the core of the stronghold continually channeling power into this giant egg, nourishing the unknown, terrifying entity within. Dark egg, energy infusion, stable. Hatching process, 17. Estimated time, unknown. Surveillance, ongoing. The cold records continued. Amidst the desolate expanse surrounding the stronghold, on the parched grassland at the edge of the mass grave in the northwest, Yu Xiaojiang struggled to prop himself up, expelling a mouthful of viscous blood mixed with fragments of his innards. His complexion was as pallid as that of a corpse, and the searing pain in his chest and abdomen was evidently severe, indicating grave internal injuries. Yet, within his deeply sunken eye sockets burned an almost frenzied flame of excitement, brighter than the stars overhead. Trembling, he fumbled to extract a battered leather notebook and a blood-stained charcoal pencil from his bosom. The feather quill had long been discarded. Ignoring the excruciating pain and profound weakness, he strained under the dim moonlight to inscribe alarming words in a shaky hand upon the charred and tattered pages. Core discovery. Phototropic. Absolute restraint. Trigger conditions. High-intensity pure photonic energy focused irradiation. Critical intensity. Level 68. Laboratory measurement. Target reaction. Instantaneous absorption of photonic energy into absolute darkness state. 0.00003 seconds. Explosive shadow annihilation reaction. Energy rebound. Spatial distortion. Mental shock. Material decomposition. Practical verification. Mass grave focused beam successfully induced a strong repulsion reaction from the target. Stronghold. Dark mist defensive field. After the interruption of the beam, the annihilation reaction did not trigger a chain explosion. Speculation. Critical intensity not surpassed, or core not precisely located. Conclusion. Light is the key, the sole and absolute trigger for igniting its source of destruction. The annihilation power correlates positively with the intensity, purity, and focus of the photonic energy. This weakness possesses lethality and controllability, theoretical. At this juncture, the charcoal pencil broke abruptly in his grip due to the pain and excitement. He began to cough violently again, blood staining the pages. Yet, his bloodshot eyes remained fixed upon the roiling abyss of absolute darkness in the direction of the stronghold, his face contorting into a twisted smile that bore the weight of immense suffering and fervent discovery. Found it, at last, found it. His hoarse voice echoed like the mournful cry of an owl around the silent edge of the mass grave. Your fatal weakness is light, pure light. Chapter 35. The hunger gnawing beneath the bed in Dormitory 7. The moonlight was dim, akin to the cold fingertips of a dying patient, struggling to penetrate the gaps of the broken window in Dormitory 7, casting distorted patches of light upon the cold, muddy ground. The air was thick with the rancid odors of sweat, foot odor, and spoiled food, fermenting in the silence, mingled with an almost imperceptible, rust-like chill of fear. Snoring resonated in waves, reminiscent of a weary elegy. Xiao Wu curled up in the corner of her upper bunk, cocooned tightly in a heavy blanket, revealing only a pair of round, ruby-red eyes wide open in the darkness, devoid of sleep. Beneath the blanket, her body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through her thin nightgown, clinging to her icy skin. Each heartbeat felt as heavy as a drum, and each breath carried a barely noticeable quiver. Near her right elbow, the torn sleeve of her garment exposed a cold, slippery sensation akin to a maggot, a constant reminder of the terrifying presence that haunted her. She could distinctly sense the minuscule black, no larger than a grain of rice, pressed against her skin, while several legs, finer than a strand of hair, unconsciously scratched gently, inducing a spine-chilling sensation akin to the cold, tingling grip of a leech. Even more terrifying was the faint yet piercing hunger that slithered through her skin like a frigid serpent, gradually burrowing into her marrow and gnawing at her nerves. The harrowing specter of the troll in the stronghold, the instant obliteration of colossal boulders, the engulfing darkness that devoured everything, and the gray, lifeless corpses of the snake minions. All these images whirled in her mind like a nightmarish tempest. This little creature on her arm was the very extension of that hell. It was the curse sown upon her by the masked figure. She yearned to scream, to dash outside and rinse herself madly with fresh water, to excise this piece of flesh from her body. Yet, the overwhelming dread constricted her throat, rendering her devoid of the courage to even move a finger. She could only curl up tightly in her blanket like a frightened quail, praying for dawn, beseeching that this terrifying night would swiftly pass. Time crawled at an agonizing pace within the depths of her fear. After an indeterminate period, just as her taut nerves began to relax slightly due to exhaustion, consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, a faint yet strikingly clear sound, reminiscent of intestinal contractions, emerged from the spot where the little black dot resided on her arm. It was not an actual sound, but rather a signal of hunger that directly impacted her perception on a psychological level. More vivid, more urgent. Startled, she jolted awake. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Cold sweat drenched her back in an instant. Instinctively, she clamped her hand over her mouth, suppressing a scream that nearly escaped her lips. Her body trembled violently from sheer terror once more. That little entity was hungry. It was demanding sustenance from her. Feed it? With what? Soul power? Life? Or, like the corpses in the stronghold? A wave of sheer panic washed over her like icy tide, drowning her instantly. She could almost feel that small creature on her arm becoming increasingly agitated due to its hunger, its cold little legs scratching her skin with a slightly intensified urgency. The sensation of hunger pierced deeper like tangible needles. No, she could not allow it to starve. God knows what it might do in its extreme hunger. This thought struck her mind like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively, she trembled, summoning every ounce of her being to harness the pure and immense soul power within her. Cautiously, she directed a thread of exceedingly faint soul energy, akin to a droplet of water parting from a stream, toward the position of the little black dot on her arm. As that pure, warm life force met the cold, slick skin of the black dot, a miracle occurred. The agitated, writhing black dot instantly stilled. Its blurred edges unfurled like a blossoming flower. The tiny legs relaxed their scratching, becoming remarkably docile. A clear, profound sense of satisfaction emanated, accompanied by an overwhelming desire to suckle. The feeble soul energy, akin to a drop of water cast into an unfathomable abyss, was instantly and greedily consumed. The icy, piercing sensation of tingling and the overwhelming hunger in her arms swiftly diminished, fading away like a receding tide. In its stead arose a peculiar, faint sense of satiety and dependence, reminiscent of a famished infant finally savoring its first sip of milk. Xiao Wu's taut body relaxed in an instant, collapsing like a deflated balloon onto the bed, gasping for breath as cold sweat trickled down her brow. The overwhelming sense of relief from surviving the ordeal nearly brought her to tears. It feeds on soul energy. Moreover, it seems to quiet down once satiated. This revelation was like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Her ruby-like eyes flickered in the shadows, reflecting a mix of lingering terror and an odd glimmer of light. Cautiously, she directed a thread of even weaker soul energy towards it once more. The little black dot responded with a satisfying sucking sensation, as docile as a well-fed kitten. It works. It truly only consumes soul energy. And its appetite appears to be rather modest. A torrent of indescribable emotions, a blend of absurdity and lingering fear, churned within Xiao Wu's heart as she gazed at the quiet little black dot beneath the tattered cloth on her arm, as if regarding a pet from the depths of hell that required her nurturing. In the corner of the 7th dormitory, amidst the heavy shadows of Lin Chen's lower bunk, he lay awake, crouched in a fetal position, the cold Tarla mass pressed against his cheek. His consciousness had not fully descended into the stronghold, the core of the stronghold, where the dark egg was in a relatively stable phase. Instead, it spread like an invisible web, enveloping the entire 7th dormitory. He distinctly shared the sensory perceptions of the ninjas lurking in the shadows throughout the dormitory, particularly the intense heartbeat, suppressed breaths, and the scent of cold sweat emanating from Xiao Wu's upper bunk, along with the extremely faint energy fluctuations transmitted from the newly birthed entity numbered 07 on her arm. When Xiao Wu first guided the soul energy to nourish, Lin Chen's gaze beneath the mask shifted slightly. The target, Xiao Wu, was proactively feeding soul energy. The newly birthed entity 07 was in a state of satisfaction and stability. The energy link was strengthened, tracking signals enhanced, and behavior patterns recorded, revealing dependency on its host for soul energy supply. A cold stream of analytical information flowed through him, tinged with unexpected gratification. The girl's adaptability and her exquisite control over soul energy once again presented him with a challenge and a sense of value. Remarkably, she chose to nurture amidst her fear. This provided exceptional conditions for the survival and observation of the newly birthed entity in the external world. Furthermore, the soul energy link established by the entity acted like an invisible tether, significantly augmenting his perception and tracking abilities concerning Xiao Wu. His thoughts stirred, akin to plucking a string. Deep within the stronghold, the pulsating surface of the dark egg flickered with an exceedingly faint dark red energy pattern. An extraordinarily pure and cold stream of information, marked with the stronghold's core imprint, traversed through the soul energy link established between Entity 07 and Xiao Wu, silently swimming against the current of space, instantaneously infusing into the nascent core of Entity 07's consciousness. Command, lurk. absorb, environment, shadows. Surveillance, the host behavior, energy, non-directive prohibitions, and the exposure to attacks. The cold commands etched into the nascent consciousness of the newborn entity 07, akin to a brand, instantaneously inscribed upon its chaotic awareness. Its diminutive body quivered slightly, exuding an air of profound silence and compliance. No longer merely an ignorant energy form. It had transformed into a diminutive shadow sentinel endowed with rudimentary tasks and absolute prohibitions. A wave of submissive intent emanated from the arm of Entity 07, imbued with a hint of obedience, causing Xiao Wu's taut nerves to finally relax. An overwhelming fatigue surged over her like a tidal wave. She could no longer sustain herself. Her eyelids grew heavy and succumbed to a restless yet profoundly exhausting slumber. The seventh residence once more descended into a deep silence. Save for the cold gaze of Lin Shan behind his mask, a vigilant guardian surveying the darkness without utterance. Time flowed slowly. The midnight hour had passed. Within this absolute stillness, in the corner of the seventh residence, beneath Lin Chen's bedding, in the densest shadow resting against the cold, earthen floor, a minuscule black stain, smaller than a grain of rice and nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness, began to writhe ever so slowly. It was the shadow-eating newborn entity, number 13, previously discovered by Xiao Wu beneath the vine box, which had scurried away in fright from her scales. This entity appeared to be more timid and cautious than its compatriots within the stronghold. After experiencing the fright from the scales, it instinctively sought refuge in this corner, where the residual power of the stronghold was most concentrated, beneath Lin Chen's bed, and the most concealed. The thick darkness and frigid silence offered it a modicum of safety. Nonetheless, the energy tide emanating from the core of the stronghold, concentrated from the dark egg, and the thinning shadow energy within the stronghold, actively absorbed by the stronghold, evoked a sense of hunger in this naive and sensitive little being. Its indistinct body edges quivered, and several tiny legs unconsciously scratched at the cold earth. That pure, instinctual craving for darkness and energy coursed through its nascent consciousness like a delicate current. It required sustenance. The stronghold's pure shadow energy was the most desirable. Yet here it was too sparse. It sought something more tangible. Its tiny legs began to scratch more vigorously against the cold, hard earth beneath it. The soil, imbued with the stronghold's energy, was harder than ordinary earth, yet contained an exceedingly faint residue of earth elemental energy that had been assimilated by the stronghold. A faint sound, akin to ants gnawing at wood shavings, echoed in the absolute silence of the corner of the seventh residence. The minuscule mouthparts of shadow-eating entity number 13, if that indistinct indentation could be termed a mouthpart, instinctively gnawed at the cold, black soil beneath it. Each bite forcibly extracted and absorbed a minuscule, almost negligible fragment of mixed earth elemental and residual shadow energy from the unusually hard soil. Its gnawing was slow and laborious, reminiscent of an infant suckling a stone. Yet each faint sip brought a modicum of satisfaction and energy replenishment to its minuscule core. Its indistinct form gradually solidified in the darkness, almost imperceptibly, as a sense of hunger slightly diminished. It lay there, pressed against the cold ground, akin to the most patient miner, gnawing silently at the very foundations of the seventh shelter with its negligible strength and instinct. Lin Shan shared the perspective of a hidden ninja lurking in the shadows beneath the bed, coldly observing all. The behavioral patterns of Subject 13 starkly contrasted with its counterparts. It was more elusive and pragmatic. Its dependency on the base's energy was lower, and its ability to forage autonomously was markedly stronger. Perhaps this indicated an alternative evolutionary path? Target, Shadow Devourer Prototype 13. Behavior, recorded, autonomy. Foraging, inefficient yet sustainable. Threat level, extremely low. Concealment, high. Continuous monitoring. The chilling records updated deep within consciousness. Beneath the floorboards of the seventh shelter, in an unacknowledged corner of shadow, a whelp from the abyss was engaged in its humble yet enduring act of gnawing, marking its first endeavor in this world. Chapter 36, Claw of Shadows. The night was as profound as congealed ink. In the eastern outskirts of Nottingham, a forgotten graveyard lay beyond the city's clamor. The tilted, fractured tombstones pierced through the overgrown grass like desiccated bones, while phosphorescent flames silently wafted between decaying coffins and eerie white bones, casting the only light, yet amplifying the dread. The air was saturated with the scent of damp earth, the acrid decay of plants, and a bone-deep, chilling stillness belonging to death. Occasionally, the mournful cries of night owls shattered the silence, heightening the desolation and terror of the place. Yet, deep within this realm of death, a distinct, cold, and orderly power surged. In a relatively flat area partially concealed by a massive toppled stone tablet, hundreds of shadowy ninjas stood as silent statues, motionless and voiceless. Their forms appeared more ethereal under the flickering phosphorescence, and the dark red masks they wore bore crimson eyes that sparkled like stars from the depths of hell, emitting a chilling light in unison. There was no breath, no movement, only an oppressive aura of impending slaughter that pushed back the surrounding phosphorescent flames. This was the heart of the Shadow Base. In just over a month, through the tireless excavation, transportation, and fortification efforts of the Shadow Ninjas, a nascent yet substantial nest had formed beneath the surface. The entrance was cunningly concealed within the shadows of the toppled stone tablet, surrounded by deceptive rubble and desiccated bones. Lin Chen stood atop a half-person height broken tablet at the entrance of the base, his face obscured by a chilling tailor mask. He was no longer the desperate boy struggling for survival among wolves. Though his attire remained ordinary, the eyes revealed beneath the mask, now surrounded by hundreds of crimson pupils, exuded an air of cold authority and tranquility. The splint on his left arm had long been removed, and newfound strength surged within him, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. His vision was divided into countless angles. Through the shared senses of the ninjas, he beheld the entire graveyard as if it lay within the palm of his hand. The shadows of each tombstone, every sunken pit, and even the dilapidated outline of the poisoned snake gang's lair, lurking like a malignant growth in the night, were vividly etched in his consciousness. The name Poison Snake Gang carried an aura of bloodshed and foulness, circulating through the underbelly of Nodding City. Their leader, the venomous Fong, a 32nd level soul master, wielded the sinister spirit of the phosphorescent snake. Occupying an abandoned manor on the fringes of the graveyard, they engaged in smuggling, extortion, kidnapping, and occasionally murder, an abhorrent presence that instilled terror in the nearby regions. Their existence was akin to maggots gnawing at bone, like a piece of rotting flesh emitting a stench that attracted flies and disrupted the secrecy of the Lin Chen base. More crucially, the chilling, insatiable thirst for chaos and negative energy emanating from the depths of the mask subtly pointed towards that direction. The bloodshed and resentment of the Poison Snake Gang served as exquisite nourishment. Target confirmed, Poison Snake Stronghold. Lin Chen's intent flowed like a frigid stream, silently transmitting onwards. Buzz. Beneath him, hundreds of crimson eyes flared with sudden intensity, igniting in unison as if kindled by an invisible force. There were no shouts, no responses, only the palpable, chilling intent to kill that thickened the air, almost materializing. Action. Lin Chen's voice resonated through the mask, deep and clear, imbued with an undeniable command. The instant the order was issued, the silence shattered, not in a cacophony, but in a silent diffusion akin to ink mingling with clear water. 1/3 of the shadow ninjas melted into the earth beneath them, vanishing entirely within the shadows of tombstones and the drifting phosphorescence. They were the scouts of the shadows, silent blades poised to infiltrate the manor, marking sentinels and severing escape routes. Another third transformed into a thin mist, silently ascending into the air. Their forms elongated and morphed into broad, bat-like wings, their bodies stretching into the fearsome guise of nocturnal bats. They moved as a true swarm of bats, yet far more stealthy and swift, cloaked by the somber night, resembling a swiftly shifting cloud, silently sweeping over the manor and sealing all potential avenues of escape. The final third remained steadfast, like unyielding boulders, guarding Lin Chen's vicinity. They were the reserve, the last bastion shielding the core. Lin Chen himself remained motionless, standing atop the fractured tombstone, his gaze penetrating the darkness, firmly locking onto the direction of the manor. His consciousness spread like a spider's web, connecting with each infiltrating ninja and every soaring night bat. The internal scene of the manor began to coalesce in his mind, like pieces of a shattered canvas reassembling. The vision of the bat squad returned first, revealing the manor's outline clearly under night vision. The crumbling walls bore gaping holes resembling the maw of a beast. The main building stood as a crooked 2-story stone structure, its windows mostly shattered and haphazardly boarded up. A few scattered torches flickered in the courtyard and at the entrance of the main building, illuminating the lazy, fatigued figures of the guards. Guard positions: 3 in the front yard, 2 at the entrance of the main building, 1 in the backyard stable. A chilling stream of information marked within the consciousness. Simultaneously, the vision of the infiltrating ninjas synchronized with this awareness. They moved like invisible phantoms, hugging the walls, slipping through the cracks in the floor, and even emerging from the earth in the shadowy corners of the main building. The interior of the manor was a grotesque sight: greasy floors, scattered bottles and bones, and dark crimson stains of blood that had not been fully cleaned from the corners. The air was thick with the stench of cheap alcohol, sweat, and an indescribable fishy odor. Internal layout: the main hall on the first floor, a storage room on the right, a kitchen on the left. A corridor on the second floor with 4 rooms, the leader, Poison Fong, located in the master bedroom, breath locked in. The scene in the master bedroom was vividly captured by a ninja lurking in the shadows of a wardrobe, a gaunt, brooding middle-aged man, bare-chested, revealing a lean but scarred torso, languidly leaning against a large bed draped in filthy animal hides. He toyed with a dagger exuding a ghostly green glow. His gaze as cold as a serpent's. He was indeed Poison Fong. Beside him lay 2 disheveled women, lost in slumber, the air thick with the decadent aroma following their carnal indulgence. Target, Poison Fong, confirming soul power fluctuations. Commence elimination. Lin Chen's intent descended like a frigid guillotine. In the front yard of the manor, a guard dozing against the wall suddenly had his neck contorted at a bizarre angle without warning. He did not even have time to emit a muffled groan before his body slumped to the ground. From the shadows behind him, a ninja melded into the darkness like a wisp of water. At the entrance of the main building, 2 guards were engaged in a low conversation, leering smiles on their faces. One of them chuckled until his voice caught in his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. A pitch-black blade silently protruded from his chest. The other guard turned in horror, only to see the glint of scarlet eyes glowing in the darkness, followed by a flash of steel slicing through his throat. In the backyard stable, the guard tending to the horses was facing the corner, urinating. A shadow silently rose from beneath his feet, and a cold blade expertly slashed across his neck, warm liquid spraying onto the hay. The elimination of perimeter guards was silent and efficient, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe reaping weeds. Almost simultaneously with the fall of the outer guards, the true slaughter within the main building commenced. In the hall, several henchmen gathered, drinking and gambling, their faces flushed in heated argument over the dice's outcome. Suddenly, the oil lamp hanging from the rafters extinguished without warning. The hall was plunged into darkness. Damn it! Why did the lights go out? Who did this? Seeking death. The curses just began when a series of spine-chilling, sharp sounds of weapons slicing through the air echoed in the darkness, accompanied by the dull thud of blades meeting flesh, the crack of splintering bone, and a brief, harrowing scream choked in the throat. The chaos lasted less than 3 breaths. As the oil lamp was rekindled, its source a mystery, the flickering flame cast a wavering light across the hall, revealing nothing but a chaotic scene strewn with bodies contorted in grotesque postures. Blood flowed freely upon the floor, its metallic scent overpowering the remnants of wine. A few survivors huddled in the corners, their faces as pale as parchment, teeth chattering in terror as they beheld the elongated silhouettes lurking at the edges of the firelight, their crimson eyes glinting like malevolent phantoms emerging from the depths of hell. Enemies. An attack. There are ghosts. One of the henchmen finally succumbed to panic, screaming as he scrambled toward the staircase leading to the second floor. His cries detonated the atmosphere of dread like water splashing onto boiling oil. The survivors wailed, frantically surging upstairs, desperate to escape this hellish nightmare. What are you making noise for? Seeking death? The door to the master bedroom on the second floor was violently kicked open. Poison Fong barely had time to throw on a pair of trousers, exposing his lean torso. Brandishing a venomous phosphorescent dagger, his face darkened with fury. The screams and chaos from below had ignited his rage. Yet, upon witnessing the terror-stricken expressions of his subordinates tumbling up the stairs and inhaling the chilling silence mingled with the heavy scent of blood, a shiver coursed from his feet to the crown of his head. Years of living on the edge had endowed him with an instinct for danger akin to that of a wild beast. This was no ordinary vendetta. The adversary was formidable, enigmatic, and had already breached their defenses. Useless fools, arm yourselves. Poison Fong bellowed, striving to maintain morale, as a surge of soul power erupted within him. A circle of yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, illuminating his grim visage. His arms instantly became enshrouded in delicate emerald scales, his palms slick as those of a venomous serpent, and the dagger exuded a greenish luminescence stretching nearly a foot in length. Phosphorescent serpent. Possession. The ferocity in his eyes intensified. However, just as his soul rings ignited and his martial spirit manifested, a thunderous sound erupted from the side of the main hall below, akin to a colossal hammer striking the earth with tremendous force. The entire second floor trembled violently, dust cascading from above. Poison Fong and his few still reeling subordinates gazed in horror. Before them, the relatively thick stone wall of the main building appeared as if it had been struck by an invisible siege hammer. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the wall. At the center of these fissures loomed an immense, indistinct claw print. The imprint radiated an oppressive, primal aura, imbued with sheer, destructive power. Though merely a phantom outline, it threatened to shatter the once sturdy stone wall. The Troll Legion, in its embryonic form, projected its strength. Lin Chen stood atop a broken monument, sharing the perspective of the attacking troll apparition. This colossal shadowy claw, infused with immense dark energy, was the inaugural display of his newly unlocked troupe's formidable might. While its power was tremendous, the consumption was equally staggering. After the simultaneous assault of 3 phantoms, the energy feedback was markedly weakened. What manner of beast is this? Poison Fong gasped, his pupils constricting in disbelief. The oppressive sensation brought forth by that gigantic claw print far surpassed any soul beast he had ever encountered. However, the true slaughter is just beginning. Chapter 37, Venomous Fangs and Shadow Devourers. Debris fell like rain, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust. The second floor of the main building trembled violently under the terrifying force of the troll's phantom strike. The walls on the verge of collapse emitted a disconcerting groan. Venomous Fangs and his remaining loyal subordinates were thrown into disarray, their faces drained of color, eyes filled with sheer horror. Although the massive claw imprint had dissipated, the primal aura of destruction lingered in the air, tightening around their throats like a cold, iron grip. "Boss, we can't hold on. The walls are coming down." One subordinate pointed at the horrifying cracks left by the colossal claw on the side wall, his voice trembling. "Retreat. Jump out the back window." Venomous Fangs, a seasoned survivor accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger, made a swift decision. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, and rather than being daunted, the pressure only brought forth his innate ruthlessness. He gripped tightly the phosphorescent dagger that shimmered with an eerie green toxicity, and suddenly, the yellow soul ring beneath him radiated intensely, propelling one dazed subordinate towards the staircase. "You go and hold them off below." Caught off guard, the subordinate let out a cry as he tumbled down the stairs, colliding with a shadowy ninja rushing up from the first floor. A flash of steel, and the scream abruptly ceased. "Charge with me," Venomous Fangs bellowed, disregarding the others. The emerald scales on his body glimmered, enhancing his speed as he surged like a startled viper towards the tightly shut rear window at the end of the corridor across from the master bedroom. That was their only escape. The remaining 2 or 3 loyal subordinates, shaken from their stupor, scrambled to follow. However, their movements appeared to the lurking predators in the shadows as though they were part of a slow-motion puppet show. Just as Venomous Fangs was about to crash through the rear window, a sharp sound echoed. The shadows along the walls of the corridor behind and beside him seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. 3 elongated, grotesque figures, resembling malevolent spirits clawing their way out from the depths of hell, silently emerged. Their bodies were more hunched than ordinary ninjas, with limbs bending at unnatural angles. Covered in a chitinous, black exoskeleton, their faces bore the signature dark red masks, yet their crimson eyes glinted with a more chilling and brutal light, reminiscent of a serpent's slit pupils. Most unsettling were their long, sharp fingertips, which dripped with a viscous, foul-smelling, dark green liquid that sizzled slightly as it landed on the decaying floorboards. The Abnormal Collective, the true kings of assassination in Lin Chun's grasp. What is that?" Venomous Fangs exclaimed in horror, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks in the face of overwhelming dread. The chilling aura and the lethal, sickly sweet scent assaulted him, causing the scales from his martial spirit to flare up in alarm. There was no time for him to react. The 3 grotesque figures shot forward like black lightning, closing in on him in an instant. The 2 loyal subordinates beside Venomous Fangs bore the brunt of the attack. One of them barely saw a shadow flash before a slight sting pierced the side of his neck, akin to a mosquito bite. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, only to find his fingertips grazing a slick, viscous substance. Suddenly, an indescribable agony and numbness surged through his body like a current. His form stiffened abruptly, his eyes uncontrollably rolling upwards, while his throat emitted a ghastly gurgling sound. The veins beneath his skin transformed into a murky green, spreading like a spider's web. In less than half a breath, he collapsed to the ground as if all the bones had been extracted from his body, his figure twitching nervously, with dark green foam oozing from his mouth and nostrils. Another loyal subordinate fared even worse. An alien figure emerged from the shadows like a specter, its elongated, sharp fingertips akin to the venomous tail of a scorpion, darting towards his back with lightning speed. He scarcely had time to register the pain before a chilling sensation seized his heart. Looking down, he beheld a pitch-black, slime-dripping fingertip piercing through his chest. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. His gaze rapidly dulled, and his body lurched forward. The venomous fangs of death loomed. With a shriek, he could no longer afford to shatter the window, twisting his body violently, channeling all his soul power into the phosphorescent dagger in his grasp. The dagger's eerie green venom surged, accompanied by a nauseating stench, slicing through the air with a vicious arc, aimed directly at the nearest alien ninja. Die! The dagger struck true, piercing the alien ninja's chest. A fleeting expression of savage delight flickered across the venomous fang's face, only to freeze in an instant. There was no sensation of penetration. The dagger seemed to have plunged into a viscous, writhing mass of black mist. The alien ninja's body contorted and liquefied at the point of impact, as the dagger's lethal glow was devoured by the writhing darkness, neutralized. Meanwhile, its claw, dripping with venom, continued its relentless advance towards the venomous fang's face. Impossible. The venomous fangs were filled with dread, awkwardly tilting his head to evade. Slicing through the air, the toxic fingertip grazed his cheek, leaving 3 deep, festering gashes that instantly turned black. A searing pain mingled with a numbing sensation from the poison coursing through him. The venomous fangs let out a blood-curdling scream, the agony and terror igniting his ferocity. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcibly dispelling the numbness. Bloodshot eyes wild with fury. Third soul skill. Phosphorescent poison cloud. He roared, as the yellow soul ring on his body erupted with blinding radiance. A thick, ink-like, nauseatingly sweet and foul-smelling green poisonous mist erupted violently from the venomous fang's center. The toxic mist spread like a living entity, rapidly engulfing the entire second-floor corridor, expanding and corroding everything in its path. Wherever it passed, the decayed wooden floorboards emitted a horrifying sizzling sound, swiftly eroding into pits. While the mold on the walls seemed to come alive, spreading wildly, the very air appeared ignited by the venom, rendering each breath dizzying, as if one's lungs were ablaze. This was the venomous fang's ultimate life-saving soul skill. Its vast reach and lethal potency were unparalleled. He even needed to consume a special antidote in advance. He gambled on the fact that this sinister shadow feared the deadly toxin. The ghastly green mist swiftly enveloped 3 alien ninjas. Their forms became distorted and blurred within the noxious fog. A manic smile crept onto the venomous fang's face as he covered his face, now festering and oozing, staggering once more towards the rear window. As he prepared to leap, the vast expanse outside promised opportunity. Yet, in an instant, his smile froze in horror. Emerging from the swirling, ghastly green miasma, 3 grotesque ninjas did not disintegrate as anticipated. Instead, they grotesquely expanded and contorted like leeches submerged in a nutrient-rich solution. They opened their mouths, resembling insect mandibles lined with razor-sharp teeth, and voraciously inhaled the rolling toxic fumes with a sound reminiscent of a great whale siphoning water. The terrifying, corrosive emerald cloud was devoured as if it were a delicacy. The dense fog thinned perceptibly, while the dark shells of the 3 abominations shimmered with an even darker, more sinister shade of green after absorbing the lethal toxins. Their crimson slit-like pupils flared with a terrifying intensity, fixating on the utterly horrified figure of Poison Fong. Monster! Monster! Poison Fong's composure shattered. His most formidable poison-based soul skill had inexplicably become a source of nourishment for his adversaries. This revelation transcended his comprehension. Overwhelmed by ultimate dread, he let out a desperate shriek and hurled himself against the tightly shut rear window with his last vestige of strength. Bang! The decayed wooden frame shattered upon impact. As his body propelled outward, the frigid night air filled his nostrils, and a fleeting euphoria of escape surged within him, only to be abruptly interrupted by a deafening rumble. This time, it was not an illusory projection. The entire main building shuddered as if struck by an earthquake of magnitude 8. The outer wall of the corridor where Poison Fong stood, along with the floor beneath him, was violently torn apart by an irresistible force from the outside. Massive stones and splintered beams rained down like a torrential storm. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a colossal claw, entirely composed of condensed shadow energy and adorned with rough, rocky textures, erupted through the shattered wall, resembling the arm of a malevolent deity from the abyss. With an overwhelming momentum, it descended upon Poison Fong, who had just leapt through the window, suspended in midair. A troll's manifestation. A corporeal assault. The ecstasy in Poison Fong's eyes instantly dissolved into boundless despair. He had no time to emit a cry of anguish before his entire being was crushed beneath the massive, terror-infused shadow claw, reducing flesh and bone to a gruesome, pulpy mass intermingled with emerald scales. Alongside his shattered martial soul and the poisoned dagger, he was mercilessly driven into the rubble-strewn ground below, leaving behind a horrifyingly deep imprint in the shape of a massive claw. As the dust gradually settled, the immense shadow claw lifted, dissipating into specks of black light. At the bottom of the pit, only a horrific array of blood and remnants remained, accompanied by a slowly rising, faintly glowing yellow soul ring. The entire estate fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the mournful whispers of the night wind as it swept through the crumbling ruins. Lin Chen stood upon the fractured steel at the base's entrance, slowly retracting his right hand from the mask. The recent devastating strike of the giant troll's claw drained an immense amount of his mental energy and the shadow energy he had just accrued. Beneath the mask, his complexion paled slightly, yet his gaze remained as frigid as ever. His consciousness swept across the entire estate, where the remnants of scattered resistance were swiftly quelled under the silent slaughter of the Shadow Legion. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the pall of death, alongside the pure fluctuations of soul power emanating from the venomous spirit ring, and an overwhelming, chaotic torrent of negative spiritual energy, infused with pain, resentment, ferocity, and despair, whirled above the estate, wailing like a specter. This was precisely the nourishment the mask craved. The whispers of greed originating from the depths of the soul became strikingly clear and urgent. Lin Chun inhaled deeply, accompanied by the last cadre of ninjas surrounding him. As he stepped towards the ruins of the estate's heart, moving towards the fallen venomous Fong, towards the hovering yellow soul ring and the swirling storm of negative energy. His shadow stretched long beneath the blood moon, akin to an open maw of darkness, eager to consume all. Chapter 38. The Soul Ring and Whispers. Silence. The venomous snake gang's estate had been utterly transformed into a smoldering ruin. Amidst the shattered walls, charred beams and cold stones intermingled grotesquely, while congealed bloodstains marred the rubble like unsightly scars. The air was permeated with a sharp, acrid smell, heavy with the scent of blood, and a profound, unsettling stillness that sent chills through the soul. Lin Shin stood at the center of the ruins, his feet planted in a deep pit left by the troll's claw, which had turned venomous Fong into a mere pulp. At the bottom of the pit, amid a chaotic mass of dark red flesh and shattered emerald scales, a softly glowing yellow ring floated serenely, the century-old soul ring of venomous Fong. Pure waves of soul power rippled outward like water. However, what truly captivated Lin Chun, or rather ensnared the icy visage of his mask, was not merely the energy of this soul ring. Within his extraordinary perception, a vast, chaotic, and viscous vortex of darkness swirled above the entire ruin, indeed enveloping every inch of land tainted by death. It was the residual fear, despair, ferocity, resentment, and unwillingness of all the deceased at the moment of the venomous snake gang's annihilation, forcibly consolidated, distorted, and fermented by some unseen force. They wailed silently, forming a nauseating, malevolent storm of spirit. The core of this tempest pointed directly to the suspended soul ring in the pit. The venomous hatred and unwillingness of venomous Fong in his final moments stained the once pure luster of the soul ring with the foulest ink. Energy, feast, draw, devour. The whispers emanating from within the mask had never been so clear, so urgent. The cold metal pressed against his forehead, as if it possessed a life of its own, pulsing greedily and exuding a fervent desire, so intense it seemed capable of igniting the very soul. Lin Chun could feel, within the mask, countless arcane dark red patterns swirling wildly, akin to ravenous veins greedily expanding. He slowly raised his right hand, palm downward, aiming at the soul ring within the deep pit, as well as the formless yet heavy and viscous storm of negative energy swirling around. Suddenly, the mask became searing hot. The dark red metallic surface seemed to ignite, the intricate patterns glowing with a blinding scarlet brilliance, a force of suction 100-fold stronger and more terrifying than when it devoured the wolf's carcass, erupted violently from Lin Chen's palm. In an instant, the invisible storm of negative energy above the ruins was stirred. Countless twisted, semi-transparent black currents, bearing faces of malice, surged towards Lin Chen's hand like rivers flowing into the sea, emitting a silent yet piercing wail, desperately trying to drag the contact into the abyss of madness. Simultaneously, the suspended yellow soul ring trembled violently. The pure soul energy was forcibly stripped away, twisted, intermingled with the vile fragments of the poisoned soul, creating a viscous energy stream shimmering with a yellow-green hue, similarly drawn in by that terrifying force, rushing towards Lin Chun. A suppressed roar of agony escaped Lin Chen's lips. His body felt as though it were cast into a furnace and an ice pit simultaneously. The left arm, once torn by the giant wolf and recently healed, instantly throbbed with pain akin to being pierced by thousands of poisoned needles, repeatedly scorched by a red-hot branding iron. The attributes of the soul ring's venom, mingled with the dying curse of the poisoned Fong, gnawed at his flesh, bones, even his marrow, like maggots burrowing into his bones. Beneath the skin of his arm, a web-like pattern of dark green emerged, rapidly spreading upward. More terrifying still was the mental onslaught. The tsunami of negative energy surged in, carrying the ultimate pain, fear, rage, and hatred of dozens of deceased souls. Countless shattered and distorted fragments of memory pierced his mind like shards of jagged glass. The thrill of the poisoned fang in slaughtering foes, the cruel laughter of henchmen bullying the weak, the screams and curses of victims before their demise, a cacophony of chaotic, frenzied, and filthy thoughts surged forth like boiling poison, assaulting, contaminating, and tearing at the dam of his consciousness and reason. Begone! Lin Chun roared deep within, his teeth grinding together, blood seeping from his gums and trickling down the edges of the mask. He summoned all his willpower. As if desperately clinging to a rock about to sink amidst tumultuous waves, his body trembled violently, veins bulging beneath his skin, sweat mingling with blood instantly, soaking his garments. The shadowy ninjas surrounding him, their crimson eyes flickering anxiously, seemed to sense the immense pain and shock their master was enduring. The mask's suction was insatiable. Like a voracious beast, the light of the soul ring dimmed at a visible pace, the chaotic yellow-green energy being relentlessly siphoned away. The surrounding storm of negative energy also rapidly thinned and weakened. The pain intensified, yet so did the surge of power. Lin Chun could distinctly perceive the torrent of soul power, forcibly infused into his being, a treacherous amalgamation of venom and malice. Though it wrought excruciating agony, a portion of it was forcibly stripped away, compressed, and purified through the enigmatic transformation invoked by the mask's arcane power. The venomous essence was neutralized and devoured by the shadow energy, while the fragments of resentment were greedily absorbed by the mask itself. Ultimately, a relatively pure, frigid, and shadow-imbued essence of soul power surged forth like a roaring black torrent, flooding through his limbs and bones, cleansing his meridians and forcibly widening the channels of soul energy. Boom! It was as though an invisible barrier within him had been violently shattered. An aura, exponentially more potent than before, erupted uncontrollably from Lin Chen's being. Beneath his feet, a faint circle, deep gray in hue yet tinged with an ominous greenish glow, suddenly manifested and coalesced. It was no longer a mere indistinct halo, but a genuinely formed soul ring. Its peculiar coloration and chilling essence, though strange, were undeniably real. A century-old soul ring. Moreover, it was a unique shadow attribute soul ring, forcibly devoured and transformed by the Taylor mask. At the moment the soul ring consolidated, the agonizing pain in his left arm, akin to being gnawed by a myriad of ants and scorched by toxic flames, abruptly diminished. The dark green poison patterns spreading beneath his skin appeared to freeze, halting their advance, the color fading until they solidified into eerie dark green markings resembling bizarre tattoos, entwined around his forearm. Simultaneously, a novel and profound sense of perception, intricately linked to the Shadow Legion, flowed forth like mercury. Ability unlocked, Venomous Bite, Novice. Effect, temporarily imbues the weapons or claws of shadow ninjas with a faint phosphorescent toxin, paralyzing, rotting, with effectiveness growing alongside the soul ring's development and energy supply. No effect on the shadow beings themselves. Energy consumption, moderate. The icy stream of information was indelibly impressed upon his consciousness. This was a new capability bestowed by the mask, originating from the Venomous Bite soul ring, a method of slaughter that seamlessly integrated the venomous attribute into the Shadow Legion. Yet, just as the soul ring took shape, the pain subsided slightly, and a fleeting clarity emerged with the unlocking of the new ability. It was indeed sustenance, but still far from sufficient. A distinctly different voice, ancient and raspy, as if woven from the wails of countless souls, unexpectedly resonated in the deepest recesses of Lin Chen's soul. This voice did not emanate from the mask's cold mechanical prompts, nor was it reminiscent of the earlier vague, greedy thoughts. It was clearer, imbued with intent. It carried an indifference that gazed down upon mere ants, coupled with an insatiable hunger awakened from eons of slumber by bloodshed and resentment. Lin Chen trembled violently. It felt as though he had been doused in icy water from head to toe, his very soul freezing in an instant. He abruptly lowered his gaze to the cold tailor mask adorning his face. At that moment, the surface of the dark red metal mask, with its cryptic patterns, glowed as fiercely as a heated brand. At the center of the mask, where complex designs converged, a scarlet radiance coalesced, twisting and faintly outlining an extremely vague, minuscule visage that exuded boundless malevolence and majesty. The outline flickered and vanished, much like a fleeting illusion. Yet, the ancient, hoarse whisper lingered, embedding itself in Lin Chen's mind like a persistent parasite, bringing with it a chilling sensation that made his very soul tremble. A sense of anticipation? The mask's pull finally ceased. The yellow soul ring within the deep pit dissipated entirely, as if it had never existed. The colossal negative spiritual storm above the ruins was also consumed, leaving behind an oppressive silence and a faint metallic tang of blood. Lin Chun, feeling utterly drained, knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against the cold rubble. Panting heavily, Sweat streamed down his forehead like a small brook, dripping onto the mask and producing a faint hissing sound, instantly evaporated by the still searing metal. The newly formed dark gray soul ring rotated slowly behind him, exuding a frigid aura. Power, unprecedented power surged through his body. The excruciating pain in his left arm and the encroaching toxins were forcefully suppressed. The newly acquired abilities felt instinctively clear. Yet, none of this could dispel the bone-chilling cold brought on by the ancient whispers echoing deep within his soul. What indeed was this mask? And whose blurred visage did it represent? Master? A crisp, hesitant female voice suddenly shattered the ruined silence, emanating from the remnants of a collapsed courtyard wall nearby. Lin Shun abruptly lifted his head, his cold gaze from beneath the mask piercing like a sword toward the source of the sound. There, in the shadow of the half-collapsed wall, stood Xiao Wu, who had appeared there without his notice. Dust clung to her pink garb, and her long scorpion braid was somewhat disheveled. Her delicate face was now etched with incredulity and shock. Her large, pure eyes, reminiscent of rubies, were fixated on the dark gray soul ring slowly revolving behind Lin Shun, as well as the ominous mask that still emitted a sinister red glow. What terrified her further was the palpable, oppressive wave of cold soul force radiating from Lin Shun, a remnant of the recently unleashed power, alongside the lingering, sinister essence of the venomous soul still permeating the air. Why you killed the poison tooth? And absorbed his soul ring? Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly, and instinctively, she took a step back, her gaze toward Lin Shun now filled with unfamiliarity and an indescribable wariness. The pure life force she embodied felt particularly sensitive and repelled in the face of Lin Shun's cold, toxic, shadow-infused soul power. Chapter 39, Reassurance and the Shadow Knight. The silence of the ruins was disrupted by Xiao Wu's voice, laden with fear and inquiry, like a stone cast into an icy lake. Lin Shun's single-knee stance tensed abruptly. His icy gaze beneath the mask became a tangible blade, instantly directed toward the shadow of Xiao Wu. The newly coalesced dark gray soul ring rotated slowly behind him, emanating a pressure imbued with coldness and toxic essence. The remnants of poison tooth soul force, still lingering in the air, served as a silent accusation. Surrounding them, dozens of shadowy ninjas turned their crimson eyes in unison toward Xiao Wu, their cold murderous intent locking onto her like invisible needles. The temperature in the ruins plummeted. Xiao Wu was enveloped by the sudden, terrifying gaze and the chilling intent to kill, causing her petite frame to tremble involuntarily. The rosy hue drained from her exquisitely sculpted face, and her pure ruby eyes brimmed with disbelief and instinctive fear. She instinctively retreated a step, her back pressed against the cold remnants of the wall, leaving her with nowhere to escape. What on earth are you? Xiao Wu's voice quivered with a hint of tears, struggling to pose the question. Yet, the wariness and unfamiliarity reflected in her gaze pierced Lin Shun's heart. That mask, those soul rings, and these shadowy monstrosities. Though the venomous fangs were indeed dreadful, the manner in which you absorb the soul rings is far more terrifying, more fearsome than the soul beasts themselves. Her pure life essence felt like a flickering candle in Lin Shun's current domain of cold, toxic, and intertwining shadowy soul power, sensitive and repelled. Lin Shun's eyes behind the mask flickered with intense emotion. The fear and aversion in Xiao Wu's eyes felt like a chilling thorn embedded in his heart. He was indifferent to the scrutiny of others, but Xiao Wu, the only girl in Notting City who showed him curiosity instead of disdain. Her fear ignited an inexplicable irritation and a hint of anxiety he had not even recognized within himself. The chilling intent to kill emanating from the mask, and the legion surged once more, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. Dozens of ninjas were primed to act. Stop! Lin Shun let out a low roar from the depths of his consciousness, forcefully suppressing the instinctual command to kill. He could not allow the ninjas to harm Xiao Wu, absolutely not. He braced himself against the ground, struggling to rise. A newfound strength surged within him. Yet the ancient whispers from the depths of his soul and the intense drain from absorbing the soul rings rendered his steps unsteady. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous breath and chaotic thoughts. In the face of Xiao Wu's fear, explanations felt feeble. All he could do was provide solace in a manner she could comprehend. Lin Shun slowly raised his right hand, not pointing at Xiao Wu, but towards the cold Terra mask upon his face. His consciousness delved into the depths of the mask, drawing upon the recently acquired shadow soul power. Still imbued with the icy touch of the phosphorescent serpent's venom, along with the mask's inherent ability to manipulate shadows. Soothing, not hostile. Shadows, protect. The intent conveyed. The surrounding ninjas, once filled with a chilling intent to kill aimed at Xiao Wu, retreated like a receding tide, their crimson eyes dimming slightly, reverting to a state of silent guardianship. Immediately thereafter, A dark gray glow of soul power illuminated Lin Chen's palm, not blinding but instead exuding a profound gentleness. He controlled the soul power, devoid of aggression, flowing like a gentle stream, guiding the power of the mask. Beneath him, the newly formed dark gray soul ring pulsated with light, a pure essence shedding the toxic malice, intertwined with the mask's intrinsic characteristics of inclusion and concealment, spreading softly towards Xiao Wu like an invisible veil. This force was gentle and serene, embodying the tranquility and embrace of the night, starkly contrasting with the previous cold, lethal aura of soul power. It flowed like an imperceptible warmth, quietly dissipating the lingering chill of death and the discomfort brought by the bloodshed within the ruins. Xiao Wu's taut body quivered slightly. The enveloping shadowy force, imbued with a soothing essence, swept over her trembling spirit like a gentle tide. The pure vitality within her instinctively sought to resist this foreign, frigid power. Yet, the protection and harmless intent embedded within this shadowy force were unmistakably clear, akin to the profound night promising to safeguard the secrets of dawn. The utmost fear reflected in her eyes began to thaw, like melting snow, her wariness easing slightly. Though suspicion and confusion still lingered heavily, she remained rooted in place, not daring to approach, her ruby-like gaze fixated on the shadowy glow emanating from Lin Chen's palm. While she also glanced at the ninja behind him, whose murderous intent had been retracted, her small face awash in turmoil. "I require strength." Lin Chen's voice emerged from behind the mask, raspy yet laced with an unprecedented sincerity and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, "to protect myself, and those who must be protected." He did not look at Xiao Wu. Instead, his gaze swept across the desolate wasteland he had wrought, the Poison Snake Gang. Deserving of their fate, their soul rings and grievances merely served as sustenance. His tone was calm and ruthless, as if proclaiming an irrefutable truth. Xiao Wu bit her lower lip, her pure, large eyes darting between Lin Chun and the silent ninjas. Though youthful and innocent, her instinct as a soul beast rendered her acutely sensitive to the attributes of power. She sensed that the soothing force Lin Chun was currently emanating, though cold, was extraordinarily pure, even eliciting a peculiar resonance with her own soul beast aura. It was as if this shadowy power could naturally embrace and conceal certain auras that ought not to be revealed. This revelation sent a tremor through her heart. Concealing the soul beast aura? What could this mean for her? Just as Xiao Wu wrestled with her inner turmoil, caught between fear and temptation, several sharp sounds pierced the air from the crumbling walls at the edge of the ruins. Immediately, a few short crossbow bolts, imbued with a ghostly green glow, sliced through the air like the fangs of a venomous serpent, aimed with lethal precision toward Lin Chen's back, neck, and the innocent Xiao Wu standing by the broken wall. It was the last remnants of the Poison Snake Gang. Having concealed themselves, they seized the moment of Lin Chen's apparent weakness, launching a deadly ambush. The targets even included the unsuspecting Xiao Wu. "Be careful," Xiao Wu cried out, her body instinctively attempting to evade, but the bolts were too swift. A glint of cold light erupted in Lin Chen's eyes. Though his back faced the arrows, it was as if he had eyes behind him. The shared vision of the ninjas had already detected the movements of the hidden assailants. At the very instant the bolts were loosed, his intent surged forth like lightning. Venomous bite. Activate. Buzz. The dark gray soul ring behind Lin Chun blazed to life. An inky green, serpentine halo of light instantly spread, enveloping the 10 shadowy ninja who guarded him. Those ninjas caught within the halo found their shadow-forged blades and sharp fingertips suddenly cloaked in a faint, nearly imperceptible hue of ghostly green. A subtle, numbing, and corrosive sweetness began to pervade the air, almost simultaneously with the completion of the halo's coverage. Uft, uft, uft. 3 ninjas, closest to Lin Chun, moved like the most precise killing machines, instantaneously. There was no evasion, no blocking. They faced the incoming crossbow bolts, their bodies twisting and darting at impossible angles, as the poisoned shadow blades in their hands carved out 3 swift, ghostly green trajectories. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 poisoned bolts aimed at Lin Chun were flawlessly severed in midair. The cut edges were immediately eroded by the phosphorescent toxin on the blades, emitting a faint sizzling sound and releasing wisps of green smoke. Meanwhile, the 2 bolts targeting Xiao Wu were blocked by the other 2 ninjas, who used their bodies as shields, deflecting them with arms covered in dark green armor-like skin and venomous claws. With 2 clinks, the poisoned bolts were sent flying, leaving only shallow marks on the ninja's shadowy, armored arms, which were quickly neutralized and eroded, causing the arrowheads to blacken and soften. What? The ambushers hiding behind the courtyard wall gasped in disbelief. Their famed poisoned bolts had been so easily thwarted? Even the opponent's weapons were toxic and seemingly more terrifying. However, They had no further opportunity to ponder. Lin Chen did not even turn around. His intent was as frigid as frost, eliminating the threat. The 10 ninjas who had just unleashed the venomous assault vanished like ink dissolving into the night. In the next moment, muffled grunts and the sound of blades piercing flesh echoed from behind the wall, followed by an utter silence. The entire sequence, from ambush to conclusion, lasted no more than 3 breaths. It was as swift as an illusion. Xiao Wu stood dazed, gazing at the crossbow bolts that had fallen by her feet. Their tips now blackened and softened, then at Lin Chen, who still faced away yet emanated an invisible pressure, along with the silent, shadowy ninjas who had executed their lethal task and returned to their positions. Her small mouth slightly agape. The residual fear in her ruby-like eyes was supplanted by a profound shock and a sense of dread. If it weren't for these shadowy beings just now, she dared not imagine the consequences. Lin Chen slowly turned, his gaze once more upon Xiao Wu. This time, his expression was markedly calmer, devoid of murderous intent, radiating a detachment that conveyed his mastery over the situation. Did you see? His voice, low and clear through the mask, resonated with the essence of power, eliminating threats, protecting the target. He paused, his gaze resting on Xiao Wu's pale face, including you. Xiao Wu's heart raced uncontrollably. The aftershock, the astonishment, and perhaps an indescribable sense of security? That cold, shadowy power, those silently formidable ninjas had indeed safeguarded her. Furthermore, Lin Chen's final words, she looked at the cold, enigmatic mask of Lin Chen, observing the silently vigilant crimson eyes. Fear still lingered, but it was no longer overwhelming. A complex emotion, imbued with intense curiosity and a faint sense of reliance, began to quietly take root. Then, what about my secret? Xiao Wu's voice was soft, laced with tentative hope, her pure, wide eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. Can your shadows help me hide it? She referred to her identity as a soul beast. Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly beneath the mask. He certainly comprehended Xiao Wu's intentions. The enchanting resonance he experienced when releasing the soothing power, combined with the concealment afforded by the mask, allowed him to grasp the crux of the matter in an instant. He remained silent, slowly raising his right hand. This time, a more refined shadow energy coalesced in his palm, not taking on an aggressive form, but transforming into a sphere of shadow energy that shifted and morphed, as profound as the night sky. The surface of the sphere shimmered with a faint starlight, emanating a powerful aura of concealment and protection. He looked at Xiao Wu, his gaze silently inquiring. Xiao Wu regarded the deep shadow energy sphere, feeling its potent yet gentle concealing force, and then glanced at Lin Chen's eyes hidden behind the mask. Biting her lower lip, her delicate face wrestled with uncertainty for a moment before a flicker of determination passed through her pure ruby-like eyes. Taking a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, she cautiously stepped forward, inching toward Lin Chen and the profound shadow energy sphere. The sound of her footsteps was faint, the soft crunch of rubble resonating clearly in the stillness of the desolate ruins. With each step, she approached Lin Chen, moving toward the swirling shadow energy sphere that seemed to encapsulate the essence of the night sky. Each stride felt like crossing an invisible chasm, with the unknown cold power on one side and the immense temptation and unease brought by her concealed identity on the other. Lin Chen's gaze beneath the mask remained tranquil as water, not urging her on, but patiently waiting. He sensed the pure breath of life emanating from Xiao Wu, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. The energy sphere, infused with the essence of pure shadow power and formidable concealment properties, rotated slowly, as if alive, its surface twinkling with starlight, radiating a gentle yet undeniable protective will. At last, Xiao Wu stood before Lin Chen. She tilted her delicate face upward, and in her ruby-like eyes, the last vestige of struggle was replaced by resolve. Drawing a deep breath, as if to gather her courage, she extended her trembling little hand, the tips of her fingers imbued with the unique softness and warmth of childhood, cautiously yet resolutely reaching toward the cold shadow energy sphere. Buzz! The moment her fingertips brushed the surface of the energy sphere, an abrupt transformation occurred. The once gentle, flowing shadow energy erupted violently, as if ignited by a spark in boiling oil. The profound darkness suddenly collapsed inward, condensing, as the starlight that flowed upon its surface instantaneously transformed into countless fine, thorn-like shadow chains. These chains, though intangible, bore a chilling will of restraint, swiftly wrapping around Xiao Wu's outstretched fingers and racing up her arm like lightning. Ah! Xiao Wu let out a sharp gasp, her delicate face turning pale in an instant. She felt as though her arm were ensnared by invisible icy serpents, tightening around her. The frigid sensation penetrated to her very bones, accompanied by a profound sense of probing and branding that delved deep into her soul. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He immediately recognized the source of the issue, Xiao Wu's pure and powerful soul beast essence within her. As this essence actively engaged with the core power of shadows, it ignited like a bonfire in the night, instantly stimulating the most fundamental rules of the Terra Mask. The will of the mask would not allow any foreign power to touch its core without complete mastery. It detected high-energy life sources, non-contractual targets, threats, forced assimilation, or obliteration. A cold, emotionless stream of consciousness erupted within Lin Chen's awareness like an alarm. The raging shadow energy in his palm twisted violently, as countless shadow thorns and chains flared brilliantly, intensifying their binding force. Even more terrifying was a frigid shadow power, imbued with a sense of destruction, that began to stab fiercely along the chains into Xiao Wu's arm, attempting to invade and assimilate the essence of her soul beast. No, Xiao Wu cried out in pain, her pure life essence instinctively resisting, clashing violently with the invading cold shadow power. Beneath her skin, a pink glow of soul energy erupted uncontrollably, faintly outlining the silhouette of a soft-boned rabbit. This undoubtedly further provoked the mask's obliteration mechanism. A warning bell rang in Lin Chen's heart. He could not allow the mask's forced assimilation or obliteration mechanism to harm Xiao Wu. Silence. Lin Chen roared deep within his soul, his will pressing down upon the agitated core of the mask like a mountain. The newly formed dark gray soul ring behind him radiated with intense light, as pure shadow soul energy was frantically infused into his palm. Target, non-hostile. Contract established. Bestow, Shadow Knight mark. Authority shared. Conceal. Protect. A series of unyielding mental commands struck the cold core of the mask's rules like a heavy hammer. He forcibly reversed the mask's obliteration mechanism, guiding it towards a predetermined direction, endowing it with the exclusive Shadow Knight mark. Under Lin Chen's forceful intervention, the raging shadow energy in his palm suddenly hesitated. The shadow thorns and chains that tightened around Xiao Wu's arm, attempting to invade, dimmed abruptly. Their binding force rapidly weakened, and the destructive invasive energy receded like a tide. In its place was the highly condensed core of shadow energy, which erupted with an even deeper, pure, dark light. This light was no longer cold and piercing, but instead carried a strange sense of inclusiveness and protective intent. It flowed along Xiao Wu's arm like a living entity, ultimately converging on the back of her right hand, with a soft sound, akin to a branding iron searing flesh. A complex and exquisite shadow mark suddenly materialized on the fair skin of Xiao Wu's hand. This mark, drawn in the purest shade of night, depicted a crescent moon encircled by thorns, at the center of which was a miniature silhouette of a ninja wearing a dark red mask. The lines of the mark were smooth and mysterious, emanating a faint dark glow, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. At the very moment the mark took shape, a vast and pure, cold yet gentle shadow power surged forth like a torrent, flooding into Xiao Wu's body through the mark. This force did not seek to assimilate or erode the purity of her life essence. Rather, it acted as the most loyal guardian, swiftly erecting a profound, weighty barrier of shadows around the periphery of her essence, effectively shielding it from all prying eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's body trembled. The pain and sense of constraint in her arm vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sensation of the extraordinary. She felt as though she had donned an invisible cloak woven from the deepest hues of night. The unique aura, which had incessantly pricked at her consciousness, belonging to the 10,000-year soul beast transformation, was now perfectly enveloped and concealed by this shadow barrier, as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, a cold yet crystal-clear connection of intent, akin to an invisible thread, was instantaneously established between her and Lin Chen. She could even vaguely sense Lin Chen's current state of calm and focus, as well as the chilling, absolute obedience emanating from the dozens of shadow ninjas surrounding them. It was as if they had also become entities she could faintly perceive and perhaps even attempt to communicate with. This was astonishing. Xiao Wu gazed incredulously at the Moonshadow Knight mark emanating a dim glow on the back of her hand, her pure eyes wide with wonder, shock, and the ecstatic relief of having survived a calamity. She could distinctly feel that the light, which could potentially expose her identity, was securely shrouded in the shadows. The Shadow Knight mark. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, the energy in his palm having dissipated. His voice came through the mask, laced with a subtle fatigue, yet predominantly imbued with a tranquil sense of control. It grants you the protection of shadows, concealing your essence. Simultaneously, it serves as a key. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still ninjas, attempting to connect with them. Moonshadow Knight. Communicate with them? Xiao Wu blinked curiously and directed her attention to the nearest shadow ninja. Concentrating, she projected her intent towards the mark on her hand, and, through that vague link, directed it toward the ninja. You, come here. Silently, the shadow ninja, whose crimson eyes flickered momentarily, melted into the shadows beneath it. In the next instant, it appeared by Xiao Wu's side without warning, as ethereal as a ghost. The chilling aura of the shadows enveloped her, yet it merely stood quietly, its crimson gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, radiating an aura of absolute obedience. Wow! Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight, her rosy cheeks illuminating with a radiant smile, akin to sunlight breaking through the gloom. The fear that had previously gripped her was entirely swept away by the exhilaration brought forth by this novel and potent ability. Like a child who has just received a beloved toy, she could hardly contain her excitement as she eagerly commanded, "You, fly to that rooftop over there." This time, she pointed to the roof of a nearby, relatively intact building. The ninja, resembling a night bat, received the instruction. With a silent flutter of its expansive wings, it transformed into a blurred black streak, darting through the low sky with the grace and swiftness of a true night bat. Landing precisely at the edge of the rooftop Xiao Wu had indicated, folding its wings and standing silently. Incredible! Little Dance clapped her small hands with excitement, her pure ruby eyes brimming with wonder and delight. She commanded the ninjas to perform various simple maneuvers, as fluidly as if directing her own arms. Though she could not execute complex tactical orders or intricate sensory sharing like Lin Chun, the ability to directly command part of the troops' actions was an unprecedented experience for her. More importantly, she genuinely felt the powerful force that protected her. Observing the innocent and exuberant smile on Little Dance's face, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, seemed to twitch slightly upward. However, this moment of ease did not last long. The cold, mechanical voice from the depths of the mask resonated again, echoing words of contracts, establishment, consumption, the essence of life, and marking. Simultaneously, Lin Chun acutely sensed that, during the recent forceful manipulation of the rules and the condensation of the mark, the mask had not only drained a significant portion of his soul power and mental energy, but had also inscribed an extremely subtle, shadowy mark deep within Little Dance's pure soul beast essence. This mark served as the cornerstone of the contract and the conduit for power sharing. Yet, it seemed to have forged an unbreakable, one-way link of scrutiny between the mask and Little Dance's essence. Deep within the Terra mask, the ancient and insatiable will, which had just settled, seemed to stir faintly due to the establishment of this link, akin to a slumbering beast unconsciously licking the sweet blood that clung to its lips in a dream. This sensation flickered and vanished as swiftly as an illusion. Yet Lin Chen's heart plummeted. "Master, Lin Chen." Little Dance's excited voice broke through his thoughts. She no longer referred to him as master, but called him by name, her small face reflecting unreserved affection and dependence. Pointing to the mark on the back of her hand, her eyes sparkled. "Can I wear this Moonshadow Night mark forever? It's so beautiful." Lin Chen suppressed his unease and, gazing into Little Dance's pure, joyful eyes, slowly nodded. "Yes, it is yours now." At that moment, from the direction of the base, a night bat ninja swooped in like a bolt of black lightning, landing silently before Lin Chun and conveying an urgent message. Target detected. The guard of the Lord of Nodding City, 30 individuals, led by a soul master, moving toward the cemetery, expected arrival in 15 minutes. Target, suspected base of the Serpent Gang. The official forces of Nodding City had finally been alerted by the commotion at the estate. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Little Dance, who was still immersed in the thrill of her newfound ability, and spoke in a low voice. "We must leave. Trouble is approaching." Little Dance's smile instantly faded. She glanced at the ruins of the estate in the distance, then at the silent ninjas beside her. Her small hand unconsciously brushed over the cool moonshadow mark on her hand, a flicker of determination shining in her pure eyes. She nodded vigorously, "Yes. Let us return to the base." In that moment, her use of the word "we" felt entirely natural. Lin Chun did not delay any further. With a thought, he set their course. Hundreds of shadowy ninjas, scattered among the ruins, seemed to respond to a silent command, transforming instantaneously into flowing shadows that silently converged deeper into the graveyard, the direction of the shadow base, cascading away like receding ink, vanishing swiftly into the darkness. Lin Chen turned, accompanied by Xiao Wu and the last few ninjas guarding his side, their figures swiftly merging with the thick night. The ruins once again lapsed into a deathly silence, leaving behind a gruesome scene and the increasingly nearer clamor of voices and the flicker of torches in the distance. Chapter 41. Fangs Beneath the Shadows. The entrance to the shadow base lay concealed within the crevices of toppled stone tablets, the cold, damp air laden with the metallic scent of earth and stone, as the heavy stone slab silently sealed behind him. Cutting off the last vestige of light and the faint echoes of the guard's uproar from afar, Lin Chen slowly removed the frigid Terra mask from his face. The moment the mask was lifted, the residual chill of metal on his forehead and the weight of mental strain alleviated slightly. However, a more profound fatigue washed over him. The forced alteration of the rules to grant Xiao Wu the mark, the suppression of the mask's instinct to erase, and the acute mental focus required to command the retreat of his troops had all greatly drained his spirit. The several solidified dark green poison patterns on his left arm appeared like eerie tattoos under the dim underground light, faintly sending a tingling sensation through him. He leaned against the cold stone wall, closing his eyes to recuperate. The newly formed dark gray soul ring slowly rotated in his consciousness, the chilling shadow soul power coursing through his veins, mending his exhaustion. Lin Chen, look! Xiao Wu's excited voice echoed in the vast underground space, her childlike exuberance dispelling the basest chill. She stood beside a relatively flat rock, eagerly attempting to engage with the Moonshadow Knight, mark glowing faintly on her hand. As she concentrated her thoughts, the mark shimmered slightly. The nearest shadow ninja, as if responding to her summons, silently emerged from the corner shadows and positioned itself where she indicated. Xiao Wu then pointed to a prominent stalactite above her, and a night bat ninja immediately took flight. Hovering soundlessly like a true bat at her designated spot, its crimson eyes calmly surveying below. This is so much fun. Xiao Wu clapped her hands, her little face radiant with pure joy, as if the previous terror in the ruins had never occurred. She seemed entirely immersed in the thrill of her new toy, even directing the ninjas to perform comical antics, laughing uncontrollably. That pure essence of life blossomed like a warm flower in the cold shadows of the base. Lin Chen opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Wu's jubilant figure beneath the mask, and a subtle ripple of emotion passed through his weary heart. Her trust was so genuine, so unreserved. It seemed to momentarily dispel the gloom that had taken root within him, nurtured by the ancient whispers of the mask. However, this ease did not last long. My lord, a deep voice, textured like the grinding of rocks, abruptly resonated within Lin Chen's consciousness. It did not travel through the air but emanated directly from the soul link. It was the voice of the troll's phantom. The massive, blurred silhouettes composed of condensed shadow energy curled like slumbering behemoths in the deepest shadows of the base. Among them, one shadow flickered slightly, conveying a cold and clear stream of information. Energy, depleted. Form, sustained. Requires flesh and soul power. Within the information stream, there was also an overwhelming sense of weakness emanating from the colossal troll shadow. The recent projection of claw marks that struck the manor walls, as well as the final manifestation of a tangible giant claw that crushed the venomous fangs, had consumed their already scant reserves of shadow energy. At this moment, maintaining the existence of this embryonic shadow form had become somewhat arduous. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The force of the troll group was his strongest trump card at present, and it was imperative that they not dissipate. His gaze swept across the corner of the base, where a pile of semi-decayed bones, unearthed by the shadow ninjas from the depths of the mass grave, lay in wait. However, the death energy contained within these remains was exceedingly thin, scarcely sufficient. Target locked. Location, 7 dormitory. Just then, another chilling stream of information was relayed from the vigilant night bat ninja. Within the shared vision, several furtive figures were clearly depicted, stealthily approaching the dilapidated back door of the 7 dormitory under the cloak of the darkest hour before dawn. Leading them was the imposing figure of Xiao Qinyu, his face etched with malice and a vengeful glee. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 equally menacing henchmen, seemingly armed with ropes and sacks. Target, Lin Chen's bed. In an instant, Lin Chen's gaze became as cold as steel. Xiao Qinyu's retaliation had come swifter and more direct than he had anticipated. To attempt a direct assault in the dormitory, it appeared that the lesson learned at the city gate, as well as the intimidation at the 7 dormitory entrance, had failed to instill any lasting wisdom in this leader. Xiao Wu. Lin Chen's voice interrupted Xiao Wu's enthusiasm in directing the ninjas. Xiao Wu turned, still wearing a lingering smile. Return to the 7 dormitory. Now. Lin Chen's tone brooked no dissent, simultaneously transmitting the image shared by the night bat ninja of Xiao Qinyu and his entourage nearing the back door of the 7 dormitory through the covenant mark. Albeit in a blurred manner. Xiao Wu's smile instantly froze, a flicker of surprise passing through her ruby-like eyes, swiftly replaced by anger. That wicked Xiao Qinyu. What does he intend to do now? She too had seen the sneaky figures and the ropes and sacks, quickly grasping their intent. Return and act as if nothing is amiss. Lin Chen donned the cold Terra mask once more, the crimson glow igniting in the eye sockets, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment before comprehending Lin Chen's implication, a sly yet vindicated smile blossoming on her face. All right, watch how I deal with them. She brushed her hand over the moon shadow mark on her wrist, her pure eyes sparkling with a readiness for action. With these shadow guardians at her side, she felt an unwavering confidence. Lin Chen did not leave the base immediately. He needed to address the energy issue of the troll shadow first, while also allowing Xiao Qinyu a moment to prepare. He approached the pile of bones and pressed his hand against them. The chilling pull of the mask enveloped him, swiftly draining the faint remnants of death's energy from the desiccated bones, transforming it into a frigid stream that coursed into his being. Yet, this meager essence was insufficient to nourish the specter of the troll. The target was identified. The location pinpointed, the patrol route of the guards at the Lord of Notting's estate. The Nightbat ninja, tasked with monitoring the movements of the city guards, relayed further intel. Within the shared vision, a squad of approximately 10 city guards, clad in standard leather armor and wielding spears, conducted their routine patrol along a relatively secluded alley at the base of the city wall, evidently having just returned from the vicinity of the Serpent Gang's manor. Their faces marked by fatigue and a hint of lingering fear, their vigilance notably low. Lin Chen's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, fixated on the last two soldiers of the patrol. They appeared somewhat lagging behind, whispering complaints to one another, their spirits markedly lax. The command was clear: alien unit, capture. Target, the last two soldiers. Requirement, silent, return intact. The frigid intent manifested like invisible chains, instantly transmitting to the lurking alien ninjas within the shadowy network of Notting City. At the back door of the Seven House, Xiao Qinyu, accompanied by 5 loyal followers, stealthily unlatched the door. The pre-dawn silence of the Seven House was punctuated only by the sporadic sound of heavy snoring. A cruel smile adorned Xiao Qinyu's face as he plotted to ensure the complete disappearance of the masked freak who had dared to humiliate him at the city gates and had even threatened him with a mere glance. His plan was meticulously crafted: to hood the victim with a sack, stifle their cries, bind them securely, and then stealthily drag them to the city's outskirts to feed the wild dogs at the unmarked graveyard. He oriented himself and, with his followers, stealthily approached Lin Chen's bed, which was nestled against the wall. In the darkness, he envisioned Lin Chen gagged, his eyes filled with terror and despair. However, just as they were about to reach the bed, a bright, melodious voice, laced with sleepiness and unabashed mockery, pierced the silence of the night. "Hey, Xiao Gu, are you all out for a midnight stroll?" Xiao Qinyu and his companions froze, as if paralyzed by a spell, turning in horror to behold a figure sitting up on a bed near the door. It was Xiao Wu, who had apparently awoken without their notice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her long braided hair somewhat disheveled, her innocent face adorned with curiosity as she tilted her head in their direction. In the shadows of her bed, something seemed to stir, though the dim light rendered it indistinct. "Xiao Wujie?" one of the followers stammered, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his brow. Why did it have to be this little harbinger of doom who woke up? Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened to an extreme, but he forced himself to remain composed, hissing in a hushed tone, "Be quiet. This is none of your concern. Go back to sleep." He wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Oh, Xiao Wu seemed to awaken a little more, her large eyes blinking in the darkness as they scanned the ropes and sack in the hands of Xiao Qinyu and his entourage. Pouting, she remarked, "Xiao Gu, you're not planning to steal something, are you? Or perhaps to kidnap someone?" Her voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the dormitory, it rang out clear as day. Xiao Qinyu felt a surge of anger. How could this troublesome girl be such a hindrance? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he was about to erupt. Suddenly, help MMM. 2 extremely brief sounds, muffled as if choked in the throat, abruptly emanated from the corner near the rear window of the 7th dormitory. Following that were the sounds of a heavy object crashing to the ground and a series of suppressed struggles, reminiscent of a broken bellows. This unexpected turn of events made Xiao Qinyu and several of his subordinate scalps tingle with dread. They abruptly turned their heads towards the source of the noise. There, beneath a bed by the window, 2 lookout subordinates were now as if ensnared by an invisible hand gripping their throats, their bodies twisting grotesquely, convulsing. Their mouths were firmly sealed by some viscous, writhing darkness, allowing only desperate gasps to escape, their eyes bulging in terror. What sent them into a frenzy was the sight of their bodies visibly shriveling and turning gray, as if some entity were ravenously siphoning off their life force. A ghost! A ghost! One subordinate finally broke down, screaming, dropping the burlap sack in his hands, and turning to flee. "Shut up, you fool!" Xiao Qinyu, though terrified, possessed a semblance of courage. His soul power erupted instantaneously. A circle of white soul rings illuminated around him. His arm muscles bulging as the strength bestowed by his martial spirit forced him to suppress his fear and charge towards the 2 bizarre subordinates. However, at that very moment, "Boss Xiao, look over here." The crisp, mischievous voice of Xiao Wu rang out again. Instinctively, Xiao Qinyu turned his head. He found Xiao Wu had somehow leaped down from the bed, standing at the edge of its shadow, with an innocent smile gracing her face. Her right hand was raised high, the moonshadow night mark on her palm emanating a soft, dark glow. Playfully, she winked at Xiao Qinyu and then abruptly waved her small hand downward. Catch him. The silent command resonated through the mark. Xiao Qinyu felt the shadow beneath his feet suddenly become thick and frigid, as if transformed into a quagmire. Almost instantly, two dark claws, covered in chilling shadowy scales and dripping with viscous fluid, shot forth from the shadow beneath him like hands from hell, without any warning. One viciously latched onto his ankle, the bone-crushing coldness nearly shattering his bones. The other claw, like lightning, lunged towards his throat. What is this? Xiao Qinyu's heart raced, and with a cry of instinctive fear, he swung his fist toward the claw reaching for his throat. Bang! His fist struck the icy shadowy scale, producing a dull thud. The claw merely hesitated briefly before grasping even more ferociously. The excruciating pain at his ankle and the icy restraint made it impossible for him to effectively evade. Boss! The other subordinate screamed, trying to rush to his aid. Yet, Xiao Wu's smile only grew brighter as she pointed her finger, and you, don't move, as her finger directed. The shadows beneath the other subordinates writhed as well. Tall, slender figures with crimson eyes silently rose, their cold blades poised silently against their throats. The biting cold and the scent of death instantaneously rendered them as motionless as frozen quails, paralyzed in place, their very breath suspended. Within the desolate 7th dormitory, only the terrified screams and struggles of Xiao Qinyu echoed, along with the faint, labored gasps of the two subordinates, now pinned beneath the alien ninjas. As their lives were swiftly siphoned away, little Wu stood at the edge of the shadows, akin to a queen reigning over the night. Her face adorned with a pure, yet chilling smile. She observed Xiao Qinyu, ensnared by the shadowy claws and struggling in vain. Her ruby-like eyes glimmering with excitement and a newfound sense of dominion. Big brother Xiao, the night is still young. Her melodious voice resonated in the deathly silence of the dormitory. Shall we indulge in some delightful games? Chapter 42, Seeds of Fear in the Blueprint of the Vault. The stillness of the 7th dormitory was supplanted by a thick, nearly suffocating atmosphere of terror. Xiao Qinyu lay sprawled on the cold, filthy earthen floor, his pants damp with a foul stench. His robust frame quaked like chaff in the wind, lips trembling as he emitted incoherent, beast-like gasps of distress. The once fierce and domineering gaze, now vacant and utterly shattered by fear, fixated on the shadow beneath him from which the claw had just emerged, as if a vengeful specter might resurface at any moment. Beside him, the subordinates, their throats held hostage by the ninjas' blades, bore expressions of sheer terror, their teeth chattering as they stood frozen like statues. The icy blades pressed against their skin, the chilling presence of death rendered their breaths cautious and measured. The two subordinates, who had been subdued under the corner bed by the alien ninjas, had now fallen utterly silent, their bodies limp like empty sacks, their skin exhibiting an eerie pallor. The entire 7th dormitory was saturated with a faint metallic scent of blood, the odor of urine, and an all-encompassing chill that penetrated to the marrow. Little Wu lingered at the edge of the shadows, the moonlit mark on her hand radiating a dim, ethereal glow, observing Xiao Qinyu's complete breakdown. Her initial excitement and mischievous smile gradually faded, replaced by a complex emotion, satisfaction, certainly, but witnessing the downfall of someone once so arrogant stirred within her a faint instinctual discomfort. After all, her heart was inherently simple. How dreadfully dull, she pouted, seemingly dismayed that he had succumbed so swiftly, robbing her of the thrill of the game. With a mere thought, she commanded through the mark, release them. The shadowy long knives that had restrained her subordinates silently withdrew, melting away into the darkness beneath their feet. Vanishing from sight, the claws that had gripped Xiao Qinyu's ankle and threatened his throat also instantaneously relinquished their hold, retreating into the shadows. As the bindings dissipated, the subordinates collapsed like marionettes with their strings cut, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with profound fear and reverence as they gazed at little Wu. In that very moment of liberation, Xiao Qinyu's body sprang forth like a startled rabbit, scrambling backward with frantic urgency, unleashing a piercing, discordant scream. Stay away. Stay away. Shadows. There are shadow monsters. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. His spirit had evidently shattered completely. The noise was unbearable. Xiao Wu frowned delicately, her impatience manifesting as she stamped her foot. Drag him out. Throw him far away. Just looking at him is infuriating. The followers, as if granted a reprieve, dared not linger any longer. They hastily heaved the still rambling and flailing Xiao Qinyu, nearly dragging him like a lifeless dog, stumbling through the back door of the dormitory, vanishing into the deepest darkness before dawn. At last, Tranquility returned to the dormitory, leaving behind only a few work-study students, thoroughly awakened yet trembling beneath their covers, desperately covering their mouths. Their fearful gazes directed at Xiao Wu were far more intense than those cast upon Xiao Qinyu. The recent silent massacre, the eerie shadows, and the omnipotent force. This girl, who usually seemed merely a bit spoiled, had transformed in their eyes into a nightmare infinitely more terrifying than Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Wu paid no heed to the terrified stares. She glanced down at the cool moonlit mark on her hand and felt the barrier woven from shadowy power that perfectly concealed her soul beast's aura. A fleeting glimmer of reassurance and satisfaction flickered in her pure eyes. She stifled a small yawn, rubbed her eyes, and, as if having merely participated in a slightly thrilling game, skipped back to her bed, pulling the covers around her. She soon succumbed to a steady and delicate rhythm of breathing. The dormitory once again sank into silence. However, beneath this calm, seeds of fear had been deeply sown. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow base, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the icy ground, his face concealed by a Terra mask, revealing only his eyes that gleamed with a crimson light in the darkness. Before him, 3 massive troll phantoms lay quietly, resembling well-fed beasts of prey. Their bodies, composed of condensed shadows, had noticeably solidified, with rough rock-like textures becoming more pronounced, exuding a heavy and perilous aura. Within these phantoms, dark red energy flowed slowly like molten lava, brimming with explosive power. Just moments ago, 2 knights from Nodding City had been silently captured by the alien ninjas and dragged back to the base. Their flesh and essence, along with the lingering fear and despair, were wholly infused into the 3 ravenous war machines by Lin Chun through his mask, serving as pure fuel. The results were immediate. The initial formation of the troll horde stabilized, extending the duration of its materialization to 15 minutes, with an enhancement of strength by 35%. A cold stream of information confirmed the results within his consciousness. Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of blood. Sacrificing 2 innocent soldiers? In the face of the mask's chilling logic and the absolute necessity for survival, such a moral quandary seemed pale and absurd. He needed power. The kind of power capable of crushing all obstacles. The troll horde represented the nascent battering ram in his hands. He withdrew his thoughts, plunging his consciousness into a broader network of perception. Dozens of night bat ninjas, scattered throughout Nodding City, served as his invisible eyes and ears, monitoring every corner of this slumbering city. The cacophony of the marketplace, the weary footsteps of patrolling guards, the hoarse voice of the bell ringer, all these countless streams of information converged into a chilling torrent. Target, Nottingham Lord's Manor Key Area, Treasury. Lin Chen's thoughts, akin to a precise probe, swiftly fixated on the formidable fortress-like structure of Nottingham Lord's Manor, situated at the heart of the city and heavily fortified. His objective was unequivocal: the treasury. Only with an ample supply of gold soul coins could the expansion of the base, the evolution of troops, and the realization of grander future plans be sustained. A diminutive yet exceptionally agile night bat ninja, resembling a true phantom, seamlessly melded into the shadows cast by the towering walls surrounding the manor. It evaded the gaze of sentries and patrols, scaling upwards along the drainage pipes and the irregularities of the architectural decor, akin to a gecko, ultimately infiltrating the intricate ventilation system within the castle. The ventilation ducts were narrow, cloaked in dust and cobwebs, yet for the incorporeal night bat ninja, capable of altering its form at will, they represented the most ideal pathway for infiltration. The cold metallic sensations returned, accompanied by the faint whimper of air flowing within the pipes, winding through the servant quarters, passing through the kitchen where the aroma of food wafted, and skirting the guard's rest area. The night bat ninja finally halted before a notably reinforced ventilation opening, sealed with a metal grate. Beyond the bars, a muted, chilling aura of metal and a denser fluctuation of soul power emanated from within. This was it, the ventilation shaft to the treasury. The crimson eyes of the night bat ninja peered through the gaps in the grate, clearly relaying the scene inside. It was a vast dome hall, entirely cast from a grayish-white metal. The walls were astonishingly thick, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. In the center of the hall, dozens of enormous boxes, crafted from the same metal and standing at half a person's height, were meticulously stacked, their lids tightly sealed, emblazoned with the Nottingham crest and intricate magical locking runes. Merely by sight, one could perceive the weight of these boxes and the extraordinary wealth contained within. More striking were the guards. For sentinels clad in full-body heavy armor, wielding massive tower shields and finely crafted steel polearms, stood motionless like metallic statues at the 4 corners of the hall, their sharp gazes visible through the slits of their visors. The soul power radiating from them unmistakably indicated that they were of the great soul master level. Furthermore, Seated within the only heavy metallic door of the treasury was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, meditating with closed eyes. His aura was restrained, yet the occasional glint in his opened eyes and the complex patterns of soul power circuits faintly appearing on the ground before him suggested he was a soul master of an even higher caliber, likely at the soul sovereign level, proficient in defense and vigilance, impenetrable as a fortress. This was the initial impression conveyed by the visuals relayed back by the Nightbat Ninja. Lin Chen's brow furrowed beneath his mask. A direct assault? Given the current scale of the Shadow Legion and the embryonic state of the Troll Corps, to confront such a level of defense head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. It would inevitably alert the entire Nottingham City, with disastrous consequences. Structural analysis. Weak point scanning. Driven by intent, the Nightbat Ninja's perception was heightened to its utmost limits. Its scarlet eyes resembled a sophisticated scanner, meticulously scrutinizing every detail of the vault. The seams of the metallic walls, the welds of the ventilation grills, the energy nodes of the ground's soul power circuits, and the blind spots in the guards' patrols, who remained nearly motionless. It discerned the ventilation system, the main duct's diameter suitable for accommodating small units, and the secondary pipes connecting to the dome's exhaust outlet, analyzing the structure for vulnerabilities. A continuous flow of information coalesced into a concealed blueprint for infiltration through the existing ventilation system, gradually crystallizing in Lin Chen's mind. The challenge lay in the reinforced grill at the exhaust vent inside the vault, and how to silently breach the final barrier without alerting the guards or the Soul Master, thereby obtaining the substantial golden soul coins. A smaller, more covert unit capable of consuming energy or matter was required. Lin Chen's thoughts delved deep into the depths of the Terra Mask, seeking clues to unlock new troops. Within the mask, the arcane dark red patterns flowed languidly, akin to greedy veins transmitting a vague yearning. Shadows, proliferation, devouring, growth. At that moment, Lin Chen, the crisp and slightly excited voice of Xiao Wu pierced through his consciousness via the contract mark, interrupting his contemplation. I'm back. That foolish Xiao Du was carried away by his father's men. You should have seen his father's face. It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xiao Wu's figure bounded down the concealed entrance passage of the base like a joyful fawn. A rosy hue adorned her face from exertion, her long scorpion braids swaying as the moonlit mark on her hand emitted a gentle glow in the dim light. By the way, Xiao Wu ran up to Lin Chen, her bright eyes sparkling with the thrill of sharing a secret. I heard from those who carried Xiao Chunyu that his father, Xiao Shan, is the financial officer of the city lord's mansion and seems to have embezzled quite a bit. It appears he has recently misappropriated something and is desperately looking for money to fill the hole, so much so that his lips are blistering. Financial officer? Xiao Shan. Misappropriation? Filling the hole. These words struck Lin Chen's mind like lightning. He abruptly lifted his head, and the glow of his scarlet eyes beneath the mask intensified. The vault images shared by the Nightbat Ninja, the anxious face of Xiao Shan, possibly due to corruption, and the mask's deep-seated desire for proliferation and devouring instantly interconnected. A bolder, more covert, and double-edged plan began to take shape rapidly within his cold reasoning. He gazed at the excited Xiao Wu before sensing once more the restless yearning for new troops emanating from the depths of the mask. A vague image of a small creature with sharp teeth capable of consuming shadows and even energy flickered in and out of focus within the mask's intricate patterns. Excellent. Lin Chen's voice resonated through the mask, low and imbued with an icy sense of control. Xiao Wu, prepare yourself. Our new toy will soon come into play. Chapter 43. The Bud of Shadow Consumption and the Greedy Gap. Deep within the shadow base, the cold air seemed to solidify. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his face concealed by the Terra Mask, revealing no discernible expression. Only the crimson glow emanating from his eye sockets flickered like two eternal embers in the dimness. The intelligence regarding the financial officer, Xiao Shan, brought back by Xiao Wu served as a key, unlocking the previously stagnant lock. Misappropriation? Plugging a hole. Anxiety. These words swiftly coalesced and evolved within Lin Chen's cold and efficient mind. A bold yet clandestine plan gradually crystallized, rather than forcefully assaulting the heavily guarded treasury. It would be wiser to exploit this internal greed. Let Xiao Shan himself become the key to the treasury. However, the hand that wielded this key required an entirely new and exceedingly secretive power. His thoughts delved deep into the core of the Terra Mask, akin to searching for specific ores in a profound mine. Within the mask, the enigmatic dark red patterns flowed like living entities, exuding a voracious desire for proliferation and consumption. The details of the ventilation ducts discovered by the Nightbat Ninja while scanning the treasury structure, particularly the weak points of the reinforced grills, vividly emerged in his consciousness. Objective: Treasury ventilation grills. Requirement: Small units, silent infiltration, consumption of entities, energy, growth. Lin Chen's intent surged forth like precise commands, propelled by an urgent need to resolve the current predicament, colliding fiercely with the core rules buried deep within the mask. Buzz. The mask suddenly radiated intense heat. A heavy sense of pressure enveloped his forehead, as if something within the mask was being forcibly shaped and nurtured. The dark red pattern spun with unprecedented speed, the crimson light flickering violently at the center of his brow. A powerful wave of intent, imbued with primal hunger, surged forth, reminiscent of a newly hatched chick opening its greedy beak, emanating from the depths of the mask. Command confirmed. Unlocking basic unit. Shadow Devourer, larval form. Characteristics, extremely tiny. Intangible, shadow state. Primary energy, entity consumption, growth upon consuming targets. Summoning limit. Initial 3 units, requiring continuous supply of shadow energy to sustain. The chilling stream of information imprinted itself upon his consciousness. Simultaneously, Lin Chen distinctly sensed the pure shadow energy stored within his newly formed dark gray soul ring being drawn forth by the mask, like a floodgate unleashed. The glow of the soul ring dimmed at a visible rate. The consumption was immense, yet it was worthwhile. Suppressing the weakness from the extraction of his soul power, Lin Chen abruptly raised his right hand, palm facing downward, pressing it against the cold ground. His intent synchronized perfectly with the newfound, greedy hunger emanating from the mask. Summon. Shadow Devourers. As his palm pressed down onto the ground, the dense shadows rippled silently like a stone cast into still water, creating concentric circles of disturbance. Subsequently, 3 exceedingly tiny, nearly imperceptible black specks emerged from the center of the shadow ripples, akin to the purest darkness distilled from ink. They were minuscule, no larger than grains of rice, their forms indistinct, as if they might disperse into the air at any moment. Yet, their presence was strikingly uncanny. As they emerged, the surrounding shadows seemed to be imbued with life, becoming more profound and viscous, as if even the light itself were subtly distorted and consumed by them. A faint yet piercingly clear greed emanated from these 3 diminutive entities, akin to the sound of countless fine teeth grinding together. Could this be the Shadow Devourers? The larval forms? Lin Chen's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, was resolutely fixed upon these 3 minuscule black specks. He could distinctly sense their utterly pure desire to devour, to consume all energy and entities to augment themselves. How tiny, how dark. Xiao Wu had unknowingly approached, crouching beside Lin Chen, her long scorpion braid cascading over her shoulder. Her pure ruby eyes widened in curious astonishment as she gazed at the 3 nearly invisible black dots on the ground. Her small face was filled with wonder. Is this the new toy? What can they do? They seem very hungry? Her innate connection to soul beasts allowed her to keenly detect the insatiable hunger emanating from them. Test. Lin Chen conveyed succinctly. With a mere thought, he pointed towards a fragment of stone, roughly the size of a fingernail, strewn upon the ground. The instant the command was issued, the 3 minuscule shadow larvae sprang into action. They did not run or leap, but flowed like 3 conscious droplets of ink, instantly enveloping the stone fragment. Almost immediately, a spine-tingling, exceedingly faint rustling sound arose, as if countless invisible tiny creatures were ravenously gnawing away. Within Lin Chen's shared perception, transcending visual boundaries, the hard stone fragment was being decomposed and consumed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye yet undeniably real by the 3 shadow larvae. The surface of the stone rapidly became pockmarked and brittle, its volume gradually but persistently diminishing. As the consumption progressed, the bodies of the 3 larvae, scarcely the size of grains of rice, appeared to solidify with an almost imperceptible hint of essence, their devouring intent intensifying ever so slightly. They are consuming the stone. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, covering her small mouth. The initial effects were apparent. However, the energy contained within the stone was too feeble. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the corner of the base, where several fragments of abandoned low-grade soul guides, previously collected by ninjas, lay stacked, still radiating extremely faint ripples of soul power. With another thought, he commanded, target, soul guide fragments. Like sharks sensing blood, the 3 shadow larvae instantaneously abandoned the pulverized stone, flowing towards a fragment of the soul guide that shimmered with a dull metallic luster. This time, the speed of consumption markedly accelerated. The rustling became more dense and distinct. The metallic shard, imbued with weak soul power fluctuations, dissolved and collapsed as if corroded by a potent acid. The residual glow of soul power upon the fragment flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling briefly before being entirely devoured by the 3 greedy black dots. The consumption was complete. The sizes of the 3 shadow larvae visibly increased, expanding from the dimensions of grains of rice to that of green beans. Their forms were no longer indistinct black dots, but rather faintly discernible tiny, rotund silhouettes, seemingly cloaked in intricately fine scales of shadow. The intensity of their devouring intent and presence had amplified several-fold, akin to three miniature ferocious beasts that had just opened their eyes. They ve groaned. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in excitement. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Do they only consume these hard objects?" Lin Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the shadow cast by Xiao Wu, which wavered slightly with her movements. That pure essence of life, though perfectly concealed by the shadow barrier, seemed to emanate a unique energy woven from light and shadow. A bolder idea for experimentation began to take shape. Target, shadow, testing unit, Xiao Wu. The mental command was issued. Target locked onto the edge of the shadow beneath Xiao Wu's feet, swaying as she moved. Three newly emerged shadow devourers, having just consumed soul-guiding fragments, paused momentarily. Suddenly, a ravenous hunger surged within them, as if they had discovered an exquisite delicacy. Their green bean-sized bodies transformed into three nearly imperceptible black lines, plunging swiftly into the edges of Xiao Wu's shadow. Xiao Wu felt an extremely faint tingling sensation at her ankle, akin to a cool insect bite. Instinctively, she glanced down. To her astonishment, the clear edge of her shadow appeared as if it had been brushed by an invisible eraser, revealing three minuscule holes, akin to those made by a needle. The shadows surrounding these holes grew thin and blurred, as though a small piece had been nibbled away. Even more intriguingly, as the shadow was devoured, the layer of the shadow barrier within her seemed to ripple slightly, not destroyed, but rather as if a minuscule trace of boundary energy related to the shadow had been drawn away by those three small entities. At that moment, the three shadow devourers, having feasted on the edge of Xiao Wu's shadow, expanded dramatically. They grew from the size of green beans to that of yellow beans in an instant. Their round, black bodies became more solid, the delicate shadow scales shimmering with a dark luster. Their aura suddenly amplified. They floated contentedly within Xiao Wu's shadow, akin to three miniature black holes embedded in the night sky, greedily siphoning the power of the shadows, their sizes continuing to increase at an exceedingly slow pace. "Are they consuming my shadow?" Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at the three barely noticeable holes on her shadow, then at the three seemingly content little black beans within it. Her pure, wide eyes brimmed with wonder, feeling a cool, peculiar sensation, yet not painful. Curiosity compelled her to extend her little finger, eager to poke one of them. "Do not touch." Lin Chun's voice penetrated through the mask, carrying a subtle weight. He sensed that after the shadow devourers had consumed Xiao Wu's shadow, not only had their size and power surged, but their mental connection with him also experienced an exceedingly subtle shift. Within that link, beyond absolute obedience, there seemed to be a faint, harmonious fluctuation derived from Xiao Wu's pure essence of life, as if they had absorbed a trace of her life qualities. Is this change beneficial or detrimental? Lin Chen found himself unable to ascertain at that moment. Xiao Wu obediently withdrew her finger. Yet her bright eyes remained fixed on the three languidly absorbing shadow energy, increasingly enchanted by their presence. They appeared quite gluttonous. Nevertheless, they seemed rather adorable, didn't they? She ascribed an endearing definition to these three minuscule shadow-devouring beasts. Lin Chen momentarily quelled his doubts regarding the transformation of the shadow-eating larvae. The test results surpassed all expectations. The juvenile forms of the shadow-eating swarm exhibit a terrifying potential for rapid growth by devouring entities, absorbing faint soul energy, and even gnawing at the boundaries of shadows. Their diminutive size and silent movements render them the perfect instruments for infiltrating vaults and gnawing through ventilation grates. The core aspect of the plan was finally complete. He immediately projected his consciousness towards the Lord's manor through the shared vision of the night bat ninjas. This time, the target was not the vault itself, but a relatively independent and lavishly adorned side courtyard within the manor, the residence of the financial officer, Xiao Shan. The night bat ninja, like an invisible specter, silently settled upon a lush ornamental tree outside Xiao Shan's study, its crimson eyes peering through the window as crevices, vividly relaying the interior scene. The study was brilliantly illuminated. A somewhat portly middle-aged man, clad in silk pajamas and bearing an expression of profound anxiety and fatigue, paced back and forth like a cornered beast across the thickly carpeted study. This man was indeed Xiao Shan. His hair was disheveled, his eye bags prominent, and as Little Dance had mentioned, a conspicuous blister had appeared at the corner of his mouth. He clutched a ledger tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, muttering curses under his breath, while beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. At times, he would irritably slam the ledger onto the expensive mahogany desk, producing a dull thud, and at other moments, rushed to the desk to frantically manipulate the abacus, his face growing increasingly pallid as he gazed at the figures. Occasionally, he would nervously dart to the window, peering anxiously into the pitch-black night, as if fearing something ominous. Target, Xiaoshan. Status, highly anxious and panicked. Behavioral analysis, significant deficit in accounts requiring urgent rectification. Time window, urgent. The chilling flow of information confirmed within Lin Chun's consciousness. Xiaoshan's anxiety and panic seemed as though they could spill forth from the imagery. He resembled a man perched on the brink of an impending volcanic eruption, poised to be consumed by his own greed and fear. It was the perfect moment to act. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth beneath his mask. He glanced at the three shadow-eating larvae, now the size of broad beans, greedily siphoning shadows. And then at the curious little dance beside him. The plan commenced. Lin Chen's voice was deep and clear, imbued with an icy authority. Little dance. Keep a watchful eye on your new toys. Soon, they will prove invaluable. With a mere thought, he directed his focus to the shadows outside Xiaoshan's study. Target acquisition. Marking. The smallest and most adept at stealth among the night bat ninjas glided silently down like a true bat. Applying a small patch of shadow energy imbued with specific coordinate information akin to an invisible marker, discreetly onto the dense shrubbery shadows outside Xiaoshan's study. This marker would serve as a beacon for the remote infiltration of the shadow-eating larvae. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's will delve deep into the mask, beginning to instill every minute detail of the mission into the three nascent shadow devourers. The target location, the marked shadow. The ultimate objective, the weak point of the vault's ventilation grill. The course of action, utilizing the ventilation duct system. And the consumption requirements, silent, covert, with growth prioritized. The three shadow devourers, drawing energy from the delicate dance of shadows, momentarily paused, subsequently emanating a more frigid and focused wave of intent. They resembled miniature machines programmed with precision, firmly locking onto the distant marker that exuded the scent of sustenance and mission. The greedy sprouts had already caught a whiff of the vault's allure, while the avaricious treasurer paced despairingly within his confines. The fangs of shadow were poised to pierce the most succulent prey in Nodding City. Chapter 44, The Silent Glutton. In the Lord's Manor. Within the study of Treasurer Xiaoshan, the flickering candlelight illuminated his face, twisted by overwhelming anxiety. Sweat soaked the collar of his silk pajamas, and his fingers, tightly gripping the ledger, trembled incessantly from exertion. The abacus beads clicked rhythmically, mirroring the frantic beats of his near-broken heart. The glaring deficit in the ledger loomed like countless icy hands, constricting his breath. To misappropriate military funds to cover personal debts? That was a death sentence, tantamount to annihilation. Yet, if he did not fill the gap, the Lord would soon scrutinize the accounts. Useless. All of them are useless. Xiaoshan suddenly swept the abacus from the table, beads scattering like precious stones. He roared like a cornered beast, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the thick darkness beyond the window, as if the shadows concealed a demon poised to engulf him. Time. He desperately needed time. More importantly, he required a substantial amount of untraceable gold coins. Just as despair threatened to drive him mad, the dense shadows of the bushes outside seemed to stir ever so slightly, akin to a drop of ink falling upon still water, creating barely perceptible ripples. Xiaoshan jolted, lunging toward the window. His heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. He widened his eyes, fixating on the shadow, questioning if it was a mere illusion or if the turning point he had fervently prayed for had finally arrived. The shadows remained silent. Only the rustling of the night whined through the bushes filled the air. Yes, I am simply too tense. Xiaoshan leaned wearily against the cold window frame, forcing a self-deprecating smile, a wave of despairing fatigue washing over him once more. However, at the very moment he let his guard down, three beads, slightly larger than broad beans, entirely black and exuding a faint ethereal glow, emerged without warning from the depths of the bush's shadow, resembling living droplets of liquid ink. They moved silently, without the sound of physical collision, only a faint, greedy intent brushing against his taut nerves like cold spider silk. Xiaoshan's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. His breath hitched. This was no illusion. The three black beads paid no heed to Xiaoshan, who was as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. They were drawn as if by an invisible magnet, flowing purposefully toward the bottom of the study's wall, towards a concealed vent grill hidden behind a heavy bookcase, no larger than a fist. The metallic grill? It seemed utterly inconsequential before them. A faint yet profoundly unsettling gnawing sound erupted, as if it were resonating directly within the depths of the soul. Xiaoshan distinctly perceived, or rather, felt, the three obsidian orbs engulfing the welded joints of the metallic barrier with an acid-like ferocity. The once formidable metal crumbled like brittle pastry. disintegrating at an observable pace, devoured entirely. The welds swiftly became pitted and thin, glimmering with a dim luminescence characteristic of corroding metal. In less than 3 breaths, a silent aperture, wide enough for the dark orbs to pass through, materialized on the barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dark lines flitted away, vanishing into the depths of the ventilation ducts, leaving behind a smooth-edged hole, seemingly carved by precision instruments, along with a chilling aura of insatiable hunger lingering in the air. Xiaoshan felt as though his bones had been extracted, sliding down the window frame to collapse onto the cold floor. A paralyzing fear and dread washed over him like icy water, causing his entire being to tremble. Yet, in the aftermath, an almost frenzied elation surged within him. A wild joy of survival. They had come. They had truly arrived. The agents dispatched by the shadowy master. They were here to assist. Their aim was the vault. Ha! Ha ha! A suppressed, distorted chuckle escaped from Xiaoshan's throat, tinged with a nervous tremor. He scrambled towards his desk, hastily opening a concealed compartment to retrieve an unusually shaped brass key, shimmering faintly with the vibrations of soul energy, the manual key to the vault's emergency ventilation system. This was the final card he had covertly duplicated using his authority. With trembling hands, he clutched the key tightly, as if it were a lifeline. All he needed to do was wait, bide his time until those dreadful little entities created sufficient chaos within the vault, and then he could seize the opportunity. Deep within the vault, the air was cold and stagnant, permeated with the scent of metal and the dust of ages. For heavily armored guards stood still as statues, unyielding. In a corner, a gray-robed elder sat in meditation, the intricate circuits of soul energy before him flickering like a rhythmic breath. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Yet, beneath this profound stillness, a silent feast of gluttony unfolded imperceptibly above. At the terminus of the ventilation duct, within the reinforced metallic grill, 3 pitch-black larvae of the shadow devourers clung tightly to the weakest weld point. They emitted no sound, yet their insatiable gnawing intent pierced through the metallic barrier like tangible ice picks. The faint rustling and sizzling noises, nearly imperceptible, reached the elder's extraordinary senses. Akin to pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly captured by his awareness. His tightly shut eyes sprang open, and a startling brilliance flashed within his murky gaze. Fixated upon the ventilation opening above, something is amiss. The gray-robed elder exclaimed sharply, his voice rasping like sandpaper, laced with incredulity and alarm. With a skeletal finger, he swiftly pointed towards the ground before him. The entire vault floor erupted with blinding radiance as the circuits of soul energy surged forth. A translucent shield of soul energy suddenly enveloped the entire treasury. The 4 heavily armored guardians reacted with equal swiftness, akin to a slumbering behemoth awakening. With a thunderous crash, the enormous tower shield slammed onto the ground, emitting a deep resonance as the soul energy instantaneously coalesced, forming a dual-layered defense alongside the elder's protective barrier. The gleaming steel spear pointed sharply towards the dome, its tip glimmering with a cold light, pulsating with soul energy. Above, the ventilation shaft, the elder exclaimed urgently, gesturing towards the apex. He could clearly discern the vulnerable point of the ventilation grill, where an insidious stream of dark energy was fervently eroding its integrity. This energy, imbued with a pure consuming essence, had even gnawed silently at the very soul defenses he had meticulously established. Attack! The captain of the Guardians roared, thrusting his spear skyward. A concentrated beam of white soul energy shot forth like a javelin, tearing through the air and striking the targeted ventilation grill with ferocity. With a deafening crash, the sturdy metal grill twisted and warped under the impact of the Soul Master's strike. The impacted section melted into molten iron, splattering everywhere. A searing wave of heat and the acrid scent of burnt metal permeated the air. As the dust began to settle, a gaping hole the size of a basin appeared in the struck ventilation grill, its edges still oozing with glowing molten metal. Yet, within the aperture, aside from the twisted pipes and scorching marks, there was nothingness. Disappeared? One of the guardians murmured in disbelief. Meanwhile, the elder's countenance darkened further. He fixated on the periphery of the opening. Within the crevice of the molten metal, he distinctly sensed 3 faint yet remarkably tenacious strands of dark energy, exuding an aura of insatiable greed, infiltrating the treasury like phantoms of ink, seeping through the gaps of the molten metal. These entities, akin to sentient beings, had astutely exploited the chaos and cover provided by the scorching molten metal to effectuate their final incursion. They have entered, the elder warned in a hushed tone, his murky eyes brimming with unprecedented gravity. Be cautious. They are not corporeal. They are energy entities. Extremely peculiar energy entities. Seal all sectors. Conduct a soul energy scan. Not even a fly shall escape. In an instant, the entire treasury braced itself for an impending threat. The soul energy shield blazed with renewed brilliance as the four guardians formed a defensive formation, their soul energy sweeping like searchlights across every corner of the treasury. The atmosphere was taut with tension. However, amidst the guardians' collective focus on the breach in the dome and the internal scans, a shadow nestled against the frigid metal wall in one corner of the treasury, where a haphazard stack of metal coin chests stood at half height. 3 bean-sized, pitch-black entities, emanating a faint, eerie glow, emerged silently from the shadows. Their insatiable intent, akin to invisible tendrils, swiftly zeroed in on the mountainous pile of golden soul coins, rich in pure metallic energy and wealth. Without hesitation or pause, a cacophony erupted. Crackling sounds, 100-fold more intense than before, resounded deep within the souls of the guardians, akin to a torrential downpour battering banana leaves. Although there was still no physical sound, the terrifying sensation of gnawing dread rendered the faces of the 4 heavily armored guardians ashen, their hands trembling slightly around their halberds. The gray-robed elder emitted a low groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. That voice directly assaulted their souls. In their horrified perception, they beheld 3 shadowy larvae, each no larger than a black bean, suddenly lunging towards the mountain of golden soul coins. They lacked physical form, yet they resembled the most gluttonous of beasts, instantly melding into the surface of the coins. What followed was a scene that sent shivers through their very souls. The immensely hard, lustrous golden coins began to dissolve at a visible speed, akin to butter plunged into a strong acid, collapsing before their eyes. The surface of the coins became pockmarked, as though ravaged by a swarm of invisible, minute pests. The pure metallic energy and the aura of wealth were being frantically siphoned away. The heap of coins dwindled at an alarming rate. The voracious pace at which they consumed surpassed the earlier devouring of stones and soul guide fragments by hundreds of times. Even more terrifying was the sight of the 3 shadowy larvae, as they engorged themselves on the vast quantities of golden coins, inflating like balloons. From the size of broad beans, they swelled to the size of fists, then to that of an infant's head. Their dark bodies transformed from spherical shapes into elongated, twisted forms, the intricate shadowy scales on their surfaces becoming clearer and more substantial, resembling a layer of flowing black metal. 3 maws, lined with spiraled, serrated teeth like the vortex of an abyss, split open at the front of their contorted bodies, greedily devouring the golden bounty before them. The emanating intent to consume and the energy fluctuations had become as tangible as a hurricane, stirring a chilling maelstrom of energy within the treasury. Monsters! They are consuming the golden soul coins. A guardian screamed in terror, nearly losing grip of his halberd. The gray-robed elder's eyes bulged with fury as his frail fingers frantically formed seals. Formation. Channel soul power. Shatter them. The 4 guardians, suppressing their fear, roared as they infused their soul power into the tower shield. For concentrated beams of soul energy surged forth like furious dragons, crashing fiercely into the 3 terrifying shadows that were voraciously devouring, their sizes now nearly half a meter tall. Boom, 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 boom. The violent impact of soul energy slammed into the distorted, swollen bodies of the shadowy entities, unleashing a blinding radiance and a violent shockwave. The entire treasury trembled. Metal chests were overturned, and golden soul coins cascaded down like a torrential downpour. As the light faded, the guardians were horrified to discover that although the 3 monsters had been sent tumbling backward, the black metallic scales covering them had cracked. They did not dissipate. On the contrary, having consumed more of the cascading golden coins, the cracks swiftly sealed. Their sizes expanded once more during the roll, nearing a height of 1 meter. The aura they exuded became even more ferocious and insatiable. The mouths lined with spiraled teeth opened, silently issuing a taunting roar towards the guardians. Inside the treasury, the once towering pile of golden soul coins had visibly diminished. Impossible! The gray-robed elder screamed, despair etched across his face for the first time. These monsters could absorb soul power attacks to repair themselves. Moreover, by feasting on golden soul coins, they grew stronger with each strike. The true gluttonous beast had descended upon the treasury. The insatiable void is being silently torn open into an unfathomable abyss. Within the study, Xiaoshan, clutching the key with a face twisted in excitement, remains blissfully unaware. Chapter 45. The Out-of-Control Glutton and the Despairing Key. Inside the vault, it is as if the apocalypse has descended. 3 grotesque, swelling shadows loom at the center, resembling nightmare entities clawing their way up from the depths of despair. Their heights nearly reach 3 meters, their forms becoming increasingly terrifying, no longer mere spheres or distorted columns, but rather small mountains composed of flowing black metal and writhing shadows. Their surfaces are cloaked in heavy, glimmering scales of shadow, where tiny whirlpools emerge and vanish between the scales, greedily siphoning the soul, energy, and metallic essence that permeates the air. Most chilling of all are the enormous mandibles gaping at the front of their bodies. No longer simple spiraling teeth, they resemble an ever-rotating, bottomless vortex of darkness. The edges of the vortex are lined with countless layers of fine, sharp teeth, glinting with a metallic sheen, endlessly slicing and grinding everything that is drawn into its maw. Gold coins. To them, they are but grains of sand. The metal chests that come into contact with them melt away silently beneath the relentless sun, collapsing into pure streams of energy consumed by that horrific whirlpool. The sound is not merely physical. It resonates deep within the soul, an overwhelming cacophony of countless greedy teeth gnawing and grinding, a piercing thought that screams. With each bite, it feels as if myriad icy needles stab mercilessly at the guard's nerves. The four heavily armored sentinels have long since lost their composure. Their massive shields groan under the intense mental strain, their faces contorted in agony and fear, hands trembling violently as the glow of their soul shields flickers precariously. On the verge of collapse, the gray-robed elder, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, has stained his front with crimson. His frail body sways like a candle flickering in the wind, his murky eyes filled with bloodshot madness tinged with despair. His hands weave seals at a speed that blurs the eye, causing the soul energy circuits on the ground before him to erupt in blinding brilliance, desperately maintaining the faltering shield. Yet each surge of soul energy crashing against the three dark abominations is as ineffective as a cow plunging into the sea. Not only does it fail to inflict harm, but it is ravenously consumed by the shadowy scales on their surfaces, nourishing their relentless expansion. Hold firm. Use pure physical force. They devour soul energy. The elder roars hoarsely, his voice raspy like a broken gong. A flicker of resolute madness flashes in the eyes of the leading sentinel. He thrusts his long spear into the ground and bellows. Abandon soul energy. Form a shield formation. Charge. Push them against the wall. He intends to employ the primal force contained within their heavy armor and shields to exert the most elemental physical pressure. The other three sentinels grit their teeth in response. They forsake their soul energy enhancements, channeling all their strength into their heavy shields and armor. Like four frenzied steel rhinos, they roar as they march forward, shouldering the enormous shields, thundering toward one of the shadowy entities that is voraciously consuming the gold. The ground trembles beneath their heavy steps. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within the vault, akin to a colossal hammer striking a withered hide. The massive tower shield collided violently against the body of the shadow devourer, which was cloaked in shadowy scales. Under the sheer force of the impact, its vast, fluid-like dark form buckled inward, distorting grotesquely. The hardened shadow scales emitted a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine, fracturing and splintering in response. The tremendous impact momentarily halted its ravenous actions. Effective. A flicker of hope glimmered in the eyes of the captain of the guards. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an irresistible and overwhelming force surged forth from the dented center of the shadow devourer, erupting with a terrifying pull. It was as if countless invisible, icy hands grasped fiercely at the tower shield that had struck it. Simultaneously, the abyssal maw, adorned with spiraled fangs, pivoted sharply, targeting the nearest captain of the guards. No, the captain could only emit a short, horrified gasp. An invisible wave, infused with an insatiable hunger, surged forth from the abyssal maw, akin to a tangible ink, crashing against the captain's heavy breastplate. There was no thunderous explosion, no cataclysmic blast, only a chilling, hair-raising hiss. The breastplate, forged from fine steel and inscribed with protective runes, disintegrated like parchment thrown into aqua regia, collapsing instantaneously. The flesh and bones beneath, as if besieged by countless invisible piranhas, vanished at a visible pace. The captain's robust form crumpled inward like a deflated balloon, beginning from the point of impact. His eyes bulged with excruciating pain and terror, leaving behind a final whimper, stifled in his throat, as he transformed into nothing more than a skeletal figure draped in tattered leather and fabric, collapsing to the ground in a clatter. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the chamber. The three remaining guards, frozen in place, watched in horror as their comrade was reduced to mere bones before their eyes. An overwhelming dread engulfed them in an instant. They shrieked in terror, like startled rabbits, releasing their grip on the tower shield and scrambling backward in frantic retreat. Their resolve shattered completely. Useless. The elder in gray robes bellowed in despair, his eyes ablaze with rage. He strained to muster the scant remnants of his soul energy, his frail fingers weaving intricate seals like phantoms. A finely crafted soul energy chain shot forth like lightning, aiming to ensnare another shadow devourer that was greedily consuming the mountain of gold, attempting to pull it away. However, the moment the soul chain made contact with the shadow-scaled form of the devourer, it was as if light had been cast into a black hole, instantly consumed and obliterated. The devourer paid no heed to this feeble disturbance, its abyssal maw ravenously tearing at the golden mound before it, its form visibly swelling. Within the vault, nearly half of the golden soul coins had vanished. What was once a mountain of wealth now lay scattered as metallic debris, stray coins, overturned empty chests, and 3 grotesque, pulsating mounds of dark flesh radiating a terrifying aura. The air thickened with despair, like a chilling tide, drowning the remaining guards and the elder in gray. Just at this suffocating moment of hopelessness, crack, crack, a faint yet jarringly discordant sound, akin to the rusted gears of machinery grinding, emanated from a certain point on the side wall of the vault. From the source of the sound, a heavy metal panel slowly slid open, revealing a narrow and shadowy passageway, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. The air within the passage was thick with the pungent scents of machine oil and dust. A slightly portly figure, resembling a startled rodent, cautiously peeked out from the passage. It was none other than the treasurer, Xiao Shan. Clutching a brass key tightly in his hand, his face bore a grotesque amalgamation of ecstasy, terror, and greed. He had managed to infiltrate the vault amidst the chaos, utilizing a spare key and an emergency passage. However, as his murky, avaricious gaze peered through the entrance of the vault, time seemed to freeze. The look of rapture on Xiao Shan's face instantly turned to stone, akin to a shoddy plaster mask. His mouth gaped open, emitting strange, guttural sounds, yet no scream escaped his lips. The brass key clattered to the cold metal floor of the passage. What had he witnessed? Hell. A living hell. 3 grotesque mounds of flesh, composed of pure darkness and writhing shadows, exuded a terrifying aura of consumption. The ground was strewn with metal shards and scattered remains. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of molten metal and the stench of human flesh devoured to the bone. The remaining 3 heavily armored guards cowered in a corner, trembling like frightened quails. The elderly man in gray robes was ashen-faced, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. And what of the mountain of gold he so fervently desired? Nearly half had vanished, the remainder being ravenously consumed by those horrific mounds of flesh. Was this the chaos he had anticipated? The opportunity he believed he could exploit? This was not chaos. This was utter annihilation, a chasm that threatened to engulf him as well. An overwhelming fear gripped Xiao Shan's heart like a cold iron vice, causing every ounce of his flesh to tremble violently, a hot stream uncontrollably coursing down his trousers. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat into the passage, desperate to escape this nightmarish realm. Yet, at that very moment, as his body recoiled, a thunderous voice, imbued with incredulity, anger, and elation, erupted from the elderly man. Xiao Shan. The old man's murky, despairing eyes locked onto the plump, disheveled figure at the entrance of the passage, as if he had discovered a savior. It is you, you treacherous scoundrel. Did you allow these monsters to enter? In an instant, the old man transformed all his fear and despair into a towering rage directed at the traitor before him. His bony finger pointed accusingly at Xiao Shan, his voice sharp with fury. Seize him. Capture this traitor. He is the mastermind. The old man's shout ignited a powder keg. The 3 guards, overwhelmed by their terror, suddenly found their outlet and scapegoat in Xiao Shan. Their eyes ignited with a feral madness, as all their fear transmuted into a profound hatred for the insider among them. Traitor! Kill him! Seize Xiao Shan! 3 guardians emitted a frenzied roar, abandoning all semblance of defense, charging towards the passageway like 3 enraged bulls, heedless of all else. The colossal tower shields served as their battering rams, their heavy footfalls reverberating throughout the vault. No, not me. Help! Xiao Shan's heart raced with terror, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed with primal fear. He scrambled desperately to retreat into the passage, striving to close the heavy metal door. Yet it was all too late. The 3 voracious shadow beasts, consumed by the golden riches, seemed drawn to the sudden cacophony and overwhelming aura of dread. One shadow beast, closest to the passageway, slowly turned its abyssal maw, locking onto the 3 guardians barreling toward Xiao Shan, along with the corpulent figure exuding fear and wealth. A far colder, more insatiable intention swirled like an invisible tempest within the vault. The abyssal maw gradually opened, its spiral teeth accelerating with ominous intent. Chapter 46. The Uncontrolled Torrent and the Night's First Cry. Despairing screams erupted within the vault, reminiscent of a dying beast's wails. Xiao Shan's corpulent body summoned its last vestiges of survival instinct, scrambling frantically towards the depths of the narrow emergency passage. Behind him, the three armored guardians, driven by overwhelming hatred and fear, charged like three uncontrollable iron behemoths. The enormous tower shield slammed into the passageway like a battering ram. Close the door. Close it now. Tears streamed down Xiao Shan's face as he emitted incoherent cries, desperately flailing his arms, as if such gestures could somehow seal the heavy metal door. Boom. A deafening crash resounded. The leading guardian's massive tower shield collided fiercely with the still partially closed heavy metal door. The screech of metal scraping against metal mingled with the agonizing sound of distortion. The door buckled inward with a significant dent, the hinges groaning in near fracture. Xiao Shan, jolted by the terrifying impact, stumbled forward, his mouth filled with metallic debris and dust. Traitor, come forth to meet your end. The guardian's bloodshot eyes pierced through the door's gap, fixated on the disheveled Xiao Shan, his massive arms bulging with veins as he furiously pushed against the warped door. The other two guardians joined in a furious chorus, using their shoulders and tower shields to batter and compress. The passage was too narrow for all three to exert their strength simultaneously, yet each impact sent the contorted metal door wailing under the strain, the indentation growing ever larger. The gap widened, and a chilling intent surged forth like a tangible force. No, not me. Help. Spare me. I have wealth. I will give it all to you. Xiao Shan curled into the depths of the passage, crying out in desperation, his words tumbling forth incoherently, his corpulent body trembling uncontrollably, leaving a damp and chaotic mess beneath him. He had never felt the icy breath of death so acutely. Just as the three guardians were about to completely burst through the passage door, ready to rend Xiao Shan asunder, a chilling, viscous dread surged forth, akin to countless fine ice needles piercing the marrow, sweeping in from the direction of the vault's main chamber like an invisible tidal wave. In an instant, it engulfed all within the narrow passageway. The three monstrous forms, composed of flowing darkness and writhing shadows, known as the devouring shadows, loomed ominously. The one nearest to the passageway, a colossal abyssal maw adorned with spiral fangs, yawned wide, fixating on the chaotic source of fear and the scent of prey at the passage's entrance. Its massive frame leaned forward slightly, the shadowy scales on its surface undulating as if breathing, while a ravenous intent coalesced like a tempest. A silent roar reverberated at the very core of their souls. A dense, viscous wave of devouring energy erupted forth from that abyssal maw, reminiscent of the floodwaters of the underworld breaching a dam. It was soundless, yet carried the absolute stillness capable of annihilating all matter and energy. The shockwave did not travel in a straight line. Rather, it spread like living tendrils of darkness, instantly enveloping all space near the passageway. The first to bear the brunt were the three heavily armored guardians, who were fervently battering the passage door. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The grotesque and frenzied expressions on the guardians' faces froze momentarily, only to be replaced by boundless fear and despair. They watched helplessly as the viscous black shockwave swept over their bodies. Hiss, sizzle, crackle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the chilling sound of insidious erosion that froze their very souls. The steel-forged tower shields, the heavy breastplates inscribed with runes, and the flesh-clad arms. Any part touched by that inky wave was as if cast into the deepest void of the cosmos, instantly dissolving and vanishing. Like snow under a blazing sun, they silently disintegrated into the most primitive particles of dust. The guardians were unable to even emit a cry of anguish. Their formidable forms evaporated as if erased from existence, starting from the point of contact. Only a twisted segment of the tower shield, a few smoking metal fragments, and the acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with a faint meaty aroma remained in the air. The three Grand Soul Master-level guardians, along with the armor and weapons that had sustained them, were instantaneously reduced to nothingness by a mere breath from the devouring shadows. Within the passage, Xiao Shan witnessed this scene of divine retribution through the gap forced open by the impact. His mind went blank, the sheer terror rendering him breathless, his body entirely rigid, akin to a rag doll devoid of a soul, collapsing upon the cold ground of the passage, a warm stream once again surging forth from his loins. Monstrous beast. In the corner of the vault, the old man in gray robes beheld the instantaneous demise of the three guardians, his eyes bulging with fury as he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Blood tears streamed from his murky eyes. His last vestige of sanity was utterly shattered. A tempestuous, resolute wave of soul power, imbued with a spirit of vengeance, erupted from his emaciated body like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Let us perish together. The old man, seemingly driven to madness, stood as a burning torch. The three soul rings beneath his feet, two yellow and one purple, suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. Particularly, The purple thousand-year soul ring shone fiercely like a miniature sun. He no longer maintained the precarious barrier of soul power, instead compressing all his soul energy, all his life force, igniting it. The fourth soul skill, earth vein, magnetic core, explode. The elder, expending his last ounce of strength, bellowed the name of the soul skill. His frail hands struck the ground with tremendous force. The intricate network of soul power before him ignited like a burning fuse, erupting in a blinding white light. The floor of the treasury, composed of a gray-white metal, instantly illuminated with dazzling, web-like, white cracks. A tempestuous, destructive magnetic energy surged forth, akin to an awakened ancient behemoth, ready to explode indiscriminately from him as its center. He intended to detonate the entire structure of the treasury, dragging all the monsters and that traitor down with him. This violent surge of energy immediately alerted the other two shadow devourers, who were ravenously consuming the remaining gold. Their massive forms abruptly turned towards the elder, their abyssal maws gaping wide, emitting a silent yet menacing roar. The viscous, inky shockwave of devouring energy began to brew once more. Within the treasury, the energy of destruction was on the cusp of colliding. The entire space emitted a groan under the unbearable strain. In the shadow base, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, the mask of terror concealing his face. While his crimson eyes flickered with urgency, he shared the vision of the night bat ninja within the treasury, clearly witnessing the horrific scene that was spiraling out of control and poised to annihilate everything. The soul power fluctuation of the gray-robed elder, akin to a conflagration, sent a tremor through him even from a great distance. Once unleashed, the explosion would obliterate the treasury along with the shadow devourers inside, potentially affecting even the Lord's mansion outside. The shadow devourers he had painstakingly nurtured would be lost in an instant. More critically, this immense explosion would undoubtedly attract unimaginable attention and scrutiny to Nodding City. It must be stopped immediately, yet he could not reach his physical form in an instant. The only means of remote intervention. Lin Chen's gaze swiftly locked onto the petite figure of Xiao Wu beside him. The girl, too, shared in the terror through the moon shadow mark, her delicate features pale, her pure ruby eyes filled with horror. Xiao Wu, Lin Chen's voice, emanating through the mask, bore an unprecedented urgency and an undeniable command. Stop that old man, just before he detonates. Bind him with your shadow, at all costs. Me? Xiao Wu trembled, gazing at the terrifying figure of the elder, ablaze like a fireball, and the impending destructive energy. A wave of profound fear seized her. She was merely a little girl. How could she possibly prevent a frenzied soul sovereign from self-detonating? Trust yourself. Believe in the power of the Shadow Knight. The mark is your authority. Lin Chen's voice resonated like a cold stone, imbued with a peculiar calmness. Concentrate. Think of ensnaring him. The shadows will respond to you. Xiao Wu looked at the moon shadow mark on the back of her hand, radiating a faint dark glow, feeling the shadowy power that protected her within. A flicker of struggle passed through her pure gaze, swiftly replaced by a resolute courage. She abruptly closed her eyes, channeling all her thoughts, all her fears, all her strength towards the mark on her hand. Her heart held only one overwhelming intention. Bind him. Entangle that elder with shadows. He must not be allowed to explode. Buzz. The mark of the moon shadow knight suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, shadowy brilliance. This light, as profound as a black hole, enveloped Xiao Wu's entire palm in an instant. Meanwhile, within the treasury, the soul power circuit before the old man in the gray robe had illuminated to its utmost limit. The violent magnetic energy, compressed like an overstrained spring, was on the verge of a complete release. A frenzied and liberated smile graced his withered face as he gazed upon the three, enraged. Horrific creatures, their mandibles coalescing into dark shock waves. In this critical moment, just before the impending collision of destructive energy, the shadow beneath the old man's feet, illuminated by the rampant soul power, began to twist violently, as if endowed with a life of its own. What? The wild grin on the old man's face froze instantly, his eyes bursting with incredulity. The shadow at his feet, akin to living black tar, surged upwards, entwining him. Countless viscous, icy tendrils, resembling the grasping hands of demons from the netherworld, instantly ensnared his legs, waist, and arms. These tendrils possessed a formidable binding strength, coupled with an eerie quality that froze the flow of soul power. The old man felt his internal soul power abruptly stagnate, as if a raging river had been plunged into 1,000 years of frozen ice. The impending eruption of the geomagnetic explosion soul skill was unexpectedly ensnared by this strange shadow at the last moment. The violent energy lost its precise guidance, clashing wildly within his body and the soul power circuit before him, resulting in a backlash. With a violent cough, The old man spewed forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his innards. His frail body trembled violently, akin to a torn sack. The abrupt interruption of the soul skill and the clash of violent energy propelled him toward the abyss of exhaustion. The madness in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by boundless pain and overwhelming despair, fixated on the shadowy tendrils coiling around him as if they were living beings. "No, it can't be," he gasped, his throat emitting a wheezing sound as his body weakly lurched forward. The brilliance of the soul power circuit before him dimmed rapidly, extinguishing. The violent magnetic energy, devoid of its core guidance, flailed chaotically beneath the treasury like a headless fly, dispersing. Although it still caused intense tremors and cracks in the metallic floor, it ultimately failed to manifest that cataclysmic explosion. At the entrance, the shadowy entity targeting the old man found its dark shockwave dissipating slowly without a target. The other two shadow entities seemed intrigued by the chaotic magnetic energy that had escaped, their abyssal mandibles slightly agape, attempting to consume a few strands. Their surface shadowy scales growing darker and more substantial. The crisis was forcibly quelled at the last moment. Within the shadow base, Xiaowu collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, her face as pale as parchment, her forehead glistening with fine beads of cold sweat. The concentration of intent and the outpouring of power in that fleeting moment had nearly drained her of all her spirit. Yet within her pure eyes flickered an unprecedented light, a blend of exhilaration and trepidation at having successfully thwarted destruction and seized control of power. Lin Chen's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, swept across the chaotic scene within the vault. Three formidable shadow devourers, each nearly 4 meters tall, exuding an aura of terror, metal debris and scattered coins littering the floor. The collapsed figure of Xiao Shan, resembling a lifeless mass, and the frail, gasping old man in a gray robe, sprawled over the extinguished soul energy circuit. "Clear the battlefield," Lin Chen's cold voice commanded through the mask. "Take anything of value. Also, take that fat man." The instructions were relayed through the night bat ninjas. Several of the largest night bat ninjas silently glided down, their sharp claws seizing the heavy bags of unconsumed golden soul coins scattered on the ground. The other two swooped towards the passageway, effortlessly lifting the limp, unconscious Xiao Shan as if he were a mere chick. Their figures swiftly merged into the massive breach of the vault's dome, vanishing into the thick darkness that enveloped the dawn. Within the vault, only 3 silent mounds of shadowy flesh remained, accompanied by the old man's faint, agonized groans. The sound of devouring resumed, but this time, the only targets were the metallic floor and walls. Chapter 47. The Uncontrolled Legion and Bloodstained Shadows. Deep within the shadow base, the cold air felt as if it had solidified into heavy blocks of lead. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his expression hidden beneath the Terra mask. Yet the crimson light flickering in his eye sockets betrayed a tempest of emotions. His body trembled slightly, and the solidified, dark green poison patterns on his left arm thrashed beneath his skin like living serpents, spreading forth and inflicting excruciating pain and numbness. His willpower was ensnared. Much like a beast trapped in a mire, engaged in a desperate tug-of-war with a torrent of violent, chaotic thoughts, driven by primal hunger and a desire for destruction. The source of this turmoil was the 3 shadow devourers, recently brought back to the base by the night bat ninjas and discarded onto the cold ground. No longer could they be merely referred to as groups. 3 massive mounds of dark flesh, akin to small mountains, lay coiled at the center of the base. Towering nearly 5 meters high, their forms twisted and grotesque, the shadowy scales that enveloped their surfaces were no longer purely black, but tainted with a viscous, repulsive dark red hue. This dark crimson, reminiscent of congealed blood, oozed and writhed between the shadowy scales, emanating a pungent scent of blood and ferocity. At the edges of their gaping maws, the spiraled, serrated teeth were smeared with the still fresh remnants of the gray-robed old man's flesh and entrails. The thick, dark red liquid dripped from their teeth, spreading a glaring stain upon the cold floor. Devouring, having consumed the blood, flesh, and essence of the soul master. These 3 shadow monstrosities had completely succumbed to frenzy. They were no longer satisfied with cold metal and energy. Blood, flesh, life, soul. The delectable taste had ignited the most primal greed and brutality deep within their beings, manifestations of the essence of the Terra mask. Blood, flesh, delicacies, more devour, grow. Destroy. The frigid, chaotic, and destructive thoughts surged forth like a torrential flood, violently assaulting the mental connection Lin Chen had forged through his mask. This link, once a conduit of control, had now transformed into a channel of backlash. The power of the shadow-devouring clan, nourished by the flesh and blood of the gray-robed elder, surged back through the connection, ruthlessly tearing at Lin Chen's mental defenses. The venomous patterns on his left arm ignited like a lit fuse, accelerating this backlash. Lin Chun let out a muffled groan, a trickle of dark red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and dripping down the edge of the mask. He felt as though he were a small boat on the verge of capsizing in a storm, his soul being violently torn and tainted by 3 torrents of chaotic darkness. Deep within the mask, the ancient and greedy whispers echoed once more, tinged with a mocking anticipation. Lin Chun, Xiao Wu's terrified scream erupted in his ears. Just moments ago, she had basked in the exhilaration of thwarting the elder's self-detonation, but now she was paralyzed with horror at the hellish scene before her. The 3 towering, blood-soaked masses of flesh exuded an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and violence, their terrifying maw smeared with remnants of flesh, while Lin Chun emanated a weak and chaotic essence, akin to a flickering candle nearing extinction. Her pure ruby eyes were suddenly filled with immense dread. What has happened to those monsters? Xiao Wu's voice trembled, instinctively retreating until her back pressed against the cold stone wall. Although the moonlit mark on her hand still glimmered with a faint glow, it offered her no solace, only amplifying her awareness of the sheer malevolence radiating from the 3 creatures, aimed at all living beings. As if in response to her fear and confusion, the largest of the shadow-devouring monsters, closest to Lin Chun, abruptly turned its abyssal maw towards him, covered in dark red slime and remnants of flesh. Thick, dark red saliva cascaded down like a waterfall. An icy, viscous, and utterly greedy mental onslaught crashed against Lin Chun's crumbling psychic defenses like an invisible hammer. Simultaneously, its massive body, clad in dark red scales, advanced towards Lin Chun like an uncontrollable mountain, poised to crush everything in its path. Countless slender shadow tendrils emerged from its surface, flicking like the tongues of venomous snakes, greedily tasting the air, their target Lin Chun. It was attacking its master. It sought to devour the very existence that bestowed it with power. No, Xiao Wu emitted a heart-wrenching scream. An overwhelming wave of indescribable anger and protective instinct surged forth, eclipsing her sheer terror. She did not comprehend what was transpiring, but she could not allow Lin Chun to be consumed by that monster. Without a moment's hesitation, without the time to ponder, her pure life force instinctively erupted. She swiftly raised her right hand, and the moonlit mark on her hand burst forth with an unprecedented, blinding glow. All her thoughts, all her fears, all her anger coalesced into a singular, crystalline command, forcefully imbuing the mark. Halt it. Protect Lin Chun. In that instant, a hum resonated. The shadowy ninjas surrounding Lin Chun suddenly awakened, their crimson eyes igniting with fierce intensity. They surged forth like the most loyal sentinels, without a hint of hesitation, transforming into streaks of black lightning, charging towards the writhing mass of the shadow devourer. The shadowy long blades carved cold arcs through the air, striking fiercely at the probing tendrils and the massive form cloaked in dark crimson scales. The muted thuds of blades piercing flesh, if that flowing darkness could indeed be deemed flesh, resounded in a relentless rhythm. The sharp shadow blades cleaved deep gashes into the creature's body, exposing bone beneath layers of viscous darkness. Viscous, dark red energy, akin to tainted blood, erupted from the wounds. Yet, rather than halting the creature's advance, the assault only served to enrage it further. A silent roar reverberated at the very essence of souls. The attacked shadow devourer shuddered violently. From the severed wounds, dark crimson ichor writhed frantically, sealing itself in an instant. Simultaneously, countless thicker tendrils, adorned with dark crimson scales and tipped with serrated teeth, burst forth from its colossal body like a frenzied dance of venomous serpents. In a heartbeat, they ensnared the foremost black-clad ninjas. The sickening crunch of splintering bones echoed. Those unfortunate ninjas, ensnared by the tendrils, were as fragile as dolls caught in the coils of a giant python, twisted and deformed in an instant. Their forms, composed of shadow energy, rapidly disintegrated under the grip of the toothy tendrils and the consuming intent, melting away like snow in sunlight. The crimson glow in their eyes flickered and extinguished, dissipating into mere specks of darkness. An instant annihilation, a sheer, unadulterated crushing force. Xiao Wu watched in horror as several ninjas were devoured in the blink of an eye, a short gasp escaping her lips, her face draining of color. After consuming those ninjas, the dark crimson luminescence on the shadow devourer seemed to intensify. Its abyssal maw turned toward Xiao Wu, thick saliva cascading like a waterfall. A chilling, ravenous intent locked onto her. That pure essence of life, to the rampaging shadow horde, shone like a beacon in the darkness, emanating an irresistible allure. The creature abandoned its relentless pursuit of Lin Chun, perhaps instinctively wary of the source, and abruptly altered its course. hurtling toward the corner where Xiao Wu stood with a force that could crush all. Countless tendrils, stained with foul blood and remnants of flesh, lashed through the air like whips of death, striking towards her diminutive form. The abyssal maw opened wide, and another wave of thick, ink-like consuming energy began to coalesce. No, don't come near, Xiao Wu screamed in despair. She attempted once more to invoke the Moonshadow mark, commanding the ninjas to protect her. But the previous onslaught had drained her spirit and the meager strength she had just regained. The mark's glow dimmed. Meanwhile, the other ninjas, under the oppressive aura of the Shadow Devourer, moved sluggishly as the lethal whip descended upon her. In that critical moment, a thunderous voice, imbued with formidable authority and icy wrath, resonated throughout the shadowy base, echoing like divine retribution from the heavens. Wretched beast, how dare you act with such insolence? The sound did not travel through the air. Rather, it directly penetrated the depths of the soul, exuding an undeniable, terrifying pressure that transcended the mundane. Suddenly, a torrent of indescribable, almost tangible terror erupted from the cold depths of Lin Chen's Terra mask. This ancient will, steeped in time, emanated an unfathomable majesty coupled with an indifferent disdain, akin to a slumbering primordial deity awakening. At the moment this will surged forth, the three ravenous shadow beasts, consumed by frenzy and radiating overwhelming menace, were struck as if by an invisible, colossal hammer. Their massive, dark red-scaled forms became rigid, and the ink-black shockwave brewing within the abyssal maw dissipated instantaneously. Their thrashing tendrils, akin to frozen serpents, became suspended in midair. In their crimson gaze, if such a viscous darkness could possess eyes, the frenzied bloodlust and greed were instantly replaced by an instinctual, profound fear that penetrated to the bone, along with a sense of submission. With a resounding thud, the three immense, dark red masses of flesh, drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground. Their colossal bodies trembled violently, causing the earth to vibrate with a deep hum. Like the most abject of servants, they buried their grotesque heads deep into the cold earth and their own tainted blood, daring not to entertain even a flicker of resistance. The violent dark red glow emanating from their surfaces rapidly retracted, fading into a relatively tranquil black, though glaring traces of blood remained in the crevices of their scales. The chaotic atmosphere within the entire base was instantaneously subdued by this sudden, terrifying will, leaving behind an eerie silence, punctuated only by the trembling, humble postures of the three colossal monsters. Xiao Wu stood frozen in a corner, her mind blank from the overwhelming impact of survival, her pure, wide eyes staring vacantly at this incomprehensible reversal. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, seated in meditation, jolted as if struck. The arcane dark red patterns on the Terra mask covering his face glowed with an intensity reminiscent of flames, particularly at the center of his forehead, where the outline of a humanoid visage became astonishingly clear for a fleeting moment. A pair of cold, indifferent, scarlet eyes, seemingly forged from molten shadows, flickered momentarily at his brow. A suppressed scream of agony erupted from Lin Chun, more intense than any previous backlash he had experienced. It felt as though his soul was being violently torn by the unleashed ancient will. The frenzied, ink-green poison patterns writhing on his left arm abruptly froze, halting their spread. Yet a deeper chill, akin to an imprint on his very soul, weighed heavily upon him. His vision darkened, and consciousness slipped away like a kite severed from its string, plunging into an abyss of boundless darkness. In the final moment before losing consciousness, a last urgent stream of information shared by the Nightbat ninjas pierced through his hazy perception like a cold needle. Warning, high-energy reaction detected, direction of the Lord's Manor. Target, Soul's sect-level soul power fluctuations approaching at high speed. Locked on, Cemetery of the Dead. Estimated arrival time, 5 minutes. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Moon Shadow and the pressure of the Soul Sect. Cold, silent, and dead. Within the shadowy base, three colossal shadow-devouring monsters lay prostrate, trembling with a faint rustling sound, accompanied by Xiao Wu's breathless gasps of survival. Lin Chen lay on the ground, his face obscured by the Terra mask, as pale as parchment, with remnants of dark red blood staining the corners of his mouth. The frantic, ink-green poison patterns on his left arm spread like wild vines. Yet now they appeared frozen by an invisible frost, solidified above the elbow, no longer expanding but emanating a deeper, more chilling aura that penetrated to the marrow. His breaths were weak and erratic, his consciousness submerged in an abyss of boundless darkness. Xiao Wu leaned against the cold stone wall, her delicately sculpted face devoid of color, her pure ruby eyes reflecting immense fear and confusion. The terrifying will that had awakened like an ancient demon, the overwhelming pressure that had instantaneously subdued the three rampaging monsters, sent shivers through her very soul. She gazed at the unconscious Lin Chun, then at the three shadow beasts that crawled like pitiful ants. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her like a frigid tide, nearly drowning her. At that moment, a chilling and urgent thought stream surged into Xiao Wu's consciousness like a sharp ice spear. It was the remnants of the Nightbat ninjas. Their shared vision unfolded in her mind like a shattered scroll. The scene swayed violently. The perspective was from a great height. Below was the dimly lit nodding city. Just before dawn, a streak of crimson light, like a meteor tearing through the night, shot up from the direction of the Lord's mansion at a terrifying speed, heading towards the burial grounds. Within that flow of light, a massive figure with enormous fiery wings, enveloped in searing flames, could be faintly discerned. The soul power radiating from this figure resonated like an invisible furnace, overwhelming Xiao Wu with a suffocating heat and pressure, even from a distance. Warning: high energy reaction. Target locked. Soul sect level. Fire attribute. Estimated time of arrival: 3 minutes. Hostility. Extreme hostility. The icy information stream erupted in Xiao Wu's consciousness like an alarm. It was a powerful being from the Lord's mansion, thoroughly alerted by the commotion in the treasury. The target was heading straight for the burial grounds. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. Xiao Wu's heart felt as if it were gripped by a cold hand. An immense sense of crisis instantly overshadowed all her fear and helplessness. Lin Chen was unconscious. The troop was just suppressed after losing control. The base's location was likely compromised. What should she do in the face of a furious soul sect powerhouse racing towards them? Flee. Escaping with the unconscious Lin Chun and the three immobile shadow beasts was utterly impossible beneath the watchful eyes of a soul sect. Fight. With what could she fight? Although the three monsters were subdued, they could not be commanded. The remaining ninjas would be akin to moths drawn to a flame against the soul sect. Despair, like a frigid vine, once again entwined around Xiao Wu's heart. She looked at the unconscious Lin Chun, at the cold mask on his face, and a flicker of determination flashed in her pure eyes. She could not give up. Lin Chun had saved her, provided her with shelter under a concealed identity, and bestowed upon her the power of the Moonshadow Knight. Now, it was her turn to protect him. Rise. Xiao Wu faced the remaining shadows of the ninja with all her strength, her voice trembling yet resolute, commanding them to protect him and block the entrance. She gestured towards Lin Chun and the solitary exit of the base. The ninjas, with their crimson eyes glinting, did not hesitate. They transformed into silent black barriers. Positioning themselves before the entrance and in front of Lin Chun, their cold blades pointed toward the encroaching darkness outside. Yet, Xiao Wu knew this was far from sufficient. She craved power, greater power, capable of shrouding, bewildering, and buying time. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the moonlit knight's mark on the back of her hand, radiating a faint, dark glow. This mark bestowed upon her the ability to command a portion of the troop, but the helplessness she felt against the shadow-eating monstrosity was still fresh in her mind. Not enough. Not nearly enough, she murmured, her pure eyes fixed on the mark. A fierce urge to protect and an acute sense of crisis collided violently within her heart. She needed a deeper strength, one that could summon a more formidable shadow power like Lin Chun's. With a sudden resolve, she closed her eyes, pouring all her spirit and will into a fervent communion with the depths of the mark. It was no longer a mere command, but a call and plea from the very depths of her soul. Shadows, guardianship, concealment, more power, grant me strength. Protect him, protect this place. Her thoughts surged like a roaring tide, crashing against the moonlit mark. The dim glow on her hand intensified suddenly. The thorn-encircled crescent mark seemed to come alive, its lines twisting and extending. A vast, cold shadow power, imbued with an inexplicable resonance of life, surged into her body like a slumbering dragon awakened, flowing through the mark. This force was far more immense and pure than when she had summoned the ninjas before. It was frigid and weighty, akin to the deepest night. Yet it harmonized in a wondrous way with the pure essence of life within her. It felt as though shadow and life had reached a transient, unprecedented unity at that moment. With a suppressed groan, Xiao Wu emitted a sound of pain, as if invisible forces filled and tore her apart. A violent sensation of pressure enveloped her entire being. Deep shadowy patterns, reminiscent of the night sky, uncontrollably surfaced on her skin, spreading forth. The pure essence of life clashed fiercely and intertwined with the cold shadow power within her. She felt as though she might be torn asunder by these two opposing forces. Yet, just as the pain reached its zenith, a resounding hum erupted from the moonlit mark, unleashing an unprecedented, radiant glow akin to the arrival of a full moon. This light transcended the confines of her palm, cascading like mercury, instantly enveloping her petite form entirely. Xiao Wu abruptly opened her eyes. Her pupils, no longer the pure ruby hue, transformed into an abyssal black, deep as a starless night. Within the depths of those dark orbs, a cold lunar glimmer flickered like an ancient star. She was encased in a flowing shadow energy, akin to liquid night, enveloping her entirely. This energy was no longer a mere covering. It felt as if it had fused with her essence. Her hair flowed without wind, the tips imbued with a shimmering shadow sheen. A powerful and frigid aura, imbued with a peculiar rhythm of life, descended like a slumbering goddess of the night, awakening with a thunderous arrival. The ability awakened, Moonshadow Emergence, basic. Effect, drawing upon one's own life force. It resonates deeply with the power of shadows, temporarily transforming the wielder into a moonshadow, greatly enhancing control over the shadow soldiers and expanding the perception range, while unleashing a vast shroud of shadowy mist to obscure and disrupt perception. Cost, severe depletion of mental and physical strength. Duration and intensity are contingent upon the extent of exhaustion. The chilling stream of information was indelibly imprinted deep within her consciousness. Xiaowu scarcely had time to contemplate the awakened power and its cost, for the terrifying aura emanating from the soul sect, akin to a furnace, scorched the very edge of the graveyard. Moonshadow arise. Xiaowu's obsidian eyes, shimmering with lunar radiance, fixated resolutely on the entrance of the base. She thrust her hands outward with fervor, releasing a crisp yet chillingly authoritative command. With her petite form as the epicenter, an overwhelming torrent of shadow erupted like the unleashed waters of a river of the dead. This torrent transformed from formlessness into a viscous, inky black mist, swirling and roiling with fervor. The mist, imbued with a bone-chilling cold and formidable cognitive interference, rapidly filled the entire entrance corridor of the base, spreading outward with astonishing speed toward the graveyard. Wherever the shadow mist passed, light was distorted and devoured, sounds were muted and obscured. The once clear scene of the graveyard was instantaneously shrouded in a thick darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The phosphorescent flames extinguished, tombstones vanished, and even the air seemed to freeze. This mist not only obscured sight, but also wielded a potent mental disruption. Within it, one's sense of direction was utterly lost, and the perception of soul power became ensnared in a quagmire, with the passage of time rendered indistinct. Inside the base, the dozen or so shadow ninjas guarding the vicinity experienced a sudden surge of crimson light in their eyes at the moment the shadow mist erupted. Their presence became more concentrated and perilous, their movements swifter and more ethereal, as if this shadow realm conjured by Xiaowu had become their dominion of power. Yet, as Xiaowu unleashed this formidable force, her delicate frame trembled violently, as though all her bones had been extracted, causing her to collapse weakly to the ground. A wave of intense dizziness and a tearing weakness crashed over her like a tsunami. Darkness clouded her vision, and a metallic sweetness surged in her throat. The deep black of her pupils and the shadowy luster of her hair swiftly faded, reverting to a pure ruby hue and pink strands. The state of Moonshadow Emergence lasted less than 3 breaths before being forcibly undone due to exhaustion, leaving her spirit and strength utterly depleted, like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet her objective was accomplished. Almost simultaneously as the shadow mist enveloped the entire graveyard, a deafening roar akin to a meteor crashing to earth erupted above the graveyard outside the base. A violent shockwave, mingled with searing heat, swept down like a tsunami, violently churning the shadow mist that lingered outside the entrance corridor, thinning it considerably. A formidable figure, akin to a blazing meteor, crashed heavily into the ground near the entrance of the base. The hard earth was gouged out, forming a charred, deep pit, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. As the flames subsided, the true form of the figure was revealed. It was a towering giant, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in dark red armor intricately etched with fiery patterns, resembling a moving furnace. His rugged visage, adorned with a gnarled beard, bore a pair of eyes that blazed with fierce anger, reminiscent of bronze bells. Most striking were the enormous wings behind him, entirely composed of crimson flames. Each flap of these wings sent forth scorching gusts and sparks. Beneath him, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, slowly rotated, exuding a suffocating pressure of soul power. Particularly notable was the 4th purple soul ring, radiant and pulsating like a beating heart of flame. This was Qi Liao, the formidable soul master responsible for the city defense under the Lord of Nodding City, with the martial spirit of the Flame Lion. As Qi Liao landed, his searing gaze swept the surroundings like a searchlight. Yet, all that met his eyes was a swirling, viscous shadowy mist, thick as ink. His vision was utterly obscured. Delving into the mist with his soul power felt like a stone sinking into the ocean, only faintly sensing a cold silence and chaotic interference. Conjuring phantoms, Qi Liao bellowed. his roar akin to that of a lion, reverberating through the haze and causing the mist to churn violently. His fury intensified, clearly agitated by the bizarre fog. He stepped forward, and the yellow light of his second soul ring blazed forth. Second soul skill. Flame Lion Roar. With a thunderous roar, a colossal spectral lion's head, composed purely of flames, erupted from his mouth, propelled by his fierce shout. The fiery lion surged into the roiling shadowy mist, carrying an overwhelming heat capable of incinerating all in its path. Boom! The flaming lion detonated deep within the mist. The violent burst of fiery energy ravaged the area, instantly evaporating a swath of shadowy fog, revealing the scorched earth and several shattered tombstones behind it. Yet, as the flames dissipated, the dispersed mist, as if animated, rapidly replenished itself from the surroundings, engulfing the area once more. Qi Liao's powerful strike had merely torn a fleeting, negligible gap in the thick wall of fog. Humph! A mere parlor trick. Qi Liao's gaze sharpened, and the purple light of his third soul ring flared to life. More ferocious flames began to coalesce. He was determined to shatter this accursed mist. Within the entrance passage of the base, Xiao Wu, struggling against a near-fainting weakness, leaned against the cold stone wall, anxiously observing Qi Liao's movements through the shared vision of the remaining Night Bat ninjas. Her heart raced as she sensed him preparing to unleash an even more potent soul skill. At that moment, a faint and pained groan, utterly out of place, echoed from a corner of the base. Xiao Wu turned sharply. In the corner lay the treasurer, Xiao Shan, who had been captured by the Night Bat ninjas and lay there like a rag doll, seemingly having awakened at some point. His plump face was smeared with blood and terror, and his murky eyes wandered vacantly over the horrific sights within the base, the monstrous shadow eaters, Lin Chun lying unconscious, the encircling ninjas, and the fainted Xiao Wu. When his gaze fell upon Xiao Wu's pale, yet familiar face, it was as if he had clutched the last lifeline. Help, please, Miss Xiao Wu, save me. Xiao Shan, resembling a dying worm, struggled towards her, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse with despair. I was wrong. I am not a traitor. It was that masked monster who forced me. Save me. I don't want to die. His cries echoed painfully in the silent base, distinctly reaching the entrance passage, faintly penetrating the mist outside. A flicker of anger flashed across Xiao Wu's pale face. This fool. His shouts will reveal the base's location. Indeed. Outside the entrance, Qi Liao, poised to unleash his third spirit ability, suddenly halted, his keen ears, ablaze with flames, caught the faint yet clear cries emanating from the depths of the mist. Xiao Shan. A terrifying glint shot from Qi Liao's eyes as he instantly pinpointed the direction of the sound, right in the heart of the densest swirling fog. Found you. Qi Liao let out a sinister laugh, his third spirit ring glowing fiercely with purple light. The raging fiery spirit power ceased its aimless assault and coalesced upon his blazing fist. With a powerful flap of his fiery wings, he surged forward like a cannonball of flames, propelled by a terrifying momentum, crashing towards the source of the sound deep within the mist. Break for me. The cold air seemed to ignite. Qi Liao, resembling a meteoric flame, tore through the swirling shadowy fog, hurtling towards the approximate location of the base entrance with overwhelming ferocity. The purple glow of his fist, charged with the essence of the sun, prepared to unleash the full force of his third spirit ability, the lava explosive fist. This strike was capable of collapsing mountains and vaporizing steel. Inside the entrance passage, Xiao Wu, exhausted, leaned against the stone wall. Her pure eyes filled with despair as she beheld the rapidly enlarging fiery meteor in their shared vision. The shadowy mist she had summoned with her last ounce of strength crumbled like paper under the onslaught of this powerful soul master. The location of the base was utterly exposed. The scorching breath of death was already upon her face. It was over. A thought slithered around Xiao Wu's heart like a cold snake. Just as the entrance was about to be reduced to ashes, an anomaly occurred. A chilling, viscous torrent of intent, imbued with endless resentment and a desire for destruction, erupted violently from the three prostrate shadow eaters. As if a slumbering venomous dragon had been forcefully awakened. This intent was not directed at Qi Liao, but rather stemmed from the soul's essence they had recently devoured. Still undigested, along with the curses of resentment from their impending demise. The eruption of this vengeful intent was akin to pouring icy water into boiling oil. In an instant, the already unstable and violently suppressed energy within the shadow-eating beasts erupted explosively. The dark red blood stains that had faded on their colossal bodies ignited like a lit fuse, bursting forth with a blinding, dark crimson radiance. The viscous, blood-like dark red energy surged and roiled across their surfaces like boiling magma. A silent, anguished scream of souls erupted from the three shadow-eating beasts simultaneously. Their massive forms convulsed violently, twisting in agony. The heavy shadow scales covering their bodies cracked like shattered porcelain. The abyssal maw opened uncontrollably as the thick, dark red energy surged, compressed, and clashed within. A devastating energy storm brewed to its zenith inside them, akin to a colossal bomb with a lit fuse, poised for indiscriminate self-destruction. This sudden, terrifying internal energy upheaval struck with the force of an invisible hammer upon Lin Chen's already faltering mental link. The icy Terra mask upon his face suddenly blazed with heat. The dark red patterns glowed like a searing iron. At the center of his brow, the indistinct outline of a humanoid face re-emerged, with a chilling anger flickering in its scarlet eyes. In a moment of unconsciousness, Lin Chen let out a piercing, inhuman wail. His body arched as if torn by an invisible titan's might. Beneath the mask covering his face, dark red blood seeped from all 7 orifices. The several solidified emerald-green poison patterns on his left arm transformed instantly from green to a sinister dark purple, as if injected with boiling venom, and like a living serpent. They surged upward. They swiftly crawled over his shoulder, piercing toward his neck. The veins beneath his skin bulged ominously, revealing a grotesque purplish-black hue. Deep within the mask, the ancient and greedy will seemed thoroughly incensed by this fierce backlash and internal rebellion. A colder, more tyrannical torrent of will surged forth, bearing an undeniable authority, forcefully flooding into the 3 shadow-eating beasts on the verge of self-destruction. Suppress. Tools, how dare you rebel? Waste, serve a purpose. The chilling intent acted like invisible shackles, instantly locking onto the largest and most violently agitated shadow-eating beast. Its massive, contorted body froze abruptly. The boiling dark red energy on its surface was gripped tightly by an unseen hand, compressing it. The devastating energy shockwave from its abyssal maw was forcibly redirected, no longer an unordered self-detonation, but instead compressed into an extremely refined dark red energy sphere, exuding an aura of destruction. Then, under the absolute control of Terra's will, the chosen shadow-eating beast's towering form was yanked from its prone position as if seized by an invisible giant hand. It was hurled like a massive flesh projectile, imbued with destructive energy, towards the entrance of the base, emitting a silent, yet piercing wail of vengeance. The target was none other than the flaming meteor, Chilean, about to break through the mist and strike the entrance. Boom. At the base's entrance, time seemed to freeze for a moment. The blazing figure of the Crimson Blaze, engulfed in flames, collided with the Shadow Devourer, a monstrous entity hurled like a projectile, wrapped in a devastating energy of dark crimson, compressed to its utmost limit. Within the swirling shadows, they met like 2 cataclysmic comets emerging from disparate hells, crashing together with a resounding silence. Or rather, the sound was annihilated at the core of their extreme energy collision, leaving only light, blinding, searing light, akin to the terrifying brilliance of a supernova, instantaneously consuming everything in its path. The crimson flames of destruction and the viscous, tainted dark red energy erupted at the point of impact like 2 frenzied dragons, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that birthed an expanding sphere of annihilation exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Within this sphere lay a chaos that obliterated all. Flames were devoured and neutralized by the dark red energy, while the latter was torn apart by the searing heat. The turbulent energy currents sliced through the fabric of space like countless razor-sharp blades, mercilessly cleaving all matter. At last, with a thunderous roar, the sphere of destruction reached its limit and erupted with a cataclysmic sound, as if the heavens themselves were being rent asunder. An indescribably violent shockwave surged forth, sweeping outwards in a circular tsunami of annihilation. The heavily fortified entrance, constructed from massive stones, crumbled like a sandcastle struck by a giant hammer, disintegrating into chaos. Countless boulders were hurled into the air like cannonballs, while the entire graveyard trembled violently. Numerous tombstones were snapped in half, and ancient bones were launched high into the air. The dark shadowy mist that enveloped the area was instantaneously torn apart and vaporized, revealing a desolate ground scorched and ravaged as if struck by a meteor. The Crimson Blaze, at the forefront of the chaos, emitted an incredulous grunt as if struck by an invisible hammer. His imposing frame, reminiscent of a furnace, was battered, with his fiery armor cracking like spiderwebs as the dark red energy surged through the fissures, voraciously eroding his protective soul force. The immense force propelled him backward like a shattered kite, sending him tumbling hundreds of meters into a heap of toppled tombstones, enveloped in a cloud of dust. His flames dimmed instantly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, revealing the severity of his internal injuries. Meanwhile, the Shadow Devourer, which had been transformed into a projectile, was utterly obliterated at the epicenter of the collision, vaporized without leaving a trace. The essence of its soul and the destructive energy it contained became a one-time weapon wielded by the will of Terra to thwart formidable foes and even severely injure adversaries. Inside the base, although the terrifying shockwave was largely mitigated by the fallen stones at the entrance, the residual force swept in like a battering ram. The dozen or so shadow ninjas stationed at the entrance were flung away like leaves in a tempest, colliding violently against the cold stone walls. Several ninjas bore the brunt of the impact, their bodies disintegrating like shattered porcelain, dissolving into dark light. Amidst this chaos, the already exhausted and unconscious Xiao Wu was swept up by the violent tremors and energy aftershocks. Her petite form was tossed like a rag doll, crashing against the stone wall before slumping to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, and the brilliance of the moonshadow night mark on the back of her hand had dimmed to its lowest ebb. Lin Shen lay on the ground, his body convulsing violently. Beneath the Terra mask, dark crimson blood gushed forth from all 7 orifices. The sinister dark purple poison patterns on his left arm had spread halfway up his neck, resembling a grotesque web. Moments ago, Terra's will had forcefully extracted the Shadow Devourer for a counterattack, inflicting an even greater burden upon his already severely wounded soul. The backlash gnawed at his very essence like a maggot, relentlessly eroding the foundation of his life. His breath was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. In the heart of the base, the other 2 Shadow Devourers, having witnessed their companion obliterated like a projectile, seemed utterly intimidated by Terra's cold and formidable will. Their massive, twisted bodies trembled violently, the boiling dark red energy on their surfaces rapidly dimming and receding as if doused with icy water. The abyssal gate remained tightly shut, their prostrate forms more abject than the most fearful of slaves. Silence descended once more upon the ravaged base, broken only by the sound of falling debris and the faint groans of the injured. At that moment, a weak and anguished moan emerged from the corner, from the nearly forgotten figure of Xiao Shan, who resembled a lump of mud. His corpulent body had been tossed about by the shockwave, now bloodied and with one leg twisted at a grotesque angle. The excruciating pain and overwhelming terror temporarily freed him from his paralysis. His murky eyes scanned the unconscious Lin Shun and Xiao Wu, then fell upon the 2 creeping horrors, finally locking onto the gap in the collapsed entrance of the base. Beyond it lay the faint light of dawn and the swirling dust kicked up by distant devastation. Hope for life. Lord Qilian, save me. I am here. I am Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan unleashed the last vestiges of his survival instinct, exerting every ounce of strength to emit a wailing cry akin to that of a night owl. His plump body squirmed like a writhing maggot, disregarding the agonizing pain of his broken leg as he frantically crawled toward the gap in the shattered entrance, his face contorted with twisted ecstasy and hope. His desperate scream, in that deathly still base, resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, jarringly piercing the silence. It clearly penetrated the crevice of the collapsed stones, reaching the scorched earth beyond, emptied by the explosion. In the distance, the ruins of the fallen gravestones erupted, covered in blood, armor shattered. Yet with a presence that burned like a furnace, Qilian suddenly rose. His eyes, aflame with wrath, instantly pinpointed the source of the sound, the gap of the collapsed base entrance. He had heard it, Xiao Shan's cries for help. That damned traitor was indeed inside. And those sinister dark creatures. I have found you, rodent. Qilian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a murderous intent boiling in his gaze. His tattered fiery wings behind him flared mightily, although their radiance had waned. They still possessed the terrifying speed of a soul sect expert, charging like a flaming lion towards the gap of the base entrance. The remaining flames of soul power in his hand coalesced once more. This time, he intended to utterly crush this nest. Chapter 50, The Blood Sacrifice and the Awakening Fangs. Lord Qilian, save me. The anguished cries of Xiao Shan pierced the crevices of the crumbling stones, reverberating across the scorched earth beneath the faint light of dawn. Akin to the most jarring mockery, in the distance, the ruins of tombstones erupted with a thunderous roar. The blood-soaked figure, ablaze with vengeful fury, charged toward the entrance of the base, driven by an all-consuming wrath. Each flap of its tattered fiery wings stirred scorching waves of heat and sparks, achieving an astonishing velocity. The remnants of flame energy in its grasp coalesced wildly into a long spear of inferno, tongues of fire licking the air, aimed directly at the shattered entrance. The murderous intent was as palpable as molten lava, distorting the very atmosphere around it. Traitor! Monster! Show yourself! The roar of the conflagration echoed like rolling thunder, causing debris to tumble down. Inside the base, Xiao Shan's corpulent body resembled a dying maggot, dragging its grotesquely twisted leg. unleashing the last vestiges of its survival instinct as it frantically crawled toward the faint light streaming through the gap. Tears streamed down his face, mingled with blood and grime. His eyes were filled solely with an overwhelming desire to live and an ultimate fear of the darkness behind him. The booming roar from outside, reminiscent of a deity's descent, was his only salvation. "Master, I am here. Please save me. There are monsters inside. Cannibalistic monsters," he cried out hoarsely, his fat fingers just brushing against a sliver of cold morning light. Yet, at the moment his fingertips were about to breach the gap, a chilling, viscous terror, akin to the awakening of countless famished venomous insects, surged like an invisible ice tide, sweeping through the entire base. This malevolent essence did not emanate from the unconscious Lin Chun or Xiao Wu, but from the two shadow-devouring monsters, recently subdued by the will of Terra. Xiaoshan's mournful wail, the vibrant scent of his flesh, and the ultimate fear and desperation that erupted as he faced death served as the most exquisite bait, igniting the temporarily suppressed greed and ferocity within these creatures, rooted in the essence of Terra's mask. The dim crimson streaks across their massive forms flared back to life as if doused in boiling oil. The viscous dark red energy, akin to boiling magma, surged and roiled beneath the cracked shadowy scales. Roar! The two shadow-devouring monsters simultaneously raised their grotesque, blood-stained heads. The abyssal maw gaped wide, viscous saliva cascading like a waterfall. The scarlet gaze, if those murky depths possessed eyes, locked onto the portly figure emanating the alluring scent of flesh and overwhelming fear at the entrance. Xiaoshan. Greed. Pure, destructive greed. The cold suppression of Terra's will and the terror of seeing a companion obliterated as cannon fodder were instantaneously drowned by the proximity of this blood meal. Their massive, twisted bodies tensed suddenly. The stout tendrils covered in dark red scales shot forth like venomous pythons scenting blood, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle, lunging ferociously toward the soon-to-be extricated Xiaoshan. No. The ecstasy of having survived the calamity on Xiaoshan's face was swiftly replaced by unfathomable terror. He turned around, only to behold several terrifying tentacles cloaked in dark crimson scales, their serrated teeth glistening ominously, descending upon him like the nooses of hell, shrouding the sky. The chilling breath of death sent his soul spiraling into despair. With a swift, electrifying motion, the tentacles ensnared Xiaoshan's corpulent waist, arms, and his twisted, severed leg. The icy, tooth-laden scales sunk deeply into his flesh, overwhelming him with waves of excruciating pain. Let me go? Lord Qiliao, help me. Xiaoshan's heart-wrenching cries pierced the air. He thrashed desperately, his portly body writhing violently as if hooked like a fish, striving to grasp the edges of the crevice. His fingertips clawed at the frigid stone, leaving trails of crimson. Yet it was all in vain. The dreadful force of the tentacles tightened suddenly. Crack, crack, crack. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed relentlessly. Xiaoshan's rotund form, ensnared like a fragile puppet by a colossal python, was instantly contorted. Ribs, arm bones, and leg bones snapped like brittle twigs under the terrifying pressure. Blood, mixed with fragments of his innards, spewed from his mouth, and his eyes bulged from the sheer agony and terror. Then, the abyssal maw, lined with spiraling teeth, lunged forward. Viscous saliva dripped onto Xiaoshan's contorted, deformed visage. With a ripping sound, akin to torn cloth, the abyssal maw snapped shut. Xiaoshan's upper body, along with his final, desperate scream, was instantly consumed and crushed by the horrific spiraling teeth, transforming into a thick, pulpy mass of blood and flesh, vanishing into the unfathomable darkness. Only the lower half of his body, bloodied and twitching, remained, ensnared by the tentacles, dragged toward the monstrous form of the devourer. Warm blood erupted from the severed remnants like a fountain, splattering across the cold ground of the base, creating a glaring expanse of vivid crimson. Blood feast, the living flesh and blood of a soul master. Infused with the essence of fear, a silent roar of satisfaction and frenzy erupted simultaneously from the two devourers. They devoured Xiaoshan's flesh and soul as if pouring scalding oil into a dying fire. Their massive, twisted forms quaked violently. The fractured shadow scales on their surfaces, nourished by the dark red bloodlight, healed at a visible pace, becoming thicker and darker. The murky red energy, flowing like tainted blood between the scales, surged with newfound vitality. Roaring fiercely, the spiraled teeth at the edge of the abyssal maw, stained with fresh flesh and blood, turned even more pallid and sharp. A pressure far more terrifying and concentrated, imbued with the rich stench of blood and annihilation, erupted from within them like an awakened ancient beast. Advancement. After consuming the flesh and soul of Xiaoshan, a master-level soul master, these two devourers, under the threats of death and the oppression of Terra's will, forcibly broke through, stepping into a higher echelon of power. Although their size remained unchanged, the ferocity and concentrated, blood-soaked aura emanating from them had multiplied in strength several times over. Outside the entrance of the base, Xiaoshan, the figure of Qilian, engulfed in flames, surged towards the collapsed entrance. He distinctly heard the chilling sounds of bones shattering, flesh tearing, and the abrupt, despairing cries of Xiaoshan. What drove him to the brink of madness was witnessing, through the crevice of the ruins, the horrifying sight of that monstrous entity devouring half of Xiaoshan's body. The splattering blood resembled splashed paint, piercing his eyes with its vividness. Rage, an overwhelming fury ignited Qilian's very soul. Regardless of Xiaoshan's frailty, he was still the financial officer of Nodding City. Before his very eyes, he was subjected to such brutal slaughter and consumption by a beast. This was the utmost humiliation for a sole master of his caliber. It was a desecration of Nodding City's dignity. Beast, die! Qilian's thunderous roar shattered the heavens. The fiery spear he had long since condensed to its utmost intensity, imbued with the terrifying might to incinerate all, was hurled with ferocity towards the gaping fissure of the collapsed entrance. Boom! The fiery spear erupted within the narrow passageway. The violent surge of flame energy surged forth like a torrent of molten lava, instantly filling the entire corridor. The searing heat scorched the rock walls of the passage, turning them red and melting them. The few remaining shadow ninjas within the corridor were consumed like mere paper dolls cast into a raging inferno, their screams stifled, reduced to ashes in an instant. The torrent of flames, embodying the essence of annihilation, surged towards the depths of the base, targeting the two recently ascended shadow devourers. Deep within the base, Lin Chun, in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly convulsed violently. At the moment Xiaoshan was torn apart by the shadow devourers, a massive, chaotic surge of negative spiritual energy, replete with profound pain, fear, resentment, and unwillingness, flooded back into him through the psychic link with the monstrous entities. This tumultuous stream of soul fragments, infused with the dying negative emotions of a grand soul master, struck Lin Chen's already fragile spirit like the most potent poison. Beneath the Terra mask, the dark red blood seeping from his orifices surged forth with renewed vigor. The eerie dark purple poison markings on his left arm seemed to be injected with new fuel, the purple-black veins resembling serpents come to life, wildly spreading towards his heart. The veins beneath his skin bulged ominously, darkened, resembling a grotesque web. The chilling breath of death had already brushed against Lin Chen's face. Yet, at that moment when his soul was on the verge of being utterly torn apart, polluted, and dragged into the abyss, the cold Terra mask on his face erupted with an unprecedented, pulsating dark red radiance akin to a heartbeat. The silhouette of a vaguely humanoid face at the mask's forehead became startlingly clear. A pair of eyes, forged from pure molten shadows, glimmered with a deep crimson light, reminiscent of a demonic eye opening from the abyss, cold, indifferent, and exuding an absolute greed that looked down upon mere ants. Lowly sustenance, yet sufficient to satiate hunger. An ancient, hoarse whisper, as if composed of countless wails of the departed, resonated within the depths of Lin Chen's soul, echoing like a sinister melody from the depths of the underworld. As the whisper echoed, the torrent of vengeful and fearful soul fragments surged in, akin to a river encountering a black hole, instantly devoured and absorbed by the crimson demonic eyes of the mask. All the suffering, fear, and resentment that Xiaoshan experienced in his final moments transformed into the purest form of negative spiritual energy, forcibly seized by that ancient will. With the influx of this immense negative energy, the dark red patterns on the surface of the mask began to swirl and writhe as if animated by life itself. A chilling, concentrated flow of will, imbued with an absolute sense of control, surged forth like an invisible giant hand, penetrating deeply into the two newly ascended shadow-devouring creatures that were facing the torrent of flames. Tools, how could they be damaged? Counterattack. Devour. The frigid thought acted as the highest command. The massive, distorted bodies of the two shadow-devouring monsters jolted violently. The fiercer aura they possessed post-ascension was forcibly subdued by this will. The chaotic energy within their abyssal mouths, once wild due to their ascension, was instantaneously compressed and condensed. The heavy shadow scales on their surfaces opened as if breathing, countless tiny whirlpools swirling madly between the scale gaps, emanating a powerful suction. Faced with the roaring torrent of flames capable of incinerating steel, the two shadow-devouring beasts did not retreat. Instead, they lunged forward like enraged beasts, their massive bodies tilting forward. The abyssal mouths aimed toward the direction of the fiery torrent, opening with a thunderous crash, like two great gates to hell. A silent roar erupted at the soul level. Two waves of shadow, thick as ink and exuding an extreme chill and devouring intent, surged forth like the floodwaters of the underworld, colliding fiercely with the all-consuming flames. The extreme heat met the utmost cold, the incinerating fire and the engulfing darkness. Two streams of energy, utterly opposed yet equally ferocious, collided with a thunderous roar within the narrow confines of the base's corridor. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only the chilling sounds of annihilation and consumption freezing the very soul. The flames were violently neutralized and devoured by the shadow waves, while the shadow energy was scorched and evaporated by the intense heat. Dazzling light and swirling black mist engaged in a frenzied struggle at the point of impact, tearing at one another. The entire base corridor felt as though it had been cast into a hellish furnace, with rocks melting and dripping under the heat, only to instantly solidify and crack in the cold. The corridor shook violently, seemingly on the brink of total collapse. At the core of the energy annihilation, the very fabric of space appeared to distort, forming a fleeting yet perilous chaotic vortex. And within the eye of this tempest of annihilation and consumption, Lin Chun, who had remained unconscious, suddenly jolted violently. Beneath the Terra mask that covered his face, his tightly shut eyes flew open. Within the depths of his gaze, there was no longer the clarity of humanity, but rather 2 points of cold and violent crimson flames, as if they had emerged from the abyss. Chapter 51. The Fiery Heart and the Bond of Moonshadow. Crimson. All that Lin Chun could perceive was an expanse of burning, icy crimson. His consciousness felt like fragments sinking in an endless sea of blood, being repeatedly torn and crushed by the violent negative emotions and the chilling controlling will. Beneath the mask of Terra, those wide-open eyes burned with 2 points of infernal flame, frigid and ferocious, devoid of any warmth that belonged to Lin Chun. The sinister dark purple poison markings had already spread halfway across the neck, resembling a grotesque living web. The veins beneath the skin protruded, darkened, and with each faint heartbeat, a searing pain of venom penetrated deep into the marrow. The dark red blood seeping from the 7 orifices had long since congealed, forming unsightly scabs at the edges of the mask and on the chin. It slowly rose from the cold ground, its movements stiff and mechanical, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. The eyes, ablaze with demonic fire, coldly surveyed the devastated base. Within the collapsed entrance passage, a chaotic storm of annihilation and devouring raged on. Crimson torrents of flames clashed violently with viscous waves of shadow, repeatedly scorching, freezing, and tearing apart the rocky walls of the passage. The searing heat and biting cold alternated, creating a realm of certain death. A few remaining shadow ninjas, like flickering candle flames in a tempest, desperately evaded the turbulent energy, their crimson eyes flickering erratically. Deep within the passage, the 2 evolved shadow devourers loomed like dual fortresses built from flowing darkness and congealed tainted blood, their immense, distorted bodies firmly anchored to the ground. Their abyssal maws gaped wide, continuously spewing forth viscous, frigid waves of shadow, staunchly resisting the blazing inferno. The heavy shadow scales opened and closed in a frenzy, with countless tiny whirlpools swirling in the gaps between the scales, greedily consuming the dissipating heat energy and residual soul power. After their evolution, their efficiency in energy consumption and conversion, as well as their obedience to Terra's will, had reached new heights. In the heart of the base, Xiao Wu curled up in a frigid corner, her petite form trembling slightly. Her pink garments were stained with large splotches of blood, and a stark trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. Her pure visage was as pale as parchment, her long lashes tightly closed, her breath weak as a flickering candle in the wind. Only the Moonshadow Knight's mark on the back of her hand emitted a faint, firefly-like glow, valiantly resisting the pervasive chill and silence of the base, as if guarding the last flicker of her life force. Lin Chun, or rather the will of Terra, with eyes ablaze with demonic fire, coldly swept past Xiao Wu's near-lifeless form, offering not a moment's pause, as if brushing aside an inconsequential speck of dust. His gaze ultimately returned to the very heart of the annihilation storm at the entrance of the passage. Tools, still usable. Target, eradicate the intruders. Instructions, shadow devourers, maintain suppression. Ninja group, await opportunity to strike. The frigid, merciless intent flowed like precise command streams through the connection of the mask, instantly transmitting to the consciousness cores of the 2 shadow devourers and the remaining ninjas. With clearer directives, the shadow waves spewed forth from the maws of the 2 shadow devourers suddenly became more concentrated and ferocious. Like 2 colossal, icy dragons of the netherworld, they crashed violently into the already faltering torrents of flames. The viscous dark energy eroded and consumed the fire, suppressing the crimson glow within the passage at a visibly rapid pace, dimming it to obscurity. Simultaneously, several remaining ninjas, akin to the most precise instruments of slaughter, fixed their crimson eyes upon the periphery of the annihilating tempest, targeting the relatively weaker zones of energy. Their figures transformed into blurred streaks of black lightning, slicing through the chaotic currents of energy like phantoms. Ignoring the searing heat and frigid cold capable of rending steel, their shadowy blades traced lethal arcs, striking with the ferocity of a venomous serpent towards the vaguely discernible, imposing silhouette lurking behind the torrent of flames. Outside the passage, a furious roar erupted from Qiao, a cacophony of shock and rage. His body was drenched in blood, his tattered flame-forged armor riddled with cracks, while the fiery wings upon his back had dimmed to the flicker of a candle in the wind. With both hands braced against the onslaught, the tempest of his fiery soul power surged forth like a deluge, desperately infusing the phantom of his blazing spear to sustain the Inferno's assault. Yet the strength of the two monstrous entities far exceeded his expectations. The viscous, frigid shadow energy not only possessed immense power, but also bore a sinister devouring trait, gnawing at his soul power like a parasite. What struck him with greater dread was the fact that several ghostly black figures disregarded the devastating energy chaos within the passage, closing in upon him like a malignant growth. The icy blades, carrying the chill of death, pierced towards the vulnerable joints and seams of his protective soul power. Surrounded on all sides, a rare flicker of panic flashed in Qiao's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the yellow radiance of his second soul ring once more. Second soul skill, Lion of Flames. With a thunderous roar, a phantom lion composed of flames enveloped his form. The searing fire expanded outward like a shield, attempting to repel the encroaching ninjas. However, a faint, murky green aura swiftly enveloped the shadow blade in the hands of the ninja, Toxic Fawn. The blade precisely pierced the weak point of the fiery shield. A hissing sound resonated. The venomous properties of the phosphorescent serpent's poison, mingled with the corrosive power of shadows, eroded the fiery energy like a potent acid. The lion's shield quaked violently, its radiance dimming rapidly. With a sickening sound, two poisoned shadow blades, akin to the fangs of a serpent, breached the defenses of the fiery shield. One plunged ruthlessly into the gap of Qiao's right shoulder blade, while the other narrowly grazed his neck, leaving a trail of blood and charred flesh in its wake. Qiao emitted a muffled groan of agony. A piercing pain and numbness radiated from his shoulder. Even more terrifying was the chilling sensation of the toxin spreading feverishly from the wound. The injury at his neck burned with excruciating intensity, faced with the relentless shadow assaults from the two monstrous entities in front, and the lethal ambush of the poisoned ninjas behind. His internal soul power rapidly dwindled under the strain and corrosive effects of the toxin. This soul master, Qiao, finally sensed an unprecedented crisis, the looming specter of death. Damn it! Bloodshot eyes ablaze with defiance, Qiao unleashed a roar of discontent. He understood that if the stalemate continued, he would surely perish in this accursed place. With a sudden surge of determination, he channeled the majority of his remaining soul power into the blazing spear. Boom! The fiery spear phantom erupted with one final blinding radiance, akin to a momentary resurrection of light. The furious flames temporarily repelled the shadowy onslaught of the shadow devourers and the ninja's assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the tattered flame wings on Qiao's back exerted their last ounce of strength, and with a powerful thrust, he launched himself forward. Like a fireball catapulted by immense force, he was forcefully propelled from the edge of the obliterating storm, escaping the death zone at the entrance of the passage. He tumbled awkwardly across the scorched earth for several meters before barely stabilizing himself, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and a wound on his right shoulder gushing crimson, with dark green toxins rapidly spreading around the injury. Raising his head, his eyes ablaze with fury and trepidation, he fixated on the crumbling entrance of the base, still swirling with chaotic energy. Within lurked two terrifying monsters and the masked creature orchestrating it all. He vowed to remember this day of vengeance. Retreat. Qiao spat through clenched teeth, no longer hesitating. Despite his injuries, he staggered towards the direction of Nodding City. Though his speed had diminished, the pace of the Soul Clan still surpassed that of an ordinary man. He needed to return, to rally more allies, to mobilize the city's defenses. This wicked nest must be utterly crushed. Inside the base, as Qiao retreated, the obliterating storm at the passage entrance gradually calmed. What remained was a chaotic fusion of searing heat and icy cold, alongside the bizarre, glass-like crystals formed from melted and solidified rock. Lin Chun, Terra's will, observed indifferently as Qiao fled into the distance, his eyes of burning magic flames betraying no emotion. The directive to eliminate the invaders had been temporarily fulfilled. He slowly turned his rigid, mechanical head. His eyes like cold searchlights sweeping towards the depths of the base where the two newly evolved, menacing shadow devourers resided. Tools require maintenance, energy replenishment. A frigid thought flowed through him. The massive bodies of the two shadow devourers quivered slightly, their abyssal maws gradually closing, lying low as if awaiting sustenance. Their evolution had expended tremendous energy, necessitating more nourishment to stabilize their newfound power. Lin Chen's gaze ultimately settled in the corner, on the curled form of Xiao Wu, whose faint breath and the weak glow emanating from the mark on her hand captured his attention. That pure life force, albeit feeble, shone like a firefly in the darkness of this base, tainted by shadows and death, strikingly bright. Non-contractual, aberrant, eliminate or transform. The cold, emotionless analysis coursed through the core of his will. Eradicating aberrations was one of the most fundamental rules of the Terra Mask. The very existence of this girl disrupted the purity of shadows, especially with the pure source of life within her and the mark deeply bound to the power of shadows. The directive for slaughter hung like an icy guillotine, poised to descend. However, just as this command was about to materialize, a hum resonated. The faint moonlight night mark on Xiao Wu's hand, dim yet flickering like a firefly, seemed to sense the chilling intent to kill and erupted with a final surge of desperate brilliance. This light, though weak, emanated an immensely strong bond and protective instinct sourced from the depths of her very soul. Like an invisible thread, it fiercely pierced the depths of Lin Chen's soul, which was ensnared by the flames of magic and the grip of coldness, dominated by the will of Terra. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's body, forcibly occupied by Terra's intent, shuddered violently. The dark purple toxic patterns, which spread from his left arm to his neck, erupted with blinding shades of purple and black, akin to ice plunged into molten lava. A terrifying backlash, born from the venomous soul ring, intertwined with the resentment of the soul's sovereign and the primal poison of the azure phosphor serpent, detonated with explosive ferocity along the eroded channels that Terra's will had suppressed but never truly extinguished. A shriek, not quite human, filled with excruciating agony, erupted from Lin Chen's throat. This cry, no longer cold and mechanical, bore the essence of Lin Chen himself, a manifestation of his soul's torment pushed to its utmost limits. Beneath the mask of Terra, the fiery eyes, once devoid of emotion, now reflected a violent tumult for the first time, as if a tranquil icy lake had been struck by a red-hot iron. The fragments of Lin Chen's consciousness, forcibly suppressed, struggled and roared like a caged beast under the dual stimuli of the bond calling from the mark of Xiao Wu and the ultimate pain of the venomous backlash. Deep within the soul, the chilling grip of control clashed violently with searing agony, as a faint glimmer of the bond flickered like three ferocious dragons. Engaged in a brutal contest, Lin Chen's body convulsed violently, as though being torn by an unseen force. The mask of Terra trembled violently, its dark red patterns flashing erratically, flickering in and out. The vague outline of a humanoid face at the center of the forehead twisted and distorted. The scarlet eyes filled with a cold fury and a hint of astonishment at the resistance of mere ants. Within the base, two creeping shadow devourers seemed to sense the intense conflict and pain at their master's soul level, their massive and twisted bodies writhing uneasily, emitting deep, confused hisses. In the corner, the unconscious Xiao Wu seemed to perceive something as well. Her tightly shut eyelashes quivered slightly, and the moon shadow mark on the back of her hand flickered with an urgent glow. The flames of magic scorched the heart, and the moon shadow bond intertwined. As the frigid control clashed with the fiery self within this body on the brink of collapse, leading to a decisive struggle. Chapter 52. The Amethyst Poison Armor and the Burning Mark. The anguished roar echoed throughout the icy base, resembling the final lament of a dying beast. Lin Chen's body convulsed violently, as if being torn apart by an unseen force. The mask of Terra trembled in a frenzy, its dark red patterns flickering like molten veins, flashing intermittently. With each flicker, the eerie dark purple toxic patterns on his left arm erupted with blinding purple-black radiance. Deep within the soul lay a brutal battlefield. The cold will of Terra coiled like a venomous dragon from the abyss, driven by an insatiable desire for control and the instinct for annihilation, savagely gnawing at the feeble consciousness that dared to resist. The poisonous backlash, akin to maggots burrowing into the bone, seared every inch of the soul. The subtle yet profoundly resilient bond conveyed by the shadow moon's mark calls out like a flickering candle in the darkness. Though faint, it staunchly resists the all-consuming void, preventing Lin Chen's true self from plunging into utter despair. Pain, a soul-rending agony, the ultimate clash of ice and fire, control and rebellion, poison and bond. Just as the struggle for his soul teetered on the brink of collapse, and Lin Chen's true self was on the verge of being utterly shattered, a resonant hum erupted. At the center of the Terra mask, the blurred contours of a humanoid visage suddenly burst forth in an unprecedented, blinding crimson. Those eyes, formed of molten shadows, widened to their fullest extent, a torrent of an even more ancient and savage will, imbued with an undeniable and absolute authority, descended upon this chaotic battlefield of souls like a hammer of divine judgment from the heavens, striking with fervor. Noise. The vessel shall not be harmed. Poison. Suppress. Otherness. Temporarily halt. The chilling intent resonated like an ultimate decree, exuding an extreme impatience and a cold, pragmatic utilitarianism towards any impurities that might interfere with its tools. With this higher will intervening, the Terra will, which had been ferociously gnawing at Lin Chen's true self, was suddenly bound by invisible shackles, howling in reluctant defiance as it was compelled to retreat, slinking back into the depths of the mask. Simultaneously, the explosive purple radiance of the poisonous backlash in his left arm froze, as if encased in an unseen frost, abruptly halting its violent corrosion. Yet this freezing did not equate to eradication. The eerie dark purple venomous patterns that had spread to his neck writhed violently, as if animated liquid metal, contracting, coalescing. They transformed from a chaotic web into a relentless compression, solidification, and reshaping along the contours of Lin Chen's left arm's bones and muscles. With a series of unsettling hisses, Lin Chen's entire left arm became enveloped in a layer of exceedingly bizarre, dark purple crystalline armor, exuding a cold metallic sheen. This armor resembled the exoskeleton of some insect. Sharp-edged, with a surface glistening with viscous purple-black venom. A terrifying aura, infused with toxicity, chill, and fortitude, emanated from it. His left arm had entirely shed its fleshy softness, morphing into a grotesque appendage covered in crystalline poison armor. Crystalline poison armor, solidified. Attributes: physical defense, medium-high, poison resistance, high, biphosphor serpent venom enhancement, toxin intensity 50. Shadow energy conductivity, medium, cost, permanent reduction in the vitality of the left arm's flesh, dulled sense of touch, decreased agility. The chilling stream of information imprinted itself deep within his consciousness. This was Terra's brutal solution to the poisonous backlash, forcibly solidifying the venom and erosion into a defensive weapon. The cost was the permanent loss of certain functionalities in Lin Chen's left arm. The storm at the soul level temporarily subsided. The excruciating pain receded swiftly like a retreating tide, leaving only the cold, stiff sensation reminiscent of being shackled, along with the profound weakness and heaviness that lingered in the depths of his soul. The Terra mask ceased its trembling, and the crimson magic flames slowly receded from its eyes, reverting to a cold void. The indistinct outline of the face in the center of his brow gradually faded away. Lin Chen, whose suppressed true self had been forcibly restrained, emerged like a drowning man pulled back from the brink of death, enveloped in profound confusion and weakness. Reclaiming this battered vessel, he gasped violently, each breath entwined with excruciating pain in his soul and numbness in his left arm. The eyes revealed beneath the mask were bloodshot and filled with a disoriented haze of survival. Struggling to turn his stiff neck, his gaze swept across the disarray of the base. The collapsed entrance still emitted wisps of smoke, mingling the searing heat with an icy chill. Two advanced shadow devourers loomed nearby like silent dark mountains, exuding an aura of ferocity and concentration, their thick, shadowy scales interspersed with streams of dark red blood. Their abyssal maws remained tightly shut, seemingly digesting the recent battle and the bloodshed of Shaoshan. Their crimson gaze, if they possessed eyes within that viscous darkness, occasionally flickered towards Lin Chen, imbued with a cold, instinctual submission and a barely perceptible glimmer of greed. In the corner, the curled figure of Xiao Wu caught his eye. Lin Chen's heart seized suddenly. He scrambled forward, disregarding the stiffness and coldness brought on by the poisoned armor on his left arm. Xiao Wu. His hoarse voice betrayed an urgency he had not realized he felt. The girl lay with her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes delicately resting like fragile butterfly wings against her pale cheeks. The bloodstains at the corners of her mouth were strikingly vivid. Her pink garment was soaked with blood, clinging tightly to her frail shoulders. Her breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, and her body temperature was alarmingly low. Only the moonshadow knight emblem on the back of her hand still emitted a faint, flickering glow, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, tenaciously affirming the presence of life. A chilling panic gripped Lin Chen's heart. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, hesitant to touch her with his poisoned left arm, and trembled as he sought the warmth of her breath. A weak, warm exhalation brushed against his fingertips. She was still alive. Lin Chen's taut nerves relaxed slightly, Yet the weight in his heart remained unyielding. He could distinctly sense the pure essence of life within Xiao Wu, akin to a dwindling stream, faint and chaotic. The cost of activating the Moonshadow's descent had proven far more dreadful than she had anticipated. The shadow barrier that protected her had become exceedingly thin and fragile. Immediate medical attention was imperative. Otherwise, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, turning icy. He forced himself to suppress all distractions, plunging his consciousness deep into the Terra mask. This was not the time for panic. Command, energy scan, target, Xiao Wu. Injury analysis, a frigid thought transmitted. A small, agile night bat ninja glided silently from the shadows, hovering above Xiao Wu. Its crimson eyes, akin to precision scanners, emitted a faint, nearly imperceptible stream of shadow energy, gently sweeping across her body. Target, life signs, critically low. Injuries, minor internal ruptures, multiple damaged meridians. Severe depletion of mental strength, shadow barrier on the verge of collapse. Energy demand, pure life energy or high-purity shadow energy, requiring gentle guidance. Urgent. The information flow returns clearly. The situation is far worse than it appears. Xiao Wu's body resembles a porcelain doll riddled with cracks, poised to shatter at any moment. Pure life energy? Lin Chen does not possess it. High-purity shadow energy? He has it. The Terra mask itself is the essence of shadow power. But how to guide it gently? The mask's power is notoriously overbearing and greedy. A moment's carelessness could not only fail to save her, but hasten her demise. As Lin Chen, consumed by urgency, sought a gentle method within the mask's rules, a hum resonated. The faint moonshadow night mark on Xiao Wu's hand seemed to sense Lin Chen's intention and the approaching shadow energy, flickering ever so slightly. A subtle wave of desire and trust brushed against Lin Chen's consciousness like the thinnest filament. This delicate contact was akin to a flash of lightning in the night. Lin Chen instantaneously comprehended. The moonshadow mark. It serves as a bridge connecting him to Xiao Wu, linking shadow and life. Perhaps through this mark, the relatively gentle shadow energy could be transmitted, supporting the crumbling barrier while slowly nurturing her damaged body. There was no time for hesitation. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the chilling numbness from the toxic armor on his left arm and the frailty of his soul. He slowly raised his left hand, encased in purple crystalline armor. Although rigid, this armor contained pure shadow energy, and the power transformed from the phosphorescent serpent venom, which might serve as a conduit for energy. He cautiously placed his left hand, covered in the purple crystalline armor, gently upon the back of Xiao Wu's right hand, which emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The instant the cold crystalline shell touched the girl's cool skin, Lin Chen's heart leapt to his throat. To his astonishment, the anticipated rejection did not occur. Instead, the moonshadow mark on Xiao Wu's hand suddenly blazed to life. Like parched earth meeting refreshing rain, a weak yet distinct pull emanated from the mark. Lin Chen could distinctly feel the pure shadow energy within his left arm's crystalline armor, as well as the relatively gentle phosphorescent serpent venom energy that had been neutralized and transformed, being cautiously and slowly drawn into the mark. As the energy flowed in, Xiao Wu's breath, which had been faint and nearly halted, seemed to stabilize slightly. The mark's ethereal glow also steadied a bit, no longer flickering like a candle in the wind. Though the effect was subtle, it was indeed a sign of improvement. Effective. A surge of immense hope welled within Lin Chen. He maintained this position, acting as the most precise conduit for energy transfer, meticulously controlling the output speed and purity. Wary of any lapse, his entire focus was concentrated on the connection between his left arm and the back of Xiao Wu's hand, feeling the faint yet resilient flame of life struggling to persist under the nourishment of shadow energy. Time flowed slowly in tension and concentration. It was unclear how long had passed. Warning: high energy reaction. Target locked. Location: Nodding City Lord's Manor, City Defense Forces mobilizing. Objective: the Graveyard of the Forsaken. Source: Flame Mark. Estimated time of arrival: 1 hour. A chilling and urgent stream of information surged forth like piercing ice water from the night bat ninja stationed at the perimeter, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just begun to rise within Lin Chen's heart. Through the shared vision, the grand training ground of the Lord of Nodding City was ablaze with light. Hundreds of soldiers clad in standard armor, wielding spears and shields, were rapidly gathering. At the forefront of the formation, several formidable soul masters, at least of the great soul master level, were solemnly delivering commands. Yet, what caused Lin Chen's pupils to constrict was the sight of Qi Liao at the center of the throng, supported by 2 soul masters, his body drenched in blood, his aura waning, yet his eyes ablaze with a seething hatred. He was pointing towards the Graveyard of the Forsaken, emitting a silent roar. A faint yet exceptionally clear crimson flame mark, akin to a parasitic worm, was seared deep into the wound on his neck, inflicted earlier by the ninja's venomous bite. This mark emanated a weak yet persistent wave of soul energy, serving as a beacon in the darkness, distinctly indicating the location of the base. It was Qi Liao. Before his retreat, he had left a tracking flame mark at the site of his injury, using his last ounce of strength. His return was not for healing, but to rally an army to utterly crush this lair. 1 hour. Only 1 hour. The expression beneath Lin Chen's mask darkened instantaneously. He cast a glance at the still frail and energy-depleted Xiao Wu and then surveyed the collapsed entrance of the base and the two shadow-devouring behemoths that required energy stabilization to advance. A tremendous pressure clutched his heart like a frigid iron vice. Retreat? It was utterly impossible to silently relocate with the injured Xiao Wu and the two immobile shadow behemoth masses within an hour. Defend? With the remaining strength of their forces. Facing the elite city defense army and powerful soul masters of Nodding City was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Despair's shadow loomed once more. Yet this time, what ignited in Lin Chen's eyes was no longer fear, but a cold resolve and a hint of madness born from being pushed to the brink. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the three colossal troll phantoms, still crouching like boulders, exuding a heavy, primal aura from the depths of the base. These three phantoms had expended vast energy in the previous battle, and during the energy transfer, their glow now dimmed, their forms slightly blurred. A bold and audacious thought, bordering on madness, struck him like a flash of lightning piercing through the darkness. Directive: formation of the Troll Legion, energy transfer. Target: Shadow Legion. Method: compulsory, devour. Chapter 53, The Troll's Lament and the Burning Choice. Cold despair coiled around Lin Chen's heart like a venomous serpent, tightening its grip. 1 hour. The flame mark of Qi Liao, burning with a deep-seated hatred, hung over him like the sword of Damocles, clearly pointing towards this desolate ruin. The wrath of Nodding City was poised to transform into a torrent of destruction, cascading down upon them. He lowered his head, his left hand, encased in purple crystal poison armor, still firmly pressed against Xiao Wu's back. The girl's breath remained faint, yet the ethereal glow of the moonshadow mark on her wrist, nourished by the persistent energy of darkness, appeared to stabilize slightly, no longer flickering like a candle in the wind on the brink of extinguishment. This fragile spark of life was the only straw he could grasp at this moment. But what was the cost? Lin Chen's gaze reluctantly shifted towards the depths of the base, where three shadowy figures loomed like immovable boulders, their radiance dimmed and their forms indistinct. These were machines. Coalescing vast powers of shadow were his strongest trump cards besides the shadow-devouring legion. Yet, at this moment, they resembled engines drained of fuel. Having expended a significant amount during the previous battle and the maintenance of their embryonic forms, they desperately needed energy replenishment to restore their combat capabilities. On the other side, the two newly evolved shadow devourers, exuding a fierce aura, stood like silent dark mountains with their abyssal mouths sealed. They too required a copious amount of energy to stabilize their recently breached realms and fully assimilate the essence of Shaoshan's flesh and blood. Without sufficient nourishment, their powers could potentially spiral out of control, even regressing. Time, resources, defensive strength. Each of these elements loomed like a vast chasm, separating survival from annihilation. To hold the fort, the battered entrance of the base, two unstable shadow devourers, a handful of remaining ninjas, and his own soul wounded. Stiffened left arm. How could he withstand the assault of hundreds of elite city defense troops and powerful soul masters? Especially Qi Liao. Though injured, the foundation of the soul sect remained intact. Should he return, it would be a storm of thunderous fury. To retreat? How could he carry the gravely wounded Xiao Wu and the two immovable behemoths of shadow devourers? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Once exposed in the wilderness, they would become live targets for the hunt. The cold reality struck like a heavy hammer, shattering all remnants of hope. Lin Chen's eyes, hidden behind his mask, flickered violently. Bloodshot pupils swirling with turmoil, unwillingness, and despair like a tempest. His gaze ultimately fixated fiercely upon those three dim figures of the trolls. A chilling, ruthless thought, infused with a profound madness, slithered into his consciousness like a poisonous vine thriving in darkness. It was the only means to swiftly acquire immense energy that could be directly absorbed by the shadow-devouring legion. Sacrifice the Troll Legion. Use their remaining core energy to nourish the shadow devourers. Forcefully stabilize their realm in exchange for a temporary, yet stronger defensive power. The instant this thought arose, an intense sense of resistance surged from the depths of his soul. Those three troll figures were his carefully cultivated trump cards from the very beginning. They were the colossal hammers of siege birthed from darkness. To sacrifice them was akin to severing an arm. A fierce guilt akin to betrayal of comrades violently tore at his heart. However, Xiao Wu's breath, almost imperceptible, pierced through all his hesitation and weakness like a cold needle. Survive. He must survive. He must carry her forward. Lin Shun abruptly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all struggle and pain were replaced by a chilling, nearly cruel resolve. He slowly raised his right hand, covered in purple crystalline poison armor, no longer touching Xiao Wu but instead pressing it forcefully against the cold surface of his tailor mask. The intent delves deep into the essence of the mask, carrying an undeniable command. Prototype of the Troll Legion, energy extraction. Target, shadow devourers. Method, force consumption, execute immediately. The chilling thought, akin to an invisible shackle, instantaneously penetrated the fabric of space, locking onto the three dim and prostrate troll phantoms with unyielding precision. In the depths of the base, the three immense phantoms suddenly quivered violently, as if a slumbering behemoth had been rudely awakened. Their indistinct outlines, forged from condensed shadow energy, became alarmingly unstable, akin to a sandcastle tossed by a tempest. The rough texture of their rocky forms twisted and fluctuated. A silent roar, filled with agony, defiance, and lamentation, erupted from within the three phantoms like an intangible storm. This roar transcended mere physical sound, directly impacting the very essence of the soul. Lin Shun felt as if his heart were clutched by an unseen hand, a suffocating pain intertwined with overwhelming guilt engulfing him in an instant. This was the mournful wail originating from the core will of the troll prototype. They were not devoid of spirit, they were merely silent instruments, now facing dismemberment at the hands of their master to nourish other tools. Refusal, resistance. The vague sentiment of defiance surged back through the mental link, brimming with primal fear and confusion. You shall not dictate our fate. Lin Shun unleashed a low growl from the depths of his soul, forcefully suppressing the guilt that threatened to rend his heart and lungs. The frigid and ruthless torrent of will within the mask erupted in tandem, like an invisible whip striking mercilessly at the core consciousness of the troll phantoms. Obey. Tools, mission, sacrifice. Under the absolute suppression of Terra's will and Lin Chen's cold command, the wails and resistances of the three troll phantoms extinguished like the flicker of a candle, plunging into silence. Only their colossal forms continued to convulse and twist in despair. Then, a scene that sent shivers down the spine unfolded. At the core of the massive bodies of the three troll phantoms, where their primordial power converged, a blinding dark red light suddenly ignited, as if an unseen force had forcibly opened their hearts. Three streams of extremely refined, viscous shadow energy, exuding an aura of pure savagery, were forcibly extracted, akin to the essence of life being drawn forth. This energy flowed with a weighty, tempestuous force, reminiscent of the might of mountains, the very foundation upon which the Troll Legion existed. In the instant of energy extraction, the three troll phantoms' forms shrank at a visible rate, dimming. Their once indistinct yet solid outlines rapidly became thin and transparent. The rough rocky textures flaked away like weathered stone, dissipating into nothingness. The silent lament transformed into utter silence, their colossal bodies collapsing like punctured balloons, rapidly deflating. Ultimately, they transformed into three wisps of shadowy mist, so thin they were nearly imperceptible, vanishing silently into the frigid air as if they had never existed. As the three streams of forcibly extracted, condensed energy, akin to liquid mountains, surged forth, they resembled three serpentine, dark red behemoths, guided by the will of Terra, slicing through the air with an overwhelming pressure. They forcefully surged into the two shadow-devouring creatures that lay prostrate on the ground, exuding a menacing aura. With hissing and roaring, the grotesque bodies of the shadow-devouring monsters expanded violently, as if forcibly infused with high-pressure gas. The thick, shadowy scales covering their surfaces opened to their limits, while countless minuscule whirlpools spun wildly between the gaps in the scales, unleashing a terrifying suction that greedily consumed the pure, massive energy imbued with a primal essence. The clash of the heavy, tumultuous energy from the troll's essence with the cold, viscous dark energy of the shadow horde erupted with a ferocity akin to a searing iron plunged into icy water. The bodies of the shadow-devouring monsters twisted and morphed like a boiling furnace. Their shadowy scales shattered amidst the conflict, only to rapidly heal under the powerful force of absorption, becoming thicker, darker, and even exuding a metallic sheen reminiscent of hard rock. The spiraled teeth at the edge of their abyssal maws, now tainted with the troll's primal essence, grew more robust and menacing. Pain and transformation intertwined as massive energy shockwaves radiated outward from the two shadow-devouring monsters, creating a tangible tide of force. The ground vibrated with a resonant hum, and debris clattered down as the remaining shadow ninjas were compelled to retreat in fear. Their crimson eyes filled with instinctive dread. Lin Shun knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed firmly against his mask, struggling to maintain the flow of energy and the suppression of his will. He felt the heart-wrenching agony of the troll's essence being forcibly extracted and the greedy, painful transformation cries of the shadow horde as they consumed the troll's energy. The face beneath the mask twisted in extreme anguish, while his left arm, encased in crystalline poison armor, sent sharp, icy stings through him, as if mocking his reckless choice to quench his thirst with poison. Time slipped away second by second amidst the tumult of energy and the torment of pain. Finally, as the last vestige of the troll's essence was wholly consumed and fused by the two shadow-devouring monsters, a powerful eruption occurred. A force far more concentrated, ferocious, and imbued with a heavy, primal essence and a pure will to devour erupted from within them, akin to an ancient, awakened deity. Their size did not significantly increase, yet their entire form underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The scales covering their bodies were no longer merely black or dark red, but exhibited an extraordinary texture reminiscent of obsidian melded with dark red metal. Their surfaces flowed with viscous, corrupted energy, adorned with countless small, jagged shadow crystals. The spiraled teeth at the edges of their abyssal maws had grown stout like short spears, gleaming with a chilling metallic luster. A new aura, blending the heavy defenses of the troll with the insatiable hunger of the shadows, swept through the entire base like an invisible storm, heralding the emergence of the shadow troll fusion form. Characteristics: high physical defense, high energy resistance, devouring enhancement, energy, entity conversion rate 30, power of the trolls, strength amplification. Shadow corrosion, attack attachment. Status: stable realm, abundant energy. The chilling flow of information seared into Lin Chen's consciousness. Sacrificing the future of the Troll Legion has yielded two war machines, fused with the essence of trolls, even more powerful and ferocious. The cost is grave, yet at least it grants a fleeting surge of strength. However, Lin Chen barely had the chance to savor this momentary boost. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the crumbling entrance of the base, three blinding beams of light shot up from the distant direction of Natin City like burning meteors, piercing the dawn's dim glow and exploding across the gray sky. It was the highest-level assault signal from the Natin City Defense Forces. Immediately, a dull yet rhythmic rumble began to resonate from the earth, akin to the footsteps of an ancient behemoth. It was the synchronized march of hundreds of heavily armored infantry. Approaching from afar, it beat like the drums of death against the hearts of every being within the base. In the shared vision of the night bats, on the horizon, a torrent of steel, composed of glimmering metal, surged at an astonishing speed towards the graveyard of the dead. At the forefront of the formation were several soul masters riding on towering soul beasts, exuding formidable energy. In the center of the ranks, surrounded by several robust soul masters, stood the pale-faced, bandaged figure of Qi Liao, his eyes burning with vengeful fire. He gripped a newly coalesced flame spear tightly, its tip pointed directly at the entrance of the base. Prepare to confront the enemy. Lin Chen's voice, raspy and cold through his mask, conveyed a resolute determination. He slowly rose to his feet, his left arm, clad in purple crystal poison armor, slightly lifted, its cold shell shimmering with an ominous glow under the dim light. In his right hand, a long blade, formed from shadows, quietly materialized, the blade's dark green poison gleaming menacingly. The two recently transformed shadow-devouring troll hybrids opened their abyssal maws slowly, emitting a silent roar filled with violence and greed, their colossal bodies resembling moving war fortresses. Gradually turning towards the entrance, the dark red energy beneath their shadowy scales swirling like molten lava. The remaining few shadow ninjas, with cold crimson eyes, locked onto the crumbling entrance with chilling intensity, akin to blades of shadow poised to strike. In the corner, Xiao Wu remained unconscious, the moon shadow mark on her hand faintly glowing yet stubbornly persistent. The dawn's faint light filtered through the shattered gap, illuminating this dark lair steeped in blood, death, and resolve. The thunderous clamor of iron hooves and war drums was already within reach. Chapter 54, Steel Torrent and Shadow Fortress. The dawn's faint light was utterly torn apart by steel and flame. The thunderous sound of iron hooves, the clanging of armor, the heavy breaths and suppressed roars of soldiers converged into a suffocating torrent of death, crushing the last remnants of silence in the graveyard. Through the gaps of the crumbling base entrance, Lin Chen's shared vision with the night bats revealed the grotesque details of the steel torrent with chilling clarity. At the forefront stood 30 shield bearers, clad in heavy armor and wielding enormous tower shields, resembling a moving wall of steel. With each heavy footfall, the charred ground trembled slightly. Behind this shield wall, a dense formation of spear-wielding soldiers stood tall like a forest of iron, their cold spear tips glinting with a lethal shine in the morning light. Flanking them, dozens of archers, burdened with powerful crossbows, had drawn their poisoned arrows, which emitted a ghostly green luminescence akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, fixating on the crumbling entrance of the base. Even more unsettling were the several soul masters at the center of the formation, mounted on towering soul beasts. Their auras varied from sharp to heavy, and even to the enigmatic, with the glow of their soul rings flickering like stars in the night sky. Leading the trio were 2 yellow and 1 purple soul venerates. One wielded a massive axe, its blade entwined with wind and thunder. Another was clad in stony armor, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain, while the last held a staff, atop which hovered a continuously spinning ice crystal, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. At the very core of this lethal assembly was Qiyang, meticulously guarded by 4 formidable soul masters. His complexion was as pale as parchment, with thick bandages wrapped around his neck, yet through the gaps, a vivid crimson flame mark pulsed like a living entity, emanating a distinct wave of soul power, akin to a lighthouse in the night, anchoring the location of the base. Though the fiery spear he clutched was no longer at its peak potency, the dark red tongues of flame flickering from its tip still exuded a vengeful and deadly intent capable of incinerating all in its path. Shield bearers, advance. Seal the entrance. Spearmen, prepare to thrust. Archers, target the gap at the entrance. Fire on 3, commanded a soul venerable leader with an icy tone. The voice, amplified by soul power, resonated like thunder over the graveyard. With the command, dozens of poisoned crossbow bolts surged forth like a swarm of locusts, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, swiftly covering every inch of the crumbling base's entrance. The arrows struck against exposed rock and twisted metal, erupting in a cacophony of metallic clinks and a veil of ghostly green mist. Following this, the shield bearers roared in unison as their massive tower shields crashed to the ground, interlocking closely to form an impenetrable barrier of steel. With heavy and resolute strides, they advanced like a moving fortress toward the breached entrance. The spearmen followed closely behind, their cold spear tips protruding from the gaps in the shield wall. Resembling the fangs of a metal porcupine, this torrent of steel, imbued with the will to crush everything in its path, thundered toward the lair of shadows. Inside the base, the frigid air seemed to solidify into lead. Lin Chun knelt in a corner, his left hand, covered in purple crystal poison armor, still pressed against Xiao Wu's hand, maintaining a faint flow of energy. Beneath his mask, his eyes were fixed intently on the advancing tide of steel in their shared vision. The bloodshot gazed devoid of fear, only exhibiting a cold frenzy born from being pushed to the brink. Trolls, guard the entrance, devour all who approach. Ninjas, shadow escape, execute ambush. Archers, soul masters. A hoarse and frigid command, transmitted through the spiritual link of the mask, instantaneously reached the consciousness of the 2 newly transformed, terror-emitting shadow trolls, as well as the remaining dozen or so black shadow ninjas. A silent, wrathful roar erupted from the 2 shadow troll hybrids. Their colossal forms, adorned with obsidian-like, dark crimson metallic scales, surged forth with a sudden motion. No longer crawling, they rose like 2 towering fortresses of war, striding with a weight that made the ground groan beneath them, thundering towards the oncoming iron shield wall. Their movements appeared cumbersome, yet their speed surpassed all expectations. With each step, their shadow crystal-coated massive feet left deep, corrosive imprints upon the scorched earth. The abyssal mouths remained closed, yet countless minuscule whirlpools on their surfaces spun with utmost intensity, exuding a terrifying, devouring force. The very air seemed to warp. Boom. Like 2 moving mountains colliding violently with an iron dam. A thunderous crash resounded at the entrance. A furious shockwave, intermingled with fragments of stone and metal debris, surged outward. The shield bearers felt an irresistible force, a blend of pure physical power and an eerie, consuming intent, strike hard against their tower shields. The finely forged steel shields emitted a bone-chilling groan, instantly caving inwards. The hands of the soldiers gripping the shields were torn apart, their arm bones cracking under the unbearable strain. The entire iron shield wall trembled violently, with several soldiers in the front row, along with their shields, being sent flying backward, crashing into the ranks of spearmen, causing chaos to ensue. However, the impact against the tower shields, which were enveloped in thick shadow crystal scales of the shadow troll hybrids, did not yield effective damage. Instead, it felt akin to colliding with a viscous mire. The areas of contact on the shield's surface lost their luster at a visible speed, becoming dull and brittle. A chilling, devouring force surged madly into the bodies of the shield-bearing soldiers through the shields, instantly siphoning away their physical and spiritual strength. Several soldiers were rendered powerless, their faces turning ashen before they could even scream. What manner of monster is this? The shield is melting. Panic-stricken cries erupted among the shield-bearers. Their steel bastion, upon encountering these two monsters, appeared as fragile as paper. Do not panic. Maintain formation. Spearmen, thrust. The commanding soul-respected general bellowed, striving to stabilize the ranks. Yet, just as the spearmen raised their weapons, attempting to pierce the shadow trolls through the gaps in the shield wall, hissing sounds erupted. Dozens of silent black lightning bolts, akin to emanating from the deepest corners of hell, swiftly traversed the chaotic battlefield, precisely materializing amidst the crossbowmen and the flanking soul master shadows. The shadow ninjas. Like the deadliest of phantoms, under the cover of shadow evasion, they disregarded the frontal iron tide, directly infiltrating the most densely packed flanks of ranged fire. The glint of blades, the cold, shadowy blades, imbued with venomous green fangs, blossomed silently among the ranks of crossbowmen, akin to the scythe of death. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of blades piercing throats and severing arteries were drowned out by the clamor of battle. The poison crossbow bolts had yet to be unleashed for a second wave when dozens of crossbowmen fell silently, akin to wheat sheaves being cut down. Blood instantaneously stained the ground beneath their feet. Meanwhile, several low-ranking soul masters, attempting to unleash their soul techniques to support the front line, were suddenly ambushed by ninjas emerging from their own shadows, who precisely pierced their hearts with poison blades or severed their throats. Their faces bore expressions of incredulous horror, even in death. The flank collapsed in an instant, and screams and chaos spread like a plague. Damn it! It's those shadow creatures. Protect the soul masters. Crush them. The soul master, wielding an ice crystal staff, his eyes wide with fury, swung the staff violently. The first soul ring beneath him blazed with yellow light. First soul technique. Ice spike impale. With a hissing sound, dozens of sharp ice spikes materialized, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, and rained down upon the shadowy ninjas who were harvesting the crossbowmen. However, the ninjas moved like phantoms. The moment the ice spikes reached their target, their forms melted into the shadows beneath them, disappearing without a trace. The ice spikes plunged into the ground, erupting in a frost explosion, leaving only empty afterimages. In the next instant, their figures re-emerged from another soul master as shadow, cold blades gliding across their unsuspecting necks. Inexorably elusive, unpreventable, on the frontal battlefield, two fused shadow-eating trolls withstood a diminished barrage of crossbow bolts and sporadic soul techniques, most of which were diverted by the ninjas on the flank. Their massive bodies crashed into the faltering shield formation like grinding millstones. Crack, crack, the sounds of shattering bones, warped shields, and the anguished cries of dying soldiers mingled together, with each lift and drop of their colossal feet covered in shadow crystals. The trolls crushed soldiers and their armor into a bloody paste. Occasionally, the abyssal mouth would open, spewing forth a viscous wave of shadow that, like a high-pressure water gun, corroded a small area of soldiers along with their weapons and armor, devouring them whole. Their surfaces resembled bottomless pits, greedily absorbing the incoming arrows and the energy of low-ranking soul techniques, the dark red glow on their scales growing even more intense. The relentless assault of the iron tide was forcibly suppressed by these two monsters and a dozen ninjas, even driving it back. In the heart of the battlefield lay a bloody inferno composed of shattered shields, distorted spears, mangled limbs, and corrosive pits. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Protected closely in the center, Qi Liao watched the chaotic and bloody battlefield before him. Witnessing the elite forces he had brought suffer grievous losses at the hands of the monsters and shadows. The burning resentment in his eyes threatened to overflow. The fiery mark on his neck flickered more violently, the searing pain stimulating his nerves. Get away from me. Qi Liao forcefully pushed aside the guards blocking his path. His demeanor frenzied. He fixed his gaze on the two shadow-eating trolls wreaking havoc within the ranks, as well as the vaguely visible figure in a cold mask deep within the entrance of the base. A madness, willing to pay any price, coalesced within his eyes. The Lord of the city has bestowed upon me the seed of city burning. It shall be unleashed here. Destroy this cursed place. With a piercing, hysterical roar, Qi Liao abruptly drew from his bosom a fist-sized crimson crystal, emanating an unsettlingly high temperature and waves of destruction. Within the crystal, it appeared as if molten lava surged. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed all the remaining soul power within him, frantically infusing it into the dark red gem. Simultaneously, the fiery mark upon his neck erupted in a blinding red light, acting as an exact guiding beacon, locking onto the core of the base. The very corner where Lin Chun and Xiao Wu were situated, together to perish. A manic and grotesque smile graced Qi Liao's face as he exerted his final strength. Hurling the crimson crystal, now infused with immense soul power and radiant with the brilliance of molten lava, towards the collapsing entrance of the base. The crystal traced a dazzling scarlet trajectory, akin to a descending star of destruction, the seed of city burning, a one-time devastating soul-guiding device. The ultimate trump card of the city lord's mansion. Its power was sufficient to severely injure a soul king. In pursuit of vengeance, Qi Liao had resorted to this final gambit. Within the base, Lin Chun's pupils, concealed beneath his mask, suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. Through the shared vision of the night bat, he perceived the dark red crystal pulsating with destructive energy, guided by the fiery mark on his neck. Piercing through the chaos of battle as if it possessed eyes, directly targeting the corner where he and Xiao Wu were. There was no escaping. There was no evasion. The light of death's annihilation loomed ever closer. Chapter 56. The Pulsation of Shadows and the Vanishing Moonlight. In the depths of Nodding City, the night had grown profound. Deep within the city lord's mansion, the heavy metal door of the treasury remained firmly shut, isolating the interior from the cacophony of the outside world. Yet within, an invisible undercurrent surged. Lin Chen stood upon the frigid metallic floor, his face obscured by the Terra mask, revealing only his eyes, which glimmered with a scarlet light in the dimness. His consciousness spread out like a web, connecting with the shadows in every corner of the treasury. Dozens of shadowy ninjas blended silently into the walls, the dome, and even the thick shadows cast by the colossal metal coin chests. Their crimson eyes, like stars in the darkness, coldly scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no unforeseen events transpired. In the center of the treasury, beside the towering piles of metal coin chests, the scene grew even more eerie. 3 larvae of the shadow devourers, swollen to the size of fists, resembled 3 greedy, writhing miniature black holes. Clinging to the edge of a gigantic chest that had just been pried open by a ninja, their round, shadow-scaled bodies heaved and pulsated violently, expanding and contracting as if breathing. A powerful and clear intent to consume spread out like invisible ripples. Inside the chest, the mountain of golden soul coins shone brilliantly. Yet upon contact with the bodies of the shadow devourers, it seemed to be cast into an abyss. The glow rapidly faded, vanishing, although the coins themselves were not directly devoured into oblivion. The energy of wealth inherent in the precious metals and the faint residual desires left by countless hands were being frantically extracted and consumed by the 3 little beings. As the consumption progressed, the size of the shadow devourer larvae continued to expand at a visible rate. Fist-sized, grapefruit-sized, watermelon-sized. The shadows of their scaly bodies became increasingly distinct and weighty, exuding a palpable sense of foreboding and devouring power. The once bright soul-guiding lights within the treasury dimmed and warped in their presence, as if the very essence of light was being consumed. What stirred Lin Chen's heart even more was the overwhelming influx of pure, chilling, yet immense shadow energy that surged into him through their mental link. As the devouring shadow group absorbed vast amounts of wealth and greedy energy. This energy was far more refined than what he had previously consumed from soul beasts or soul masters, imbued with the weight of substance and the allure of spirit. Swiftly transformed and purified by his mask, merging into the dark gray of his soul ring. The hue of the soul ring deepened. The ominous green aura at its edges almost entirely faded, replaced by a profound darkness that seemed capable of absorbing all light. The total volume and purity of his soul power escalated rapidly. Lin Chun could distinctly feel the bond between himself and the entire shadow base, as well as with the legion units scattered throughout Nodding City, tightening and becoming as natural as an extension of his own limbs. He could even faintly hear the silent roars of satisfaction emanating from the 3 massive troll phantoms deep within the base, fueled by the overflowing energy. The throbbing of the shadows, nourished by wealth, grew unprecedentedly robust. Devouring shadow group, juvenile form, growth rate, 65. Devouring characteristics enhanced, capable of slowly eroding low-level energy barriers. Shadow energy reserves, abundant, legion limit increased, 100 units. The chilling stream of information confirmed the bounty. Lin Chen's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, swept over the coins that had been drained of their lustrous wealth by the devouring shadow group, now appearing as dull as ordinary brass. Though the coins remained, they had lost their distinct, captivating aura of wealth, and their value, in the eyes of those who truly understood, had likely diminished significantly. This was precisely part of his plan, to compel Xiao Shan to relinquish a cursed treasury, allowing those greedy souls to taste the bitterness of despair. Lin Chen, so much gold. A voice echoed from a corner of the treasury, filled with the wonder of a child discovering treasure. It was Xiao Wu, who did not approach the 3 frantically devouring shadow entities but instead squatted beside a chest that had been opened by a ninja, its interior gleaming with golden coins. She reached out her small hand to toy with several hefty gold soul coins. The radiant gold illuminated her delicate face and pure ruby-red eyes, making her resemble a little princess who had stumbled upon a dragon's hoard. The moon shadow knight mark on the back of her hand appeared somewhat dim in the glow of the coins. Surely these sparkling treasures could buy countless carats? Xiao Wu innocently inquired, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she stood within a treasury of immeasurable value and the storm that was about to unfold. Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod, offering no further explanation. His attention remained largely focused on the feedback from the devouring shadow group and the heightened alertness of the entire treasury. Through the eyes of the night bat ninja, he could perceive the tension that began to permeate the Lord's mansion due to the unusual silence of the treasury. The expected guard shifts and patrol sounds had vanished. In the dimly lit chamber of the financial officer, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety, palpable enough to materialize. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. As Xiao Wu toyed with the golden soul coin, the moonlit mark on the back of her hand flickered violently without warning, emitting a faint yet urgent glow akin to an alarm bell. Startled, Xiao Wu glanced down at her hand. Almost simultaneously, within the shared vision of a ninja assigned to guard the vent near the treasury's dome, the previously tranquil shadows rippled violently, as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters. A powerful, frigid wave of soul energy surged forth from the center of those ripples, akin to an invisible net, enveloping the entire vent area without warning. Be careful. Lin Chen's warning echoed in the mental link like a thunderclap. He abruptly raised his head, his crimson eyes locking onto the direction of the dome's vent. Yet, it was too late. At the epicenter of the shadow's tumult, a hand clad in pale bone armor, exuding a chilling aura, emerged as if piercing through a curtain of water. This hand did not target Lin Chen or the ninjas, but instead aimed directly at Xiao Wu, who was crouched beside the treasure chest, the closest to the vent. The speed of the hand transcended the limits of perception, carrying the terrifying weight of a tidal Douluo's presence and a precise spatial lock. Xiao Wu was rendered motionless, unable to react, as an irresistible icy force suddenly confined her body. Her pure life essence shone like a beacon in the night, laid bare before her adversary. The term tidal barely escaped her lips in a fleeting, horrified shriek before the unseen power silenced her voice. The pale bone claw latched onto Xiao Wu's delicate shoulder with lightning speed, a despairing pull ensnaring her entire petite form, lifting her off the ground towards the claw emerging from the shadows. Roar! The two closest shadow ninjas reacted swiftly. At the moment the bone claw appeared, their crimson eyes flared with blinding light. Their bodies sliced through the night like two bolts of black lightning, driven by lethal intent. Their shadow blades slicing through the air with a ghostly glow, aimed fiercely at the pale bone claw and the shadows it commanded. However, clang, clang. The echoes of their strikes rang out like blades striking against ancient ice. The shadow blades met the bone claw, only to spark a few feeble embers. The seemingly fragile bone armor proved to be unimaginably resilient. The faint phosphorescent toxin laced upon their blades was consumed and obliterated by the chilling aura enveloping the claw, while the strikes aimed at the shadow ripples were ensnared by a potent force of spatial distortion, rendering them powerless to advance. Ants. A cold, raspy voice, as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld, reverberated disdainfully from within the shadows. The pale bone claw remained unyielding, tightening its grip on Xiao Wu's shoulder before violently retracting into the thrumming depths of the shadows. In an instant, the figure of Xiao Wu vanished without a trace. The entire vault seemed to have been muted, as if a button had been pressed to silence it. The violent ripples of shadow quickly subsided after the bone claw retracted, as though they had never existed. Only the two attacking ninjas, having been forcibly interrupted mid-strike, were sent hurtling back like kites with severed strings. Crashing violently against the cold metallic wall, their shadowy forms becoming ethereal and unstable. Xiao Wu! Lin Chen's roar echoed through the vault like that of a wounded beast, for the first time infused with such clarity and ferocity. The crimson pupils beneath his mask were instantly stained with a bloodthirsty killing intent. The newly formed dark gray soul ring spun wildly behind him, and an overwhelming surge of shadow soul power erupted uncontrollably, causing several heavy metal coin chests around him to vibrate ominously. He stepped forward, his figure materializing like a specter at the spot where Xiao Wu had disappeared. The ground lay empty, save for a faint, chilling spatial fluctuation and a faint trace of ghostly energy, along with several strands of severed pink hair. Target lost. Spatial fluctuations. Lock failed. Residual energy analysis. Level extremely high. Suspected title Douluo. Associated aura. Ghostly energy. Bone attribute. The cold information stream from the night bat ninja struck Lin Chen's consciousness like a hammer. Title Douluo. Ghostly energy. Bone attribute. Who could it be? The Spirit Hall? Or another faction? How did they find this place? Why was Xiao Wu the target? Was it due to her exposed spirit beast aura? Or perhaps because of her moonshadow night mark? Countless questions and flames of fury raged within Lin Chen's heart. He abruptly turned, his crimson gaze locking onto the ventilation shaft in the vault's ceiling like a predator ready to pounce. That small opening, just wide enough for a fist to pass through, gnawed away by the devouring shadows. This was it, the channel of enemy invasion. Break for me. Lin Chen's will surged like a burning meteor, crashing down upon the three devouring shadows that had just consumed a vast wealth of energy. Now swollen to half a person's height. Target, ventilation shaft barrier. At all costs. Devour. Assimilate. Break through. Receiving their master's furious intent. The three devouring shadows ignited into a frenzy akin to ravenous beasts. Their colossal, writhing shadow forms erupted with an unprecedented wave of greed. No longer content with merely consuming the energy of gold coins, they surged towards the small ventilation shaft like three viscous, roiling tides of darkness. Driven by an insatiable will to devour everything in their path. The sound of sizzling echoed, akin to strong acid-corroding metal. The sturdy metal grill of the ventilation shaft and the reinforced soul-guided barrier surrounding it, upon contact with the bodies of the devouring shadows, seemed to meet their nemesis. The metal quickly dulled and became brittle. The glow of the soul-guided barrier flickered wildly, twisting in a futile attempt to resist, but was ensnared, eroded, and assimilated by the viscous blackness. The three devouring shadows, like the most gluttonous of slimes, relentlessly expanded the opening, forcing their bodies through and spreading forth. They were executing their master's command, disregarding all costs, devouring every obstacle in sight. They aimed to tear open this passage, to trace the lingering chill of the specter. They sought to unearth the foe that had stolen the Moonshadow Night. Chapter 55, The Shadow Martyrdom and the Mark of Ruin. The obliterating crimson star loomed rapidly in the field of vision. That seed of destruction hurled by the relentless red blaze fell like a sun's core, tearing through the chaotic battlefield at the crumbling entrance, disregarding the rampaging shadow trolls and the darting ninjas, carrying with it the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all in the waves of annihilation. Guided precisely by the fiery mark upon his neck, it carved a blinding crimson trajectory, aimed directly at the depths of the base, at the frigid corner where Lin Chun and Xiao Wu resided. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Lin Chen's pupils, hidden beneath his mask, constricted to pinpricks. The shared vision of the night bats was utterly consumed by that blazing crimson. He could vividly perceive the roiling lava within the crystal, could feel the destructive energy capable of vaporizing steel and obliterating souls poised to erupt. Where to hide? With the grievously injured Xiao Wu, there was no refuge in this confined base. What to use for defense? The shadow trolls were still embroiled in battle at the entrance, and the ninjas were launching scattered assaults. The amethyst poison armor might withstand some of the impact, but Xiao Wu, her nearly shattered body, would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes in the instant of explosion. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped Lin Chun, like icy venom, freezing his thoughts in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, an instinct to protect, more powerful than death itself, erupted from the depths of his soul, like a volcano exploding. It obliterated all fear, all calculations. No. Lin Chun let out a heart-wrenching roar. It was not fear, but a resolute command. His left hand, clad in amethyst poison armor, shot up from Xiao Wu's hand. All energy transfers were abruptly severed. At that same moment, his entire mental will surged forth like a burning meteor, crashing violently into the two shadow troll hybrids that were mercilessly slaughtering at the entrance. Directive, ultimate defense. Target, seed of destruction. Method, energy martyrdom. Execute. The frigid, frenzied, and unquestionable intent, infused with Lin Chen's burning resolve, instantly poured into the cores of the two shadow trolls. Roar. The two monstrous entities rampaging within the formation suddenly froze, the abyssal mouth of their being opened to its utmost limit. The heavy, shadowy crystalline scales covering their bodies writhed tumultuously as if boiling. The colossal energy, amassed from devouring the essence of the trolls and stabilized after their evolution, was violently detonated the moment it received the command, propelled by Terra's will and Lin Chen's burning intent, no longer utilized for offense or defense, but for martyrdom. As a shield against destruction, they embraced obliteration. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions erupted at the base entrance, more profound and terrifying than any previous detonation. It was as if two stars simultaneously self-destructed in close proximity. There was no fire, no smoke, only pure, viscous darkness, like two gaping maws leading into the abyss. They instantaneously opened at the center of the massive forms of the two shadow trolls. The endless shadows of energy, intertwined with the forcibly detonated might of the trolls, devoured soul power, The essence of flesh and blood, and the purest will of destruction, surged forth like the collapsing gates of the underworld. They transformed into two viscous, 10-meter diameter waves of pure annihilation, hurtling towards the fiery seed of the city's ruin with ferocious intensity. Annihilation met annihilation, destruction countered destruction. Time seemed to freeze at the point of collision. The next moment, silence. An absolute silence. The searing, violent energy of lava clashed against the thick, dark waves of annihilation generated by the shadow-devouring trolls, akin to the ultimate collision of matter and antimatter in the cosmos. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an overwhelming void and profound stillness that froze the very essence of the soul. At the collision's core, light was utterly consumed. Space warped as if it were fragile glass, collapsing into a microchaotic black hole several meters in diameter, continuously collapsing inward. The unbearable sound of energy annihilation pierced the air, akin to countless steel needles stabbing mercilessly at the eardrums and souls of all living beings. It was the mutual cancellation and consumption at the level of fundamental laws. The crimson lava energy, like metal immersed in a strong acid, was frantically corroded, neutralized, and obliterated by the thick darkness. Meanwhile, the dark waves of annihilation were scorched and vaporized by the extreme heat of the lava. The two forces consumed each other at an astonishing rate. The entire entrance of the base, along with the surrounding space for dozens of meters, was completely transformed into a chaotic realm of death. The violent energy currents sliced through everything within their reach like invisible razors, shattering and pulverizing all matter. Twisted metal shields, severed limbs of soldiers, toppled gravestones, charred earth. Everything caught in this maelstrom silently disintegrated into the most primitive particles of dust. The terrifying storm of annihilation swept through the nearby city defense soldiers like an invisible behemoth. Whether armored guards or spearmen, anyone touched by that intangible energy torrent found their bodies twisted and torn as if fed into a shredder, erupting into clouds of blood mist and metallic debris before they could even scream. Even the few soul masters who ventured too close had their protective soul power shredded like paper, their bodies instantly grievously wounded, screaming as they were flung away. Chiliao's maniacal grin froze upon his face. He watched in disbelief as the fiery seed he had cast, possessing the power to obliterate a significant portion of the city, was utterly consumed by those two monstrous entities through self-detonation, dissipating the majority of its might. This was entirely beyond his comprehension. The fiery mark upon his neck flickered violently against the onslaught of the annihilation storm, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. At the core of annihilation, the violent glow of lava within the fiery seed dimmed visibly under the relentless assault of the thick darkness. Ultimately, as the last vestiges of crimson were entirely devoured by the shadows, the seed, now deprived of most of its energy, collapsed inward like a punctured balloon, subsequently unleashing a shockwave that, though far weaker than anticipated, remained terrifying in its impact. This shockwave, mingled with residual heat and the lingering force of the annihilation storm, surged forth like a rampaging dragon, crashing deep into the base. At the entrance of the base, the already crumbled massive stone barrier shattered completely, as if struck by a colossal hammer, disintegrating into fragments. A violent shockwave, intermingled with searing heat and shattered rock, surged into the base like a torrent breaching its dam. Lin Shen found himself at the forefront of this chaos, hastily curling his body, desperately shielding the unconscious Xiao Wu with his arm cloaked in purple crystal poison. The sound of countless debris struck his back, shoulders, and the purple crystal armor like cannonballs, sending waves of excruciating pain crashing over him. The scorching gusts, infused with the remnants of the obliteration storm, struck his very soul like an invisible hammer. Blood seeped from the 7 orifices of his mask, and he felt as though his insides had been dislocated, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat. A faint yet piercing crack resonated in Lin Shen's ears, prompting him to lower his gaze. There, on the back of Xiao Wu's right hand, which he had been protecting, the thorn-encircled crescent moon, the Moonshadow Knight's emblem, glimmered faintly. In that moment, under the terrifying impact of the obliteration's aftermath, it cracked like exquisite porcelain, a clear and alarming fissure appearing at its center. The crack spread swiftly like a spider's web, and the emblem's light flickered violently, dimming until it extinguished entirely, leaving behind a dull, cracked mark devoid of luster on Xiao Wu's pale hand. Simultaneously, deep within Lin Shen's soul, the clear and resilient bond connecting him to Xiao Wu was severed by an unseen blade. A profound void and excruciating pain engulfed his consciousness, as if a part of his very essence had been torn away. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Shen violently expelled a mouthful of dark red blood, splattering it across the cold mask and purple crystal armor, a shocking sight. A tremendous wave of dizziness and weakness overwhelmed him like a tsunami. Had the contract been forcibly interrupted? Was the emblem shattered? A paralyzing terror eclipsed the physical agony coursing through his body. Ignoring his own injuries, Lin Chen struggled to look down at Xiao Wu. The girl remained unconscious, her already pale face now drained of all color, resembling fragile glass. Her breath was nearly imperceptible. What struck Lin Chen with terror was the realization that, with the shattering of the moon shadow emblem and the severing of their bond, he could distinctly sense the layer of shadow power that concealed her soul beast aura beginning to dissolve and collapse like melting ice. A pure and potent essence, akin to a beacon in the night, emanating from a 10,000-year soul beast, began to uncontrollably leak from her being. She had been exposed, outside the base's entrance. The remnants of the obliteration storm gradually subsided. The battlefield lay in disarray, as if ravaged repeatedly by meteorites. The steel tide of the city defense forces had been gruesomely torn apart, leaving behind a vast, bloody gap. The ground was strewn with shattered armor, twisted weapons, and unrecognizable remains, while the acrid stench of blood mingled with the charred scent of obliteration energy permeated the air. The soldiers and spirit masters who narrowly survived bore expressions of profound terror and bewilderment, gazing at the ruins of the base that resembled the entrance to hell. None daring to take a step closer. Qi Liao staggered back a few paces, clutching his chest, which churned from the residual shockwaves. His face a mask of disbelief and trepidation. The explosive power of those two monsters surpassed his imagination. The seed of city destruction had been nearly obliterated. What manner of beast could this be? Just as his mind reeled with shock, a wave of pure, formidable soul power, imbued with an ancient vitality, surged forth from the depths of the crumbling base, akin to a lighthouse abruptly illuminating the night. This aura, was it a spirit beast? And an exceedingly powerful one at that. How could it possibly manifest here? Qi Liao's murky pupils suddenly constricted. He shot his gaze towards the depths of the base, his expression of horror swiftly replaced by a more fervent blend of greed and suspicion. A spirit beast? A presence of 100,000 years. Beside him, a soul master wielding a crystalline staff gasped in astonishment, his eyes alight with a mix of terror and avarice. Within the base, Lin Chen cradled the weak and leaking spirit aura of Xiao Wu, listening to the distant echoes of astonished and greedy shouts from outside. The visage concealed beneath his mask contorted into a grimace. With danger looming from both the front and rear, the contract shattered, exposing Xiao Wu. Though the city defense forces had suffered severe losses, the core of the spirit masters remained, and Qi Liao was still alive. The gravest peril had indeed arrived. He slowly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with bloodshot fervor and cold madness, peering through the fissures of the collapsed entrance. Fixating on the battlefield saturated with blood and greed. His left arm, shrouded in purple crystal armor, slightly lifted, as a viscous, purplish-black venom trickled down the cold surface, dripping onto the icy ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. In this dire situation, the icy fangs slowly emerged once more. Chapter 57. The Rift in the Dome and the Eyes of the City. The sound of corrosive hissing reverberated throughout the vault's dome, akin to countless vengeful spirits scraping metal with their claws. Three shadowy entities, swollen to half the height of a person, transformed into three thick, roiling torrents of darkness, fueled by Lin Chen's frenzied will and insatiable greed, voraciously enveloping and devouring the torn vent. The sturdy metal bars, under the encroachment of shadows, succumbed as if they were snow under a blazing sun, rapidly darkening, softening, and distorting. The reinforced, soul-guided barriers erupted with blinding radiance, runes flashing wildly in a desperate attempt to resist this pure devouring force, yet it was akin to stones cast into a swamp. The lights swiftly swallowed and extinguished by the viscous darkness. The entire vent area appeared as though doused in strong acid, metal and soul-guided materials dissolving at an alarming rate, collapsing with a nauseating sound. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded, akin to the earth's very entrails rupturing. The entire vault's dome trembled violently, the heavy metallic structure groaning under the unbearable strain, under the watchful gaze of Lin Chen's crimson eyes, and amidst the relentless devouring frenzy of the shadow-devouring group. The vent, along with the surrounding dome structure of nearly half a meter in diameter, was violently shattered as if bitten by a colossal beast, collapsing inward with a thunderous roar. A gaping hole, oozing with viscous shadowy droplets along its edges, suddenly appeared in the vault's dome. The frigid night breeze, carrying the cacophony and smoky essence of Nodding City's midnight, rushed into this once sealed treasure cage. Shattered metal debris and fragments of soul guides rained down like a torrential storm, clattering amidst the swirling dust. Beyond the breach lay the profound night sky of Nodding City. Under the sparse starlight, The outlines of distant buildings belonging to the Lord's manor and the shadows of the city walls could be faintly discerned. Yet, there was nothing. No sign of the pale, bony-clawed master, no trace of Xiao Wu, and even the lingering specter of ghostly energy was dispersed by the night wind, vanishing without a trace. Only that immense gash remained, akin to an eye pried open from the vault, silently mocking Lin Chen's fury. A low growl escaped Lin Chen's throat, reminiscent of an injured lone wolf, as half of his face, revealed beneath the mask, contorted in sheer rage and helplessness. The newly formed dark gray soul ring whirled chaotically behind him, and the overwhelming shadowy soul power erupted uncontrollably, sending scattered gold coins flying in all directions. He stepped forward, his figure appearing at the edge of the aperture, the cold night wind rustling his blood-stained hem. His scarlet eyes scanned the remnants of energy at the hole's periphery, the subtle wrinkles of warped space, and the few strands of severed pink hair. He extended his hand, trembling fingers delicately grasping those soft strands still imbued with Xiao Wu's unique essence. The icy touch pierced him like a needle, a stark reminder of that moment he could not reclaim. Spatial fluctuations, residual traces, analysis failed, energy levels too high remaining specter energy, faint. Locking failed target has completely exited the tracking range. The cold stream of information from the Nightbat Ninja struck down like a final verdict. Title Douluo. Spatial maneuver. Target identified. Strike and vanish. Who is it? The Spirit Hall, or another force lurking in the shadows? Why Xiao Wu? Was it the revelation of her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast? Or perhaps the mark of the Moonshadow Knight? Lin Chen clenched the pink strands tightly in his hand, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, nails digging painfully into his palm. After completing its breakthrough task, the shadow-devouring group, as if drained of power, rapidly diminished in size, fading into 3 fist-sized black orbs that rolled back to the ground, exuding a feeble aura of devourment. The vault lay in disarray, with a shattered dome, scattered gold coins, and that enormous breach resembling a silent battlefield relic. Just then, wail, wail, wail. The piercing, shrill alarm, akin to the death throes of a colossal beast, abruptly shattered the tranquil night sky of Nodding City. The source of the sound emanated from the highest watchtower of the Lord's Manor. The blinding red light of the Soul Guide flickered like bloodshot eyes at the tower's summit, casting an ominous crimson hue over much of Nodding City. Immediately, the interior of the Lord's mansion erupted like a disturbed beehive. An enemy attack. The treasury has been breached. Alert. Highest level of vigilance. The guards assemble. Seal all exits. Hurry and report to the Lord. And to Lord Shaoshan. The air was filled with terrified shouts, chaotic footsteps, the clashing of armor, the surging waves of soul power, and a cacophony of sounds converging into a tumultuous sea. Surging from all directions towards the treasury, the light of torches blazed like a tide, illuminating the Lord's mansion as if it were midday. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the gaping hole in the treasury's dome, his icy gaze piercing through the darkness, surveying the frantic figures below, scurrying like ants. He clearly observed squads of guards clad in the Lord's standard armor, rushing towards the treasury doors in a state of sheer panic, led by the Soul Master Captain. He saw the corpulent figure of the treasurer, Shaoshan, tumbling out from his private quarters, surrounded by a throng of guards, his face, once etched with anxiety over the treasury's theft, now replaced by an expression of utter terror and despair, as if witnessing the apocalypse itself. When he beheld the horrifying gash in the treasury's dome, he felt as if his bones had been extracted, his legs weakened, collapsing to the ground, his trousers rapidly dampening as he emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. It's over. All is lost. The treasury has been blown open. Chaos spread. Panic fermented. The entire city of Noting was ensnared by the piercing alarm and the tumult within the Lord's mansion. Countless homes flickered to life, their inhabitants casting curious, fearful, and speculative glances towards the Lord's mansion. The horns of the city defense army began to sound from various points along the city walls, as the entire city awakened from its slumber like a colossal beast, restless and agitated. Lin Chen understood that he could not remain here any longer. Not due to the ants below, but because of the titled Douluo lurking in the shadows, capable of striking and vanishing in an instant. Their target was Xiao Wu, yet they might not hesitate to make a retaliatory strike. He could not gamble. He forcefully suppressed the searing fury and anxiety within him, his gaze turning once more to ice, efficient as tempered steel. He had to depart, but not in disarray. He needed clues, power, and a means to pursue the titled Douluo. Gather all remnants. Lin Chen's chilling command reached all the ninjas, including her hair. He carefully wrapped a few strands of Xiao Wu's pink hair in a clean cloth, securing it close to him. The shadow ninjas, like the most efficient scavengers, sprang into action instantly. They silently navigated through the disarray of the treasury, collecting shattered metal fragments, soul guide shards tainted by ghostly energy, and even dull coins that had lost their luster to the shadow-devouring group. Their movements were swift and soundless. Lin Shun took one last glance at the enormous gash, then at the approaching torchlight and terrified cries below. He turned, his figure melding into the night like ink, vanishing silently into the deeper shadows of the treasury, accompanied by all the ninjas and the 3 weakened offspring of the shadow-devouring group. Only a scene of devastation remained, accompanied by a gaping chasm silently proclaiming its presence to the city of Nodding. Moments later, the heavy metallic door of the treasury was forcefully breached by several powerful soul masters wielding a siege hammer. The blinding light from soul-guided lamps and torches surged in, illuminating the interior of the vault. The guards and soul masters who rushed in were instantly petrified by the sight before them, as if turned to stone. Piles of metal coin boxes lay scattered, most of them opened, revealing what should have been resplendent gold soul coins now dulled like tarnished brass, haphazardly strewn about, stripped of their once captivating luster. Above, a colossal breach, oozing with a sinister black liquid, gaped open like the maw of a demon, allowing the chilling night breeze to invade. The ground was littered with shattered metal and fragments of soul-guided devices, the air thick with the acrid scent of molten metal, the stench of dissipated soul power, and an all-encompassing, bone-chilling silence. Gold, how could it have come to this? A guard murmured, staring at the dim copper coins within the box, lost in despair. Good heavens, the dome has been breached. A captain of the soul masters looked up at the massive hole, his face as pale as a sheet. Search. Find them. The assailants must still be inside. A leader-like figure shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling with fear. The guards, awakening from their stupor, nervously brandished their torches and weapons, scattering throughout the vault in search of clues. Yet, aside from the chaos and the cold metal, they found no trace of the invaders. As if the horrific entities responsible for this destruction had vanished into the night through the vast opening. Sir, over here, there seems to be writing. A sharp-eyed guard suddenly pointed to a shadowed metal wall near the breach. The leader and several soul masters rushed over. On that wall, corroded by an unknown force, lay a series of twisted, eerie symbols emanating an unsettling chill. The symbols resembled distorted claws of a ghost or some enigmatic totem, radiating a disquieting malevolence. What is this? The leader's voice was hoarse. I don't know, replied a nearby soul master, his complexion pale. But the aura is so sinister. It makes one feel deeply uncomfortable. He instinctively took a step back. Unbeknownst to them, these markings were merely the remnants left by Lin Chen's uncontrollable shadow soul power, which had inadvertently seeped out during a fit of rage, etching its presence upon the wall. Yet, in the eyes of the terrified inhabitants of the Lord's mansion, this became a provocative and malevolent mark left by the invaders. Fear spread like a plague among all who bore witness to this scene within the treasury. This terror would soon sweep through Nodding City, fueled by the news of the violent breach and the cursed fate of its riches, spreading like wildfire to even more distant lands. Meanwhile, at the heart of this tempest, Lin Shun, carrying a chilling intent and a few precious strands of hair, stealthily returned to the shadowy depths of the mass grave's concealed base. He requires time, strength, and most importantly, to unearth the pale specter lurking behind the scenes. Within the frigid air of the base, the pure essence of Xiaowu seems to linger. Lin Shun stands in the shadows, his palm open, gazing at the delicate strands of pink hair nestled within his grasp. Beneath his mask, his crimson eyes blaze with a chilling fire capable of freezing souls. Chapter 58. The haunting whisper of shadows and the city's gloom. Deep within the shadow base, an icy silence prevails. The air is as thick as congealed ink, pressing heavily upon every inch of space. There are no echoes of Xiaowu's melodious laughter, nor her lively presence, only an all-encompassing chill and a stifling atmosphere. Lin Shun sits cross-legged upon the cold ground, the Terra mask obscuring his visage, resembling a shadowy statue devoid of warmth. Before him lies a clean cloth, upon which a few soft pink strands are carefully arranged, the sole remnants of Xiaowu within this desolate void. Beneath the mask, his scarlet eyes fixate intensely upon the strands, swirling with a fury potent enough to solidify magma, profound concern, and a more terrifying stillness, born from the relentless assaults of harsh reality. Title: Spirit Douluo. Spatial Manipulation. Strike and depart. The adversary, akin to a masterful hunter, has chosen the moment with uncanny precision, employing overwhelming force to seize his moonshadow knight. This is not merely a disparity in strength. It is an unabashed humiliation of his control. The treasures of the vault, the chaos of Nodding City. In the face of losing Xiaowu, they all appear pale and absurd. Target acquisition failed. Spatial coordinates cannot be analyzed. Spectral energy characteristics. Data insufficient. The cold stream of information from the night bat ninja resonates like a repetitive funeral bell, each toll intertwining Lin Chen's intent to kill with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He has endeavored every known tracking method and summoned every shadow perception at his disposal. Yet it feels as though he is searching for a singular droplet of water in an endless desert, a pursuit steeped in despair. At that moment, a wave, colder and sharper than any previous experience, surged from the depths of his soul, erupting unexpectedly from within the Terra mask. It was as if something, suppressed to its utmost limit, ignited by this failure, was on the verge of breaking free. Lin Chen abruptly lifted his head, his scarlet eyes narrowed in an instant. There, at the brow of the mask, the intricate dark red patterns began to twist and spin with an unprecedented velocity. Crimson light swelled like boiling blood, coalescing into a pulsating point of radiance upon his forehead, a novel wave of intent, imbued with bone-chilling cold and a sensation of spatial rending. Emerged with the clarity of a newly born serpent's hiss. Extreme threat, core target lost. Spatial anchoring necessary, highest priority. Unlocking special unit, Ghost Shadow Legion, beginner. Characteristics, Shadow Leap, short-range spatial flicker, spatial anchoring marker, rapid, shadow tearing. Summoning limit, initial 10 units, consumption, spatial tearing load, user's mental strength, soul power. The icy stream of information, accompanied by searing pain, seared itself into the depths of Lin Chen's consciousness. The excruciating pain emanated from the center of his brow, as if countless icy steel needles were relentlessly piercing through his skull, forcibly infusing him with an entirely new and spatially rending force. His mental energy felt as though it had been thrown into a meat grinder, instantly torn apart and consumed. The newly formed dark gray soul ring flickered with wild brilliance, while the pure shadow soul power was frantically siphoned by the mask and injected into the nascent rule. With a suppressed roar of agony, Lin Chen's body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking his garments. The cost of this unlocking far exceeded anything he had encountered before, as if it were forcibly tearing apart the barriers of reality. Suddenly, the pulsating crimson point at his brow erupted, illuminating the entire cold base with its blinding light. The radiance did not diffuse. Rather, it acted as a tangible blade, piercing fiercely into the void before Lin Chen. The air before him was rent with a sound akin to tearing silk, a sharp and grating noise that made one's teeth ache. A narrow spatial rift, edged with flickering black and purple electric light, was violently torn open by that crimson brilliance. Inside the rift was not emptiness, but a swirling mass of viscous, frigid shadow energy filled with chaotic spatial turbulence. Immediately following this, 10 elongated, distorted figures, woven from the deepest shades of night and the most unstable fragments of space, were extricated from the rift by an invisible force. Their forms were more ethereal than ordinary ninjas, fluctuating precariously, as if they might dissolve into thin air at any moment. Their faces were concealed by dark red masks resembling Lin Chen's, yet where their eyes should be were two swirling voids, perpetually consuming light. These were the ghostly shadow troops, birthed from the rift of space by shadow hunters. They landed silently on the ground, their bodies shimmering like reflections in water, devoid of sound or murderous intent, instead exuding a chilling gaze that seemed capable of penetrating the very fabric of space, locking onto Lin Chen. Their presence alone dimmed the surrounding light, sending ripples through the space itself, struggling against the agonizing tearing of his mental energy and the debilitating drain of his soul power. Lin Chen fixed his crimson gaze upon the 10 newly emerged specters. With a flicker of thought, he pointed to the faint pink strands of hair on the ground, remnants of Xiao Wu, still resonating with weak spatial fluctuations and cold, ghostly energy. Target, track this aura, spatial anchor point, lock onto the source, he commanded. The 10 specters executed the order without hesitation. Their vortex-like eyes erupted with a dark glow, and their bodies melted into the shadows beneath them, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, the air within the base, from various shadowy corners distant from Lin Chen, was as if clawed apart by invisible talons. Narrow rifts, flickering with black and purple electric light, appeared and vanished in quick succession. Each time a rift manifested, a ghostly figure emerged as if teleporting, appearing in a new position. They did not move in straight lines, but rather traversed through space with a hauntingly agile trajectory, darting and flashing as if disregarding the very distances of reality. With each flicker, their vortex-like eyes fixated intensely on the lingering wisps of hair, striving to capture the spatial coordinates that had long since vanished. The base was suddenly filled with a multitude of ephemeral spatial rifts and the ghostly afterimages that flickered throughout. A chilling current of air whirled chaotically. The scene resembled the opening of a portal to hell, where countless malevolent spirits traversed wildly. Lin Chun's mental energy was being drained as if released from a dam in a torrential flood. Each ghostly leap through space felt like a fierce incision upon his very soul. The excruciating agony rendered his face beneath the mask as pale as paper, his body swaying perilously. Yet, his crimson eyes remained fixated on the frantically flickering specters, as if grasping at a final lifeline. He must pursue. It was imperative to track them down. However, after 10 breaths, all the shimmering spatial rifts abruptly vanished. The last ghostly figure appeared before Lin Chun, its swirling eyes pulsating intensely, conveying a cold and disheartening stream of information. The spatial trajectory has dissipated, anchor points cannot be established. The target exceeds the limits of a primary ghostly leap, failure. Lin Chun's body jolted violently. A wave of dizziness laced with fury and utter weakness surged to his head. He staggered, bracing himself against the cold stone wall with his right hand, barely managing to stay upright. Beneath the mask, his teeth ground together, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. It was still insufficient. The opponent's spatial techniques were too refined. The traces left behind dissipated too swiftly. The leap distance and tracking ability of a primary ghost were inadequate to bridge this vast chasm. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Chun roared in defiance deep within his soul. Power. He required greater strength. A force capable of truly tearing through space. One that could lock onto a tidal Douluo. Just as the murderous intent and sense of powerlessness coiled around his heart, like a venomous serpent, a hum resonated. At the entrance of the base, a black stone inscribed with rudimentary soul guide runes, intended for emergency communication, suddenly glimmered with a faint white light. This was a warning device set by the Nightbat ninjas on perimeter alert. Target: Yu Xiaojing, approaching the outskirts of the base's alert zone. Status: solitary, carrying items. No hostile intent. Message: request for contact. Yu Xiaojing, that theoretical master? How did he find this place? At such a critical moment? A flicker of cold wariness and doubt crossed Lin Chun's crimson eyes. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood and murderous intent, commanding, alert, let him in. The heavy stone slab at the base entrance slid open silently. Moments later, Yu Xiaojing, gaunt and somewhat fatigued, entered under the cold escort of 2 ninjas. He clutched tightly to a thick, seemingly ancient leather notebook, his face a blend of concern, urgency, and a resolute determination. When his gaze fell upon the depths of the base, upon Lin Chun's figure radiating an icy and violent aura, and the few glaring pink strands of hair on the ground, his pupils constricted sharply. The lingering violent spatial fluctuations and ghostly energy in the air had not yet fully dissipated, further amplifying the terror that this theoretical master instantly felt. Lin Chun, with a voice tinged with dryness, gazed at the pair of scarlet eyes beneath the mask, eyes that seemed to blaze with the fires of hell. He inhaled deeply, gathering his courage, aware that the moment was not opportune, yet he bore an important revelation. It pertained to the individual who had taken Xiao Wu, and the peculiar symbol. With a sudden motion, he opened the hefty ancient tome in his grasp, urgently flipping to a specific page, lifting it before Lin Chun. The yellowed page bore a meticulously rendered, twisted, and eerie claw-like symbol that emanated a chilling malevolence. This symbol bore an astonishing resemblance to the marks left on the treasury wall, which had been inadvertently tainted by shadowy soul power. Beneath the symbol, in the ancient common tongue of the continent, a line of text elucidated: Claw of the Ghost Shadow, Spatial Hunter, Spirit Hall, Elder Guibao, Bone Douluo, Lord Daira. Chapter 59. The Trail of the Ghost Leopard and the Torn Leap. The frigid air hung like a blade, poised at Yu Xiaojing's throat. Lin Chun's scarlet gaze pierced through the mask, sharp as ice, nailing him in place. The fury, lethal intent, an unfathomable coldness radiating from his gaze threatened to freeze his very soul. He harbored no doubt that should he utter a single erroneous word, or if this intelligence proved worthless, the enigmatic youth wielding the shadowy power would unhesitatingly rend him to shreds. Yu Xiaojing suppressed the dryness in his throat and the frantic beating of his heart, his fingers trembling slightly from exertion as he offered the open tome forward, as if it were a lifeline. The twisted, foreboding claw symbol seemed to come alive in the dim light of the base, resonating faintly with the lingering chill of ghostly energy and spatial fluctuations in the air. Look at this. Yu Xiaojing's voice betrayed a barely perceptible tremor as he pointed to the annotation in the ancient common tongue, each word articulated with extraordinary clarity, as if proclaiming a forbidden judgment. Claw of the Ghost Shadow, Spatial Hunter, Spirit Hall, Elder Hall, Guibao Douluo, Lord Daira. Guibao Douluo, Lord Daira, Lin Chun rasped, echoing the name through the mask, each syllable striking Yu Xiaojing's heart like shards of ice. His scarlet eyes remained fixated on the symbol in the ancient tome before abruptly shifting to the remnants of Xiao Wu's pink hair, tinged with ghostly energy. Scattered on the ground, the sinister contours of the symbol perfectly aligned with the chilling tremors of energy that lingered in her hair. Target confirmed. Spirit Hall. Elder Hall. Title Douluo. Guibao. Lord Daira. An overwhelming intent to kill erupted like a dormant volcano awakening after eons. The dark gray soul rings surrounding Lin Chun flared with blinding radiance. The vast, frigid shadow soul power surged uncontrollably, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. The atmosphere of the entire base resonated with a burdensome hum. Yu Xiaojing, pressed back by this terrifying pressure, stumbled, his back colliding heavily with the cold stone wall, his complexion pale, nearly losing his grip on the ancient tome. Where is he? Lin Chen's voice echoed like a chilling wind from the abyss, filled with a wrath capable of tearing everything asunder. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Yu Xiaojing in an instant. The frigid Terra mask nearly pressed against the opponent's face. Within those scarlet eyes burned a flame potent enough to incinerate reason. No, I do not know. I have only read of this symbol in ancient texts. Yu Xiaojing, nearly suffocating under the weight of this terrifying pressure, hastily explained, his voice tinged with a sob, that the ancient records indicated that Lord Daila, possessing the martial spirit of the Claw of the Phantom, was one of the title Douluo most adept at tracking and spatial stealth within the martial soul palace. His movements were enigmatic, elusive, and few knew of his precise whereabouts. He has taken Xiao Wu. I fear he has uncovered her. The words that followed remained unspoken, revealing her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. This was almost the sole explanation. Otherwise, how could a title Douluo deign to act against a student from Nodding City? Lin Chen's breath quickened beneath the mask. The Martial Soul Palace. Once again, the Martial Soul Palace. 100,000-year soul ring. They truly were like parasitic maggots. Xiao Wu's pure life force had ultimately attracted the most elite of predators. And all of this was due to his own inadequacy. He had failed to provide her with sufficient protection. Guilt, fury, and a murderous intent consumed his reason like venom. He abruptly turned away, no longer regarding Yu Xiaojing, his scarlet gaze fixated on the strands of Xiao Wu's hair on the ground. The lingering, icy aura and spatial fluctuations belonging to Lord Daila became strikingly clear under Yu Xiaojing's corroboration. Target, Lord Daila. Spatial coordinates, lock onto the residual aura. Phantom Legion, pursue at all costs. The frenzied intent struck like a burning meteor, crashing into the newly birthed 10 members of the Phantom Legion. Buzz. The 10 phantoms' swirling eyes erupted with an unprecedented dark radiance. Their illusory, distorted forms trembled violently, akin to boiling shadows. Lin Chen's mental energy was once more savagely drained, a tearing pain radiating from his brow. The dark, gray glow of the soul rings dimmed at a visibly rapid pace. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Within the base, the sharp sound of space being forcibly torn apart instantly merged into a cacophony, more intense and piercing than before. Slender, elongated spatial rifts, their edges flickering with chaotic black and violet lightning, appeared throughout the base like the fangs of a malevolent spirit, flashing and vanishing. With each rift, a phantom emerged as if teleporting, leaping and traversing with an even more reckless disregard for spatial barriers. They were no longer confined to the interior of the base. 3 phantoms, after a series of short-distance jumps, suddenly manifested at the entrance of the base. Their swirling eyes were fixated intently on the direction of Nodding City, their bodies once again sinking into the shadows. Sizzle. Above the mass grave outside the base, the air was violently torn apart. 3 even larger, more ferocious spatial rifts suddenly appeared. The phantom figures flashed from within, instantaneously appearing hundreds of meters in the air. They then submerged back into the shadows, tearing through space, racing towards the direction where Xiao Wu's aura had last dissipated, in the northwestern sky of Nodding City. The pursuit range expanded in an instant. Lin Chen's body trembled violently. Each distant leap of the ghostly shadow felt like a searing iron brand being forcefully seared into the depths of his soul. The intense agony and the debilitating sensation of spiritual energy being frantically siphoned away surged through his consciousness like a tsunami. Beneath the mask, his complexion had turned as pale as gilded paper, beads of cold sweat cascading down like a stream, while blood continuously oozed from the corners of his mouth, pooling on the cold ground and spreading into a vivid dark red. Yet, his crimson eyes remained fixated on the 3 ghostly figures leaping madly towards the northwest. His will, as resilient as the toughest steel wire, was taut and unyielding. Pursue. He must catch up. Yu Xiaojing leaned against the frigid stone wall, terror-stricken as he beheld the hellish scene before him. The violently tearing spatial rifts, the phantasmagorical flickering shadows, and Lin Chun, emanating a terrifying aura. Trembling violently, as if on the verge of collapse, He felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. Was this the true power of the Lord of Shadows? Or a manifestation of desperation driven to the brink? Time flowed slowly amidst the violent spatial fluctuations and the agony of soul-tearing. 5 breaths, 10 breaths. Suddenly, among the 3 ghostly figures leaping towards the northwest, the foremost one, after completing a spatial leap exceeding 1,000 meters, its vortex-like eyes erupted with an unprecedented dark radiance. It transmitted an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear cold stream of information. Capture, spatial ripple, feeble, co-origin ghostly aura, direction, northwest, distance, limit. Captured. The extremely faint yet co-origin spatial ripples and residual ghostly aura left behind by Lord Dialia during its retreat. Direction, northwest. Distance, already reached the limit for this primary ghostly figure's tracking leap. Find me now? Lin Chun unleashed a soul-wrenching roar from the depths of his being. He drained his final vestige of spiritual energy, akin to a dying gambler wagering all his chips, his will transforming into invisible chains that fiercely entwined the ghostly figure that had captured the scent. Spatial anchor point. Mark. Command issued. The body of that ghostly figure suddenly stiffened. Its vortex-like eyes shone with overwhelming brilliance. The entire illusory form ignited like a black torch, burning fiercely, an exceedingly condensed, dark beam, carrying its own spatial imprint and the captured trace of co-origin ghostly aura information, surged forth like the most persistent meteor before dawn, piercing through spatial barriers towards the distant source of the scent in the northwest, striking resolutely. Whoosh! A spatial crack, more subtle yet more refined and enduring than any before, flickered before the ghostly figure. The dark anchor beam instantaneously vanished into it, disappearing without a trace. It was accomplished, just as the anchor beam shot forth. Bang! 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 3 sounds akin to the bursting of bubbles echoed. The 3 ghostly figures, forced into extreme pursuit, burst apart like punctured skins, transforming into swirling clouds of black mist filled with chaotic spatial debris, which were subsequently shredded and obliterated by the tumultuous spatial fluctuations within the base, completely dissipating. Lin Chun was struck severely, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. His body could no longer withstand the torment, and he collapsed heavily to one knee on the ground. The crimson glow on the Terra mask dimmed almost to the point of extinction. A violent pain surged from his forehead, as if his skull had been cleaved open. His vision blurred, and his mental energy was utterly depleted, his soul power nearly drained. The intense backlash felt like countless blunt knives frantically stirring within him. The cost was staggering. 3 precious initial ghostly shadow legions were permanently obliterated. He had suffered grave injuries. However, Lin Chun gritted his teeth against the dual agony of his soul and flesh and forcefully raised his head. His scarlet eyes fixated intently on the void in the northwest. Deep within his consciousness, through the last transmission from the extinguished ghostly shadow, an exceedingly distant, yet remarkably clear spatial coordinate flickered like a lighthouse in the night. Weak yet resolute, it was a spatial anchor point forcibly nailed down by the ghostly shadow legion at the price of their obliteration. It pointed to the area where the ghost leopard Douluo, Lord Diala, had vanished. Diala, Lin Chun's blood-soaked lips silently formed the name, each syllable steeped in profound enmity and murderous intent. He had discerned the direction. He knew the approximate area. That was sufficient. He slowly lowered his head, extending his bloodied hand, meticulously and reverently grasping a few strands of pink hair belonging to Xiao Wu from the ground, along with the coordinates imbued with vengeance, tightly clenching them in his palm against his heaving chest. The cold strands were tainted with warm blood. Power. He required a mightier strength, one capable of transcending space and shattering the power of a tidal Douluo. Base. Enter. Silence. Lin Chun's hoarse voice commanded within his consciousness, weak yet unyielding. All units. Full strength. Draw shadows. Recover. Remain on standby. As the order was issued, the remaining 7 ghostly shadow legions within the base instantaneously sank into the deepest shadows, entering a dormant state. Other ninja units also merged into the darkness, their presence receding to an extreme. The entire base felt as if it had succumbed to death. Lin Chun struggled to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes, and began to operate the dim dark gray soul ring with all his might, like a parched riverbed desperately seeking every drop of cold water from the depths below. The power of shadows was forcibly extracted from the base's rocks, shadows, and even the negative energy permeating the air, slowly yet steadfastly repairing his nearly crumbling body and soul. Yu Xiaojiang remained leaning against the stone wall, still shaken as he observed Lin Chun, who had fallen into silence like a wounded solitary beast licking its wounds. Glancing at the glaring bloodstains and the clenched pink strands on the ground, he opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. merely placing the ancient tome documenting the ghost leopard diligently on the ground, before silently retreating from this suffocating space. Within the base, only Lin Chen's heavy and oppressive breaths remained, along with the chilling silence that brewed a storm of destruction. Meanwhile, above Nodding City, in an unnoticed shadow dimension, as Lin Chen lay gravely injured in silence, the once pervasive shadow perception field that enveloped the city, akin to an invisible web, did not wane. Instead, it seemed to be infused with a resolute will, deepening, thickening, and becoming increasingly aggressive. Countless lurking shadows within the city's myriad corners, ninja, night bats, and the newly birthed shadow larvae, seemed to have received a paramount directive, silently unfurling their mandibles in the darkness, ravenously devouring the pervasive fear, chaos, greed, and despair that permeate the city, along with every negative emotion and wandering shadow energy. The shadows of Nodding City are expanding silently, pulsating like a colossal creature on the verge of awakening, ravenous and insatiable. It gathers strength, awaiting its master to rise from suffering, and then, with a vengeful blaze, it will scorch the northwestern horizon along the spatial coordinates forged through the obliteration of ghostly shadows. Chapter 60. The Awakening Shadows and the Expanding Cage. Darkness, coldness, boundless silence. Lin Chen's consciousness is submerged in the depths of an eternal glacier, ensnared by the agony of being torn apart and the exhaustion of desolation. Each attempt to coalesce a thought feels like struggling in viscous asphalt, heavy and slow. Deep within his soul, the backlash from forcibly tearing through space and anchoring points resembles countless burning steel needles, repeatedly piercing through him. Time is ambiguous. Perhaps it is a fleeting moment, or perhaps it stretches into eternity. A faint yet chilling touch, reminiscent of a serpent's tongue probing through the darkness, gently caresses the core of his disintegrating consciousness. It is the shadow. From the deep recesses of the base, the cold, deathly aura seeping through the crevices of rock. Fragments of fear lingering in the air, the negative energies nurtured by death over countless ages, are akin to scavengers sensing the scent of blood, being forcibly drawn together by an invisible, insatiable power stemming from the instinct of the Terra Mask. This energy coalesces into frigid, piercing streams, slowly and resolutely infusing into his parched and cracked soul energy pathways. A hum. The dim gray soul ring, nearly extinguished, flickered weakly, like a candle flickering in the wind, yet stubbornly refusing to be snuffed out completely. This feeble pulse sent ripples through the depths of Lin Chen's submerged consciousness, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters. A suppressed groan, as if emerging from the very depths of his soul, escaped through the blood-stained cracks of Lin Chen's tightly pressed lips. Beneath the heavy Terra Mask, his closed eyelids trembled slightly. Pain, an omnipresent agony, the torment of a soul being torn apart, the excruciating emptiness from drained soul energy, and the chilling corruption inflicted by forcibly siphoning negative energy. All these pains converge into a sea of despair. Yet, amidst this overwhelming torment, a faint yet tangible sense of control begins to coalesce like a lighthouse in the darkness. He is still alive. Strength is slowly returning. Lin Chen compelled himself to muster a will as fragile as spider silk, akin to a drowning man clutching at his last straw, and began to actively guide the influx of cold, chaotic shadow energy. No longer merely passively siphoning through the mask, he initiated his own predation. The rocks of the base emitted faint groans under the unbearable burden, as more cold, deathly aura was forcibly extracted. The fragments of fear in the air, drawn in as if by a black hole, converged frantically. Pain intensified. Yet, the pace of his recovery surged dramatically. The dark gray soul ring, though still dim, exhibited a newfound stability, beginning to rotate at a slow yet resolute pace, reminiscent of a cold vortex awakening from slumber. The withered meridians, under the relentless onslaught of icy energy, were besieged by waves of agonizing, tearing pain that intermingled with fleeting moments of healing. The excruciating torment at his brow, inflicted by the backlash of space itself, began to ease slightly. Just as he struggled to ascend from the abyss of consciousness, a resonating hum surged forth, a colossal, frigid wave of soul power, imbued with an unmistakable sense of absolute order and judgment, crashed through the thick rock barriers of the base like an invisible tsunami, violently invading the nascent perception Lin Chen had just begun to forge. This surge heralded the presence of the Spirit Hall, its intensity far surpassing that of the Nodding Branch, a true elite force. Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes abruptly flared open. Beneath his mask, the crimson pupils ignited with a terrifying brilliance. Though still weakened, the ferocity of his murderous intent erupted like a powder keg, detonating with overwhelming force. Connecting to the shadow network of Nodding City, he commanded, highest authority, share vision. His thoughts struck like a searing iron brand against the shadowy battalions scattered throughout every corner of Nodding City. The remnants of the 7 ghostly shadow troops within the base. The nocturnal bat ninjas prowling the streets, the ordinary ninjas lurking in the shadows. And even the 3 nascent shadow devourers still slowly feasting on fear energy. All units experienced a surge of unprecedented radiance in their crimson eyes, or swirling patterns. They came alive like a network of awakened neurons, each sharing their perceptions, piecing together a vast and chilling panorama projected into Lin Chen's consciousness. As the scene unfolded, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply beneath his mask. Nodding City was no longer the city of yesterday. At the city gates, armored knights of the Spirit Hall, clad in gleaming silver and emblazoned with a golden sword insignia on their chests, had supplanted the previously lethargic city guards, enforcing strict inspections of all who entered and exited. Like a cold iron barrier, their gazes were sharp as eagles, unmasked in their scrutiny and oppression. On the streets, squads of Spirit Hall enforcers, led by Grand Soul Masters and even Soul Venerables, marched like moving fortresses, their synchronized, heavy footsteps resonating against the stone pavement, echoing in the hearts of every Nodding City resident. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, the once vibrant hubbub of the marketplace having vanished entirely. In the direction of the Lord's mansion, it was as if the establishment had been fortified to the teeth. Towering walls glimmered with the luminous runes of soul-guiding wards. The original guards of the Lord's mansion had been completely replaced by the more formidable and better-equipped direct guards of the Spirit Hall. Above the estate, powerful waves of soul power scanned the surroundings like searchlights, emanating from a Soul Emperor-level presence. What weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart was the sight of a massive dark purple banner, adorned with the fearsome totem of a ghostly leopard, fluttering in the night breeze atop the highest watchtower of the Lord's mansion. Beneath the banner stood a man clad in tight-fitting dark purple leather armor, half of his face obscured by a ghostly leopard mask, exuding a cold aura akin to a venomous serpent, standing with arms crossed. His icy gaze probing the entirety of the city. The ghostly leopard totem, directly under the command of the elders of the Spirit Hall. Though Lord Daera is absent, his minions have utterly seized control of the city. They are hunting, barricading, and weaving an enormous web. Lin Chen's murderous intent swirled within his chest like a tangible ice spike. The Spirit Hall, their actions are swift. Not only have they abducted Xiao Wu, but they also intend to thoroughly cleanse and dominate this city, which has had ties to her. Is it to eradicate the roots, or is it a bait? At that moment, the shared vision of the Night Bat Ninja captured an image from a secluded corner at the back of Nodding Academy. A slender figure was being roughly shoved by 2 enforcers of the Spirit Hall towards a Soul Guide prison carriage, covered in black cloth and inscribed with confinement runes. It was none other than Yu Xiaojing. Clutching a hefty ancient tome tightly to his chest, his face was etched with fury and defiance, with traces of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, evidently a sign of resistance. Be honest, a theoretical master? One enforcer sneered, forcefully shoving Yu Xiaojing. His Majesty the Pope is quite interested in your twisted theories. Come back to Spirit City for a thorough discussion. Yu Xiaojing was violently thrust into the prison carriage, the heavy black cloth falling down, cutting off both light and his furious gaze. The carriage swiftly departed the academy area under the vigilant watch of 4 other enforcers. Yu Xiaojing had been captured. Was it due to the ancient tome chronicling the ghost leopard Douluo, or perhaps his contact with the shadows? A chill ran through Lin Chen's heart. The intelligence network and operational capacity of the Spirit Hall surpassed his expectations. They not only controlled the city, but were systematically erasing any potential clues and threats. The flames of anger nearly consumed Lin Chen, yet he forcibly suppressed it. Impulsiveness is a devil. He was still gravely injured, his strength diminished to a mere fraction. Confronting the Spirit Hall's web in Nodding City would be akin to seeking one's own demise. He needed to recover, to regain strength, and above all, to be patient. He stifled his murderous intent and immersed his consciousness into the wider shadow network. Since the Spirit Hall was weaving a cage, he would transform this cage into a nurturing haven for his shadows. Command, Shadow Network, maximum power, expand. Target of consumption, city fear, chaos, negative emotions, drifting shadow energy. No regard for losses, draw fully. A frenzied intent surged like an invisible storm, sweeping through the entire Shadow Legion. In an instant, the shadow dimension of Nodding City seemed to come alive. Every corner, wherever shadows existed, opened invisible, greedy maws. On the streets, pedestrians, pale with fear from the Spirit Hall patrols, hurriedly dodged, their emanating terror transformed into wisps of black mist, silently extracted and devoured. Within the homes, citizens trembling behind windows, watching the grim scenes outside, their inner turmoil and despair coalesced into a chilling stream of energy, merging into the torrent of shadows. surrounding the Lord's mansion, the tightly monitored. Terrified servants and low-ranking officials, their suppression and panic served as exquisite nourishment. Even amidst the icy shadows cast by the armored enforcers of the Spirit Hall, their own agitation and barely perceptible fatigue from performing high-pressure tasks, a faint negative energy was quietly stripped away and absorbed. The entire city of Nodding resembled a vast, intangible crucible of fear. Lin Chen's shadow network served as the insatiable heart of this furnace, voraciously devouring all the negative sustenance bred within this prison. Deep within the base, Lin Chen's dark gray soul ring accelerated its rotation, the dim glow becoming increasingly palpable and profound at a visible pace. The withered channels of soul power were forcibly filled and expanded by the cold, colossal energy. The excruciating agony of his soul was slightly alleviated under the onslaught of this overwhelming force. Strength was being restored at an unprecedented rate. Just as this chilling surge of power reached a critical point, Lin Chen felt himself recovering nearly half of his state. He was contemplating how to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the escort of Yu Xiaojing when, without warning, a sharp pain pierced his consciousness like a myriad of burning steel needles, striking fiercely at his brow. This torment did not originate from within him, but rather from the spatial anchor point, obtained through the obliteration of ghostly shadows, pointing towards the northwest. On the other side of the anchor point, an indescribable wave of agony, despair, fear, and pure life essence, forcefully distorted and profaned, surged forth like the anguished howl of a dying beast, crashing through the intangible spatial connection. Xiaowu. Lin Chen suddenly clutched his head, emitting a howl so piercing it seemed to tear at the very fabric of his soul. His crimson eyes, obscured by the mask, instantly filled with bloodshot veins. The waves of pain emanating from the anchor point were so vivid, so intense, that it felt as if he were personally enduring the torment from afar. She is suffering. Lord Yalia. Spirit Hall. A torrent of murderous intent erupted like an uncontrollable volcano, instantly obliterating Lin Chen's last vestiges of rationality. The newly regained power surged through him like boiling magma, and he could no longer afford to wait. Command, all units. Target, Northwest City Gate of Nodding. At all costs. Break through the blockade. Pursue the anchor point. Target, Lord Yalia. The frenzied thought resounded like a horn of destruction throughout the Shadow Network. The recently healed Shadow Lord, fueled by a vengeful fury to annihilate all, resolutely sounded the horn of counterattack. The meticulously woven prison of Nodding, constructed by the Spirit Hall, was about to face the most ferocious shadow assault. Chapter 61. Shadows breaking free in the shackles of light. Xiaowu. That anguished roar, emanating from the depths of his soul, echoed madly between the cold stone walls of the shadow base like the blood-curdling lament of a dying beast. Lin Chen cradled his head, his body curled up, convulsing violently. Beneath the Terra mask, his crimson eyes were instantly overrun with wild bloodshot veins. The ultimate pain and despair belonging to Xiaowu, transmitted from the spatial anchor point at his brow, pierced through his recently coalesced consciousness like countless burning steel needles, swiftly incinerating the last remnants of his sanity. She is suffering. At this very moment, in that distant prison to the northwest. Lord Yalia. Spirit Hall. The flames of vengeance intertwined with a gnawing anxiety, akin to uncontrollable lava, utterly breached Lin Chen's defenses. The newly restored power surged wildly within him, roaring. He could no longer afford to wait a single moment. With each passing second, the agony borne by Xiaowu intensified. All units. Target, the northwestern gate of Nodding City. At all costs. Break through the blockade. Pursue the anchor point. Objective, Lord Yalia. A frenzied thought, like a destructive hurricane, swept through the entire Shadow Network, carrying with it a tidal wave of murderous intent. The lurking shadows awakened in that instant, boiling with intensity. With a thunderous crash, the heavy stone slab at the entrance of the shadow base shattered under an unseen force. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Chen emerged like a demon tearing through the depths of hell, enveloped in a chilling tempest of murderous intent, the first to burst forth. The crimson glow of the tailor mask upon his face blazed with unprecedented fervor, while the dark gray soul rings behind him spun wildly. The immense shadow soul power burning like a seething black flame around him. Close behind him, 7 distorted and ethereal figures surged forth as if expelled from a shattered mirror. The Phantom Legion. Their vortex-like eyes radiated an eerie light, disregarding physical barriers, appearing behind Lin Chen as if teleporting, each manifestation leaving a fleeting ripple in space. A sharp screech pierced the night sky. Dozens of night bat ninjas erupted like a frenzy of bloodthirsty creatures, their wings obscuring the sparse starlight, their crimson eyes locking onto the northwestern direction. Around the base, every shadow in the mass grave writhed and boiled. Hundreds of shadow ninjas surged forth silently from behind tombstones, beneath withered bones, and from cracks in the earth, coalescing into a silent and deadly tide of shadows. Following Lin Chen's lead as they charged desperately toward the northwestern gate of Nodding City. The once silent mass grave was instantly engulfed by the chilling murderous intent and the torrent of shadows. Lin Chen led the charge, his figure leaving a blurred afterimage upon the rugged terrain, moving with astonishing speed. His eyes were fixed solely on the distant spatial anchor point in the northwest, and the agonized breath of Xiao Wu. The northwestern gate of Nodding City was no ordinary defense checkpoint. The towering 10-meter metal gate stood resolutely closed, its surface adorned with flickering soul guide reinforcement runes, exuding a cold metallic sheen. On the walls, rows of crossbows shimmered ominously, their bolts aimed outward. Below the walls, a temporary steel fortress had been erected. More than 50 fully armed Spirit Hall knights, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding tower shields and long spears, formed 3 impenetrable lines of steel. A synchronized wave of soul power emanated from them, each at least Grand Soul Master level. At the heart of this line stood an exceptionally burly figure, resembling an iron tower. Dressed in dark silver heavy plate armor, his chest bore an imposing ghost leopard totem, and his face was concealed behind a metal mask that revealed only his eyes. A terrifying soul power pressure, as heavy as a mountain and as fiery as a furnace, radiated from him like a tangible wave, spreading outward from his center. He was none other than Klaus, a soul sage, the iron wall responsible for the northwestern gate under the command of Elder Ghost Leopard. As Lin Chen surged forth from the burial grounds, enveloped by the shadow tide, the moment he emerged into the desolate wilderness beyond the city, Klaus's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, erupted with fierce brilliance. An enemy assault. Highest alert. Target confirmed. Lord of Shadows. Klaus's voice resonated like thunder, instantly igniting the entire defensive line. Form up. Sacred Light Barrier. With a furious roar, Klaus summoned 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, each ascending with fervor. Particularly, the pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring radiated a blinding luminescence. As his command echoed and the soul rings glimmered, the soul power of 50 knights from the Spirit Hall resonated in unison. Their tower shields slammed into position. Countless beams of milky white light, imbued with an aura of divine purification, shot forth from the shields, weaving together like a net, rapidly coalescing 100 meters before the city gates. A colossal wall, formed of pure light soul power and adorned with sacred runes, rose from the ground like a divine barrier. The light wall emanated searing heat and intense purifying waves, completely sealing the soul path leading to the northwestern city gate. The air warped before the light wall, and the ground hissed as it was scorched. This was Klaus's 5th soul skill, a formidable defensive barrier created in conjunction with the knightly formation, the Sacred Light Barrier. Light binding. Prepare. Klaus roared once more, activating his 3rd soul ring, purple. With his hands cupped, 2 spheres of blazing white light coalesced in his palms, locking onto the swiftly charging Lin Chen. This was his control soul skill. Upon impact, it could imprison a soul emperor in an instant. For the glory of the Spirit Hall, crushed these heretical shadows. The knights roared in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Their long spears pointed resolutely ahead. The shadow tide collided fiercely with the radiant barrier. The foremost dozen shadow ninjas, like moths drawn to flame, crashed violently against the Sacred Light Barrier, which radiated terrifying heat and purifying power. The sound of corrosive hissing intertwined with the air. Upon contact with the sacred light, the shadowy forms of the ninjas melted away as if caught in a blizzard, billowing forth plumes of black smoke. They emitted silent howls, their bodies swiftly becoming ethereal and unstable. The holy power of light was indeed the natural nemesis of shadows. A mere trick. Before the sacred light, all shadows shall be reduced to ashes. Klaus scoffed disdainfully from beneath his mask, the light-binding spheres in his hands ready to be unleashed. At that critical moment, a resolute glint ignited in Lin Chen's crimson eyes. His speed remained unyielding, yet his mind functioned like the most precise of instruments, instantly issuing 2 disparate commands. Giant Troll Apparition. Target, Sacred Light Barrier. Power Projection. Shadow Devourer. Target, Core Soul Guide Node of the Barrier. Devour. In the instant the commands were given, a thunderous roar erupted. 3 colossal apparitions, formed of pure shadow energy and as massive as mountains, suddenly coalesced from the thick shadows behind Lin Chen. As if war beasts had clawed their way up from the depths of hell, they emitted a silent roar, with colossal shadowy arms, adorned with rocky textures, raised high, channeling a terrifying power formidable enough to shake mountains, as they descended fiercely upon the great barrier of holy light from hundreds of meters away. Three meticulously condensed waves of shadow energy, akin to colossal battering rams, rent the air with a destructive force and crashed thunderously against the holy barrier. A resounding boom echoed, reminiscent of a cataclysmic clash of realms. The ground in the northwest corner of Nottingham City quaked violently. The holy barrier erupted in blinding radiance, its surface flowing with sacred runes that flickered erratically. The barrier twisted and shuddered violently, the milky white wall of light rippling as if a massive stone had been cast into a lake, unleashing a tempest of energy. The resilient surface of the barrier, centered around three immense impact points, instantaneously became veined with spiderweb-like cracks. The brilliance dimmed swiftly. What? Klaus's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such a formidable ranged assault from the adversary. The beam of light he was about to unleash was abruptly interrupted as he strained to maintain the faltering barrier. In that moment, as the holy barrier trembled under the troll's shockwave, its radiance disturbed and defensive capabilities plummeting, three larvae of the devouring shadows, now swollen to the size of basins and cloaked in dense shadowy scales, surged like three bolts of black lightning, silently piercing through the thinning field of luminous energy caused by the barrier's upheaval, and swiftly flowed to the base of the barrier, to the core node aglow with the most potent, soul-guiding runes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An even more intense and spine-chilling gnawing sound erupted. The bodies of the devouring shadows enveloped the core's soul-guiding node like a viscous acid. The soul-guiding runes erupted in blinding light in a futile attempt to resist. Yet upon contact with the devouring shadows, the brilliance dimmed instantly, as if consumed by a black hole, vanishing entirely. The sturdy soul-guiding metal crumbled like brittle biscuits, rapidly decomposed and devoured. The very foundation of the holy barrier was being frantically dismantled. Damn it! It is that consuming monster. Klaus was filled with rage and alarm. He recognized this strange species mentioned in the vault incident report. He swung his fist fiercely, unleashing a blazing punch of light toward the devouring shadows. However, at that precise moment, the Ghost Shadow Legion, spatial leap, rending the barrier. Lin Chen's roar resounded like a thunderclap. Buzz. The figures of the seven ghost shadows vanished in an instant. The next moment, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Above the area where the holy barrier was shaken by the troll's shockwave and ravaged by the devouring shadows, where its defenses had plummeted to a critical point, seven elongated, jagged spatial rifts, their edges entwined with raging black and purple lightning, suddenly tore through reality like the eyes of a demon snapping open. The seven ghost shadows emerged like vengeful harbingers from hell, forcefully squeezing through the rifts. Their vortex-like pupils swelled to an extreme intensity. Their ethereal, contorted arms thrust violently into the cracked, dimly glowing core of the barrier. Shadows tore. Seven icy, relentless wills converged into one. The Phantom Legion, with its ability to disregard physical defenses and specifically target energy structures, unleashed the shadow tier, akin to seven searing blades plunging into tofu, erupting with ferocity. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of fragile glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. The holy light barrier, sustained by the Soul Saint battle formation and capable of withstanding assaults of the Soul Emperor level, could no longer endure the triple onslaught of internal and external attacks along with the spatial rift. At the center of the shadow tier, a massive milky white light wall shattered like a broken mirror, exploding into countless fragments that scattered like stardust, vanishing into oblivion. The shockwave from the barrier's destruction violently hurled dozens of Soul Hall Knights in the front line into the air. A vast breach suddenly appeared in the ironclad defense. No. Klaus bellowed in a furious rage. He watched in disbelief as the barrier he had so proudly upheld was torn apart in such an unimaginable manner. Charge. Crush them. Lin Chen's figure did not falter for an instant. Like a black arrow released from its bow, he was the first to surge through the breach in the shattered barrier. Behind him, the remaining hundreds of Shadow Legion units surged forward like a deluge of ink, bearing cold killing intent and unwavering resolve, crashing into the temporarily disoriented Soul Hall defense. The tide of shadows had finally breached the first line of the luminous cage. The blade of vengeance pointed directly at the blood-red anchor in the northwest. Yet Klaus, the Soul Saint, with eyes ablaze, had locked onto Lin Chen's retreating figure. The true hunt had only just begun. Chapter 62. The Beast That Devours Light and the Broken Gate. The milky light rain from the shattered barrier had yet to dissipate completely, yet the chilling intent of murder pressed against Lin Chen's throat like a tangible blade. His figure, like an arrow piercing through darkness, surged into the remnants of the holy light barrier. His gaze was solely fixed on the burning anchor point in the northwest, on the agonizing aura of Xiao Wu on the verge of breaking. Behind him, the wave of shadows formed by hundreds of Shadow Legion units, driven by a desperate will. collided fiercely with the briefly disordered Soul Hall defense. Stop him, at all costs. Klaus's roar was akin to that of a wounded beast, filled with rage and humiliation. His towering physique surged forward, his heavily armored boots crashing down, fracturing the stone beneath with every step. His sixth spirit ring, a pitch-black Millennium Soul Ring, suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. A torrent of soul power, more terrifying and refined than the previous holy light barrier, surged forth, imbued with the essence of divine judgment. Sixth spirit skill, Judgment of Light, Spear of Verdict. Klaus's muscular arms tensed, as if drawing an invisible great bow. With his motion, a colossal light spear, formed purely from highly compressed, blazing holy light, materialized above his head in an instant. The spear was entwined with golden sacred runes, its tip brimming with terrifying energy capable of piercing mountains and purifying all. The spear's point was locked onto Lin Chen's unguarded back, charging at full speed. This was a lethal strike, fueled by the Soul Saint's fury and the will of judgment. In the moment the light spear coalesced, the very fabric of space seemed to warp under the intensity of that ultimate light and searing heat. The terrifying pressure loomed like an invisible mountain, forcefully bearing down upon Lin Chen as he charged forward. My lord! The two shadow soldiers closest to Lin Chen emitted a silent, piercing shriek. Their vortex-like eyes glowed ominously, disregarding the confines of space as they attempted a short-range leap to shield Lin Chen. However, it was too late. Klaus's eyes blazed with a fierce light, his murderous intent towards Lin Chen escalating to its zenith. The spear of judgment, radiating waves of annihilation, was poised to be unleashed. In that critical moment, as Lin Chen faced the imminent threat of being pierced by holy light, an icy battle instinct, emanating from the very essence of the Terra Mask, forcefully suppressed the seething anger and profound worry reflected in his crimson eyes. His trajectory remained unchanged, unwavering even as he refrained from glancing back. Yet, in the instant the spear's oppressive force converged upon him, his will, as precise as the most refined lightning, swiftly locked onto the three juvenile entities of the Shadow Devourer, which had just shattered the barrier's soul guide node and were greedily siphoning the remnants of the broken holy light. Command, Shadow Devourer. Target, Spear of Judgment. Devour. Evolve. At any cost. The frenzied thoughts surged like an invisible whip, striking fiercely at the pure, insatiable devouring instinct of the Shadow Devourer. The three juvenile entities, each the size of a basin and covered in fine, shadowy scales, erupted with a piercing, soul-piercing shriek as if injected with the most potent stimulant. They abandoned the remnants of holy light clinging to their mouths, their round bodies suddenly swelling, stretching, and transforming. No longer spherical, they morphed into three colossal, flat forms resembling the gaping maws of abyssal beasts, cloaked in a viscous shroud of shadow. They disregarded the terrifying pressure and purifying force emanating from the Spear of Judgment. Driven by a primal, life-originating thirst for ultimate energy, like moths drawn to a flame, they lunged towards the spear's tip, where energy was most concentrated and volatile. Wrapping around it with fervor, fools, seeking death. Klaus observed the spectacle, a cruel smile curling beneath his mask. The Spear of Judgment, infused with the purest, most tyrannical holy light, was not to be trifled with. The mere shadow creatures dared to consume it? They would be annihilated in an instant. He thrust his arms forward. The spear was released, transforming into a blazing white meteor that tore through space, hurtling towards Lin Chen's back with the might to judge all creation. The spear's tip was met by the three audacious shadow maws that approached unflinchingly. Boom. The blazing white spear collided violently with the three viscous shadow maws. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated cataclysmic purification did not occur immediately. A sound, more piercing and frenzied than any before, erupted, a cacophony of corrosive devouring that twisted the very essence of the soul, akin to countless ravenous prehistoric beasts simultaneously gnawing at the hardest of metals. In that moment of contact, the three shadow maws boiled, twisted, and melted as if thrown into a furnace, their edges vaporizing and vanishing under the overpowering holy light energy of the spear. The juvenile shadow devourers emitted a wailing cry that seemed too horrific to belong to any living being, their forms shrinking wildly under the searing blaze of holy light, becoming increasingly ethereal, as if on the brink of complete dissolution. Yet, in this moment, the insatiable voracity for energy, stemming from the essence of the Terra Masks, was ignited to its utmost potential. The pure and colossal luminescent energy of the Spear of Judgment was, for them, both a lethal poison and an unprecedented premium nourishment. Devour, evolve, or perish. At the precipice of annihilation, within the viscous shadowy bodies of the Shadow Devourer larvae, countless minuscule, black hole-like vortices spun madly, generating. They ceased their futile resistance against the purifying light, instead embracing a self-destructive stance, wildly tearing apart, decomposing, and consuming the most refined luminescent energy emanating from the spear's tip. The indomitable momentum of the Spear of Judgment was abruptly stymied, though merely for a fleeting moment. The incandescent brilliance at the spear's tip dimmed visibly, becoming muddled and seemingly tainted. What? The malevolent grin on Klaus's face froze instantly, morphing into a visage of incredulous horror. He sensed that his connection with the Spear of Judgment was being interfered with and weakened by a bizarre force. It was this moment of stasis. Lin Chen's charge showed not the slightest sign of faltering, taking advantage of the energy shockwave unleashed by the temporary stalling of the Spear of Judgment. His speed surged once more. Like a wraith, he brushed past the spear's tip, now enveloped by the shadowy maw, its radiance waning and distorted, narrowly slipping through. Boom! The Spear of Judgment, having been hindered and partially consumed of its core energy, ultimately struck the ground mere meters behind Lin Chen with a thunderous roar. A massive crater, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, materialized in an instant. The searing white light and violent shockwave instantaneously vaporized and hurled the dozen or so shadowy ninjas who followed closely behind Lin Chen. Debris scattered like cannonballs. Yet, Lin Chen had already surged past. Only a final 100 meters remained to the colossal metal city gate, reinforced with soul-guiding runes, now firmly shut. Block him. Quickly block him. Klaus's eyes bulged with fury as he unleashed a frenzied roar. He could scarcely believe that his most formidable strike had been thwarted in such a manner by a few peculiar shadow slimes. Shame and rage threatened to engulf him. The other soul rings adorning him flared to life, unleashing scorching beams of light that rained down upon Lin Chen like a tempest. The strong crossbows atop the battlements, under the commander's bellow, emitted a chilling clatter. Bolts, glimmering with armor-piercing soul-guiding radiance, descended upon Lin Chen and the ensuing shadowy tide like a tempest of metal. Shadow Legion. Objective, the city gate. Space tore asunder. Lin Chen's resolve was as cold as a millennium of frozen ice, driven by a reckless determination. He paid no heed to the torrential beams and crossbow bolts raining down behind him. His sole focus was the imposing city gate that barred his path. Command acknowledged. In an instant, the silhouettes of 7 members of the Shadow Legion vanished. The next moment, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Before the grand metal city gate, 7 rifts in space, more enormous and ferocious than those that had previously torn through barriers, with edges entwined in destructive black and violet lightning, suddenly unfurled like 7 claws rending the heavens. A tempestuous maelstrom of spatial turbulence erupted forth. The shadows of 7 phantoms surged forth from the fissure with unrestrained ferocity. Their swirling eyes blazed with an intensity beyond measure. With grotesquely distorted arms, they wielded a terrifying power capable of rending the very fabric of space. Thrusting violently into the heavy metal gates adorned with flickering soul-guiding runes, shadows tore apart. A thunderous roar erupted, far more terrifying than the shattering of barriers. Akin to the cataclysmic crash of a collapsing sky, the entire northwestern corner of Nodding City trembled violently. The immense gates, forged from a blend of precious metals and imbued with multiple layers of soul-guiding defensive runes, were subjected to the concentrated force of 7 spatial rifts, as if 7 invisible giants were ruthlessly tearing at them from within. The resilient metal emitted a spine-chilling, twisted groan. The surface runes flickered like a candle in the wind, flashing erratically before shattering completely. The heavy gate was forcibly torn apart, twisting and warping as if made of paper. A gaping maw, terrifying and fringed with streams of molten metal and chaotic spatial currents, appeared ominously at the center of the gates. The door had been breached. The cost was monumental. The 7 phantoms, having completed their rending, found their forms shattered like fragile glass, instantly covered in cracks. Under the violent backlash of space and the explosive energy of the runes, they emitted a silent wail before fracturing into countless swirling shards of space, utterly annihilated. Charge! Lin Chen's roar, laced with blood, transformed him into a streak of shadowy flame, the first to surge forth from the breach. The chilling night air filled his nostrils in an instant. Behind him, the remnants of the Shadow Tide, Night Bat Ninjas, Shadow Ninjas, and the 3 diminutive yet crack-riddled shadow-absorbing entities, gasping yet still radiating a voracious intent, followed like a torrential flood, rushing forth from the opening into the vast wilderness beyond. Klaus's beams and the deluge of crossbow bolts from the battlements rained down upon the edges of the breach and the pursuing Shadow Legion, igniting flashes of energy annihilation and silent disintegration. Yet, Lin Chen's stride toward freedom could not be halted. You scoundrels! Pursue them! Raise the highest alarm! Notify all strongholds in the northwest! We must not allow the heretics to escape. Klaus, trembling with rage as he beheld the vanishing shadow tide beyond the gates, let out a primal roar. He charged forth with the remaining knights, resembling a furious stampede of rhinoceroses, toward the immense breach still oozing molten metal. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, having burst through the gates, did not pause for a moment. He bore the excruciating pain and backlash from the obliteration of the phantoms deep within his soul, his crimson eyes fiercely fixed on the distant horizon to the northwest. The anguished waves emanating from the spatial anchor, belonging to Xiao Wu, seared his soul like a burning iron. With a sudden sweep of his hand, he commanded, full speed. Northwest. Target, Lord Diala. The torrent of shadows, fueled by a vengeful fury that sought to consume all, surged forth like a bloodthirsty pack of wolves unleashed from captivity, charging towards the horizon where the blood-red dawn was poised to rise. The winds of the wilderness carried the scent of freedom, mingled with a more piercing aura of death. Chapter 63. The initial cry of shadow devourers and the bloodstained dawn. The frigid night breeze sliced through Lin Chen's blood-stained garments like a steel blade, tearing at his very soul. Bursting forth from the gaping maw of Nodding City into the vast, desolate wilderness did not grant him even a modicum of freedom. Rather, it felt akin to stepping into a more expansive hunting ground. Behind him, the furious roars of Klaus and the advancing hoofbeats of the knights of the Spirit Hall were akin to relentless maggots, drawing ever closer. Ahead lay an unknown darkness, a nexus of blood vendetta, and the haunting, almost desperate cries of Xiao Wu, echoing like a relentless parasite, on the brink of collapse. As he forcefully broke through the city gates, the aftershocks of a soul guide explosion wreaked havoc on his insides, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Deep within his soul, the agony of 7 ghostly battalions' obliteration felt like the venomous bite of a serpent. Beneath his mask, his face was as pale as gilded paper, each breath a struggle against intense suffering. Yet, his crimson eyes burned with a light more tenacious than the stars, fixating on the distant spatial anchor in the northwestern horizon. Faster. He urged himself to accelerate to his utmost limits, the shadow soul power surging through his exhausted veins like a fleeting explosion bought at the cost of life itself. Behind him, the remaining Nightbat ninjas flitted through the air, casting blurred silhouettes against the low sky, while the shadow ninjas raced along the ground like leopards in pursuit. The 3 diminutive, fist-sized, and charred-bodied younglings of the devouring Shadow Clan, wrapped in Lin Chen's dark energy, trailed behind him like wounded cubs, their insatiable instincts driving them to continue feasting on the lingering fears and negative energies of the wilderness, striving to mend their own frail forms. However, the dawn of the wilderness was far from a smooth passage. Just as Lin Chun and his companions had traversed less than 5 miles, an unexpected anomaly erupted before them on the relatively open expanse of the wasteland. With a sharp crackle, a slender, shimmering fissure of dark purple lightning tore through the air. Akin to a demon's eye suddenly opened in the void 100 meters ahead. A tempest of chaotic spatial currents erupted forth, wielding the power to rend all asunder. In swift succession, a second and third fissure manifested, a total of 7 enormous rifts appearing like colossal scythes shredding the heavens, crisscrossing the wasteland and sealing off every possible path for Lin Chen's advance. Each rift emanated a bone-chilling, ghostly aura, unmistakably sourced from the same essence left by Lord Diara in the treasury. A spatial trap, the hidden card of the ghost leopard Douluo. He little mouse, you do run quite swiftly. A cold, hoarse voice, tinged with the mockery of a cat playing with its prey, drifted from the very center of the 7 rifts, chilling the air like a gust from the depths of the abyss. Alas, you cannot escape my grasp. Surrender willingly, and relinquish those intriguing shadows you carry, along with the secret of that little rabbit. At the moment the voice echoed, an oppressive force more terrifying and profound than Klaus's, imbued with the essence of spatial confinement and soul freezing, descended upon the desolate plain like an invisible firmament. It enveloped the entire wasteland. The air thickened to a viscous consistency, causing the shadow battalion's speed to plummet. The Nightbat ninjas collided with an intangible barrier, emitting piercing shrieks. The shadow ninjas found themselves mired in a quagmire, struggling to move. The ghost leopard Douluo, Lord Diara, to his astonishment, he did not flee but instead employed spatial techniques to set a deadly trap in advance. His true targets were not only Xiao Wu but also Lin Chen, the heretic wielding the enigmatic powers of shadow. Lin Chen's figure abruptly froze, his scarlet eyes contracted to the size of pinpoints. A profound sense of crisis engulfed him like icy water cascading over his head. In front lay a lethal trap laid by the titled Douluo, while behind him pursued the Soul Sage and his relentless troops. It was a genuine deadlock. Protect the master. The remnants of the ghostly shadow troop, now reduced to but 2, emitted a silent shriek. Their spiraling eyes glowed ominously, attempting to forcibly initiate a spatial leap to carry Lin Chen away from this area ensnared by spatial traps. However, a resonating hum echoed. Lord Yalia's chilling intent coiled around the two shadows like invisible chains, ensnaring them instantly. 7 massive spatial rifts erupted simultaneously, radiating blinding hues of ghostly purple. An overwhelmingly despairing force of spatial confinement descended upon them. The ghostly troop's attempt at spatial leap was abruptly interrupted, as if frozen in amber. Their ethereal forms twisted and distorted, emitting silent cries of agony, yet unable to break free. To toy with space before me? Such arrogance. Lord Yalia's voice dripped with disdainful mockery. His figure remained shrouded in the ethereal glow of the spatial rifts, akin to a shadow that presided over all. Behind, Klaus, leading the Knights of the Spirit Hall, had finally entered the fray. Upon witnessing the terrifying 7 spatial rifts and the oppressive aura of the titled Douluo, a flicker of ecstasy and reverence flashed in Klaus's eyes. It is Elder Ghost Leopard. The Elder's stratagem is impeccable. The heretic cannot escape. Knights, holy light charge. Crush those shadowy abominations. Glory is my life. The knights roared in unison, their soul power resonating once more. Dozens of robust, milky white waves of holy light surged forth like judgmental spears, soaring over Lin Chen and striking fiercely at the shadow troop, now encumbered and slowed by the spatial confinement. With deadly traps before and a torrent of holy purification behind, the shadow troop found themselves caught like ants between grinding stones, plunging into utter catastrophe. Boom, boom, boom. The holy light waves crashed into the heart of the shadow troop. The piercing sounds of annihilation and the silent disintegration melded into a singular cacophony. The Nightbat ninjas ignited like paper kites, shrieking mournfully as they turned to ashes in the holy light. The shadow ninjas were vaporized and purified in droves. In just one wave of assault, the already battered troop suffered yet another devastating blow, their numbers halved. Lin Chen, trapped by the spatial confinement, watched helplessly as his troop was slaughtered. The anguished feedback of countless units perishing resonated through their soul link, piercing his heart like 1,000 arrows. Blood surged in his throat, and he spat a mouthful onto his cold mask, staining it crimson. Severe pain, despair. Xiao Wu's cries of anguish echoed deeper within his soul, more vivid and heart-wrenching, akin to the lamentations of a dying beast. No, absolutely not. He cannot perish here. He must save her. Amidst the excruciating agony and oppressive deadlock, Lin Chen's scarlet eyes ignited with a primordial, frigid instinct to devour, emanating from the essence of the Terra Mask, erupting like a spark ignited into a conflagration. He fiercely gazed ahead at the 7 colossal rifts, exuding lethal ghostly energy and chaotic spatial turbulence. A frenzied thought detonated in the mind, consuming, devouring everything. Command, Shadow Devourers. Target, Spatial Rift. Devour. Assimilate. Release, Shadow Devour. The wild intention roared like a dying beast, striking fiercely at the 3 Shadow Devourer larvae. Dragged and weakened by his dark power, responding to this command, emanating from the depths of their master's soul, mingled with despair and madness, the 3 larvae trembled violently, their bodies marred by charred cracks. Their nearly extinguished greed for consumption ignited, as if doused in boiling oil, burning to an unprecedented peak. A primal desire for the supreme energy of space overwhelmed the fear of obliteration. A piercing, soul-rending screech of greed erupted simultaneously. The larvae, no larger than a fist, expanded frantically, inflating from their small size to that of grinding wheels. They no longer maintained a spherical form but transformed into 3 colossal, writhing, viscous shadowy maws, teeming with countless minuscule black hole vortices. These immense mouths radiated a soul-chilling, primal hunger, as if capable of consuming all existence. Ignoring the terrifying turbulence and ghostly pressure emanating from the spatial rift, they lunged madly at the nearest 3 rifts, biting down with ferocity. A horrifying sound, unprecedented and utterly mind-shattering, filled the desolate expanse. It resembled the cacophony of countless invisible demons gnawing at the very foundations of the world. The instant the Shadow Maw made contact with the spatial rift, the frenzied spatial turbulence found an outlet, surging wildly into the Maw's interior. The viscous, shadowy bodies of the Shadow Devourers boiled, twisted, and expanded violently. The edges were torn apart by the spatial chaos. Yet the countless swirling black hole vortices within unleashed a terrifying pull, gripping the rift's edges tightly, devouring, disassembling, and assimilating the chaotic energy constituting the rift. Like the most gluttonous leech, the 3 rifts, now ensnared, became akin to metal immersed in strong acid, their edges swiftly blurring, twisting, and destabilizing. The ghostly violet lightning and eerie energy surging from the rifts grew thin, as if consumed by an invisible maw. The rifts themselves began to visibly contract at an alarming rate. What in the world? At the center of the rift, Lord Lodiara's cold, mocking voice now carried a distinct note of astonishment and a barely perceptible hint of trepidation. He sensed that his meticulously arranged spatial trap was being forcibly interfered with, devoured, and disintegrated by a bizarre power. Shadow Devour. Explode for me. Lin Shun unleashed a blood-curdling roar from the depths of his soul. He squeezed the last vestiges of his soul power and mental energy, igniting them like a fuse. Boom, boom, boom. The three shadow maws expanded to their limits. Filled with frenzied spatial turbulence and ghostly energy, imploded violently, followed by a thunderous explosion. There were no earth-shattering flames, only a pure, viscous darkness that instantaneously spread forth, akin to 3 drops of ink dissolving into clear water. This darkness consumed light and extinguished sound. Even the violent turbulence of space and the oppressive aura of Lord Yara were forcibly erased and devoured. The 3 spatial rifts caught in the maw of the shadowy abyss vanished as if erased by a black eraser, along with all the energy fluctuations they emitted, completely obliterated by the erupting viscous darkness. Shadow Devourer. It swallowed space, returning it to nothingness. The 7 spatial traps meticulously set by Lord Yara were instantly torn open, creating a massive breach. The power of spatial confinement that enveloped the wasteland suddenly loosened due to the destruction of the core node. With a forceful detonation of the Shadow Devourer, Lin Shun was struck as if by lightning, his body hurtling backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the cold wasteland. The crimson glow of the Terra mask extinguished, fading into darkness. Before him, all was black. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, plunging into boundless darkness. The last remnants of perception were the cold feedback from the 3 shadow larvae obliterating in their self-detonation and within the soul link. A fleeting moment of clarity from Xiao Wu, filled with endless anguish due to the destruction of the spatial trap. Silence descended upon the wasteland. The erupting viscous darkness gradually dissipated, revealing the smoothed-out spatial distortions. The remaining rifts still emitted a ghostly glow, though their might was considerably diminished. Lord Yara's figure remained concealed behind the ethereal light, silent, as if digesting the bizarre scene that had just unfolded. Behind, Klaus and the Knights of the Spirit Hall stood stunned, their momentum halted by the incomprehensible spectacle of the devouring space. The cold morning breeze swept across, stirring the dust and scent of blood upon the wasteland. Lin Shun lay immobile on the frigid ground, resembling a lifeless statue, his mask dimmed, his breath so faint it was nearly extinguished. Beside him, the few remaining battered units of the Shadow Legion stood like the most loyal tombstones, silently guarding him, their crimson eyes fixed upon the flickering spatial rifts and the encroaching holy light. The blood-red dawn finally pierced the eastern horizon, staining the cold wasteland and Lin Shen's bloodied form in a haunting dark crimson. Chapter 64. The Claws of the Netherworld and the Shattered Mask. Cold, an unfathomable cold, akin to the heaviest lead blocks, pressed Lin Shen's consciousness into an abyss of despair. Each attempt to gather his thoughts felt like struggling in a viscous sea of ice. Heavy, slow, ultimately consumed by the biting chill. Deep within his soul, the backlash storm from the forced detonation of the Shadow Devourer, which tore apart the spatial trap, struck like countless ice picks, incessantly battering and stirring, tearing his spirit into fragments. The excruciating pain from his body had long since numbed, leaving only a hollow sensation of being emptied and frozen. The Terra mask clung tightly to his face, its once brilliant crimson light extinguished, reduced to a cold and lifeless semblance of iron. It isolated him from the sounds of the outside world, yet it could not sever the incessant, gnawing cries of anguish belonging to Xiao Wu that emanated from the deepest recesses of their soul link. The mournful wail, faint yet distinct, resonated like the final lament of a dying swan, imbued with boundless dread and helplessness, scraping incessantly at the fraying nerves of his collapsing consciousness. Save her. I must save her. This thought flickered like the solitary glimmer of light in the darkness, sustaining the flickering flame of his consciousness on the brink of extinguishment. However, his battered body felt as if laden with molten lead, and even the mere act of moving a finger became an unattainable luxury. He could vaguely sense the presence of a dozen shadowy figures surrounding him, quivering like candles in the wind, their breaths weak, trembling under the oppressive aura of Lord Dyla's remnants and the encroaching threat of Klaus's holy light. The shadow of death loomed, thick as the darkest ink, poised to envelop him entirely. At that moment, a whisper of sound, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, sliced through the frigid air of dawn, akin to a viper's strike. This sound did not emanate from the shimmering spatial rift ahead, nor from the thundering iron hooves approaching from behind, but from a lowly thicket of withered shrubs, swaying gently in the morning breeze on the flanks of the barren expanse. Swiftly, faster than the limits of visual perception, a slender, agile silhouette, merging seamlessly with the night, erupted from the shadows of the underbrush like the swiftest of cheetahs. Her movements were devoid of superfluousness, embodying a lethal rhythm innate to her being. Her target was clear, aimed directly at the last flickering violet rift attempting to maintain its spatial confinement, closest to Lin Chun. It was Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a form-fitting black nocturnal outfit that accentuated her emerging curves. Her long hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, flowing like a banner in the wake of her rapid motion. On her exquisite, frosty countenance, there was no expression, only a pair of cat-like eyes as deep as a frigid pool, fixated intently on the spatial rift. A faint purple aura of soul power shimmered around her form. An ethereal cat ears manifested above her head, a manifestation of her spirit, the ethereal spirit cat. Beneath her, 2 yellow rings of soul power flared to life instantaneously. Her appearance was sudden and unexpected, like a vengeful spirit birthed from the shadows. The cold whisper of ethereal ambush escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips, dissipating in the wind. Her figure abruptly blurred in the air, transforming into 3 indistinguishable purple afterimages, as if teleporting, instantly surrounding the rift. The speed of her movement caused even Lord Douluo, hidden behind the glimmer of the rift, to emit a barely perceptible gasp of astonishment. With a swift and precise motion, 3 blades of purple light, infused with chilling soul power and edged with illusory cat claws, sliced through the air like the scythe of death, targeting the most unstable nodes of energy flow within the rift from 3 cunning angles. Zhu Zhuqing's aim was not the rift itself, but rather to dismantle the core energy nodes that sustained the spatial confinement. With a sound akin to puncturing a balloon, the 3 purple blades struck the violet rift, causing no significant damage, yet functioning like the most precise of scalpels, instantaneously severing several critical soul power circuits that upheld the spatial confinement. The rift, already diminished in power due to the explosion of Shadow Devourer, flickered violently, much like a flickering light bulb, as the force of spatial confinement enveloping the desolate expanse receded like a tide. At the heart of the spatial rift, the icy voice of Lord Douluo resonated, tinged with a trace of disturbed ire. A spectral hand, cloaked in pale bone armor and imbued with the chilling essence of frozen souls, surged forth from the ethereal glow, reaching out towards Zhu Zhuqing, whose movements were akin to a wraith. The speed was as swift as lightning, seeking death. Behind, Klaus finally grasped the situation. Witnessing the audacity of someone disrupting the Elder Ghost Leopard's arrangement, he was engulfed by a mix of astonishment and fury. His second soul ring, a luminous yellow, ignited, and in an instant, he conjured a spear of radiant flame, imbued with the power to purify shadows, hurling it with fierce intent towards Zhu Zhuqing's vulnerable back. A pincer attack, the casual strike of a tidal Douluo, coupled with the wrathful throw of a soul sage, was sufficient to obliterate any soul master in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing's feline pupils constricted sharply. An overwhelming sense of peril sent chills throughout her being. She acutely sensed the terrifying forces converging upon her from both directions, capable of tearing her apart in an instant. Her form twisted in midair in a desperate bid to evade. Yet no speed could outpace the intent of a tidal Douluo and the full force of a soul sage's assault. In that critical moment, as Zhu Zhuqing teetered on the brink of annihilation, a profound hum resonated. Lin Chen's consciousness, ensnared in an abyss of unending cold and torment, ignited as if seared by a red-hot brand. Zhu Zhuqing's resolute figure, radiating the fervor of a desperate rescue, mingled with the audacity of self-sacrifice and a fierce killing intent, blazed like the solitary flame amidst darkness, fiercely igniting his dwindling awareness. Save her. She must not perish. This thought exploded within him, instinctual and overpowering, even surpassing the obsession to rescue Xiao Wu. A tempestuous force erupted from the depths of his soul, ignited by Zhu Zhuqing's reckless act of valor. A tumult of rage and protective resolve surged forth, akin to the final eruption of a dormant volcano, shattering the shackles of flesh and spirit. Lin Chen's body, once stiff as a corpse, trembled violently. His tightly shut eyelids suddenly sprang open. Beneath the mask, in the depths of his crimson gaze, a flicker of faint yet tenacious dark red light emerged, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, striving to shine forth. Command, Shadow of the Ghost, Remnant, protect. Target, Zhu Zhuqing. Spatial offset. His will surged like molten iron, defying all odds, forcefully pouring into the only 2 remaining Spectre soldiers beside him. Their forms, riddled with cracks from previous backlash, were barely hanging on. Upon receiving this directive of protection born from their master's dying will, the two specters erupted with the last vestiges of ethereal light. Their swirling eyes spun wildly. Ignoring their imminent obliteration, they summoned the final threads of spatial power. With a sharp hiss, two slender, unstable spatial rifts materialized instantaneously on either side of Zhu Zhuqing. The feeble spatial turbulence and distortion generated by the rifts acted as invisible hands, forcefully propelling Zhu Zhuqing. She felt an irresistible, chaotic force surging against her from both sides. Her original path of evasion was violently altered, skewed. With a whoosh, the pale bone claw of Lord Diala, imbued with the essence of frozen souls, grazed past Zhu Zhuqing's flying hair. The fierce clawing wind left 3 delicate gashes on her fair cheek. With a thunderous crash, Klaus hurled a holy flame spear, its purifying force striking the ground several meters behind Zhu Zhuqing's original position, sending shards of earth and holy fire soaring into the air. In a perilous moment, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was seemingly pushed aside by an invisible hand, stumbling to the ground, her heart still racing with terror. Abruptly, she turned her gaze towards Lin Shun, her cool feline eyes filled with disbelief and shock. It was him. In such a dire state, he still managed to manipulate shadows to save her? With a forceful surge, Lin Shun activated the ghostly shadow to induce a spatial shift, but it was as if the last straw had broken the camel's back. He violently expelled a mouthful of dark, viscous blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The two shadows, having fulfilled their final mission, shattered like fragile glass in the ethereal light, vanishing without a sound. The backlash from the severed soul link struck his consciousness with the weight of a hammer. The Terra mask emitted a faint yet chilling crack, a slender fissure snaking down from the center of his brow. Dark crimson metallic shards seeped a trace of ominous blood. The mask had cracked. Damn it! Capture that woman. Regardless of life or death, that heretic is already at death's door. Holy light, purify them. Klaus, upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's rescue and Lin Shun's near demise, erupted with fury. He roared hoarsely, his soul rings igniting once more. The remaining knights of the Spirit Hall reformed their ranks, the blinding holy light beginning to coalesce once again. Lord Diala's pale skeletal claw retracted slowly from the fissure, its cold gaze seemingly intrigued as it swept over the dying Lin Shun and the still-shocked Zhu Zhuqing, as if observing 2 struggling ants. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the blood from her cheek, a flicker of determination flashing in her feline eyes. She glanced at Lin Shun, whose breathing was faint, his mask cracked, lying like a shattered doll in the dust, then at the Spirit Hall knights who were once again gathering their terrifying holy light. Without a trace of hesitation, she dashed to Lin Shun's side like an arrow released from a bow. Let us go. Her cool voice was tinged with an undeniable urgency as she grasped Lin Shun's icy wrist, attempting to lift him. Yet, his body weighed as heavily as a mountain, causing her to stumble precariously. After all, she was merely a 3-ring soul master, her strength limited. At that moment, a thunderous rumble shook the earth violently, as if an ancient beast stirred beneath the surface. In the distance, a relatively low-lying sandy area suddenly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. A gust of wind, mixed with the stench of sulfur and a chilling aura of death, howled from the chasm. Following this, a cacophony of spine-chilling hisses surged forth like a tidal wave from the opening. A myriad of venomous soul beasts, including scorpions, centipedes, and snakes, poured out in a frenzied black torrent, disturbed by the tremors and blinding light, entering a state of uncontrollable rage. Their crimson compound eyes locked onto the nearest living beings, the knights of the Spirit Hall and Lin Shun and Zhu Zhuqing. The soul beasts were in a frenzy. The scale was astonishing. Among them were not a few poison-type lords with lifespans approaching a millennium or even 10 millennia. Damn it, it's the venomous pit. Klaus's expression changed drastically. These frenzied toxins showed no regard for the Spirit Hall or heretics. The sudden onslaught of soul beasts instantly disrupted the offensive rhythm of the Spirit Hall. The gathered holy light had to redirect, crashing against the surging tide of poison. The collision of holy light and venom produced a piercing hissing sound and a nauseating cloud of smoke. The knights were thrown into chaos. The ethereal glow of Lord Diala's spatial rift also quivered slightly, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected large-scale uprising of soul beasts. An opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing's cat-like eyes brightened. No longer attempting to carry Lin Shun, she suddenly bent down, her arms erupting with astonishing strength, grasping Lin Shun's shoulders and belt, dragging his heavy form as if it were mere cargo toward the edge of the soul beast onslaught, towards a narrow gap obscured by a massive rock. Exerting every ounce of her strength, the speed was remarkable. Halt! Klaus roared, a beam of holy light cleaving through several obstructing poison scorpions in an attempt to pursue. However, more frenzied toxins surged forth, instantly engulfing his line of sight and path. The holy light darted amidst the poisonous tide, yet it was momentarily unable to break through. Gritting her teeth, Zhu Zhuqing's cool visage was streaked with sweat and dust, her slender arms trembling slightly from exertion. Dragging Lin Shun felt akin to bearing the weight of the world, as she navigated the treacherous edges where the toxins rampaged, weaving through the cracks of the rocks, swiftly disappearing at the periphery of the chaotic battlefield. On the wasteland, only the roars of Spirit Hall knights clashing with the raging toxins remained, alongside the sounds of shrieks. The explosions of holy light, and the cold, contemplative gaze of Lord Dyla from beyond the violet spatial rift. The blood-red dawn finally surged entirely above the horizon, staining this chaotic and bloody battlefield, along with the glaring crack in Lin Chen's mask, in a desperate scarlet hue. Chapter 65. The Roar of the Troll and the Shattered City Gates. Boom! The shadowy claw of the troll, covered in rough, rocky textures, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the air, descended like a hammer of divine retribution, wielding an utterly pure force of destruction. Striking fiercely against Klaus's raised cross-shaped great sword, which burned with a blazing white holy flame. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. In Klaus's eyes, bloodshot from the flames, the shadow of the massive claw obscured his vision, his pupils constricted to pinprick size from sheer terror and the impending threat of death. He could distinctly hear his bones groaning under the oppressive weight of fear. The dignity of a soul saint and the instinct for survival were shattered before the overwhelming sense of power. The roar that escaped his lips, akin to a beast at death's door, now sounded more like a lament of despair. Give me strength, hold it back. Klaus poured every last ounce of his soul power into the great sword like a final flicker of kindling. The holy flame enveloping the cross-shaped blade surged once more, attempting to become the last bastion. Yet, in the face of pure power, the struggle felt so utterly futile. The claw collided violently with the holy flame cross. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a terrifying sound reminiscent of steel being forcibly bent by immense power. Crack! The cross-shaped greatsword, infused with Klaus's lifelong soul power and empowered by his martial spirit, ignited with holy flames, shattered like a fragile twig upon making contact with the colossal claw, which mercilessly snapped it in half. The fractured blade, carrying erratic shards of sacred fire, scattered like shooting stars. The claw's momentum remained undiminished, crashing down upon Klaus's proud dark silver armor with the force of a battering ram. The dull, heart-stopping sound of flesh being crushed echoed as Klaus's towering figure was struck head-on, his heavily enchanted armor collapsing inward, distorting and bursting under the overwhelming force. Countless metallic fragments mingled with scarlet flesh and shattered bone, erupting forth like a dazzling firework display. He was violently slammed into the ground by the terrifying kinetic energy contained within the claw. The resilient obsidian surface instantly exploded, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. Dust and blood mist surged skyward, as the claw slowly lifted, dissipating into tiny black glimmers. The bottom of the pit revealed a scene of utter devastation, a mass of flesh thoroughly flattened, intermingled with shattered armor and earth. Not even a complete head could be found. Only the remnants of black soul bone, symbolizing his soul sage identity, lay fragmented, emitting a faint, defiant glimmer amidst the bloodstains. Under the shadow of the elder ghost leopard, the iron wall soul sage Klaus has fallen, with a single strike. Merely a single strike. A complete obliteration. The area before the northwest city gate was enveloped in a haunting silence. Both the remaining Spirit Hall knights and the distant residents of Nodding City, who had been drawn by the commotion, were rendered speechless, their souls shaken by the bloody, violent spectacle of annihilation. However, Lin Chun's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, displayed no sign of disturbance. The death of Klaus was nothing more than the removal of a slightly stubborn obstacle on the path to vengeance. His objective had always been singular: to breach the city. Lin Chun's hoarse voice sliced through the stillness like a blade across ice, shattering the silence. At his command, the three colossal troll phantoms, having just executed a devastating blow, let out a silent roar that seemed capable of shaking the earth. Their immense forms suddenly turned, raising their shadowy claws, now charged with destructive power, once more. Their target, the massive metal city gate, sealed tight and inscribed with soul guide runes. Block them. Protect the gate. A surviving soul master captain, jolted from the shock of Klaus's swift demise, let out a piercing scream. The remaining knights of the Spirit Hall, suppressing their fear, attempted to regroup, channeling the last remnants of their holy light to fend off the trolls. But the trolls will obeyed only Lin Chun. Boom, boom. Boom. Three meticulously condensed shadow shockwaves, akin to cataclysmic meteors, tore through the air with the might to obliterate all, crashing violently against the massive metal gate. Thud, thud, thud. Three thunderous sounds, reminiscent of a giant beating war drums, erupted in quick succession. The glowing soul guide runes on the gate flickered like a candle in the wind, erratically pulsating before they shattered under the onslaught of the ferocious power. The half-meter-thick steel door emitted a spine-chilling groan. Visible. Immense dents appeared on the surface of the city gate, as if branded by a colossal hammer. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact, spreading wildly. The entire city gate, along with the flanking walls, trembled violently, with debris raining down. Again, Lin Chen's voice was as cold as iron. The shadowy giant once more gathered its strength. The sinister claws of darkness descended with an even more terrifying might. Boom. This time, it was utter destruction. Amidst the horrified gazes of all, the once impenetrable northwest metal city gate of Notting, symbolizing its defense, imploded like a child's toy, bursting inward and disintegrating. Countless twisted shards of steel, mingled with shattered soul-guiding components, shot toward the inner city like a metallic storm. Dust and debris filled the gate's entrance, cascading like rain. A massive gash, oozing viscous dark energy, grotesquely gaped open. The road leading outside the city was forcefully breached. Charge! Lin Chen's figure did not falter. Akin to a black arrow released from its bow, the first to plunge into the haze of dust and metal fragments at the gate's breach. Behind him, the remaining hundreds of shadow troops surged forth like a relentless tide of darkness, infused with icy murderous intent and unwavering resolve, flooding into the city. Halt them! From the inner city, the reinforcements from the Spirit Hall finally arrived. More knights and enforcers poured out from the streets, attempting to stem the overwhelming wave of shadows. However, what awaited them was a more ferocious counterattack. Nightbat Squad. Sonic bombardment. Lin Chen's icy command resounded. Dozens of Nightbat ninjas, swirling at low altitude, unfurled their broad wings. Invisible, high-frequency sonic waves surged forth like a tide of death, instantly enveloping the approaching reinforcements from the Spirit Hall. Ah, my head. The soul skill has failed. Those engulfed by the sonic waves instantly felt excruciating headaches as their soul power faltered. Lower-ranked soul masters cried out in despair, losing their combat effectiveness. The formation instantly fell into chaos. Abnormal unit. Infiltrate. Assassinate. The command shifted once more. Several distorted figures merged into the chaotic shadows and dust like phantoms, their sharp, poison-coated claws silently slicing across the throats of commanders in the turmoil, or injecting lethal neurotoxins into the napes of critical soul masters. Chaos spread through the reinforcements like a plague. Trolls. Clear a path. Lin Chen's crimson eyes locked onto the heavy shield formation attempting to regroup on the street, led by a soul emperor. The three-headed troll shadow emitted a silent roar, its massive form like a moving mountain, disregarding the buildings flanking the street, crashing forward. Houses collapsed, dust billowed. The enormous shadowy claw struck down on the steel barrier formed by tower shields. Bang, 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 like swatting at toys. The heavy tower shields, along with the knights wielding them, were sent flying like discarded refuse, crashing into the rubble on either side. The Soul Emperor captain turned pale with horror, trying to block with a soul skill, only to be swatted away by a troll shadow, like swatting a fly, crashing through half a wall, unaware of their fate. The tide of shadows surged forth under Lin Chen's precise command and the fearless charge of his troops, cleaving through the streets of the northwestern district of Notting City like a searing knife slicing through congealed fat, forging a gruesome path paved with flesh and ruins. Wherever they passed, the resistance of the Spirit Hall crumbled as easily as paper. Lin Chen led the charge at the forefront, his cold, murderous intent swirling around him like a tangible cloak. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the horizon in the northwest. Almost there. Freedom from this prison was within reach. The essence of Xiao Wu, that anchor point, was just ahead as he approached the final street, with the open wilderness of the city beyond. Suddenly, a hum resonated, a spatial fluctuation far more distinct and 100 times stronger than any prior instance, striking deep within Lin Chen's soul like an invisible hammer. This disturbance did not emanate from the distant northwest anchor point. Rather, it surged from within himself. He abruptly halted, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his crimson eyes. He beheld the few strands of pink hair, imbued with Xiao Wu's essence and remnants of the ghost leopard Douluo's space, stored closely against his body, now swaying as if moved by an unseen wind, radiating a faint yet exceptionally clear, dark red glow. This luminescence did not originate from the hair itself, but from the chilling Terra mask upon his face. The arcane dark red patterns at the center of the mask spun with unprecedented speed, illuminating with fervor. A cold, viscous wave of intent, imbued with absolute spatial control, surged forth like a colossal primordial beast awakening. Utilizing those strands of hair as a medium to forcibly resonate with an entity of a higher dimension situated at the far end of the northwest anchor point. Spatial anchor point, anomalous fluctuation, high-dimensional energy, synchronization, coordinates, correction, locking in. An uncontainable stream of information surged into Lin Chen's consciousness. He sensed an irresistible force deepening and correcting his connection with that distant anchor point. A more precise and clearer spatial coordinate was seared into the depths of his soul. A muffled groan escaped Lin Chen's lips as he felt his very essence being forcibly stretched, linking him to an infinitely distant realm. He abruptly raised his head, his crimson gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield and the walls of Nodding City, locking firmly onto the profound night sky in the northwest. There, further than he had ever perceived before, deeper into the heart of the continent, the outline of a mountain range, shrouded in thick soul power mist and exuding an aura of coldness and death, suddenly became clear in his consciousness. The Spirit Hall, the Death Mountains. Xiao Wu was there. The essence of Lord Daira shone like a beacon in the night. However, just as this coordinate was forcibly locked in and the connection deepened, an overwhelming, frigid presence, imbued with the aura of judgment and annihilation, descended upon him like an invisible sky collapsing, crashing down from the center of Nodding City. From the direction of the Lord's mansion. In an instant, it enveloped the entire northwestern district. This oppressive force surpassed that of the Soul Sage Klaus, even exceeding any adversary Lin Chun had previously encountered. The air solidified like steel, halting even the charge of the giant shadow before him. All personnel of the Spirit Hall engaged in battle were suddenly frozen in place, their faces overtaken by profound terror and reverence. An icy, commanding voice, devoid of any human emotion, resonated throughout the expanse like a divine decree. Profaners of the holy city, stand down. The chilling proclamation reverberated with a terrifying pressure that swept across the entire northwest district, solidifying the air as if it had transformed into countless leaden weights, pressing down mercilessly on every living being. The ground moaned in agony, and fragments of stone floated eerily in the air. The remaining knights and spirit masters of the Spirit Hall found themselves pinned to the earth by an invisible force, their color drained, eyes reflecting only sheer terror and veneration. The massive shadow of the charging troll appeared to be mired in a viscous bog, its movements sluggish and contorted, emitting a silent roar. Lin Chen's figure, charging forward, abruptly halted, as if burdened by an immense iceberg, the obsidian ground beneath him fracturing and sinking instantaneously. Terra's crimson eyes, visible beneath his mask, suddenly contracted, revealing the source of the oppressive force. At the pinnacle of the city lord's mansion in the heart of Nodding City, a colossal dark purple banner, adorned with the menacing totem of the ghost leopard, erupted with blinding, eerie light. Beneath the banner, the air twisted violently, bubbling like boiling water. A hazy figure, exuding a suffocating chill, emerged from the warped air, as if surfacing from the depths of a dark abyss. Though not tall and somewhat gaunt, the figure emanated a tangible pressure that froze the very space around it. Clad in form-fitting dark purple leather armor that accentuated its sleek contours, its face was obscured by a mask resembling a ghost leopard, with only cold eyes and a pallid chin visible. The mask's fangs seemed to drip with blood. Most strikingly, 9 soul rings floated behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. These 9 rings, emblematic of the pinnacle power of a tidal Douluo, rotated slowly, each pulse causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Ghost Leopard Douluo, Lord Daira, although merely a projection transcending space. The terrifying pressure of this tidal Douluo was palpably real. A spatial projection? Lin Chen's teeth ground together beneath his mask, fiercely resisting the tidal wave of soul power pressing down upon him. The shadow soul power within him felt as though it had solidified like frozen magma, its flow hindered. The newly formed soul ring's brilliance dimmed. Yet, within his crimson eyes, the flames of fury and murderous intent blazed brighter than ever, ignited further by the arrival of this adversary. It was he who had taken Xiao Wu. Lowly insect, the projection of Lord Daira spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle with an air of detached superiority and a hint of barely perceptible intrigue. His gaze pierced through the tumult, like a frigid probe, precisely locking onto Lin Chun, especially fixating on the Terra mask radiating an eerie red glow. A toy that commands shadows. How intriguing. But this ends here. As the words left his lips, the atmosphere thickened with impending confrontation. As the projection of Lord Yalara emerged, the pitch-black 5th soul ring suddenly radiated with a blinding light. engulfing the surrounding illumination in an instant. The fifth soul skill, Phantom Binding Kill. There was no earth-shattering commotion, only a chilling silence that sent shivers down the spine. The space around Lin Chun transformed into a viscous mire, as countless slender, twisted threads composed of the most refined spatial power materialized from the void, resembling ghostly tendrils sprouting from the abyss. They appeared without warning, disregarding physical defenses, and swiftly ensnared Lin Chen's body, limbs, and neck. The frigid cutting force of the spatial energy penetrated him, seeking to imprison, tear, and strangle him. Lin Chun let out a suppressed groan of pain. The threads not only inflicted excruciating physical torment, but also a bone-deep chill that froze his very soul. His shadow energy was firmly suppressed, making any attempt to mobilize it exceedingly arduous. His body felt like a moth ensnared in a spider's web, utterly immobilized. Master! The remnants of the shadow army emitted silent roars and howls, as the ghostly army's vortex-like eyes flared with a haunting glow, attempting a spatial leap for rescue. The troll phantoms struggled desperately, seeking to break free from the spatial constraints, while the night bat ninjas emitted piercing sound waves in an effort to disrupt the binding threads. Yet, before the projection of the tidal Douluo, all resistance seemed feeble and insignificant. A cold smirk seemed to curl at the corner of Lord Yalara's masked visage. He slowly raised a finger, gathering a dark and profound light at its tip, one that appeared capable of devouring souls, directing it towards Lin Chun, who was ensnared by the spatial threads like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Your mask belongs to me. The indifferent voice heralded the end. The dark light at his fingertip was on the verge of being unleashed. In that critical moment, as Lin Chun was about to be completely strangled by the spatial threads and consumed by the destructive light, a surge erupted from the depths of his soul, akin to a volcanic eruption of wrathful will, fused with an intense obsession for revenge against Xiao Wu, like a spring compressed to its utmost limit, detonating within him. Begone! Lin Chun roared from the depths of his soul, tearing through the confines of despair. He ceased to attempt mobilizing the suppressed soul power. Instead, he poured all his will, all his fury, and all his murderous intent, like kindling igniting his very soul, into the cold Tarla mask before him. Shadow ignite, with blood as the catalyst, with souls as the offering. Unleash the hunger of the abyss. The frenzied intent crashed into the sleeping, greedy essence within the depths of the mask like a destructive incantation. Boom! The mysterious dark red patterns at the center of the Tarla mask flared to life, glowing as if seared by molten iron. The crimson radiance no longer flowed. It erupted like a deluge of blood-red magma, bursting forth. An ancient, colder, and purer shadow essence, far surpassing Lin Chen's own soul power, surged forth with an insatiable hunger that seemed poised to consume all realms, like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. This power instantaneously shattered the constraints of the spatial threads. The dark strands entwined around Lin Chen's body resembled ice silk cast into a furnace, emitting a sibilant wail before shattering instantaneously and vanishing into oblivion. His form was forcibly elevated by this tempestuous force. The dim gray glow of the soul ring was entirely overshadowed, replaced by a rich, almost tangible, roiling crimson energy flame. His hair stood on end, dancing wildly as if stirred by an unseen gale. The skin revealed beneath the mask was marred by veins, swollen like coiling dragons, displaying an ominous dark red hue. His scarlet eyes, at this moment, resembled two suns ablaze with the fires of hell, fixated intently on the projection of Lord Diala. What? For the first time, a clear astonishment flickered across the cold, indifferent gaze of Lord Diala's projection. The dark light coalescing at his fingertips faltered momentarily. This unleashed power reeked of foreboding, instilling even a twinge of instinctual trepidation in the projection of a titled Douluo. However, Lin Chen's current state was perilously precarious. Forcing the deeper essence of the mask was akin to quenching thirst with poison. The violent energy within him surged and clashed, tearing him apart. Each heartbeat resonated like a war drum, delivering excruciating pain. His soul felt as though it were cast into a millstone, mercilessly ground by an insatiable hunger, being devoured. He sensed he might be torn asunder by this power at any moment, or wholly assimilated by the mask. Yet he remained unfazed. His gaze was fixated solely on his foe. Only the blood-red anchor point in the northwest held his attention. The shadow devourers. Devour him for me. Lin Chen's voice, emanating through the mask, sounded like the wails of countless souls, imbued with a madness that sought to incinerate all. The three shadow devourer larvae, which had been lurking in the shadows of the battlefield, now swelled to nearly half a human height, as if receiving a supreme command. Their rotund bodies, covered in dense shadow scales, erupted with an unprecedented wave of greed. Their target was the pure and vast spatial soul power radiating from the projection of Lord Diala. With a hiss, the three shadow devourers surged forth like three bolts of viscous black lightning, disregarding the barriers of space, as they inherently possessed the ability to consume spatial energy, and flowed instantaneously to the feet of Lord Diala's projection. They opened their cavernous mouths, lined with razor-sharp teeth, resembling the maw of an abyss, and bit fiercely into the energy foundation forged from spatial soul power. Outrageous. Lord Diala's projection was consumed by a mixture of fury and astonishment. He had never encountered anything so bizarre that could directly consume his soul power. The seventh soul ring beneath his feet, black, ignited instantaneously, attempting to unleash his martial soul's true form to shatter these monstrosities with a greater spatial force. However, the Shadow Legion, spatial anchoring, sealing him in place. Lin Chen's roar erupted once more. He pointed his arm, ablaze with shadow flames, forcefully towards the projection. The remaining 7 members of the Shadow Legion unleashed their swirling, luminous eyes. Their figures vanished in an instant, and the next moment, 7 elongated spatial rifts appeared like chains around Lord Diala's projection. The phantasmal arms of the shadows plunged into the rifts, activating their core ability, spatial anchoring. A powerful force of spatial confinement instantly enveloped the projection, akin to invisible shackles, though it could not fully restrain the titled Douluo's projection. It successfully disrupted the flow of his soul power, delaying the activation of his martial soul's true form by a fleeting moment. It was in this brief moment. The 3 shadow-eating swarms have fiercely sunk their immense jaws into the foundational energy of the projection. A piercing sound, reminiscent of countless sheets of sandpaper frantically scraping against glass, erupts in an ear-splitting cacophony, accompanied by the horrifying spectacle of spatial energy being violently torn apart and consumed. The projection of Lord Diala, composed of pure spatial soul power, begins to disintegrate, distort, and collapse at the points of contact with the shadow-eating swarms, as if it were ice and snow cast into a caustic acid. The energy forming the projection is frantically decomposed and devoured. The brilliance of the projection dims at a visible rate, and even the 9 floating soul rings appear ethereal and unstable. Damn it! The projection emits a roar of extreme fury. It can distinctly feel the power constituting its essence being furiously plundered. This represents an unprecedented desecration and threat to it. It forcibly extricates itself from the spatial interference of the Ghost Shadow Legion, gathering its remaining soul power, and unleashes a terrifying dark spatial blade that strikes fiercely at the shadow-eating swarm beneath. The spatial blade descends. One shadow-eating swarm is instantly cleaved in 2, dissipating into a swirling mass of black mist. Yet the other 2 seize the opportunity to consume even more energy, their forms swelling once again, ravenously gnawing at the foundation of the projection. The projection becomes increasingly illusory, its aura plummeting. Now is the moment. Troll, crush it. Lin Chen, his body ablaze with shadow flames, hurtles towards the projection like a cannonball. Behind him, 3 trolls, having shed their restraints, emit silent roars, their massive shadowy claws coalescing with the violent power bestowed by Lin Chen's burning essence, poised to strike down upon the teetering projection with devastating force. A glint of icy resolve and incredulous frustration flashes in the eyes of Lord Diala's projection. It never anticipated that its mere projection would be driven to such depths. Very well, insect. The projection's voice is chillingly cold, as it relinquishes its maintenance, instead wildly compressing all remaining spatial soul power into the dim glow at its fingertips. Then, let us be annihilated together. The dark glow at its fingertips instantly expands, transforming into a miniature black hole that devours all light. With an aura of mutual destruction, it hurtles towards the charging Lin Chen. Simultaneously, the projection itself begins to violently twist and swell due to the complete loss of control over its energy. On the verge of self-destruction, a black hole of annihilation looms ahead. The projection is set to explode behind. The troll's attack has yet to descend. An absolute kill scenario. Roar. In Lin Chen's burning crimson eyes, there is no trace of fear, only the madness of incinerating all. He does not retreat. Instead, he accelerates to his utmost limit. His fist, engulfed in shadow flames and driven by reckless determination, crashes towards the impending black hole of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. An indescribable explosion of terror erupts in the skies above the northwest of Nodding City. Space is torn asunder. Light is consumed. The shockwave of destruction surges forth like an unseen tsunami, instantly sweeping across a substantial portion of the city. Buildings are hurled into the air as if made of paper. Obliterated. Dust mingles with violent energy currents, soaring skyward to form a massive, ever-twisting mushroom cloud. As the blinding light and destructive dust gradually dissipate, above the sky, the formidable projection of Lord Eliana has utterly vanished, leaving no trace of its presence. On the ground, Lin Chun kneels at the edge of a vast pit, where molten lava and viscous shadow energy flow like a dark river. The shadow flames enveloping him have extinguished, and the brilliance of the Terra mask has dimmed significantly, marred by a web of cracks. His face beneath the mask is as pale as gilded paper, blood oozing darkly from the corners of his mouth. And his body trembles slightly, clearly suffering from unimaginable backlash and grievous injury. Behind him, the remnants of the Shadow Legion have also sustained heavy losses. Chapter 67. The Entrance to the Death Mountains and the Withering Trolls. The stench of death wraps around this cursed mountain range like a frigid shroud, suffocating in its embrace. Lin Chen stumbles along the treacherous, jagged path, each step akin to treading upon a searing iron. The mask, with its spiderweb-like fissures, emits a faint groan with every pulse of his soul energy, as if it might shatter completely at any moment. Beneath the mask, his face is devoid of color. Lips cracked, with wounds oozing dark red scabs. Each breath draws forth excruciating pain, as the forced backlash from the mask's essence gnaws at his very bones, burrowing deep within his soul. Yet, his crimson eyes burn fiercely like a flickering candle in the wind, piercing through the dense, intractable gray-green miasma ahead. Fixating on the searing spatial coordinates of the Death Mountain's core, where Xiao Wu awaits. There, the chilling breath of Lord Eliana coils around the coordinates like a malignant serpent. A suppressed groan escapes his throat, and his body sways uncontrollably. A sharp pain radiates from his right knee, a remnant of the previous scalding inflicted by Klaus's holy flame. Now exacerbated by the harsh environment. Cold sweat mingles with blood, soaking through his tattered garments. Master, a Shadow Legion flickers to his side, ethereal arms attempting to support him, only to be brusquely brushed away by Lin Chun. Onward advance. His voice, hoarse and resolute, emerges from beneath the mask, imbued with an unwavering determination. He requires no assistance. He seeks only strength, vengeful strength. Behind him, the remnants of the Shadow Legion laboriously navigate the natural graveyard of the Death Mountains. The colossal phantoms of two trolls appear more insubstantial than ever, their immense forms translucent, like flickering candle flames in the wind. Their heavy footfalls upon the jagged black stones produce dull thuds, and with each step, the shadow energy constituting their bodies dissipates like grains of sand. The grotesque rock formations blur, their crimson eyes dimming, conveying a sense of impending dissolution and sorrow. They resemble ancient behemoths trudging towards their demise, silently clearing the path of fallen timber and boulders for their master. 5 Shadow Legions lead the way like the most loyal scouts, executing short-range spatial jumps. Their scarlet vortex-like eyes piercing through layers of poison, scanning the terrain and potential threats ahead. With each leap, their forms grow ever more ethereal, the burdens of space causing them to emit silent wails. The number of ordinary shadow ninjas has dwindled to fewer than 50, many bearing charred scars from the holy flame or gaping wounds from spatial rifts. The bodies formed from shadows exhibited signs of instability. The remaining night bat ninjas struggled to hover at low altitude, their wing beats sounding feeble and lacking vitality. The sole exception was the Shadow Devourer, curled at Lin Chen's feet, slowly writhing and resembling a basin in size. Its body, covered in fine shadowy scales, was riddled with cracks, exuding a languid aura, yet its greedy eyes, akin to miniature black holes, fixated on the surrounding miasma of death and the decaying earth beneath. Energy was scarce. High concentrations of death energy and toxic energy were detected. A request to devour was transmitted by the Shadow Devourer, its intent feeble yet clear, imbued with an instinctual avarice. Lin Chen furrowed his brow beneath his mask. The state of his battalion was even worse than he had anticipated. The troll phantoms were on the verge of dissipating, the powers of the ghostly figures had significantly waned, and the combat prowess of the ordinary ninjas had plummeted. To forcibly traverse this death-laden mountain and reach the core region with their current strength would be akin to chasing a mirage. He required supplies. He needed to restore the battalion's strength, and perhaps this mountain, saturated with death and toxins, would serve as their final source of sustenance. Prepare. Lin Chen's icy command resonated firmly. He had no other choice. Better to drink poison than to await inevitable demise. Upon receiving the directive, the Shadow Devourer's black hole-like eyes erupted with a terrifying luminescence. Its cracked form swelled dramatically, akin to a parched and ravenous pocket, opening an invisible maw towards the surrounding gray-green miasma and the richly decayed earth beneath. A chilling, spine-tingling force erupted, reminiscent of a colossal whale gulping water. The dense gray-green miasma was drawn in frenetically towards the Shadow Devourer, forming visible, viscous vortices of toxic gas, which it voraciously consumed with its abyss-like mouth. Simultaneously, strands of deathly decay energy, resembling black smoke, were forcibly extracted from the foul-smelling black soil beneath, merging into the devouring torrent. The shadow devourer expanded rapidly. Akin to being inflated. From the size of a basin, it grew to that of a grinding stone. The shadowy scales enveloping it thickened and darkened. The cracks on its surface began to mend under the influx of immense energy. A purer, colder shadow energy, imbued with death and toxicity, surged forth like a flood through their mental link, continuously streaming into Lin Chen's being. Lin Chen shuddered violently. This energy was bone-chilling and imbued with corrosive properties and the will of death. It brutally surged through his already faltering veins, inflicting agonizing pain akin to tearing, while it sought to erode his very soul. The cracks in his mask seemed to extend slightly under the onslaught of energy. Yet, at the same time, the exhausted soul power conduits were forcibly replenished. The dim, dark gray soul rings glimmered anew, albeit still shrouded in an ominous green halo, but stabilizing considerably. More importantly, the energy of this feedback was forcibly guided by Lin Shun, redirected towards the two fading giant troll phantoms behind him. It was as if rain had finally graced a parched land. The dim, translucent bodies of the two troll phantoms erupted with a fierce ghostly radiance upon encountering this pure essence of deathly shadow energy, like a dying campfire invigorated by a splash of boiling oil. They emitted a silent roar, imbued with a hint of relief and satisfaction. The dissipated energy ceased, and the ethereal forms visibly regained their solidity and weight. The rugged texture of their rocky bodies re-emerged with clarity, while their crimson eyes glowed with a menacing ferocity. Although they still fell short of their prime, they had at least momentarily evaded the threat of obliteration. The price paid was that the deathly miasma and decayed energy consumed by the shadow-devouring entity had, like the foulest ink, inevitably tainted the stream of feedback energy. Lin Shun felt his soul power grow colder and more violent, bearing an indelible curse of death. Yet, he remained unfazed. What did it matter if he fell into hell, as long as he could save Xiao Wu? Just as the shadow-devouring entity ravenously consumed, and Lin Shun and the troll phantoms found a momentary reprieve, a faint yet piercing spatial fluctuation akin to icy needles stabbing into the soul, inexplicably traversed the searing coordinates connecting them. It did not originate from Lord Yara, but rather from Xiao Wu. This wave was imbued with an indescribable, overwhelming agony. It was as if the soul was being forcibly torn apart, cast into a furnace of flames, and repeatedly sliced by a cold blade. Deeper within lay the despairing wail of a pure life essence being forcibly tainted, desecrated, and stripped away. It felt as though invisible, icy hands were violently tugging and extracting something precious. Xiao Wu. Lin Shen clutched his heart, unleashing a howl akin to that of a wounded lone wolf. Beneath the mask, his crimson eyes were instantly veined with a wild rage. The resonating pain from the depths of his soul caused his body to tremble violently. As the suppressed backlash surged once more, he felt acutely that Xiao Wu was enduring inhuman torment. At that very moment, deep within those coordinates, a fury akin to a burning inferno consumed all reason in an instant. What restoration? What plans? All were cast aside into the abyss. Accelerate. At any cost. Charge in. Lin Shun's roar, filled with blood-curdling madness, reverberated throughout the entire battalion. He disregarded the excruciating pain and backlash, forcibly driving his recently restored soul power, tainted by the curse of death, to its utmost limit, his figure soaring like a meteor consumed by flames, racing towards the valley's mouth where the miasma was densest and the aura of death most potent. The remaining shadow battalion was infused with a final frenzy. The two trolls, having regained a modicum of strength, unleashed a silent roar, taking heavy steps forward like two frenzied war beasts, crashing into the grotesquely twisted, bone-like massive deadwood that blocked their path. Crack, crack, crack. The deadwood splintered in response. Wood shavings flew. The 5 Spectre Battalion's crimson vortex eyes flared with ghostly light, disregarding their own depletion, simultaneously initiating a spatial leap. In the area where the miasma was thickest ahead, they forcibly tore open 5 fleeting spatial passages, striving to shorten the distance. However, just as the Legion was about to surge into the valley's gaping maw, reminiscent of a demonic abyss, a deep, resonant roar erupted, echoing with the essence of brutality and death, rolling forth like ominous thunder from the depths of the gorge. Accompanying this roar was an overwhelming presence, far more terrifying than any soul beast encountered before, imbued with the stench of decay and venom, sweeping through the valley entrance like an invisible tsunami. In the wake of this malevolent force, the earth began to tremble violently. From the steep, moss-covered cliffs flanking the valley's opening, countless stones cascaded down. Amidst the suffocating miasma, 2 points of crimson light, akin to colossal lanterns, suddenly ignited, radiating primal ferocity and insatiable hunger. With the weighty thud of colossal footsteps echoing like a hammer striking the earth, a gargantuan silhouette slowly emerged from the noxious haze. It was a nightmarish creature, exceeding 20 meters in length, resembling a grotesquely enlarged rotting lizard, its body cloaked in thick, viscous, dark green slime, with noxious fungi sprouting from the crevices of its bony plates. Its robust limbs stood like stone pillars, each impact sending tremors through the ground. A massive, mace-like tail trailed behind it. Most terrifying of all was its head, resembling the decayed skull of a triceratops, with hollow eye sockets ablaze with crimson fury, and a maw brimming with jagged teeth, dripping corrosive dark green venom that scorched the earth, sending plumes of acrid smoke into the air. This was one of the guardians of the Death Mountains, a millennia-old soul beast, the corrupt Earth Dragon King, its blood-red eyes, akin to 2 blood moons, instantly fixed upon the intruders encroaching upon its territory, drawn by the enticing aura of shadow, particularly the 2 ogre phantoms that had just begun to recover, radiating pure shadow energy. With a more ferocious roar, the corrupt Earth Dragon King surged forward, its massive form accelerating like a moving mound of decay, carrying with it a nauseating stench and the promise of annihilation, charging fiercely towards the foremost ogre phantoms. Its colossal, venom-dripping tail rose high, cleaving through the air with the force of a cataclysm, sweeping away all in its path. The true harbinger of death had awakened.